Preface of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hawaii in May 2010. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. A complete and accurate account of the fearful disaster which visited the great city and the Pacific coast, the reign of panic and lawlessness, the plight of 300,000 homeless people and the worldwide rush to the rescue. Told by eyewitnesses. Including graphic and reliable accounts of all great earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in the world's history, and scientific explanations of their causes. Edited by Charles Morris. Preface. Earthquake and famine, fire and sudden death, these are the destroyers that men fear when they come singly, but upon the unhappy people of California they came together, a hideous quartet, to slay human beings, to blot from existence the wealth that represented prolonged and strenuous effort, to bring hunger and speechless misery to 300,000 homeless and terror-stricken people. The full measure of the catastrophe can probably never be taken. The summary cannot be made amid the panic, the confusion, the removal of ancient landmarks, the complete subversion of the ordinary machinery of society. When chaos comes, as it did in San Francisco, and all the channels of familiar life are closed, and human anguish grows to be intolerable, compilation of statistics is impossible, even if it were not repugnant to the feelings. And when order is once more restored after the lapse of many weeks, months, or perhaps years, the details of the calamity have merged into one undecipherable mass of misery, which defies the analyst and the historian. It is the purpose of this book faithfully to record the story of these awful days when years were lived in a moment, and to preserve an accurate chronicle of them, not only for the people whose hearts yearn in sympathy today, but for their posterity. Other frightful catastrophes the world has known. The earthquake which dropped Lisbon into the sea in 1755 and in a moment swallowed up 25,000 people was perhaps more awful than the convulsion which has brought woe to San Francisco. When Krakatoa Mountain in the Straits of Sunda in 1883 split asunder and poured across the land a mighty wave in which 36,000 human beings perished, the results also were more terrible. The whirlwind of fire which consumed Saint-Pierre in the island of Martinique, and the devastation wrought by Vesuvius a few days previous to that at San Francisco, need not be used for comparison with the latter tragedy, but they may be referred to that we may recall the fact that this land of ours is not the only one which has suffered. But since the Western Hemisphere was discovered, there has been in this quarter of the globe no violence of natural forces at all comparable in destructive fury with that which was manifested upon the Pacific coast. The only other calamity at all equaling it, or surpassing it, was the Civil War, and that was the work of the evil passions of man inciting him to slay his brother, while nature would have had him live in peace. The earthquake in San Francisco, which crumbled stone buildings as if they were made of paper, would have been terrible enough, but afterward came the horror of fire and of imprisoned men and women burned alive, and now to it was added the suffering of multitudes from hunger and exposure. Public attention is fixed on the great city, but smaller cities had their days and nights of destruction, horror, and misery. Some were almost destroyed. Others were partly ruined, and beyond their borders, over a wide area, the trembling of the earth toppled houses, annihilated property, and transformed riches into poverty. The cost in life can be reckoned. The money loss will never be computed, for the appraised value of the wrecked property conveys no notion of the consequences of the almost complete paralysis, for a time, of the commercial operations by means of which men and women earn their bread. When the weakness and the folly and the sin of men bring woe upon other men, there are plenty of texts for the preacher and no scarcity of earnest preachers. But here is a vast and awful catastrophe that befell from an act of nature apparently no more extraordinary than the shrinkage of hot metal in the process of cooling. The consequences are terrifying in this case, because they involve the habitations of 500,000 people. But, no doubt, the process goes on somewhere within the earth almost continuously, and it no more involves the theory of malignant nature than that of an angry god. If we contemplate it, possibly we may be helped to a profitable estimate of our own relative insignificance. We think, with some notion of our importance, of the 1,000 million men who live upon the earth, but they are a mere handful of animate atoms in comparison with the surface, to say nothing of the solid contents of the globe itself. We are fond of boasting in this latter day of man's marvelous success in subduing the forces of nature, and while we are in the midst of exultation over our victories, nature tumbles the rocks about somewhere within the bowels of the earth, and we have to learn the old lesson that our triumphs have not penetrated farther than to the very outermost rim of the realms of nature. A few weak, almost helpless creatures, we millions of men, stand upon the deck of a great ship, which goes rolling through space that is itself incomprehensible. And usually we are so busy with our paltry ambitions, our transgressions, our righteous labors, our prides and hopes and entanglements, that we forget where we are and what is our destiny. A direct interposition from a superior power, even if it be hurtful to the body, might be required to persuade us to stop and consider and take anew our bearings, so that we may comprehend in some larger degree our precise relations to things. The wisest men have been the most ready to recognize the beneficence of the discipline of affliction. If there were no sorrow, we should be likely to find the school of life unprofitable. For one thing, the school wherein sorrow is a part of the discipline is that in which is developed human sympathy, one of the finest and most ennobling manifestations of the love which is, in its essence, divine. In human life there is much that is ignoble, and the race has almost contemptible weakness and insignificance in comparison with the physical forces of the universe. But man is superior to all these forces, in his possession of the power of affection, and in almost the lowest and basest of the race this power, if latent and half lost, may be found and evoked by the spectacle of the suffering of a fellow creature. The human family looks on with pity while the homeless and hungry and impoverished Californians endure pangs. Wherever the news went, by the swift process of electricity, there men and women, some of them, perhaps, hardly knowing where California is, were sorry and willing and eager to help. There are quarrels within the family sometimes, when nation wars with nation, and all love seems to have vanished, but the world is, in truth, akin. God hath made of one blood all the nations of the earth, and the blood tells when suffering comes. The Publishers. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, edited by Charles Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Chapter 1. San Francisco and its terrific earthquake. On the splendid bay of San Francisco, one of the noblest harbors on the whole vast range of the Pacific Ocean, long has stood like a queen of the West on its 7 hills. The beautiful city of San Francisco, the youngest and in its own way one of the most beautiful and attractive of the large cities of the United States. Born less than 60 years ago, it has grown with the healthy rapidity of a young giant, outvying many cities of much earlier origin until it has won rank as the 8th city of the United States, and as the unquestioned metropolis of our far western states. It is on this great and rich city that the dark demon of destruction has now descended, as it fell on the next younger of our cities, Chicago, in 1872. It was the rage of the fire fiend that desolated the metropolis of the lakes. Upon the queen city of the West, the twin terrors of earthquake and conflagration have descended at once, careening through its thronged streets, its marts of trade, and its abodes alike of poverty and wealth, and with the red hand of devastation sweeping one of the noblest centers of human industry and enterprise from the face of the earth. It is this story of almost irremediable ruin which it is our unwelcome duty to chronicle. But before entering upon this sorrowful task, some description of the city that has fallen prey to 2 of the earth's chief agents of destruction must be given. San Francisco is built on the end of a peninsula or tongue of land lying between the Pacific Ocean and the broad San Francisco Bay, a noble body of inland water extending southward for about 40 miles, and with a width varying from 6 to 12 miles. Northward, this splendid body of water is connected with San Pablo Bay, 10 miles long, and the latter with Suisun Bay, 8 miles long, the whole forming a grand range of navigable waters only surpassed by the great northern inlet of Puget Sound. The Golden Gate, a channel 5 miles long, connects this great harbor with the sea, the whole giving San Francisco the greatest commercial advantages to be found on the Pacific coast. The early days of San Francisco. The original site of the city was a grant made by the King of Spain of 4 square leagues of land. Congress afterwards confirmed this grant. It was an uninviting region, with its 2 lofty hills and its various lower ones, a barren expanse of shifting sand dunes extending from their feet. The population in 1830 was about 200 souls, about equal to that of Chicago at the same date. It was not much larger in 1848, when California fell into American hands, and the discovery of gold set in train the famous rush of treasure-seekers to that far land. When 1849 dawned, the town contained about 2,000 people. They had increased to 20,000 before the year ended. The place, with its steep and barren hills and its sandy stretches, was not inviting, but its ease of access to the sea and its sheltered harbor were important features, and people settled there, making it a depot of money supplies and a point of departure for the mines. The place grew rapidly, and has continued to grow. At first a city of flimsy frame buildings, it became early a prey to the flames, fire sweeping through it 3 times in 1850, and taking toll of the young city to the value of $7,500,000. These conflagrations swept away most of the wooden houses, and businessmen began to sell more substantially of brick, stone, and iron. Yet today, for climatic reasons, most of the residences continue to be built of wood, but the slow-burning redwood of the California hillsides is used instead of the inflammable pine, the result being that since 1850 the loss by fire in the residence section of the city has been remarkably small. In 1900 the city contained 50,494 frame and only 3,881 stone and brick buildings. though the tendency to use more durable materials was then growing rapidly. Before describing the terrible calamity which fell upon this beautiful city on that dread morning of April 18, 1906, some account of the character of the place is very desirable, that readers may know what San Francisco was before the rage of earthquake and fire reduced it to what it is today. The character of the city. The site of the city of San Francisco is very uneven, embracing a series of hills, of which the highest ones, known as the Twin Peaks, reach to an elevation of 925 feet, and form the crown of an amphitheater of lower altitudes. Several of the latter are covered with handsome residences, and afford a magnificent view of the surrounding country, with its bordering bay and ocean, and the noble Golden Gate Channel, a river-like passage from ocean to bay of 5 miles in length and 1 in width. This waterway is very deep, except on the bar at its mouth, where the depth of water is 30 feet. Since its early days the growth of the city has been very rapid. In 1900 it held 342,782 people, and the census estimate made from figures of the city directory in 1904 gave it then a population of 485,000, probably a considerable exaggeration. In it are mingled inhabitants from most of the nations of the earth, and it may claim the unenviable honor of possessing the largest population of Chinese outside of China itself, the colony numbering over 20,000. Of the pioneer San Francisco, few traces remain, the old buildings having nearly all disappeared. Large and costly business houses and splendid residences have taken their place in the central portion of the city, marble, granite, terracotta, iron, and steel being largely used as building material. The great prevalence of frame buildings in the residence sections is largely due to the popular belief that they are safer in a locality subject to earthquakes, while the frequent occurrence of earth tremors long restrained the inclination to erect lofty buildings. Not until 1890 was a high structure built, and a few skyscrapers had invaded the city up to its day of ruin. They will probably be introduced more frequently in the future, recent experience having demonstrated that they are in considerable measure earthquake-proof. The city before the fire contained numerous handsome structures, including the famous Old Palace Hotel, built at a cost of $3 million and with accommodations for 1,200 guests, the nearly finished and splendid Fairmont Hotel, the City Hall with its lofty dome, on which $7 million is said to have been spent. Much of it, doubtless, political plunder, a costly United States Mint and Post Office, an Academy of Science, and many churches, colleges, libraries, and other public edifices. The city had 220 miles of paved streets, 180 miles of electric, and 77 of cable railway, 62 hotels, 16 theaters, 4 large libraries, 5 daily newspapers, etc., together with 28 public parks. Sitting like Rome of old on its 7 hills, San Francisco has long been noted for its beautiful site, clasped in, as it is, between the Pacific Ocean and its own splendid bay, on a peninsula of some 5 miles in width. Where this juts into the bay at its northernmost point rises a great promontory known as Telegraph Hill, from whose height homeless thousands have recently gazed on the smoke rising from their ruined homes. In the early days of golden promise, a watchman was stationed on this hill to look out for coming ships entering the Golden Gate from their long voyage around the Horn and signal the welcome news to the town below. From this came its name. Cliffs rise on either side of the Golden Gate, and on one is perched the Cliff House, long a famous hostelry. This stands so low that in storms the surf is flung over its lower porticos, though its force is broken by the seal rocks. A chief attraction to this house was to see the seals play on these rocks, their favorite place of resort. The Cliff House was at first said to have been swept bodily by the earthquake into the sea, but it proved to be very little injured, and stands erect in its old picturesque location. In the vicinity of Telegraph Hill are Russian and Knob Hills, the latter getting its peculiar title from the fact that the wealthy Knobs, or mining magnates, of bonanza days built their homes on its summit level. Farther to the east are Mount Olympus and Strawberry Hill, and beyond these the Twin Peaks, which really embrace 3 hills, the third being named Bernal Heights. Farther to the south and east is Rincon Hill, the last in the half-moon crescent of hills, within which is a spread of flat ground extending to the bay. Behind the hills on the Pacific side stretches a vast sweep of sand, at some places level, but often gathered into great round dunes. Part of this has been transformed into the beautiful Golden Gate Park, a splendid expanse of green verdure which has long been one of San Francisco's chief attractions. Beneath the whole of San Francisco is a rock formation, but everywhere on top of this extends the sand, the gift of the winds. This is of such a character that a hole dug in the street anywhere, even if only to the depth of a few feet, must be shored up with planking, or it will fill as fast as it is excavated, the sand running as dry as the contents of an hourglass. When there is an earthquake, or a temblor, to use the Spanish name, it is the rock foundation that is disturbed, not the sand, which, indeed, serves to lessen the effect of the earth tremor. The foundations of the city. Leaving the region of the hills and descending from their crescent-shaped expanse, we find a broad extent of low ground, sloping gently toward the bay. On this low-lying flat was built all of San Francisco's business houses, all its principal hotels, and a large part of its tenements and poorer dwellings. It was here that the earthquake was felt most severely, and that the fire started which laid waste the city. Rarely has a city been built on such doubtful foundations. The greater part of the low ground was a bay in 1849, but it has since been filled in by the drifting sands blown from the ocean side by the prevailing west winds, and by earth dumped into it. Much of this land was made ground. 49ers still alive say that when they first saw San Francisco, the waters of the bay came up to Montgomery Street. The Palace Hotel was in Montgomery Street, and from there to the ferry docks, a long walk for any man. The water had been driven back by a filling-in process. This is the district that especially suffered, that south of Market and east of Montgomery Streets. Nearly all the large buildings in this section are either built on piles driven into the sand and mud, or were raised upon wooden foundations. It is on such ground as this that the costly post-office building was erected, despite the protests of nearly the entire community, who asserted that the ground was nothing but a filled-in bog. In none of the earthquakes that San Francisco has had was any serious damage except to houses in this filled-in territory, and to houses built along the line of some of the many streams which ran from the hills down to the bay, and which were filled in as the town grew. For instance, the Grand Opera House was built over the bed of St. Anne's Creek, a bog, slough, and marsh, known as the Pipeville Slough, was the ground on which the city hall was built, and which was originally a burying ground. Sand from the western shore had blown over and drifted into the marsh and hardened its surface. When the final grading scheme of the city was adopted in 1853 and work went on, the waterfront of the city was where Clay Street now is, between Montgomery and Sansom Streets. The present level area of San Francisco of about 3,000 acres is an average of 9 feet above or below the natural surface of the ground, and the changes made necessitated the transfer of 21 million cubic yards from hills to hollows. Houses to the number of thousands were raised or lowered, street floors became subcellars or third stories, and the whole natural face of the ground was altered. Through this infirm material, all the pipes of the water and sewer system of San Francisco and its business districts, and in most of the region south of Market Street, were laid. When the earthquake came, the filled-in ground shook like the jelly it is. The only firm and rigid material in its millions of cubic yards of surface area and depth were the iron pipes. Naturally, they broke, as they would not bend, and San Francisco's water system was therefore instantly disabled, with the result that the fire became complete master of the situation and raged uncontrolled for 3 days and nights. Although the earthquake wrecked the business and residential portions of the city alike, on the hills the land did not sink. All made ground sank in consequence of the quaking, but on the high ground the upper parts of the buildings were about the only portions of the structures wrecked. Most of the damage on the hills was done by falling chimneys. On Montgomery Street, half a block from the main office of the Western Union Company, the middle of the street was cracked and blown up, but during the shocks which struck the Western Union building only the top stories were cracked. Similar phenomena were experienced in other localities, and the bulk of the disaster, so far as the earthquake was concerned, was confined to the low-lying region above described. The bane of the earthquake. From the origin of San Francisco, the earthquake has been its bane. During the past 50 years, fully 250 shocks have been recorded, while all California has been subject to them. But frequency, rather than violence of shocks, has been the characteristic of the seismic history of the state, there having been few shocks that caused serious damage, and none since 1872 that led to loss of life. There was a violent shock in 1856, when the city was only a mining town of small frame buildings. Several shanties were overthrown and a few persons killed by falling walls and chimneys. There was a severe shock also in 1865, in which many buildings were shattered. Next in violence was the shock of 1872, which cracked the walls of some of the public buildings and caused a panic. There was no great loss of life. In April 1898, just before midnight, there was a lively shake-up which caused the tall buildings to shake like the snapping of a whip and drove the tourists out of the hotels into the streets in their night clothes. 3 or 4 old houses fell, and the Benicia Navy Yard, which is on made ground across the bay, was damaged to the extent of about $100,000. The last severe shock was in January 1900, when the St. Nicholas Hotel was badly damaged. These were the heaviest shocks. On the other hand, light shocks, as above said, have been frequent. Probably the sensible quakes have averaged 3 or 4 a year. These are usually tremblings lasting from 10 seconds to a minute, and just heavy enough to wake light sleepers or to shake dishes about on the shelves. Tourists and newcomers are generally alarmed by these phenomena, but old Californians have learned to take them philosophically. To one is not afraid of them, the sensation of one of these little tremblers is rather pleasant than otherwise, and the inhabitants grew so accustomed to them as rarely to let them disturb their equanimity. After 1900, the forces beneath the earth seemed to fall asleep. As it proved, they were only biding their time. The era was at hand when they were to declare themselves in all their mighty power, and fall upon the devoted city with ruin in their grasp. But all this lay hidden in the secret casket of time, and the city kept up to its record as one of the liveliest, and in many respects the most reckless and pleasure-loving on the continent, its people squandering their money with thoughtless improvidence, and enjoying to the full all the good that life held out to them. On the 17th of April, 1906, the city was, as usual, gay, careless, busy, its people attending to business or pleasure with their ordinary vim as inclination led them, and not a soul dreaming of the horrors that lay in wait. They were as heedless of coming peril and death as the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah before the rain of fire from heaven descended upon their devoted heads. This is not to say that they were doomed by God to destruction like those cities of the plains. We should more wisely say that the forces of ruin within the earth take no heed of persons or places. They come and go as the conditions of nature demand, and if man has built one of his cities across their destined track, its doom comes from its situation, not from the moral state of its inhabitants. The Great Disaster of 1906. That night the people went, with their wonted equanimity, to their beds, rich and poor, sick and well alike. Did any of them dream of disaster in the air? It may be so, for often, as the poet tells us, coming events cast their shadows before. But, forewarned by dreams or not, doubtless not a soul in the great city was prepared for the terrible event so near at hand, when at 13 minutes past 5 o'clock on the dread morning of the 18th, they felt their beds lifted beneath them as if by a Titan hand, heard the crash of falling walls and ceilings, and saw everything in their rooms tossed madly about, while through their windows came the roar of an awful disaster from the city without. It was a matter, not of minutes, but of seconds, yet on all that coast, long the prey of the earthquake, no shock like it had ever been felt, no such sudden terror awakened, no such terrible loss occasioned as in those few fearful seconds. Again and again the trembling of the earth passed by, 3 quickly repeated shocks, and the work of the demon of ruin was done. People woke with a start to find themselves flung from their beds to the floor, many of them covered with the fragments of broken ceilings, many lost among the ruins of falling floors and walls, many penned in agonizing suffering under the ruins of their houses, which had been utterly wrecked in those fatal seconds. Many there were, indeed, who had been flung to quick, if not to instant, death under their ruined homes. Those seconds of the reign of the elemental forces had turned the gayest, most careless city of the continent into a wreck which no words can fitly describe. Those able to move stumbled in wild panic across the floors of their heaving houses, regardless of clothing, of treasures, of everything but the mad instinct for safety, and rushed headlong into the streets, to find that the earth itself had yielded to the energy of its frightful interior forces, and had in places been torn and rent like the houses themselves. New terrors assailed the fugitives, as fresh tremors shook the solid ground, some of them strong enough to bring down shattered walls and chimneys, and bring back much of the mad terror of the first fearful quake. The heaviest of these came at 8 o'clock. While less forcible than that which had caused the work of destruction, it added immensely to the panic and dread of the people, and put many of the wanderers to flight, some toward the ferry, the great mass in the direction of the sand dunes and Golden Gate Park. The spectacle of the entire population of a great city thus roused suddenly from slumber by a fierce earthquake, shock, and sent flying into the streets in utter panic, were not buried under falling walls or tumbling debris, is one that can scarcely be pictured in words, and be given in any approach to exact realization only in the narratives of those who passed through its horrors and experienced the sensations to which it gave rise. Some of the more vivid of these personal accounts will be presented later, but at present we must continue ourselves to a general statement of the succession of events. The earthquake proved but the beginning and much the least destructive part of the disaster. In many of the buildings there were fires, banked for the night, but ready to kindle the inflammable material hurled down upon them by the shock. In others were live electric wires, which the shock brought in contact with woodwork. The terror-stricken fugitives saw, here and there, in all directions around them, the alarming vision of red flames curling upward and outward, in gleaming contrast to the white light of dawn just showing in the eastern sky. Those lurid gleams climbed upward in devouring haste, and before the sun had fairly risen, a dozen or more conflagrations were visible in all sections of the business part of the city, and in places great buildings broke with startling suddenness into flame, which shot hotly high into the air. While the mass of the people were stunned by the awful suddenness of the disaster, and stood rooted to the ground or wandered helplessly about to blank dismay, there were many alert and self-possessed among them who roused themselves quickly from their dismay and put their energies to useful work. Some of these gave themselves to the work of rescue, seeking to save the injured from their perilous situation, and draw the bodies of the dead from the ruins under which they lay. Those base wretches, to whom plunder is always the first thought, were as quickly engaged in seeking for spoil in edifices laid open to their plundering hands by the shock. Meanwhile, the glare of the flames brought the firefighters out in hot haste with their engines, and up from the military station at the Presidio, on the Golden Gate side of the city, came at double quick a force of soldiers under the efficient command of General Funston, of Cuban and Philippine fame. These trained troops were at once put on guard over the city, with directions to keep the best order possible, and with strict command to shoot all looters at sight. Funston recognized at the start the necessity of keeping the lawless element under control in such an exigency as that which he had to face. Later in the day the 1st Regiment of California National Guards was called out and put on duty with similar orders. Rescuers and Firefighters. The work of fighting the fire was the first and greatest duty to be performed, but from the start it proved a very difficult, almost a hopeless task. With fierce fires burning at once in a dozen or more separate places, the fire department of the city would have been inadequate to cope with the demon of flame even under the best of circumstances. As it was, they found themselves handicapped at the start by a nearly total lack of water. The earthquake had disarranged and broken the water mains, and there was scarcely a drop of water to be had, so that the engines proved next to useless. Water might be drawn from the bay, but the center of the conflagration was a mile or more away, and this great body of water was rendered useless in the stringent exigency. The only hope that remained to the authorities was to endeavor to check the progress of the flames by the use of dynamite, blowing up buildings in the line of progress of the conflagration. This was put in practice without loss of time, and soon the thunder-like roar of the explosions began, blasts being heard every few minutes, each signifying that some building had been blown to atoms. But over the gaps thus made the flames leapt, and though the brave fellows worked with a desperation and energy of the most heroic type, it seemed as if all their labors were to be without avail, the terrible fire marching on as steadily as if a colony of ants had sought to stay its devastating progress. The horror of the people. It was with grief and horror that the mass of the people gazed on this steady march of the army of ruin. They were seemingly half dazed by the magnitude of the disaster, strangely passive in the face of the ruin that surrounded them, as if stunned by despair and not yet awakened to a realization of the horrors of the situation. Among these was the possibility of famine. No city at any time carries more than a few days' supply of provisions, and with the wholesale districts and warehouse regions invaded by the flames, the shortage of food made itself apparent from the start. Water was even more difficult to obtain, the supply being nearly all cut off. Those who possessed supplies of food and liquids of any kind in many cases took advantage of the opportunity to advance their prices. Thus an Associated Press man was obliged to pay 25 cents for a small glass of mineral water, the only kind of drink that at first was to be had, while food went up at the same rate, bakers frequently charging as much as $1 for a loaf. As for the expressmen and cabmen, their charges were often practically prohibitory, as much as $50 being asked for the conveyance of a passenger to the ferry. Policemen were early stationed at some of the retail shops, regulating the sale and the price of food, and permitting only a small portion to be sold to each purchaser, so as to prevent a few persons from exhausting the supply. The fire, the swaying and tottering walls, the frequent dynamite explosions, each followed by a crashing shower of stones and bricks, rendered the streets very unsafe for pedestrians, and all day long the flight of residents from the city went on, growing quickly to the dimensions of a panic. The ferry boats were crowded with those who wished to leave the city, and a constant stream of the homeless, carrying such articles as they had rescued from their homes, was kept up all day long, seeking the sand dunes, the parks, and every place uninvaded by the flames. Before night, Golden Gate Park and the unbuilt districts adjoining on the ocean side presented the appearance of a tented city, shelter of many kinds being improvised from bedding and blankets, and the people settling into such sparse comfort as these inadequate means provided. A strange feature of the disaster was a rush to the banks by people who wished to get their money and flee from the seemingly doomed city. The fire front was yet distant from these institutions, which were destined to fall a prey to the flames, and all that morning lines of disheveled and half-frantic men stood before the banks on Montgomery and Sansom streets, braving in their thirst for money the smoke and falling embers, and beating in wild anxiety upon the doors. Their effort was vain. The doors remained closed. Finally the police drove these people away, and the banks went on with the work of saving their valuables. As for the people who wildly fled toward the ferries, in spite of the fact that 10 blocks of fire, as the day went on, stopped all egress in that direction, it became necessary for them to be driven back by the police and the troops, and they were finally forced to seek safety in the sands. And thus, with incident manifold, went on that fatal Wednesday, the first day of the dread disaster. Official record of the earthquake. It is important here to give the official record of the earthquake shocks as given by the scientists. Professor George Davidson of the University of California says of them, "The earthquake came from north to south, and the only description I am able to give of its effect is that it seemed like a terrier shaking a rat. I was in bed, but was awakened by the first shock. I began to count the seconds as I went towards the table where my watch was, being able through much practice closely to approximate the time in that manner. The shock came at 5:12 o'clock. The first 60 seconds were the most severe. From that time on, it decreased gradually for about 30 seconds. There was then the slightest perceptible lull. Then the shock continued for 60 seconds longer, being slighter in degree in this minute than in any part of the preceding minute and a half. There were 2 slight shocks afterwards which I did not time. At 8:14 o'clock I recorded a shock of 5 seconds duration, and one at 4:15 of 2 seconds. There were slight shocks which I did not record at 5:17 and at 5:27. At 6:50 p.m. there was a sharp shock of several seconds." Professor A. O. Lauschner of the Students' Observatory of the University of California thus records his observations. The principal part of the earthquake came in 2 sections, the first series of vibrations lasting about 40 seconds. The vibrations diminished gradually during the following 10 seconds, and then occurred with renewed vigor for about 25 seconds more. But even at noon the disturbance had not subsided, as slight shocks are recorded at frequent intervals on the seismograph. The motion was from south-southeast to north-northwest. The remarkable feature of this earthquake, aside from its intensity, was its rotary motion. As seen from the print, the sum total of all displacements represents a very regular ellipse, and some of the lines representing the earth's motion can be traced along the whole circumference. The result of observation indicates that our heaviest shocks are in the direction south-southeast to north-northwest. In that respect, the records of the 3 heaviest earthquakes agree entirely, but they have several other features in common. One of these is that while the displacements are very large, the vibration period is comparatively slow, amounting to about 1 second in the last 2 big earthquakes. If we seek to discover the actual damage done by the earthquakes, the fact stands out that the fire followed so close upon it that the traces of its ravages were in many cases obliterated. So many buildings in the territory of the severest shock fell a prey to the flames or to dynamite that the actual work of the earth forces was made difficult and in many places impossible to discover. This fact is likely to lead to considerable dispute and delay when the question of insurance adjustment comes up, many of the insurance companies confining their risk to fire damage and claiming exemption from liability in the case of damage due to earthquake. Among the chief victims of the earth shake was the costly and showy City Hall, with its picturesque dome standing loftily above the structure. This dome was left still erect, but only a skeleton might stand, with its flesh gone and its bare ribs exposed to the searching air. Its roof, its smaller towers, came tumbling down in frightful disarray, and the once proud edifice is today a miserable wreck, fire having aided earthquake in its ruin. The new post office, a handsome government building, also suffered severely from the shock, its walls being badly cracked, and injury done by earthquake and fire that is estimated will need $500,000 to repair. Freaks of the earthquake. One observer states that the earthquake appeared to be very irregular in its course. He tells us that there are gas reservoirs with frames all twisted and big factories thrown to the ground, while a few yards away are miserable shanties with not a board out of place. Wooden, steel, and brick structures hardly felt the earthquake in some parts of the city, while in other places all were wrecked. Skirting the shore northwest from the big ferry building, which was so seriously injured that it will have to be rebuilt, the first thing observed was the extraordinary irregularity of the earthquake's course. Pier No. 5, for instance, is nothing but a mass of ruins, while Pier No. 3 at one side of it and Pier No. 7 on the other side, similar in size and construction, are undamaged. Farther on, the Cosmos Line pier is a complete wreck. The big forts at the entrance to the Golden Gate also suffered seriously from the great shake-up, and the emplacements of the big guns were cracked and damaged. The same is the case with the fortifications back of Old Fort Point, the great guns in these being for the present rendered useless. It will take much time and labor to restore their delicate adjustment upon their carriages. The buildings that collapsed in the city were all flimsy wooden buildings and old brick structures, the steel frame buildings, even the score or more in course of construction, escaping injury from the earthquake shock. Of the former, one of the most complete wrecks was the Valencia Hotel, a 4-story wooden building, which collapsed into a heap of ruins, pinning many persons under its splintered timbers. Skyscrapers, earthquake-proof. In fact, as the reports of damage wrought by the earthquake came in, the conviction grew that one of the safest places during the earthquake shock was on one of the upper floors of the skyscraper office buildings or hotels. As a matter of fact, not a single person, so far as can be learned, lost his or her life, or was seriously injured in any of the tall, steel-framed structures in the city, although they rocked during the quake like a ship in a gale. The loss of life was caused in almost every case by the collapse of frame structures, which the native San Franciscan believed was the safest of all in an earthquake, or by the shaking down of portions of brick or stone buildings which did not possess an iron framework. The manner in which the tall steel structures withstood the shock is a complete vindication of the strongest claims yet made for them, and it is made doubly interesting from the fact that this is the first occasion on which the effect of an earthquake of any proportions on a tall steel structure could be studied. The St. Francis Hotel, a 16-story structure, can be repaired at an expenditure of about $400,000, its damage being almost wholly by fire. The steel shell and the floors are intact. Although the building rocked like a ship in a gale while the quake lasted, its foundations are undamaged. Other steel buildings, which are so little damaged as to admit of repairs more or less extensive, are the James Flood, the Union Trust, the Call Building, the Mutual Savings Bank, the Crocker-Woolworth Building, and the Postal Building. All of these are modern buildings of steel construction, from 16 to 20 stories. A peculiar feature of the effect of the earthquake on structures of this kind is reported in the case of the Fairmount Hotel, a 14-story structure. The first 2 stories of the Fairmount are found to be so seriously damaged that they will have to be rebuilt, while the other 12 stories are uninjured. Various explanations are being made of the surprising resistance shown by the skyscrapers. The great strength and binding power of the steel frame, combined with a deep-seated foundation and great lightness as compared with buildings of stone, are the main reasons given. The iron, it is said, unlike stone, responded to the vibratory force and passed it along to be expended in other directions, while brick or stone offered a solid and impenetrable front, with the result that the seismic force tended to expend itself by shaking the building to pieces. Whether there is any scientific basis for the latter theory or not, it seems reasonable enough in view of the descriptions given us of the manner in which the steel buildings received the shock. All things considered, the modern steel building has afforded in the San Francisco earthquake the most convincing evidence of its strength. From Golden Gate Park came news of the total destruction of the large building covering a portion of the children's playground. The walls were shattered beyond repair, the roof fell in, and the destruction was complete. The pillars of the new stone gates at the park entrance were twisted and torn from their foundations, some of them, weighing nearly 4 tons, being shifted as though they were made of cork. It is a little singular that the monuments and statues in the city escaped without damage, except in the case of the imposing Dewey Monument in Union Square Park, which suffered what appears to be a minor injury. In this connection, an incident of extraordinary character is narrated. Among the statues on the buildings of the Leland Stanford Junior University, all of which were overthrown, was a marble statue of Carrera in a niche on the building, devoted to zoology and physiology. This, in falling, broke through a hard cement pavement and buried itself in the ground below, from which it was dug. The singular fact is that when recovered it proved to be without a crack or scratch. This university seemed to be a central point in the disturbance, the destruction of its buildings being almost total, though they had been built with the especial design of resisting earthquake shocks. Such was the general character of the earthquake at San Francisco and in its vicinity. It may be said farther that all, or very nearly all, the deaths and injuries were due to it directly or indirectly, even those who perished by fire, owing their deaths to the fact of their being penned in buildings ruined by the earthquake shock, while others were killed by falling walls weakened by the same cause. On the night of April 23rd, the earth tremor returned with a slight shock, only sufficient to cause a temporary alarm. On the afternoon of the 25th came another and severer one, strong enough to shake down some tottering walls and add another to the list of victims. This was a woman named Annie Whittaker, who was at work in the kitchen of her home at the time. The chimney, which had been weakened by the great shock, now fell, crashing through the roof and fracturing her skull. Thus the earth powers claimed a final human sacrifice before their dread visitation ended.
Section 2 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 2. The Demon of Fire Invades the Stricken City. The terrors of the earthquake are momentary. One fierce leveling shock, and usually all is over. The torment within the earth has passed on, and the awakened forces of the earth's crust sink into rest again, after having shaken the surface for many leagues. Rarely does the dread agent of ruin leave behind it such a terrible follower to complete its work as was the case in the doomed city of San Francisco. All seemed to lead toward such a carnival of ruin as the earth has rarely seen. The demon of fire followed close upon the heels of the unseen fiend of the earth's hidden caverns, and ran red-handed through the metropolis of the West, kindling 1,000 unhurt buildings, while the horror-stricken people stood aghast in terror, as helpless to combat this new enemy as they were to check the ravages of the earthquake itself. Why not quench the fire at its start with water? Alas, there was no water, and this expedient was a hopeless one. The iron mains which carried the precious fluid under the city streets were broken or injured, so that no quenching streams were to be had. In some cases the engine houses had been so damaged that the fire-fighting apparatus could not be taken out, though even if it had, it would have been useless. A sweeping conflagration, and not an ounce of water to throw upon it. The situation of the people was a maddening one. They were forced helplessly and hopelessly to gaze upon the destruction of their all, and it is no marvel if many of them grew frantic and lost their reason at the sight. Thousands gathered and looked on in blank and pitiful misery, their strong hands, their iron wills of no avail, while the red-lipped fire devoured the hopes of their lives. In 100 places the flames shot up redly. Huge, strong buildings which the earthquake had spared fell an unresisting prey to the flames. The great iron-bound, towering Spreckles building, a steeple-like structure of 18 stories in height, the tallest skyscraper in the city, had resisted the earthquake and remained proudly erect. But now the flames gathered round and assailed it. From both sides came their attack. A broad district nearby, containing many large hotels and lodging-houses, was being fiercely burnt out, and soon the windows of the lofty building cracked and splintered. The flames shot triumphantly within, and almost in an instant the vast interior was a seething furnace, the wild flames rushing and leaping within until only the blackened walls remained. The resistless march of the flames. This was the region of the newspaper offices, and they quickly succumbed. The Examiner, standing across 3rd Street from Spreckles, collapsed from the earthquake shock. A flimsy edifice, it had long been looked upon as dangerous. Another building in the rear of this alone resisted both flames and smoke. Across Market Street from the Examiner stood the Chronicle building, 12 stories high. Firmly built, it had borne the earthquake assault unharmed, but the flames were an enemy against which it had no defense, and it was quickly added to the victims of the fire fiend. Farther down Market Street, the chief business thoroughfare of the city, stood that great caravanserai, the Palace Hotel, which for 30 years had been a favorite hostelry, housing the bulk of the visitors to the Californian metropolis. Its time had come. Doom hovered over it. Its guests had fled in good season, as they saw the irresistible approach of the conquering flames. Soon it was ablaze. Quickly from every window of its broad front the tongues of flame curled hotly in the air. It became a thrice-heated furnace, like so many of the neighboring structures, adding its quota to the vast cloud of smoke that hung over the burning city, and rapidly sinking in red ruin to the earth. All day Wednesday the fire spread unchecked, all efforts to stay its devouring fury proving futile. In the business section of the city everything was in ruins. Not a business house was left standing. Theaters crumbled into smoldering heaps. Factories and commission houses sank to red ruin before the devouring flames. The scene was like that of ancient Babylon in its fall, or old Rome when set on fire by Nero's command, as tradition tells. In modern times there has been nothing to equal it except the conflagration at Chicago, when the flames swept to ruin that queen city of the Great Lakes. When night fell and the sun withdrew his beams, the spectacle was at once magnificent and awe-inspiring. The city resembled one vast, blazing furnace. Looking over it from a high hill in the western section, the flames could be seen ascending skyward for miles upon miles, while in the midst of the red spirals of flame could be seen at intervals the black skeletons and falling towers of doomed buildings. Above all this hung a dense pall of smoke, showing lurid where the flames were reflected from its dark and threatening surface. To those nearer the scene presented many pathetic and distressing features, the fire glare throwing weird shadows over the worn and panic-stricken faces of the woebegone fugitives, driven from their homes and wandering the streets in helpless misery. Many of them lay sleeping on piles of blankets and clothing which they had brought with them, or on the hard sidewalks or the grass of the open parks. The care of the wounded. Through all the streets ambulances and express wagons were hurrying, carrying dead and injured to morgues and hospitals. But these refuges for the wounded, or receptacles for the dead, were no safer than the remainder of the city. In the morgue at the Hall of Justice 50 bodies lay, but the approach of the flames rendered it necessary to remove to Jackson Square these mutilated remnants of what had once been men. Hospitals were also abandoned at intervals, doctors and nurses being forced to remove their patients in haste from the approaching flames. There is an open park opposite City Hall. Here the Board of Supervisors met and, with 50 substantial citizens who joined them, formed a committee of safety, to take in hand the direction of affairs and to seek safe quarters for the dying and the dead. Strangely enough, Mechanics' Pavilion, opposite City Hall, had escaped injury from the earthquake, though it was only a wooden building. It had the largest floor in San Francisco and was pressed into service at once. The police and troops, working in harmony together, passed the word that the dead and injured should be brought there, the hospitals and morgue having become choked, and the order was quickly obeyed, until about 400 of the hurt, many of them terribly mangled, were laid in improvised cots, attended by all the physicians and trained nurses who could be obtained. The corpses were much fewer, the workers being too busy in fighting the fire and caring for the wounded to give time and attention as yet to the dead. But one of the first wagons to arrive brought a whole family, father, mother, and 3 children, all dead except the baby, which had a broken arm and a terrible cut across the forehead. They had been dragged from the ruins of their house on the waterfront. A large consignment of bodies, mostly of working men, came from a small hotel on Eddy Street, through the roof of which the upper part of a tall building next door had fallen, crushing all below. Fire attacks the Mint. To return to the story of the conflagration, the escape of the United States Mint was one of the most remarkable incidents. Within the vaults of this fine structure was the vast sum of $300 million in gold and silver coin, and a value of $8 million in bullion, and toward this mighty sum of wealth the flames swept on all sides, as if eager to add the reservoir of the precious metals to their spoils. The Mint building passed through the earthquake with little damage, though its big smokestacks were badly shaken. The fire seemed bent on making it its prey, every building around it being burnt to the ground, and it remaining the only building for blocks that escaped destruction. Its safety was due to the energy and activity of its employees. Superintendent Leach reached it shortly after the shock and found a number of men already there, whom he stationed at points of vantage from roof to basement. The fire apparatus of the Mint was brought into service and help given by the fire department, and after a period of strenuous labor the flames were driven back. The peril for a time was critical, the windows on Mint Avenue taking fire and also those on the rear 3 stories, and the flames for a time pouring in and driving back the workers. The roof also caught fire, but the men within fought like Titans, and efficient aid was given by a squad of soldiers sent to them. In the end the fire fiend was vanquished, though considerable damage was done to the adjusting rooms and the refinery, while the heavy stone cornice on that side of the building was destroyed. The total loss to the mint was later estimated at $15,000. Late on Wednesday evening the fire front crept close up to Mechanics' Pavilion, where a corps of 50 physicians and numerous nurses were active in the work of relief to the wounded. Ambulances and automobiles were busy unloading new patients rescued from the ruins when word came that the building would have to be vacated in haste. Every available vehicle was at once pressed into service and the patients removed as rapidly as possible, being taken to hospitals and private houses in the safer parts of the city. Hardly had the last of the injured been carried through the door when the roof was seen to be in a blaze, and shortly afterward the whole building burst into a whirlwind of flame. At midnight the fire was raging and roaring with unslacked rage, and at dawn of Thursday its fury was undiminished. The work of destruction was already immense. In much of the Hayes Valley district, south of McAllister and north of Market Street, the destruction was complete. From the Mechanics' Pavilion and St. Nicholas Hotel opposite down to Oakland Ferry, the journey was heartrending, the scene appalling. On each side was ruin, nothing but ruin, and hillocks of masonry and heaps of rubbish of every description filled to its middle the city's greatest thoroughfare. Across an alley from the post office stood the Grant Building, one of the headquarters of the Army. Of this only the smoke-darkened walls were left. On Market Street, opposite this building, the beautiful front of the Hibernian Savings Bank, the favorite institution of the middle and poorer classes, presented a hideous aspect of ruin. At 11 o'clock of Wednesday night the north side of Market Street stood untouched, and hopes were entertained that the great Flood, Crocker, Phelan, and other buildings would be spared. But the hunger of the fire fiend was not yet satiated, and the following day these proud structures had only their blackened ruins to show. On both sides of Market Street, down to the ferry, the tale was the same. The handsome and gigantic St. Francis Hotel, on Powell Street, fronting on Union Square, was left a ruined shell. This was one of the lofty steel structures that bore unharmed the earthquake shock, but quickly succumbed to the flames. Among the other skyscrapers north of Market Street that perished were the 14-story Merchants' Exchange and the great Mills Building, occupying almost an entire block. One section of the city that went without pity, as it had long stood with reprobation, was that group of disreputable buildings known as Chinatown, the place of residence of many thousands of Celestials. The flames made their way unchecked in this direction, and by noon on Thursday the whole section was a raging furnace, the denizens escaping with what they could carry of their simple possessions. On the farther western side the flames cut a wide swath to Van Ness Avenue, a wide thoroughfare, at which it was hoped the march of the fire in this direction might be checked, especially as the water mains here furnished a week's supply. In the Missouri district, to the south of Market Street, the zone of ruin extended westward toward the extreme southern portion, but was checked at 14th and Missouri Streets by the wholesale use of dynamite. At this point were located the Southern Pacific Hospital, the St. Francis Hospital, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons. In order to save these institutions, buildings were blown up all around them, and by noon the danger was averted. It later became necessary to destroy the Southern Pacific Hospital with dynamite, the patients having been removed to places of safety. The Palaces on Nobb's Hill. In the center of San Francisco rises the aristocratic elevation known as Nobb's Hill, on which the early millionaires built their homes, and on which stood the city's most palatial residences. It ascends so abruptly from Kearny Street that it is inaccessible to any kind of vehicle, the slope being at any angle little short of 45 degrees. It is as steep on the south side, and the only approach by carriage is from the north. To this hill is due the Pioneer Cable Railway, built in the early 70s. Here the big four of the railroad magnates, Stanford, Hopkins, Huntington, and Crocker, had put millions in their mansions, the Mark Hopkins residence being said to have cost $2,500,000. These men are all dead, and the last named edifice has been converted into the Hopkins Art Institute, and at the time of the fire was well filled with costly art treasures. The Stanford Museum, which also contains valuable objects of art, is now the property of the Leland Stanford University. The Flood Mansion, which cost more than $1 million, was one of the showy residences on this hill, west of it being the Huntington home, and farther west the Crocker residence, with its broad lawns and magnificent stables. Many other beautiful and costly houses stood on this hill, and opposite the Stanford and Hopkins edifices, the great Fairmount Hotel had for 2 years past been in the process of construction and was practically completed. On the northeastern slope of this hill stood the famous Chinatown, through which it was necessary to pass to ascend Nobb's Hill from the principal section of the wholesale district. This region of palaces was the next to fall a prey to the insatiable flames. Early Thursday morning a change in the wind sent the fire westward, eating its way from the waterfront north of Market Street towards Nobb's Hill. Steadily but surely it climbed the slope, and the Stanford and Hopkins edifices fell victims to its fury. Others of the palaces of millionairedom followed. Huge clouds of smoke enveloped the beautiful white stone Fairmount Hotel, and there was a general feeling of horror when this magnificent structure seemed doomed. To it the Committee of Safety had retreated, but the flames from the burning buildings opposite reached it, and the committee once more migrated in search of safe quarters. Fortunately, it escaped with little damage, its walls remaining intact and much of the interior being left in a state of preservation, warranting its managers to offer space within it to the committees whose aim it was to help the homeless or to store supplies. Some of the woodwork of the building was destroyed by the fire, but the structure was in such good condition that work on it quickly resumed, with the statement that its completion would not be delayed more than 3 months beyond the date set, which was November 1906. In the district extending northwestwardly from Kearny Street and Montgomery Avenue, untouched during the first day, the fire spread freely on the second. This district embraces the Latin Quarter, peopled by various nationalities, the houses being of the flimsiest construction. Once it had gained a foothold there, the fire swept onward as though making its way through a forest in the driest summer season. An apocryphal incident is told of the fire in this quarter, which may be repeated as one example of the fables set afloat. It is stated that water to fight the fire here was sadly lacking, the only available supply being from an old well. At a critical moment the pump sucked dry, the water in the well being exhausted. The residents were not yet conquered. Some of them threw open their cellar doors and, calling for assistance, began to roll out barrels of red wine. Barrel after barrel appeared, until fully 500 gallons were ready for use. Then the barrel heads were smashed in, and the bucket brigade turned from water to wine. Sacks were dipped in the wine and used for fighting the fire. Beds were stripped of their blankets, and these soaked in the wine and hung over exposed portions of the cottages, while men on the roofs drenched the shingles and sides of the houses with wine. The postscript to this queer story is that the wine won and the firefighters saved their homes. The story is worth retelling, though it may be added that wine, if it contained much alcohol, would serve as a feeder rather than as an extinguisher of flame. A striking description of the aspect of the city on that terrible Wednesday is told by Jerome B. Clark, whose home was in Berkeley but who did business in San Francisco. He left for the city early Wednesday morning, after a minor shake-up at home, which he thus describes. A vivid fire picture. I was asleep and was awakened by the house rocking. With the exception of water in vases and milk in pans being spilled, and one of our chimneys badly cracked, we escaped with nothing but a bad scare. But I can assure you it was a terrific and terrifying experience to feel that old house rocking, jolting and jumping under us, with the most terrible roar, dull, deep, and nerve-wracking. It calmed down after that, and we went back to bed, only to get up at 6 o'clock to find that neighbors had suffered by having vases knocked from tables, bric-a-brac knocked around, tiles knocked out of grates, and scarcely a chimney left standing. We thought that we had had the worst of it, so I started over to the city as usual, reaching there about 8 o'clock, and it is just impossible to describe the scenes that met my eyes. In every direction from the ferry building flames were seething, and as I stood there, a 5-story building half a block away fell with a crash, and the flames swept clear across Market Street and caught a new fireproof building recently erected. The streets in places had sunk 3 or 4 feet. In others, great humps had appeared 4 or 5 feet high. The streetcar tracks were bent and twisted out of shape. Electric wires lay in every direction. Streets on all sides were filled with brick and mortar. Buildings either completely collapsed or brick fronts had just dropped completely off. Wagons with horses hitched to them, drivers and all, lying on the streets, all dead, struck and killed by the falling bricks, these mostly the wagons of the produce dealers, who do the greater part of their work at that hour of the morning. Warehouses and large wholesale houses of all description either down, or walls bulging, or else twisted. Buildings moved bodily 2 or 3 feet out of a line and still standing with walls all cracked. The Call building, a 12-story skyscraper, stood and looked all right at first glance, but had moved at the base 2 feet at one end out into the sidewalk, and the elevators refused to work, all the interior being just twisted out of shape. It afterward burned as I watched it. I worked my way in from the ferry, climbing over piles of brick and mortar and keeping to the center of the street and avoiding live wires that lay around on every side, trying to get to my office. I got within 2 blocks of it and was stopped by the police on account of falling walls. I saw that the block in which I was located was on fire and seemed doomed, so turned back and went up into the city. Not knowing San Francisco, you would not know the various buildings, but fires were blazing in all directions, and all of the finest and best of the office and business buildings were either burning or surrounded. They pumped water from the bay, but the fire was soon too far away from the waterfront to make any efforts in this direction of much avail. The water mains had been broken by the earthquake, and so there was no supply for the firefighters, and they were helpless. The only way out of it was to dynamite, and I saw some of the finest and most beautiful buildings in the city, new modern palaces, blown to atoms. First they blew up 1 or 2 buildings at a time. Finding that of no avail, they took half a block. That was no use, then they took a block. But in spite of them all, the fire kept on spreading. The City Hall, which, while old, was quite a magnificent building, occupying a large square block of land, was completely wrecked by the earthquake, and to look upon reminded one of the pictures of ancient ruins of Rome or Athens. The Palace Hotel stood for a long time after everything near it had gone, but finally went up in smoke as the rest. You could not look in any direction in the city but what mass after mass of flames stared you in the face. To get about, one had to dodge from one street to another, back and forth in zigzag fashion, and a half an hour after going through a street it would be impassable. One after another the magnificent business blocks went down. The newer buildings seemed to have withstood the shock better than any others, except well-built frame buildings. The former lost some of the outside shell, but the frames stood all right, and in some cases, after fire had eaten them all to pieces, the steel skeleton, although badly twisted and warped, still stood. When I finally left the city, it was all in flames as far as 8th Street, which is about a mile and a quarter or half from the waterfront. I had to walk at least 2 miles around in order to get to the ferry building, and when I got there you could see no buildings standing in any direction. Nearly all the docks caved in or sheds were knocked down, and all the streets along the waterfront were a mass of seams, upheavals, and depressions, car tracks twisted in all shapes. Cars that had stood on sidings were all in ashes and still burning. Wednesday's conflagration continued unabated throughout Thursday, and it was not until late on Friday that the firefighters got it safely under control. They worked like heroes, struggling almost without rest, keeping up the nearly hopeless conflict until they fairly fell in their tracks from fatigue. Handicapped by the lack of water, they in one case brought it from the bay through lines of hose well on to a mile in length. Yet despite all they could do, block after block of San Francisco's greatest buildings succumbed to the flames and sank in red ruin before their eyes. The landmarks consumed. On all sides famous landmarks yielded to the fury of the flames. For 3 miles along the waterfront the ground was swept clean of buildings. The blackened beams and great skeletons of factories, warehouses, and business edifices, standing silhouetted against a background of flames, while the whole commercial and office quarter of Market Street suffered a similar fate. We may briefly instance some of these victims of the flames. Among them were the Occidental Hotel on Montgomery Street, for years the headquarters for army officers; the old Lick House, built by James Lick, the philanthropist; the California Hotel and Theater on Bush Street; and of theaters, the Orpheum, the Alcazar, the Majestic, the Columbia, the Magic, the Central, Fisher's, and the Grand Opera House on Missouri Street, where the Conread Opera Company had just opened for a 2 weeks' opera season. The banks that fell were numerous, including the Nevada National Bank, the California, the Canadian Bank of Commerce, the First National, the London and San Francisco, the London, Paris and American, the Bank of British North America, the German American Savings Bank, and the Crocker Woolworth Bank Building. A large number of splendid apartment houses were also destroyed, and the tide of destruction swept away a host of noble buildings far too numerous to mention. At Post Street and Grant Avenue stood the Bohemian Club, one of the widest known social organizations in the world. Its membership included many men famous in art, literature, and commerce. Its rooms were decorated with the works of members, many of whose names are known wherever paintings are discussed, and many of them priceless in their associations. Most of these were saved. They were on special exhibition in the Jinks Room of the Bohemian Club, a dozen paintings by old masters, including a Rembrandt, a Diaz, a Murillo, and others, probably worth $100,000. These paintings were lost with the building, which went down in the flames. One of the greatest losses was that of St. Ignatius Church and College at Van Ness Avenue and Hayes Street, the greatest Jesuitical institution in the West, which cost a couple of $1 million. The Merchants Exchange Building, a 12-story structure, 11 of whose floors were occupied as offices by the Southern Pacific Railroad Company, was added to the sum of losses. The fire under control. For 3 long days the terrible fire fiend kept up his work, and the fight went on until late on Friday, when the sweep of the flames was at length checked and the fire brought under control. The principal agent in this victory was dynamite, which was freely used. To its work a separate chapter will be devoted. When at length the area of the conflagration was limited, the wealthiest part of the city lay in embers and ashes, one of the principal localities to escape being Pacific Heights, a mile west from Nobb's Hill, on which stood many costly homes of recent construction. On Friday night the fire that had worked its way from Nobb's Hill to North Beach Street, sweeping that quarter clean of buildings, veered before a fierce wind and made its way southerly to the great sea-wall, with its docks and grain warehouses. The flames reached the tanks of the San Francisco Gas Company, which had previously been pumped out, and on Saturday morning the grain sheds on the waterfront, about a half-mile north of the ferry station, were fiercely burning. But the fire here was confined to a small area, and, with the work of fireboats in the bay and of the firemen on shore who used salt water pumped into their engines, it was prevented from reaching the ferry building and the docks in that vicinity. The buildings on a high slope between Van Ness and Polk Streets, Union and Filbert Streets, were blazing fiercely, fanned by a high wind. But the blocks here were so thinly settled that the fire had little chance of spreading widely from this point. In fact, it was at length practically under control, and the entire western addition of the city west of Van Ness Avenue was safe from the flames. The great struggle was fairly at an end, and the brave force of workers were at length given some respite from their strenuous labors. During the height of the struggle and the days of exhaustion and depression that followed, exaggerated accounts of the losses and of the area swept by the flames were current, some estimate making the extent of the fire 15 square miles out of the total of 25 square miles of the city's area. It was not until Friday, the 27th, that an official survey of the burned district, made by City Surveyor Woodward, was completed, and the total area burned over found to be 2,500 acres, a trifle less than 4 square miles. This, however, embraced the heart of the business section and many of the principal residence streets, much of the saved area being occupied by the dwellings of the poorer people, so that the money loss was immensely greater than the percentage of ground burned over would indicate. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, May. Section 3 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. Edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 3. Fighting the Flames with Dynamite. Shaken by earthquake, swept by flames, the water supply cut off by the breaking of the mains, the authorities of the doomed city for a time stood appalled. What could be done to stay the fierce march of the flames which were sweeping resistlessly over palace and hovel alike, over stately hall and miserable hut? Water was not to be had. What was to take its place? Nothing remained but to meet ruin with ruin, to make a desert in the path of the fire and thus seek to stop its march. They had dynamite, gunpowder, and other explosives, and in the frightful exigency there was nothing else to be used. Only for a brief interval did the authorities yield to the general feeling of helplessness. Then they aroused themselves to the demands of the occasion and prepared to do all in the power of man in the effort to arrest the conflagration. While the soldiers under General Funston took military charge of the city, squads of cavalry and troops of infantry patrolling the streets and guarding the sections that had not yet been touched by the flames, Mayor Schmitz and Chief of Police Dinan sprang into the breach and prepared to make a desperate charge against the platoons of the fire. This was not all that was needed to be done. From the Barbary Coast, as the resort of the vicious and criminal classes was called, hordes of wretches poured out as soon as night fell, seeking to slip through the guards and loot stores and rob the dead in the burning section. Orders were given to the soldiers to kill all who were engaged in such work, and these orders were carried out. An Associated Press reporter saw 3 of these thieves shot and fatally wounded, and doubtless others of them were similarly dealt with elsewhere. A band of firefighters was quickly organized by the mayor and chief of police, and the devoted firemen put themselves in the face of the flames, determined to do their utmost to stay them in their course. Cut off from the use of their accustomed engines and water streams, which might have been effective if brought into play at the beginning of the struggle, there was nothing to work with but the dynamite cartridge and the gunpowder mine, and they set bravely to work to do what they could with these. On every side the roar of explosions could be heard, and the crash of falling walls came to the ear, while people were forced to leave buildings which still stood, but which it was decided must be felled. Frequently a crash of stone and brick, followed by a cloud of dust, gave warning to pedestrians that destruction was going on in the forefront of the flames, and that travel in such localities was unsafe. Fighting the flames. All through the night of Wednesday and the morning of Thursday this work went on, hopelessly but resolutely. During the following day blasts could be heard in different sections at intervals of a few minutes, and buildings not destroyed by fire were blown to atoms. But over the gaps jumped the live flames, and the disheartened firefighters were driven back step by step. But they continued the work with little regard for their own safety and with unflinching desperation. One instance of the peril they ran may be given. Lieutenant Charles O. Pulis, commanding the 24th Company of Light Artillery, had placed a heavy charge of dynamite in a building at 6th and Jesse Streets. For some reason it did not explode, and he returned to relight the fuse, thinking it had become extinguished. While he was in the building the explosion took place, and he received injuries that seemed likely to prove fatal, his skull being fractured and several bones broken, while he was injured internally. In the early morning when the fire reached the municipal building on Portsmouth Square, the nurses, with the aid of soldiers, got out 50 bodies which were in the temporary morgue and a number of patients from the receiving hospital. Just after they reached the street with their gruesome charge a building was blown up, and the flying bricks and splinters came falling upon them. The nurses fortunately escaped harm, but several of the soldiers were hurt and had to be taken with the other patients to the out-of-doors Presidio Hospital. The Southern Pacific Hospital, at 14th and Missouri Streets, was among the buildings destroyed by dynamite, the patients having been removed to places of safety, and the Linda Vista and the Pleasanton, 2 large family hotels on Jones Street, in the better part of the city, were also among those blown up to stay the progress of the conflagration. The struggle against the fire. The fire had continued to creep onward and upward until it reached the summit of Nob Hill, a district of splendid residences, and threatened the handsome Fairmount Hotel, the then headquarters of the municipal council, acting as a committee of public safety. As day broke, the flames seized upon this beautiful structure, and the council was forced to retreat to new quarters. They finally met in the North End Police Station on Sacramento Street, and there entered actively upon their duties of seeking to check the progress of the flames, maintain order in the city, and control and direct the host of fugitives, many of whom, still in a state of semi-panic, were moving helplessly to and fro, and sadly needed wise counsels and a helping hand. The firefighters meanwhile kept up their indefatigable work under the direction of the mayor and the chief of their department. The engines almost from the start had proved useless from lack of water, and were either abandoned or moved to the outlying districts, in the vain hope that the water mains might be repaired in time to permit a final stand against the whirlwind march of the flames. The cloud of despair grew darker still as the report spread that the city's supply of dynamite had given out. "No more dynamite! No more dynamite!" screamed a man as he ran up Ellis Street past the doomed Flood building at 2 o'clock on Friday morning, tears standing in his smoke-smirched eyes. "No more dynamite! Oh, God, no more dynamite! We are lost!" moaned the throng that heard his despairing words. A new supply of explosives. So, at that hour, the supply of the explosive exhausted, and not a dozen streams of water being thrown in the entire fire zone, the stunned firemen and the stupefied people stood helpless with their eyes fixed in despair upon the swiftly creeping flames. Had all been like these, the entire city would have been doomed. But there were those at the head of affairs who never for a moment gave up their resolution. Dynamite and giant powder were to be had in the Presidio military reservation, and a requisition upon the army authorities was made. The loud reverberations as the day advanced and night came on showed that a fresh supply had been obtained, and that a new and determined campaign against the conflagration had been entered upon. Hitherto much of the work had been ignorantly and carelessly done, and by the hasty and premature use of explosives more harm than good had been occasioned. As the fire continued to spread in spite of the heroic work of the fighting corps, the Committee of Safety called a meeting at noon on Friday and decided to blow up all the residences on the east side of Van Ness Avenue, between Golden Gate and Pacific Avenues, a distance of 1 mile. Van Ness Avenue is one of the most fashionable streets of the city and has a width of 125 feet. A fact which led to the idea that a safety line might be made here too broad for the flames to cross. The firemen, therefore, although exhausted from over 24 hours' work and lack of food, determined to make a desperate stand at this point. They declared that should the fire cross Van Ness Avenue and the wind continue its earlier direction toward the west, the destruction of San Francisco would be virtually complete. The district west of Van Ness Avenue and north of McAllister constitutes the finest part of the metropolis. Here are located all of the finer homes of the well-to-do and wealthier classes, and the resolution to destroy them was the last resort of desperation. Hundreds of police, regiments of soldiers, and scores of volunteers were sent into the doomed district to warn the people to flee. They heroically responded to the demand of law and went bravely on their way, leaving their loved homes and trudging painfully over the pavements with the little they could carry away of their treasured possessions. The reply of a grizzled fire engineer standing at O'Farrell Street and Van Ness Avenue, beside a blackened engine, may not have been as terse as that of Hugo's guardsmen at Waterloo, but the pathos of it must have been as great. In answer to the question what they proposed to do, he said, "We are waiting for it to come. When it gets here we will make one more stand. If it crosses Van Ness Avenue, the city is gone." The savers of the city. Yet the work now to be done was much too important to be left to the hands of untrained volunteers. Skilled engineers were needed, men used to the scientific handling of explosives, and it was men of this kind who finally saved what is left today of the city. 3 men saved San Francisco, so far as any San Francisco existed after the fire had worked its will, these 3 constituting the Dynamite squad who faced and defied the demon at Van Ness Avenue. When the burning city seemed doomed and the flames lit the sky farther and farther to the west, Admiral McCalla sent a trio of his most trusted men from Mare Island with orders to check the conflagration at any cost of property. With them they brought 1.5 tons of gun cotton. The terrific power of the explosive was equal to the maniac determination of the fire. Captain McBride was in charge of the squad. Chief Gunner Adamson placed the charges, and the 3rd gunner set them off. Stationing themselves on Van Ness Avenue, which the conflagration was approaching with leaps and bounds from the burning business section of the city, they went systematically to work, and when they had ended a broad open space, occupied only by the dismantled ruins of buildings, remained of what had been a long row of handsome and costly residences, which, with all their treasures of furniture and articles of decoration, had been consigned to hideous ruin. The thunderous detonations, to which the terrified city listened all that dreadful Friday night, meant much to those whose ears were deafened by them. $1 million worth of property, noble residences, and worthless shacks alike, were blown to drifting dust, but that destruction broke the fire and sent the raging flames back over their own charred path. The whole east side of Van Ness Avenue, from the Golden Gate to Greenwich, a distance of 22 blocks, or 1.5 miles, was dynamited a block deep, though most of the structures as yet had stood untouched by spark or cinder. Not one charge failed, not one building stood upon its foundation. Unless some second malicious miracle of nature should reverse the direction of the west wind, by 9 o'clock it was felt that the populous district to the west, blocked with fleeing refugees and unilluminated except by the disastrous glare on the waterfront, was safe. Every pound of gun cotton did its work, and though the ruins burned, it was but feebly. From Golden Gate Avenue north, the fire crossed the wide street in but one place. That was at the Klaus Spreckels place, on the corner of California Street. There the flames were writhing up the walls before the dynamiters could reach the spot. Yet they made their way to the foundations, carrying their explosives despite the furnace-like heat. The charge had to be placed so swiftly and the fuse lit in such a hurry that the explosion was not quite successful from the trained viewpoint of the gunners. But though the walls still stood, it was only an empty victory for the fire, as bare brick and smoking ruins are poor food for flames. Captain McBride's dynamiting squad had realized that a stand was hopeless except on Van Ness Avenue, their decision thus coinciding with that of the authorities. They could have forced their explosives farther in the burning section, but not a pound of gun cotton could be or was wasted. The ruined blocks of the wide thoroughfare formed a trench through the clustered structures that the conflagration, wild as it was, could not leap. Engines pumping brine through Fort Mason from the bay completed the little work that the gun cotton had left, but for 3 days the haggard firemen guarded the flickering ruins. The desolate waste straight through the heart of the city remained a mute witness to the most heroic and effective work of the whole calamity. 3 men did this, and when their work was over and what stood of the city rested quietly for the first time, they departed as modestly as they had come. They were ordered to save San Francisco, and they obeyed orders, and Captain McBride and his 2 gunners made history on that dreadful night. They stayed the march of the conflagration at that critical point, leaving it no channel to spread except along the wharf region, in which its final force was spent. One side of Van Ness Avenue was gone, the other remained, the fire leaping the broad open space only feebly in a few places, where it was easily extinguished. In this connection it is well to put on record an interesting circumstance. This is that there is one place within pistol shot of San Francisco that the earthquake did not touch, that did not lose a chimney or feel a tremor. That spot is Alcatraz Island. Despite the fact that the island is covered with brick buildings, brick forts, and brick chimneys, not a brick was loosened, nor a crack made, nor a quiver felt. When the scientist comes to write, he will have his hands full explaining why Alcatraz did not have any physical knowledge of the event. It was as if New York were to be shaken to its foundation, and Governor's Island, quietly pursuing its military routine, should escape without a qualm. Section 4 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. Edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 4. The Reign of Destruction and Devastation. Rarely, in the whole history of mankind, has a great city been overwhelmed by destruction so suddenly and awfully as was San Francisco. One minute its inhabitants slept in seeming safety and security. Another minute passed, and the whole great city seemed tumbling around them, while sights of terror met the eyes of the awakened multitude and sounds of horror came to their ears. The roar of destruction filled the air as the solid crust of the earth lifted and fell and the rocks rose and sank in billowing waves, like those of the open sea. Not all, it is true, were asleep. There were the corps of night workers, whose duties kept them abroad till day dawns. There were those whose work calls them from their homes in the early morn. People of this kind were in the streets and saw the advent of the reign of devastation in its full extent. From the story of one of these, P. Barrett, an editor on the Examiner, we select a thrilling account of his experience on that morning of awe. An editor's narrative. I have seen this whole great horror. I stood with two other members of the Examiner's staff on the corner of Market Street, waiting for a car. Newspaper duties had kept us working until 5 o'clock in the morning. Sunlight was coming out of the early morning mist. It spread its brightness on the roofs of the skyscrapers, on the domes and spires of churches, and blazed along up the wide street with its countless banks and stores, its restaurants and cafes. In the early morning the city was almost noiseless. Occasionally a newspaper wagon clattered up the street, or a milk wagon rumbled along. One of my companions had told a funny story. We were laughing at it. We stopped, the laugh unfinished on our lips. Of a sudden we had found ourselves staggering and reeling. It was as if the earth was slipping gently from under our feet. Then came a sickening swaying of the earth that threw us flat upon our faces. We struggled in the street. We could not get on our feet. I looked in a dazed fashion around me. I saw for an instant the big buildings in what looked like a crazy dance. Then it seemed as though my head were split with the roar that crashed into my ears. Big buildings were crumbling as one might crush a biscuit in one's hand. Great gray clouds of dust shot up with flying timbers, and storms of masonry rained into the street. Wild, high jangles of smashing glass cut a sharp note into the frightful roaring. Ahead of me a great cornice crushed a man as if he were a maggot. A laborer in overalls on his way to the Union Iron Works, with a dinner pail on his arm. Everywhere men were on all fours in the street, like crawling bugs. Still the sickening, dreadful swaying of the earth continued. It seemed a quarter of an hour before it stopped. As a matter of fact, it lasted about 3 minutes. Footing grew firm again, but hardly were we on our feet before we were sent reeling again by repeated shocks, but they were milder, clinging to something one could stand. The dust clouds were gone. It was quite dark, like twilight, but I saw trolley tracks uprooted, twisted fantastically. I saw wide wounds in the street. Water flooded out of one. A deadly odor of gas from a broken main swept out of the other. Telegraph poles were rocked like matches. A wild tangle of wires was in the street. Some of the wires wriggled and shot blue sparks. From the south of us, faint but all too clear, came a horrible chorus of human cries of agony. Down there in a ramshackle section of the city, the wretched houses had fallen in upon sleeping families. Down there throughout the day a fire burned, the great part of whose fuel it is too gruesome a thing to contemplate. That was what came next, the fire. It shot up everywhere. The fierce wave of destruction had carried a flaming torch with it. Agony, death, and a flaming torch. It was just as if some fire demon was rushing from place to place with such a torch. Wreck and ruin. The magnitude of the calamity became fully apparent after the sun had risen and began to shine warmly and brightly from the east over the ruined city. Old Sol, who had risen and looked down upon this city for thousands of times, had never before seen such a spectacle as that of this fateful morning. Where once rose noble buildings were now seen to be cracked and tottering walls, fallen chimneys, here and there fallen heaps of brick and mortar, and out of and above all the red light of the mounting flames. From the middle of the city's greatest thoroughfare, ruin, only ruin, was to be seen on all sides. To the south, in hundreds of blocks, hardly a building had escaped unscathed. The cracked walls of the new post office showed the rending power of the earthquake. A part of the splendid and costly city hall collapsed, the roof falling to the courtyard and the smaller towers tumbling down. Some of the wharves, laden with goods of every sort, slid into the bay. With them went thousands of tons of coal. On the harbor front the earth sank from 6 to 8 inches, and great cracks opened in the streets. San Francisco's famous Chinatown, the greatest settlement of the Celestials on this continent, went down like a house of cards. When the earthquake had passed, this den of squalor and infamy was no more. The Chinese theaters and joss houses tumbled into ruins. Rookery after rookery collapsed, and hundreds of their inhabitants were buried alive. Panic reigned supreme among the fugitives, who filled the streets in frightened multitudes, dragging from the wreck whatever they could save of their treasured possessions. Much the same was the case with the Japanese quarter, which fire quickly invaded, the people fleeing in terror, carrying on their backs what few of their household effects they were able to rescue. As for the people of Chinatown, however, no one knows or will ever know the extent of the dread fate that overcame them, for no one knows the secrets of that dark abode of infamy and crime, whose inhabitants burrowed underground like so many ants, and hid their secrets deep in the earth. The ruin of Chinatown. W. W. Overton, of Los Angeles, thus describes the Chinatown dens and the revelations made by the earthquake and the flames. Strange is the scene where San Francisco's Chinatown stood. No heap of smoking ruins marks the site of the wooden warrens where the Orientals dwelt in thousands. Only a cavern remains, pitted with deep holes and lined with dark passageways, from whose depths come smoke wreaths. White men never knew the depth of Chinatown's underground city. Many had gone beneath the street level 2 and 3 stories, but now that the place had been unmasked, men may see where its inner secrets lay. In places one can see passages 100 feet deep. The fire swept this Mongolian quarter clean. It left no shred of the painted wooden fabric. It ate down to the bare ground, and this lies stark, for the breezes have taken away the light ashes. Joss houses and mission schools, groceries and opium dens, gambling resorts and theaters, all of them went. These buildings blazed up like tissue paper. From this place I saw hundreds of crazed yellow men flee. In their arms they bore opium pipes, money bags, silks, and children. Beside them ran the trousered women, and some hobbled painfully. These were the men and women of the surface. Far beneath the street levels in those cellars and passageways were other lives. Women who never saw the day from their darkened prisons, and their blinking jailers were caught and eaten by the flames. Devastation spread widely on all sides, ruining the homes of the rich as well as of the poor, of Americans as well as of Europeans and Asiatics, the marts of trade, the haunts of pleasure, the realms of science and art, the resorts of thousands of the gay population of the Golden State Metropolis. To attempt to tell the whole story of destruction and ruin would be to describe all for which San Francisco stood. Science suffered in the loss of the San Francisco Academy of Sciences, which was destroyed with its invaluable contents. This building, erected 15 years ago at a cost of $500,000, was a 7-story building with a rich collection of objects of science. Much of the Academy's contents can never be replaced. It represented the work of many years. There was a rare collection of Pacific seabirds which was the most valuable of its kind in the world. In fact, the entire collection of birds ranked very high was visited by ornithologists from every country and was the pride of the city. The Academy was founded in 1850. James Lick, the same man who endowed the Lick Observatory, giving it $1 million, so it was on a prosperous footing. It will take many years of active labor to replace the losses of an hour or two of the reign of fire in this institution, while much that it held is gone beyond restoration. Loss to art and science. Art suffered as severely as science, the valuable collections in private and public buildings being nearly all destroyed. We have spoken of the rare paintings burned in the Bohemian Club building. The collections on Nobbs Hill suffered as severely. When the mansions here, the Fairmount Hotel and Mark Hopkins Institute, were approached by the flames, many attempts were made to remove some of the priceless works of art from the buildings. A crowd of soldiers was sent to the Flood and the Huntington mansions and the Hopkins Institute to rescue the paintings. From the Huntington home and the Flood mansion, canvases were cut from the framework with knives. The collection in the 3 buildings, valued in the hundreds of thousands, was in great part destroyed, few being saved from the ravages of the fire. The destruction of the libraries, with their valuable collections of books, was also a very serious loss to the city and its people. Of these there were 9 of some prominence. The Sutro Library containing many rare books among its 200,000 volumes, while that of the Mechanics Institute possessed property valued at $2 million. The public library occupied a part of the City Hall, the new building proposed by the city, with the aid to the extent of $750,000 by Andrew Carnegie, being fortunately still in embryo. In the burning of the banks the losses were limited to the buildings, their money and other valuables being securely locked in fireproof vaults. But these became so heated by the flames that it was necessary to leave them to a gradual cooling for days, during which their treasures were unavailable, and those with deposits, small or large, were obliged to depend on the benevolence of the nation for food, such wealth as was left to them being locked up beyond their reach. It was the same with the United States sub-treasury, which was entirely destroyed by fire, its vaults, which contained all the cash on hand, being alone preserved. Guards were put over these to protect their contents against possible loss by theft. One serious effect of the conflagration was the general disorganization of the telegraph system. News items were sent over the wires, but private messages inquiring about missing friends for days failed to reach the parties concerned or to bring any return. That the world received news of the San Francisco disaster during the dread day after the earthquake is due in part to the courage of the telegraph operators, who stuck to their posts and continued to send news and other messages in spite of great personal danger. The operators and officials of the Postal Telegraph Company remained in the main office of the company, at the corner of Market and Montgomery Streets, opposite the Palace Hotel, until they were ordered out of it because of the danger of the dynamite explosions in the immediate vicinity. The men proceeded to Oakland, across the bay, and took possession of the office there. That night the company operated 7 wires from Oakland, all messages from the city being taken across the bay in boats. As the days passed on, the service gradually improved, but a week or more passed away before the general service of the company became satisfactory. The danger from thirst. Such news as came from the city was full of tales of horror. For a number of days one of the chief sources of trouble was from thirst. Although the earthquake shocks had broken water mains in probably hundreds of places, strange to say, no water, or very little at least, appeared on the surface of the ground. Public fountains on Market Street gave out no relief to the thirsty thousands. At Powell and Market Streets a small stream of water spurted up through the cobblestones and formed a muddy pool, at which the thirsty were glad enough to drink. The soldiers, disregarding the order not to let people move about, permitted bucket brigades to go forth and bring back water to relieve the women and the crying children. To reach the water it was necessary sometimes to go a mile to one of the 4 reservoirs which top the hills. Here is a story told by one observer of the incidents in the city during the fire. I talked to one man who slept in Alta Plaza. The fire was going on in the district south of them, and at intervals all night exhausted firefighters made their way to the plaza and dropped, with the breath out of them, among the huddled people and the bundles of household goods. The soldiers, who are administering affairs with all the justice of judges and all the devotion of heroes, kept 3 or 4 buckets of water, even from the women, for these men, who kept coming all night long. There was a little food, also kept by the soldiers for these emergencies, and the sergeant had in his charge 1 precious bottle of whiskey, from which he doled out drinks to those who were utterly exhausted. Over in a corner of the plaza a band of men and women were praying, and one fanatic, driven crazy by horror, was crying out at the top of his voice, "The Lord sent it! The Lord!" His hysterical crying got in the nerves of the soldiers and bade fair to start a panic among the women and children, so the sergeant went over and stopped it by force. All night they huddled together in this hell, with the fire making it bright as day on all sides, and in the morning the soldiers, using their sense again, commandeered a supply of bread from a bakery, sent out another water squad, and fed the refugees with a semblance of breakfast. There was one woman in the crowd who had been separated from her husband in a rush of the smoke and did not know whether he was living. The women attended to her all night, and in the morning the soldiers passed her through the lines in her search. A few Chinese made their way into the crowd. They were trembling, pitifully scared, and willing to stop wherever the soldiers placed them. This is only a glimpse of the horrible night in the parks and open places. We learn here that many of the well-to-do people in the upper residence district have gathered in the strangers from the highways and byways and given them shelter and comfort for the night in their living rooms and drawing rooms. Shelter seems to have come more easily than food. Not an ounce of supplies, of course, has come in for 2 days, and most of the permanent stores are in the hands of the soldiers, who dole them out to all comers alike. But the hungry cannot always find the military stores, and the news has not gotten out, since there are no newspapers and no regular means of communication. An Italian tells me that he was taken in by a family living in a 3-story house in the fashionable Pacific Avenue. There were 20 refugees who passed the night in the drawing room of that house, whose mistress took down hangings to make them comfortable. In the morning, all the food that was left over in that home of wealth was enough flour and baking powder to shake together a breakfast for the refugees. They were hardly ready to leave that house when the fire came their way, and the people of the house, together with the refugees, who included 2 Chinese, made their way to the open ground of the Presidio. With them streamed a procession of folks carrying valuables in bundles. There came out, too, tales of both heroism and crime. The firemen had been at it for 36 hours under such conditions as firemen never before faced, and they do little more than give directions, while the volunteers, thousands of young Western men, who have remained to see it through, do the work. The troops have all that they can do to handle the crowds in the streets and prevent panics. The work of dynamiting, tearing down and rescuing is in the hands of the volunteers. This morning an eddy of flame from the edge of the burning wholesale district ran up the slope of Russian Hill, the highest eminence in the city. All along the edge of that hill and up the slopes are little frame houses which hold Italians and Mexicans. A corps of volunteer aides ran along the edge of the fire warning people out of the houses, but the flames came too fast, and 3 women were caught in the upper story of an old frame house. A young man tore a rail from a fence, managed to climb it, and reached the window. He bundled one woman out and slid her down the rail. Then the roof caught fire. He seized another woman and managed to drop her on the rail, down which she slid without hurting herself a great deal. But the roof fell while he was struggling with another woman, and they fell together into the flames. There must have been hundreds of such heroisms and dozens of such catastrophes. We are so drunken and dulled by horror that we take such stories calmly now. We are saturated. How looting was hindered. One thing to be strictly guarded against in those days of destruction was the outbreak of lawlessness. A city as large as San Francisco is sure to hold a large number of the brigands of civilization, a horde who need to be kept under strict discipline at all times, and especially when calamity lets down for the time being the bars of law, at which time many of the usually law-abiding would join their ranks if any license were allowed. The authorities made haste to guard against this and certain other dangers, Mayor Schmitz issuing on Wednesday the following proclamation: "The federal troops, the members of the regular police force, and special police officers have been authorized to kill any and all persons engaged in looting, or in the commission of any other crime. I have directed all the gas and electric lighting companies not to turn on gas or electricity until I order them to do so. You may therefore expect the city to remain in darkness for an indefinite time. I request all citizens to remain at home from darkness until daylight every night until order is restored. I warn all citizens of the dangers of fire from damaged or destroyed chimneys, broken or leaking gas pipes or fixtures, or any like causes." He also ordered that no lights should be used in the houses and no fires built in the houses until the chimneys had been inspected and repaired. There was need of vigilance in this direction, for the vandals were quickly at work. Routed out from their dens along the wharves, the rats of the waterfront, the drifters on the back eddy of civilization, crawled out intent on plunder. Early in the day a policeman caught one of these men creeping through the window of a small bank on Montgomery Street and shot him dead. But the police were kept too busy at other necessary duties to devote much time to these wretches, and for a time many of them plundered at will, though some of them met with quick and sure retribution. Stories by sightseers. One onlooker says, Were it not for the fact that the soldiers in charge of the city do not hesitate in shooting down the ghouls, the lawless element would predominate. Not alone do the soldiers execute the law. On Wednesday afternoon, in front of the Palace Hotel, a crowd of workers in the mines discovered a miscreant in the act of robbing a corpse of its jewels. Without delay he was seized, a rope obtained, and he was strung up to a beam that was left standing in the ruined entrance of the hotel. No sooner had he been hoisted up and a hitch taken in the rope than one of his fellow criminals was captured. Stopping only to obtain a few yards of hemp, a knot was quickly tied, and the wretch was soon adorning the hotel entrance by the side of the other dastard. These are the only 2 instances I saw, but I heard of many that were seen by others. The soldiers do all they can, and while the unspeakable crime of robbing the dead is undoubtedly being practiced, it would be many times as prevalent were it not for the constant vigilance on all sides, as well as the summary justice. Another observer tells of an instance of the summary justice that came under his eyes. At the corner of Market and 3rd Streets on Wednesday I saw a man attempting to cut the fingers from the hand of a dead woman in order to secure the rings which adorned the stiffened fingers. 3 soldiers witnessed the deed at the same time and ordered the man to throw up his hands. Instead of obeying the command, he drew a revolver from his pocket and began to fire at his pursuer without warning. The 3 soldiers, reinforced by half a dozen uniformed patrolmen, raised their rifles to their shoulders and fired. With the first shots the man fell, and when the soldiers went to the body to dump it into an alley, 9 bullets were found to have entered it. The warning this severity gave was accentuated in one instance in a most effective manner. On a pile of bricks, stones, and rubbish was thrown the body of a man shot through the heart, and on his chest was pinned this placard: "Take warning." Those of the ghouls who saw this were likely to desist from their detestable work, unless they valued spoils more than life. Willie Ames, a Salt Lake City man, tells of the kind of justice done to thieves, as it came under his observation. "I saw man after man shot down by the troops. Most of these were ghouls. One man made the trooper believe that one of the dead bodies lying on a pile of rocks was his mother, and he was permitted to go up to the body. Apparently overcome by grief, he threw himself across the corpse. In another instant the soldiers discovered that he was chewing the diamond earrings from the ears of the dead woman. 'Here is where you get what is coming to you,' said one of the soldiers, and with that he put a bullet through the ghoul. The diamonds were found in the man's mouth afterwards. Others were shot to save them from the horror of being burned alive. Max Fast, a garment worker, tells of such an instance. He says, "When the fire caught the Windsor Hotel at 5th and Market Streets, there were 3 men on the roof, and it was impossible to get them down. Rather than see the crazed men fall in with the roof and be roasted alive, the military officer directed his men to shoot them, which they did in the presence of 5,000 people." He further states, "At Jefferson Square I saw a fatal clash between the military and the police. A policeman ordered a soldier to take up a dead body to put it in the wagon, and the soldier ordered the policeman to do it. Words followed, and the soldier shot the policeman dead." Among the many stories of this character on record is that of a concerted effort to break into and rob the Mint, which led to the death of 14 men, who were shot down by the guard in charge. They had disregarded the command of the officer in charge to desist. They had disobeyed, and the death of nearly the whole of them followed. Death for slight offense. As may well be imagined, the privilege given to fire at will was very likely to lead to examples of unjustifiable haste in the use of the rifle. Such haste is not charged against the United States troops, but the militia and volunteer guards showed less judgment in the use of their weapons. Thus we are told that one man was shot for the minor offense of washing his hands in drinking water, which had been brought with great trouble for the thirsty people gathered in Columbia Park. It is also said that a bank clerk, searching the ruins of his bank under orders, was killed by a soldier who thought he was looting. More than one seems to have been shot as looters for entering their own homes. Among the reports, there is one that 2 men were shot through the windows of their houses because they disobeyed the general orders and lit candles, and one woman because she lighted a fire in her cook stove. Yet, if such unwarranted acts existed, there were others better deserved. It is said that 3 men were lined up and shot before 10,000 people. One was caught taking the rings from a woman who had fainted. Another had stolen a piece of bread from a hungry child, and the third, little more than a boy, was found in the act of robbing tents. One thief who escaped the bullet richly deserved it. He came upon a Miss Logan when lying unconscious on the floor of the St. Francis Hotel after the earthquake, and, rather than take the time to wrench some valuable rings from her hand, cut off the finger bearing them, and left her to the horrors of the coming fire. The climax in the too free use of the rifle came on the 23rd, when Major H.C. Tilden, a prominent member of the General Relief Committee, was shot and killed in his automobile by members of the Citizens Patrol. 2 others in the car were struck by bullets. The automobile had been used as an ambulance, and the Red Cross flag was displayed on it. The excuse of the shooters was that they did not see the flag and that the car did not stop when challenged. This act led to an order forbidding the carrying of firearms by the citizens' committees and to stricter regulation of the soldiers in the use of their weapons. Later on, looting took a new form different from that at first shown and was practiced by a different class of people. These were the sightseers, many of them people of prominence, who entered upon a crusade of relic hunting in Chinatown, gathering and carrying off from the ashes of this quarter valuable pieces of chinaware, bronze ornaments, etc. It became necessary to put a stop to this, and on April 30th, 4 militiamen were arrested while digging in the ruins of the Chinese bazaars, and others were frightened away by shots fired over their heads. A strong military line was then drawn around the district, and this last resource of the looter came to an end. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas. Section 5 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 5. The Panic Flight of a Homeless Host. The scene that was visible in the streets of San Francisco on that dread Wednesday morning was one to make the strongest shudder with horror. Those 3 minutes of devastating earth tremors were moments never to be forgotten. In such a time it is the human instinct to get into the open air, and the people stumbled from their heaving and quivering houses to find even the solid earth was swaying and rising and falling, so that here and there great rents opened in the streets. To the panic-stricken people the minutes that followed seemed years of terror. Doubtless some among them died of sheer fright, and more went mad with terror. There was a roar in the air like a burst of thunder, and from all directions came the crash of falling walls. They would run forward, then stop, as another shock seemed to take the earth from under their feet, and many of them flung themselves face downward on the ground in an agony of fear. 2 or 3 minutes seemed to pass before the fugitives found their voices. Then the screams of women and the wild cries of men rent the air, and with one impulse the terror-stricken host fled toward the parks, to get themselves as far as possible from the tottering and falling walls. These speedily became packed with people, most of them in the night clothes in which they had leaped or been flung from their beds, screaming and moaning at the little shocks that at intervals followed the great one. The dawn was just breaking. The gas and electric mains were gone, and the street lamps were all out. The sky was growing white in the east, but before the sun could fling his early rays from the horizon there came another light, a lurid and threatening one, that of the flames that had begun to rise in the warehouse district. The braver men and those without families to watch over set out for this endangered region, half-dressed as they were. In the early morning light they could see the business district below them, many of the buildings in ruins and the flames showing redly in 5 or 6 places. Through the streets came the fire engines, called from the outlying districts by a general alarm. The firemen were not yet aware that no water was to be had. The panic in the slums. On Portsmouth Square the panic was indescribable. This old tree plaza, about which the early city was built, is now in the center of Chinatown, of the Italian district, and of the Barbary Coast, the tenderloin of the western metropolis. It is the chief slum district of the city. The tremor here ran up the Chinatown hill and shook down part of the crazy buildings on its southern edge. It brought ruin also to some of the Italian tenements. Portsmouth Square became the refuge of the terrified inhabitants. Out from their underground burrows like so many rats fled the Chinese, trembling in terror into the square, and seeking by beating gongs and other noise-making instruments to scare off the underground demons. Into the square from the other side came the Italian refugees. The panic became a madness. Knives were drawn in the insanity of the moment, and 2 Chinamen were taken to the morgue, stabbed to death for no other reason than pure madness. Here on one side dwelt 20,000 Chinese, and on the other thousands of Italians, Spaniards, and Mexicans, while close at hand lived the riff-raff of the Barbary Coast. Seemingly the whole of these rushed for that one square of open ground, the 2 streams meeting in the center of the square and heaping up on its edges. There they squabbled and fought in the madness of panic and despair, as so many mad wolves might have fought when caught in the red whirl of a prairie fire, until the soldiers broke in and at bayonet's point brought some semblance of order out of the confusion of panic terror. This scene in Portsmouth Square but illustrated the madness of fear everywhere prevailing. On every side thousands were fleeing from the roaring furnace that minute by minute seemed to extend its boundaries. The flight for safety. In the awful scramble for safety, the half-crazed survivors disregarded everything but the thought of themselves and their property. In every excavation and hole throughout the North Beach householders buried household effects, throwing them into ditches and covering the holes. Attempts were made to mark the graves of the property so that it could be recovered after the flames were appeased. The streets were filled with struggling people, some crying and weeping and calling for missing loved ones. Crowding the sidewalks were thousands of householders attempting to drag some of their effects to places of safety. In some instances men with ropes were dragging trunks, tandem style, while others had sewing machines strapped to the trunks. Again women were rushing for the hills, carrying on their arms only the family cat or a bird cage. There were 2 ideas in the minds of the fugitives, and in many cases these 2 only. One of these was to escape to the open ground of Golden Gate Park and the Presidio Reservation. The other was to reach the ferry and make their way out of the seemingly doomed city. At the ferry building a crowd numbering thousands gathered, begging for food and transportation across the bay. Hundreds had not even the 10 cents fare to Oakland. Most of the refugees at this point were Chinamen and Italians, who had fled from their burned tenements with little or no personal property. Residents of the hillsides in the central portion of the city seemingly were safe from the inferno of flames that was consuming the business section. They watched the towering mounds of flames, and speculated as to the extent of the territory that was doomed. Suddenly there was a whispered alarm up and down the long line of watchers, and they hurried away to drag clothing, cooking utensils, and scant provisions through the streets. From Grant Avenue the procession moved westward. Men and women dragged trunks, packed huge bundles of blankets, boxes of provisions, everything. Wagons could not be hired except by paying the most extortionate rates. "Thank Heaven for the open space of the Presidio and for Golden Gate Park," was the unspoken thank-offering of many hearts. The great park, with its thousands of more acres of area, extending from the thinly populated part of the city across the sand dunes to the Pacific, seemed in that awful hour a God-given place of refuge. Near it and extending to the Golden Gate Channel is the Presidio Military Reservation, containing 1,480 acres, and with only a few houses on its broad extent. Here also was a place of safety, provided that the forests, which form a part of its area, did not burn. The exodus from the burning city. To these open spaces, to the suburbs, in every available direction, the fugitives streamed. In thousands, in tens of thousands, finally in hundreds of thousands. Safety from those towering flames, from the tottering walls of their dwellings, from a possible return of the earthquake, their one overmastering thought. There were many persons with scanty clothing, women in underskirts and thin waists, and men in shirt sleeves. Many women carried children, while others wheeled baby carriages. It was a strange and weird procession that kept up unceasingly all that dreadful day and through the night that followed, as the all-conquering flames spread the area of terror. At intervals news came of what was doing behind the smoke cloud. The area of the flames spread all night. People who had decided that their houses were outside of the dangerous area, and had decided to pass the night, even after the terrible experience of the shake-up, under their roofs, hourly gave up the idea and struggled to the parks. There they lay in blankets, their choicest valuables by their sides, and the soldiers kept watch and order. Many lay on the bare grass of the park, with nothing between them and the chill night air. Fortunately, the weather was clear and mild. But among those who lay under the open sky were men and women who were delicately reared, accustomed all their lives to luxurious surroundings, and these must have suffered severely during that night of terror. The fire was going on in the district south of them, and at intervals all night exhausted firefighters made their way to the plaza and dropped, with the breath out of them, among the huddled people and the bundles of household goods. The soldiers, who were administering affairs with all the justice of judges and all the devotion of heroes, kept 3 or 4 buckets of water, even from the women, for these men, who continued to come all the night long. There was a little food, also kept by the soldiers for these emergencies, and the sergeant had in his charge 1 precious bottle of whiskey, from which he doled out drinks to those who were utterly exhausted. But there was no panic. The people were calm, stunned. They did not seem to realize the extent of the calamity. They heard that the city was being destroyed. They told each other in the most natural tone that their residences were destroyed by the flames, but there was no hysteria, no outcry, no criticism. The trip to the hills and to the waterfront was one of terrible hardship. Famishing women and children and exhausted men were compelled to walk 7 miles around the north shore in order to avoid the flames and reach the ferries. Many dropped to the street under the weight of their loads, and willing fathers and husbands, their strength almost gone, strove to pick up and urge them forward again. In the panic many mad things were done. Even soldiers were obliged in many instances to prevent men and women, made insane from the misfortune that had engulfed them, from rushing into doomed buildings in the hope of saving valuables from the ruins. In nearly every instance such action resulted in death to those who tried it. At Larkin and Sutter Streets, 2 men and a woman broke from the police and rushed into a burning apartment house, never to reappear. The rush to the parks and the dunes was followed in the days that followed by as wild a rush to the ferries, due to the mad desire to escape anywhere, in any way, from the burning city. The wild rush to the ferries. At the ferry station on Wednesday night there was much confusion. Mingled in an inextricable mass were people of every race and class on earth. A common misfortune and hunger obliterated all distinctions. Chinese, lying on pallets of rags, slept near exhausted white women with babies in their arms. Bedding, household furniture of every description, pet animals and trinkets, and luggage and packages of every sort packed almost every foot of space near the ferry building. Men spread bedding on the pavement and calmly slept the sleep of exhaustion, while all around a bedlam of confusion reigned. Many of those who sought the ferry on that fatal Wednesday met a solid wall of flames extending for squares in length and utterly impassable. In their half-insane eagerness to escape, some of them would have rushed into fatal danger but for the soldiers, who guarded the fire line and forced them back. Only those reached the ferry who had come in precedence of the flames, or who made a long detour to reach that avenue of flight. When the news came to the camps of refugees that it was safe to cross the burned area, a procession began from the Golden Gate Park across the city and down Market Street, the thoroughfare which had long been the pride of the citizens, and a second from the Presidio, along the curving shoreline of the North Bay, thence southward along the waterfront. Throughout these routes, 8 miles long, a continuous flow of humanity dragged its weary way all day and far into the night amidst hundreds of vehicles, from the clumsy garbage cart to the modern automobile. Almost every person and every vehicle carried luggage. Drivers of vehicles were disregardful of these exhausted, hungry refugees, and drove straight through the crowd. So dazed and deadened to all feeling were some of them that they were bumped aside by carriage wheels or bumped out of the way by persons. Scenes of humor and pathos. As already stated, the scene had its humorous as well as its pathetic side, and various amusing stories are told by those who were in a frame of mind to notice ludicrous incidents in the horrors of the situation. 2 racetrack men met in the drive. "Hello, Bill, where are you living now?" asked one. "You see that tree over there? That big one?" said Bill. "Well, you climb that. My room is on the 3rd branch to the left." And they went away laughing. Another observer tells these incidents of the flight. "I saw one big fat man calmly walking up Market Street, carrying a huge bird cage, and the cage was empty. He seemed to enjoy looking at the wrecked buildings. Another man was leading a huge Newfoundland dog and carrying a kitten in his arms. He kept talking to the kitten. On Fell Street I noticed an old woman, half-dressed, pushing a sewing machine up the hill. A drawer fell out, and she stopped to gather the fallen spools. Poor little seamstress, it was now her all. A more amusing instance of the spirit of saving is that told by another narrator, who says that he saw a lone woman patiently pushing an upright piano along the pavement a few inches at a time. Evidently in this case, too, it was the poor soul's one great treasure on earth. He also tells of a guest berating the proprietor of a hotel, a few minutes after the shock, because he had not obeyed orders to call him at 5 o'clock. He vowed he would never stop at that house again. A vow he might well keep, as the house is no more. In one room where 2 girls were dressing, the floor gave way and one of them disappeared. "Where are you, Mary?" screamed her companion. "Oh, I'm in the parlor," said Mary calmly, as she wriggled out of the mass of plaster and mortar below. At the handsome residence of Rudolph Spreckels, the wealthy financier, the lawn was riven from end to end in great gashes, while the ornamental Italian rail leading to the imposing entrance was a battered heap. But the family, with a philosophy notable for the occasion, calmly set up housekeeping on the sidewalk, the women seated in armchairs taken from the mansion and wrapped in rugs and coverlets. The silver breakfast service was laid out on the stone coping, and their morning meal spread out on the sidewalk. This scene was repeated at other houses of the wealthy, the families too fearful of another shock to venture within doors. Another story of much interest in this connection is told. On Friday afternoon, 2 days and some hours after the scene just narrated, Mrs. Rudolph Spreckels presented her husband with an heir on the lawn in front of their mansion, while the family were awaiting the coming of the dynamite squad to blow up their magnificent residence. An Irishwoman, who had been called in to play the part of midwife at a birth elsewhere on Saturday, made a pertinent comment after the wee one's eyes were opened to the walls of its tent home. "God sends earthquakes and babies," she said, "but he might, in his mercy, cut out sending them both together." There were many pathetic incidents. Families had been sadly separated in the confusion of the flight. Husbands had lost their wives, wives had lost their husbands, and anxious mothers sought some word of their children. The stories were very much the same. One pretty-looking woman in an expensive tailor-made costume, badly torn, had lost her little girl. "I don't think anything has happened to her," she said, hopefully. "She is almost 11 years old, and someone will be sure to take her in and care for her. I only want to know where she is. That is all I care about now." A well-known young lady of good social position, when asked where she had spent the night, replied, "On a grave." "I thank God, I thank Uncle Sam and the people of this nation," said a woman, clad in a red woolen wrapper, seated in front of a tent at the Presidio, nursing one child and feeding 3 others from a board propped on 2 bricks. "We have lost our home and all we had, but we have never been hungry nor without shelter." The spirit of '49 was vital in many of the refugees. One man wanted to know whether the fire had reached his home. He was informed that there was not a house standing in that section of the city. He shrugged his shoulders and whistled. "There's lots of others in the same boat," as he turned away. "Going to build?" repeated one man, who had lost family and home inside of 2 hours. "Of course I am. They tell me that the money in the banks is still all right, and I have some insurance. 15 years ago I began with these," showing his hands, "and I guess I'm game to do it over again. Build again, well, I wonder." Among the many pathetic incidents of the disaster was that of a woman who sat at the foot of Van Ness Avenue on the hot sands on the hillside overlooking the bay east of Fort Mason, with 4 little children, the youngest a girl of 3, the eldest a boy of 10 years. They were destitute of water, food, and money. The woman had fled, with her children, from a home in flames in the Mission Street district, and tramped to the bay in the hope of sighting the ship which she said was about due, of which her husband was the captain. "He would know me anywhere," she said, and she would not move, although a young fellow gallantly offered his tent back on a vacant lot in which to shelter her children. The Golden Gate Camp. In the Golden Gate Park there was the most woefully grotesque camp of sufferers imaginable. There was no caste, no distinction of rich and poor. Social lines had been obliterated by the common misfortune, and the late owners of property and wealth were glad to camp by the side of the day laborer. As for shelter, there were a few army tents and some others which afforded a fair degree of comfort, but 9 out of 10 are the poorest suggestions of tents made out of bedclothes, rugs, raincoats, and in some cases of lace curtains. None of the tents or huts has a floor, and it is impossible to see how a large number of women and children can escape the most disastrous physical effects. The unspeakable chaos that prevailed was apparent in no way more than in the system, or lack of system, of registration and location. At the entrance to Golden Gate Park stands a billboard, 20 feet high and 100 feet long. Originally it bore the praises of somebody's beer. Covering this billboard, to a height of 10 or 12 feet, were slips of paper, business cards, letterheads, and other notices, addressed to "those interested," friends and relatives, or to some individual, telling of the whereabouts of refugees. One notice read, "Mrs. Rogers will find her husband in Isidora Park, Oakland. W. H. Rogers." Another style was this: "Sue, Harry, and Will Sollenberger, all safe. Call at number 250 27th Avenue." There were thousands of these dramatic notices on this billboard, and one larger than the others read, "Death notices can be left here. Get as many as possible." Another method of finding friends and relatives was by printing notices on vehicles. On the side curtains of a buggy being driven to Golden Gate Park was the following sign: "I am looking for I. E. Hall." That searchers for lost ones might have the least trouble, all the tents, here known as camps, were tagged with the names or numbers. For instance, one tent of bedquilts carried this sign: "Number 40, Bush Street Camp." Most of the tents were merely named for the family name of the occupants, the former street's number usually being given. But these tent tags told a wonderful story of human nature. A small army tent bore the name Camp Thankful. The one next to it was placarded Camp Glory, and a few feet further on an Irishman had posted the sign Camp Hell. The cooking was all done on a dozen bricks for a stove, with such utensils as may usually be picked up in the ordinary residential alley. But in all of the camps the badge of the eternal feminine was to be found in the form of small pieces of broken mirrors or hand mirrors fastened to trees or tent walls, in some cases the polished bottom of a tomato can serving the purposes of the feminine toilet. One woman, in whose improvised tent screeched a parrot, sat ministering to the wounds of the other family pet, a badly singed cat. The number of canaries, parrots, dogs, and cats was one of the amusing features of the disaster. Among the interesting and thrilling incidents of the disaster is that connected with the telegraph service. For many hours virtually all the news from San Francisco came over the wires of the Postal Telegraph Company. The Postal has about 15 wires running into San Francisco. They go under the bay in cables from Oakland, and thence run underground for several blocks down Market Street to the Postal Building. About 40 operators are employed to handle the business, but evidently there was only about one on duty when the earthquake began. What became of him nobody knows, but he seems to have sent the first word of the disaster. It came over the postal wires about 9 o'clock, just when the day's business had started in the east. It will long be preserved in the records of the company. This was the dispatch. There was an earthquake hit us at 5:13 this morning, wrecking several buildings and wrecking our offices. They are carting the dead from the fallen buildings. Fire all over town. There is no water and we lost our power. I'm going to get out of office, as we have had a little shake every few minutes, and it's me for the simple life. R. San Francisco, 5:50 a.m. Mr. R. evidently got out, for there was nothing doing for a brief interval after that. The operator in the east pounded and pounded at his key, but San Francisco was silent. The postal people were wondering if it was all the dream of some crazy operator or a calamity, when the wire woke up again. It was the superintendent of the San Francisco force this time. "We're on the job and are going to try and stick," was the way the first message came from him. This was what came over the wire a little later. "Terrific earthquake occurred here at 5:13 this morning. A number of people were killed in the city. None of the postal people were killed. They are now carting the dead from the fallen buildings. There are many fires, with no one to fight them. Postal building roof wrecked, but not entire building." The fire got nearer and nearer to the postal building. All of the water mains had been destroyed around the building, the operators said, and there was no hope if the fire came on. They also said that they could hear the sounds of dynamite blowing up buildings. All this time the operators were sticking to their posts and sending and receiving all the business the wires could stand. At 12:45 the wire began to click again with a message for the little group of waiting officials. This message came in jerks. "Fire still coming up Market Street. It's 1 block from the post office now. Back of the Palace Hotel is a furnace. I am afraid that the Grand Hotel and the Palace Hotel will get it soon. The Southern Pacific offices on California Street are safe, so far, but can't tell what will happen. California Street is on fire. Almost everything east of Montgomery Street and north of Market Street is on fire now." There was a pause then. "We are beginning to pack up our instruments." "Instruments are all packed up and we are ready to run," was another message. It was evident that just one instrument had been left connected with the world outside. In about 10 minutes it began to click. Those who knew the telegrapher's language caught the words "goodbye," and then the ticks stopped. At the end of an hour the instrument in the office began to click again. It was from an electrician by the name of Swain. "I'm back in the building, but they are dynamiting the building next door, and I've got to get out," was the way his message was translated. Dynamite ended the story, and the postal's domicile in San Francisco ceased to exist. Section 6 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. Edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 6. Facing Famine and Praying for Relief. Frightful was the emergency of the vast host of fugitives who fled in terror from the blazing city of San Francisco to the open gates of Golden Gate Park and the military reservation of the Presidio. Food was wanting, scarcely any water was to be had. Death by hunger and thirst threatened more than 250,000 of souls, thus driven without warning from their comfortable and happy homes and left without food or shelter. Provisions, shelter tents, means of relief of various kinds were being hurried forward in all haste. But for several days the host of fugitives had no beds but the bare ground, no shelter but the open heavens, scarcely a crumb of bread to eat, scarcely a gill of water to drink. Those first days that followed the disaster were days of horror and dread. Rich and poor were mingled together, the delicately reared with the rough sons of toil, to whom privation was no new experience. Those who had food to sell sought to take advantage of the necessities of the suffering by charging famine prices for their supplies, but the soldiers put a quick stop to this. When Thursday morning broke, lines of buyers formed before the stores whose supplies had not been commandeered. In one of these, the first man was charged 75 cents for a loaf of bread. The corporal in charge at that point brought his gun down with a slam. "Bread is 10 cents a loaf in this shop," he said. It went. The soldier fixed the schedule of prices a little higher than in ordinary times, and to make up for that he forced the storekeeper to give free food to several hungry people in line who had no money to pay. In several other places the soldiers used the same brand of horse sense. A man with a loaf of bread in his hands ran up to a policeman on Washington Street. "Here," he said, "this man is trying to charge me $1 for this loaf of bread. Is that fair?" "Give it to me," said the policeman. He broke off one end of it and stuck it in his mouth. "I am hungry myself," he said when he had his mouth clear. "Take the rest of it. It's appropriated." As an example of the prices charged for food and service by the unscrupulous, we may quote the experience of a Los Angeles millionaire named John Singleton, who had been staying a day or two at the Palace Hotel. On Wednesday he had to pay $25 for an express wagon to carry himself, his wife, and her sister to the casino near Golden Gate Park, and on Thursday was charged $1 apiece for eggs and $1 for a loaf of bread. Others tell of having to pay $50 for a ride to the ferry. One of the refugees on the shores of Lake Herced Thursday morning spied a flock of ducks and swans which the city maintained there for the decoration of the lake. He plunged into the lake, swam out to them, and captured a fat drake. Other men and boys saw the point and followed. The municipal ducks were all cooking in 5 minutes. The soldiers were prompt to take charge of the famine situation, acting on their own responsibility in clearing out the supplies of the little grocery stores left standing, and distributing them among the people in need. The principal food of those who remained in the city was composed of canned goods and crackers. The refugees who succeeded in getting out of San Francisco were met as soon as they entered the neighboring towns by representatives of bakers who had made large supplies of bread and who immediately dealt them out to the hungry people. The food question urgent. But the needs of the 300,000 homeless and hungry people in the fire could not be met in this way, and immediate supplies in large quantities were necessary to prevent a reign of famine from succeeding the ravages of the fire. Danger from thirst was still more insistent than that from hunger. There was some food to be had. Bakeries were quickly built within the military reservation there, and General Funston announced that rations would soon reach the city and the people would be supplied from the Presidio. But there was scarcely any water to relieve the thirst of the suffering. Water became the incessant cry of firemen and people alike, the one wanting it to fight the fire, the other to drink. But even for the latter the supply was very scant. There was water in plenty in the reservoirs, but they were distant and difficult to reach, and all night of the day succeeding the earth shock, wagons mounted with barrels and guarded by soldiers drove through the park, doling out water. There was a steady crush around these wagons, but only one drink was allowed to a person. Toward midnight a black, staggering body of men began to weave through the entrance. They were volunteer firefighters, looking for a place to throw themselves down and sleep. These men dropped out all along the line, and were rolled out of the driveways by the troops. There was much splendid unselfishness here. Women gave up their blankets, and sat up or walked about all night to cover the exhausted men, who had fought fire until there was no more fight in them. The common destitution and suffering had, as we have said, wiped out all social, financial, and racial distinctions. The man who last Tuesday was a prosperous merchant was obliged to occupy with his family a little plot of ground that adjoined the open-air home of a laborer. The white man of California forgot his antipathy to the Asiatic race, and maintained friendly relations with his new Chinese and Japanese neighbors. The society belle who Tuesday night was a butterfly of fashion at the grand opera performance now assisted some factory girl in the preparation of humble daily meals. Money had little value. The family that had had foresight to lay in the largest stock of foodstuffs on the first day of the disaster was rated highest in the scale of wealth. A few of the families that could secure wagons were possessors of cook stoves, but over 95% of the refugees did their cooking on little campfires made of brick or stone. Battered kitchen utensils that the week before would have been regarded as useless had become articles of high value. In fact, man had to come back to nature, and all lines of caste had been obliterated, while the very thought of luxury had disappeared. It was, in the exigency of the moment, considered good fortune to have a scant supply of the barest necessaries of life. As for clothing, it was in many cases of the scantiest. While numbers of the people had brought comfortable clothing and bedding, many others had fled in their night garbs, and comparatively few of these had had the self-possession to return and don their daytime clothes. As a result, there had been much improvisation of garments suitable for life in the open air, and as the days went on many of the women arrayed themselves in homemade bloomer costumes, a sensible innovation under the circumstances and in view of the active outdoor work they were obliged to perform. The grave question to be faced at this early stage was, how soon would an adequate supply of food arrive from outside points to avert famine? Little remained in San Francisco beyond the area swept by the fire, and the available supply could not last more than a few days. Fresh meat disappeared early on Wednesday, and only canned foods and breadstuffs were left. All the foodstuffs coming in on cars were at once seized by order of the mayor and added to the scanty supply, the names of the consignees being taken that this material might eventually be paid for. The bakers agreed to work their plants to the utmost capacity and to send all their surplus output to the relief committee. By working night and day, thousands of loaves could be provided daily. A big bakery in the saved district started its ovens and arranged to bake 50,000 loaves before night. The provisions were taken charge of by a committee and sent to the various depots from which the people were being fed. Instructions were issued by Mayor Schmitz on Thursday to break open every store containing provisions and to distribute them to the thousands under police supervision. A policeman reported that 2 grocery stores in the neighborhood were closed, although the clerks were present. "Smash the stores open," ordered the mayor, "and guard them." In towns across the bay the master bakers have met and fixed the price of bread at 5 cents the loaf, with the understanding that they will refuse to sell to retailers who attempt to charge famine prices. The committee of citizens in charge of the situation in the stricken city proposed to use every effort to keep food down to the ordinary price and check the efforts of speculators, who in one instance charged as much as $3.50 for 2 loaves of bread and a can of sardines. Orders were issued by the War Department to Army officers to purchase at Los Angeles immediately 200,000 rations, and at Seattle 300,000 rations, and hurry them to San Francisco. The department was informed that there were 120,000 rations at the Presidio, that thousands of refugees were being sheltered there, and that the Army was feeding them. 1,000,000 rations already had been started to San Francisco by the department, but in view of the fact that there were 300,000 fugitives to be fed, the supply available was likely to be soon exhausted. Food for the hungry. Such was the state of affairs at the end of the second day of the great disaster. But meanwhile the entire country had been aroused by the tidings of the awful calamity. The sympathetic instinct of Americans everywhere was awakened, and it was quickly made evident that the people of the stricken city would not be allowed to suffer for the necessaries of life. On all sides money was contributed in large sums, the United States government setting the example by an immediate appropriation of $1,000,000. And in the briefest possible interval relief trains were speeding toward the stricken city from all quarters, carrying supplies of food, shelter tents, and other necessaries of a kind that could not await deliberate action. Shelter was needed almost as badly as food, for a host of the refugees had nothing but their thin clothing to cover them, and, though the weather at first was fine and mild, a storm might come at any time. In fact, a rain did come, a severe one, early in the week after the disaster, pouring nearly all night long on the shivering campers in the parks, wetting them to the skin and soaking through the rudely improvised shelters which many of the refugees had put up. A few days afterward came a second shower, rendering still more evident the need of haste in providing suitable shelter. All this was foreseen by those in charge, and the most strenuous efforts were made to provide the absolute necessities of life. Huge quantities of supplies were poured into the city. From all parts of California, trainloads of food were rushed there in all haste. A steamer from the Orient laden with food reached the city in its hour of need. Another was dispatched in all haste from Tacoma bearing $25,000 worth of food and medical supplies, ordered by Mayor Weaver, of Philadelphia, as a first installment of that city's contribution. Money was telegraphed from all quarters to the Governor of California, to be expended for food and other supplies, and so prompt was the response to the insistent demand that by Saturday all danger of famine was at an end. The people were being fed. Water for the thirsty. The broken water pipes were also repaired with all possible haste, the Spring Valley Water Company putting about 1,000 men at work upon their shattered mains, and in a very brief time water began to flow freely in many parts of the residence section, and the great difficulty of obtaining food and water was practically at an end. Never in the history of the country has there been a more rapid and complete demonstration of the resourcefulness of Americans than in the way this frightful disaster was met. Food, water, and shelter were not the only urgent needs. At first there was absolutely no sanitary provision, and the danger of an epidemic was great. This was a peril which the Board of Health addressed itself vigorously to meet, and steps for improving the sanitary conditions were hastily taken. Quick provision for sheltering the unfortunates was also made. 8 temporary structures, 150 feet in length by 28 feet wide and 13 feet high, were erected in Golden Gate Park, and in these sheds thousands found reasonably comfortable quarters. This was but a beginning. More of these buildings were rapidly erected, and by their aid the question of shelter was in part solved. The buildings were divided into compartments large enough to house a family, each compartment having an entrance from the outside. This work was done under the control of the Engineering Department of the United States Army, which had taken steps to obtain a full supply of lumber and had put 135 carpenters to work. Those of the refugees who were without tents were the first to be provided for in these temporary buildings. The camps in the parks. To those who made an inspection of the situation a few days after the earthquake, the hills and beaches of San Francisco looked like an immense tented city. For miles through the park and along the beaches from Ingleside to the sea wall at North Beach, the homeless were camped in tents, makeshifts rigged up from a few sticks of wood and a blanket or sheet. Some few of the more fortunate secured vehicles on which they loaded regulation tents and were, therefore, more comfortably housed than the great majority. Golden Gate Park and the Panhandle looked like one vast campaign ground. It is said that fully 100,000 persons, rich and poor alike, sought refuge in Golden Gate Park alone, and 200,000 more homeless ones located at other places of refuge. At the Presidio military reservation, where probably 50,000 persons were camped, affairs were conducted with military precision. Water was plentiful and rations were dealt out all day long. The refugees stood patiently in line and there was not a murmur. This characteristic was observable all over the city. The people were brave and patient, and the wonderful order preserved by them proved of great assistance. In Golden Gate Park a huge supply station had been established and provisions were dealt out. 600 men from the Ocean Shore Railway arrived on Saturday night with wagons and implements to work on the sewer system. Inspectors were kept going from house to house, examining chimneys and issuing permits to build fires. In fact, activity manifested itself in all quarters in the attempt to bring order out of confusion, and in an astonishingly short time the tented city was converted from a scene of wretched disorder into one of order and system. At Jefferson Park were camped thousands of people of every class in life. On the western edge of this park is the old Scott House, where Mrs. McKinley lay sick for 2 weeks in 1901. 3 times a day the people all gathered in line before the provision wagons for their little handouts. "Yesterday," says an observer, "I saw, in order before the wagons, a Lascar sailor in his turban, about as low a Chinatown bum as I have ever set eyes on, a woman of refined appearance, a barefooted child, 2 Chinamen, and a pretty girl. They were squeezed up together by the line, which extended for 1/4 of a mile. It is civilization in the bare bones. The great and rich are on a level with the poor in the struggle for bare existence, and over them all is the perfect, unbroken discipline of the soldiery. They came into the city and took charge on an hour's notice. They saved the city from itself in the 3 days of hell, and but for them the city, even with enough provisions to feed them in the stores and warehouses, must have gone hungry for a lack of distributive organization." Comedy and pathos in the breadline. At one of the parks on Tuesday morning a handsomely dressed woman with 2 children at her skirts stood in a line of many hundreds where supplies were being given out. She took some uncooked bacon, and as she reached for it, jewels sparkled on her fingers. One of the tots took a can of condensed milk, the other a bag of cakes. "I have money," she said, "if I could get it and use it. I have property, if I could realize on it. I have friends, if I could get to them. Meantime, I'm going to cook this piece of bacon on bricks and be happy." She was only one of thousands like her. In a walk through the city, this note of cheerfulness of the people in the face of an almost incredible week of horror was to a correspondent the mitigating element to the awfulness of disaster. In the streets of the residential district in the Western Addition, which the fire did not reach, women of the houses were cooking meals on the pavement. In most cases they had moved out the family ranges and were preparing the food which they had secured from the relief committee. Out on Broderick Street near the Panhandle a piano sounded. It was nigh 10 o'clock, and the stars were shining after the rain. Fires gleamed up and down through the shrubbery, and the refugees sat huddled together about the flames, with their blankets about their heads, Apache-like, in an effort to dry out after the wetting of the afternoon. The piano, dripping with moisture, stood on the curb, near the front of a cottage which had been wrecked by the earthquake. A youth with a shock of red hair sat on a cracker box and pecked at the ivories. "Home ain't nothin' like this," was thrummed from the rusting wires with true vaudeville dash and syncopation. Bill Bailey, "Good Old Summertime," "Dixie," and "In Toyland" followed. 3 young men with handkerchiefs wrapped around their throats in lieu of collars stood near the pianist, and with him lifted up their voices in melody. The harmony was execrable, the time without excuse, but the songs ran through the trees of the Panhandle, and the crows, forgetting their misery for a time, joined the strange chorus. The people had their tales of comedy, one being that on the morning of the fire a richly dressed woman who lived in one of the aristocratic Sutter Street apartments came hurrying down the street, faultlessly gowned as to silks and sables, save that one dainty foot was shod with a high-heeled French slipper, and the other was encased in a laborer's brogan. They say that as she walked she careened like a bark-rigged ship before a typhoon. An hour spent behind the counter of the food supply depot in the park tennis court yielded a rich reward to the seeker after the outlandish. The tennis court was piled high with the plunder of several grocery stores and the cargoes of many relief cars. A square cut in the wire screen permitted the insertion of a counter, behind which stood members of the militia acting as food dispensers. Before the improvised window passed the line of refugees, a line which stretched back fully 300 yards to Speedway track. "I want a can of condensed cream so I can feed my baby and my dog," said a large florid-faced woman in a gaudy kimono. "And I don't care for crackers, but you can throw in some potted chicken if you have it." "What's in that bottle over there?" queried the next applicant. "Tomato ketchup? Well, of all the luck! Say, young man, just give me 3. A little gray-haired woman in an India shawl peered timorously through the window. "Just a little bit of anything you may have handy, please," she whispered, and she cast a careful eye about to see if any of her neighbors had recognized her standing there in the bread line. "Yesterday at the Western Union office," says one writer, "I saw a woman drive up in a large motor car and beg that the telegram on which a boy had asked a delivery fee of 25 cents be handed to her. She said she had not a penny and did not know when she would have any money, but that as soon as she had any she would pay for the message. It was given to her, and the manager told me that there were hundreds of similar cases." Many weddings resulted from the disaster. Women driven out of their homes and left destitute appealed to the men to whom they were engaged, and immediate marriages took place. After the first day of the disaster an increase in the marriage licenses issued was noticed by County Clerk Cook. This increase grew until 7 marriage licenses were issued in an hour. "I don't live anywhere," was the answer given in many cases when the applicant for a license was asked the locality of his residence. "I used to live in San Francisco." Births seem to have been about as common as marriages. In one night 5 children being born in Golden Gate Park. In Buena Vista Park, 8 births were recorded and others elsewhere, the population thus being increased at a rate hardly in accordance with the exigencies of the situation. The exodus from San Francisco. We have spoken only of the camps of refugees within the municipal limits of San Francisco, but in addition to these was the multitude of fugitives who made all haste to escape from that city. This was with the full consent of the authorities, who felt that everyone gone lessened the immediate weight upon themselves, and who issued a strict edict that those who went must stay, that there could be no return until a counter edict should be made public. From the start this was one of the features of the situation. Down Market Street, once San Francisco's pride, now leading through piles of tottering walls, piles of still-hot bricks and twisted iron, and heaps of smoldering debris, poured a huge stream of pedestrians. Men bending under the weight of great bundles pushed baby carriages loaded with bric-a-brac and children. Women toiled along with their arms full, but a large proportion were able to ride, for the relief corps had been thoroughly organized and wagons were being pressed into service from all sides. In constant procession they moved toward the ferry, whence the Southern Pacific was transporting them with baggage free wherever they wished to go. Automobiles meanwhile shot in all directions, carrying the Red Cross flag and usually with a soldier carrying a rifle in the front seat. They had the right-of-way everywhere, carrying messages and transporting the ill to temporary hospitals and bearing succor to those in distress. Oakland, the nearest place of resort, on the bayshore opposite San Francisco, soon became a great city of refuge, fugitives gathering there until 50,000 or more were sheltered within its charitable limits. Having suffered very slightly from the earthquake that had wrecked the great city across the bay, it was in condition to offer shelter to the unfortunate. All day Wednesday and Thursday a stream of humanity poured from the ferries, every one carrying personal baggage and articles saved from the conflagration. Hundreds of Chinese men, women, and children, all carrying baggage to the limit of their strength, made their way into the limited Chinatown of Oakland. Multitudes of persons besieged the telegraph offices, and the crush became so great that the soldiers were stationed at the doors to keep them in line, and allow as many as possible to find standing room at the counters. Messages were stacked yards high in the offices waiting to be sent throughout the world. Every boat from San Francisco brought hundreds of refugees, carrying luggage and bedding in large quantities. Many women were bareheaded, and all showed fatigued as the result of sleeplessness and exposure to the chill air. Hundreds of these persons lined the streets of Oakland, waiting for someone to provide them with shelter, for which the utmost possible provision was quickly made. No one was allowed to go hungry in Oakland, and few lacked shelter. At the Oakland First Presbyterian Church 1,800 were fed, and 1,000 people were provided with sleeping accommodations. Pews were turned into beds. Cots stood in the aisles, in the gallery, and in the Sunday school room. Every available inch of space was occupied by some substitute for a bed. As the days wore on, the number of refugees somewhat decreased, although they still came in large numbers. Many left on every train for different points. Requests for free transportation were investigated as closely as possible, and all the deserving were sent away. Women and children and married men who wished to join their families in different parts of the state were given preference. The Transportation Bureau was on a street corner, where a man stood on a box and called the names of those entitled to passes. Along the principal streets of Oakland there was a picturesque pilgrimage of former householders who dragged or carried the meager effects they had been able to save. The refugees who could not be cared for in Oakland made an exodus to Berkeley and other surrounding cities, where relief committees were actively at work. Utter despair was pictured on many faces, which showed the effects of sleepless days and nights and the want of proper food. Oakland was only one of the outside camps of refuge. At Berkeley, over 6,000 refugees sought quarters, the big gymnasium of the State University being turned into a lodging house, while hundreds were provided with blankets to sleep in the open air under the university oaks. The students and professors of the university did all they could for their relief, and the Citizens Relief Committee supplied them with food. The same benevolent sympathy was manifested at all the places near the ruined city which had escaped disaster, this aid materially reducing that needed within San Francisco itself. Worship in the open air. Sunday dawned in San Francisco. Sunday in the camp of refugees. On a green knoll in Golden Gate Park, between the conservatory and the tennis courts, a white-haired minister of the gospel gathered his flock. It was the Sabbath day, and in the turmoil and confusion the minister did not forget his duty. 2 upright stakes and a cross-piece gave him a rude pulpit, and beside him stood a young man with a battered brass cornet. Far over the park stole a melody that drew hundreds of men and women from their tents. Of all denominations and all creeds, they gathered on that green knoll, and the men uncovered while the solemn voice repeated the words of a grand old hymn, known wherever men and women meet to worship the Lord. Other refuge I have none, hangs my helpless soul on thee. Leave, oh leave me not alone, still support and comfort me. A moment before there had been shouting and confusion in the driveway where some red-striped artillerymen were herding a squad of gesticulating Chinamen as men herd sheep. The shouting died away as the minister's voice rose and fell, and out of the stillness came the sobs of women. One little woman in blue was making no sound, but the tears were streaming down her cheeks. Her husband, a sturdy young fellow in his shirt-sleeves, put his arm about her shoulders and tried to comfort her as the reading went on. All my trust on thee is stayed, all my help from thee I bring. Cover my defenseless head with the shadow of thy wing. Then the cornet took up the air again, and those helpless persons followed it in quivering tones, the white-haired man of God leading them with closed eyes. When the last verse was over, the minister raised his hands. "Let us pray," said he, and his congregation sank down in the grass before him. It was a simple prayer, such a prayer as might be offered by a man without a home or shelter over his head, and nothing left to him but an unshaken faith in his Creator. O Lord, thy ways are past finding out, but we still have faith in thee. We know not why thou hast visited these people and left them homeless. Thou knowest the reason of this desolation and of our utter helplessness. We call on thee for help in the hour of our great need. Bless the people of the city, the sorrowing ones, the bereaved. Gather them under thy mighty wing and soothe aching hearts this day. The women were crying again, and one big man dug his knuckles into his eyes without shame. The man who could have listened to such a prayer unmoved was not in Golden Gate Park that day. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, May 2000. Section 7 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, edited by Charles Morris, Chapter 7. The Frightful Loss of Life and Wealth. While multitudes escaped from toppling buildings and crashing walls in the dread disaster of that fatal Wednesday morning of April 18th in San Francisco, hundreds of the less fortunate met their death in the ruins, and horrifying scenes were witnessed by the survivors. Many of those who escaped had tales of terror to tell. Mr. J.P. Anthony, as he fled from the Ramona Hotel, saw a score or more of people crushed to death, and as he walked the streets at a later hour saw bodies of the dead being carried in garbage wagons and all kinds of vehicles to the improvised morgues, while hospitals and storerooms were already filled with the injured. Mr. G. A. Raymond of Tamales, California, gives evidence to the same effect. As he rushed into the street, he says the air was filled with falling stones and people around him were crushed to death on all sides. Others gave testimony to the same effect. Samuel Wolfe of Salt Lake City tells us that he saved one woman from death in the hotel. She was rushing blindly toward an open window from which she would have fallen 50 feet to the stone pavement below. "On my way down Market Street," he says, "the whole side of a building fell out and came so near me that I was covered and blinded by the dust. Then I saw the first dead come by. They were piled up in an automobile like carcasses in a butcher's wagon, all bloody, with crushed skulls, broken limbs, and bloody faces." These are frightful stories, exaggerated probably from the nervous excitement of those terrible moments, as are also the following statements, which form part of the early accounts of the disaster. Thus we are told that, from a 3-story lodging house at 5th and Minna Streets, which collapsed Wednesday morning, more than 75 bodies were taken today. There are 50 other bodies in sight in the ruins. This building was one of the first to take fire on 5th Street. At least 100 persons are said to have been killed in the Cosmopolitan on 4th Street. More than 150 persons are reported dead in the Brunswick Hotel at 7th and Mission Streets. Another statement is to the effect that at 7th and Howard Streets a great lodging house took fire after the first shock, before the guests had escaped. There were few exits and nearly all the lodgers perished. Mrs. J. J. Munson, one of those in the building, leaped with her child in her arms from the 2nd floor to the pavement below and escaped unhurt. She says she was the only one who escaped from the house. Such horrors as this were repeated at many points. B. Baker was killed while trying to get a body from the ruins. Other rescuers heard a pitiful wail of a little child, but were unable to get near the point from which the cry issued. Soon the onrushing fire ended the cry and the men turned to other tasks. Estimates of the deaths list. The questionable point in those statements is that the numbers of dead spoken of in these few instances exceed the whole number given in the official records, issued 2 weeks after the disaster. Yet they go to illustrate the actual horrors of the case, and are of importance for this reason. As regards the whole number killed, in fact, there is not, and probably never will be, a full and accurate statement. While about 350 bodies had been recovered at the end of the 2nd week, it was impossible to estimate how many lay buried under the ruins, to be discovered only as the work of excavation went on, and how many more had been utterly consumed by the flames, leaving no trace of their existence. The estimates of the probable loss of life ran up to 1,500 and more, while the injured were very numerous. The shock of the earthquake, the pulse of deep horror to which it gave rise, the first wild impulse to flee for life, gave way in the minds of many to a feeling of intense sympathy as agonized cries came from those pinned down to the ruins of buildings or felled by falling bricks or stones, and as the sight of dead bodies encrimsoned with blood met the eyes of the survivors in the streets. From wandering aimlessly about, many of these went earnestly to work to rescue the wounded and recover the bodies of the slain. In this merciful work the police and the soldiers lent their aid, and soon there was a large corps of rescuers actively engaged. Burying the dead. Soon numbers were taken, alive or dead, from the ruins. Passing vehicles were pressed into the service, and the labor of mercy went on rapidly, several buildings being quickly converted into temporary hospitals, while the dead were conveyed to the Mechanics' Pavilion and other available places. Portsmouth Square became for a time a public morgue. Between 20 and 30 corpses were laid side by side upon the trodden grass in the absence of more suitable accommodations. It is said that when the flames threatened to reach the square, the dead, mostly unknown, were removed to Columbia Square, where they were buried when danger threatened that quarter. Others were taken to the Presidio, and here the soldiers pressed into service all men who came near and forced them to labor at burying the dead, a temporary cemetery being opened there. So thick were the corpses piled up that they were becoming a menace, and early in the day the order was issued to bury them at any cost. The soldiers were needed for other work, so, at the point of rifles, the citizens were compelled to take to the work of burying. Some objected at first, but the troops stood no trifling, and every man who came within reach was forced to work. Rich men, unused to physical exertion, labored by the side of the workingmen digging trenches in which to bury the dead. The able-bodied being engaged in fighting the flames, General Funston ordered that the old men and the weaklings should take the work in hand. They did it willingly enough, but had they refused, the troops on guard would have forced them. It was ruled that every man physically capable of handling a spade or a pick should dig for an hour. When the first shallow graves were ready, the men, under the direction of the troops, lowered the bodies, several in a grave, and a strange burial began. The women gathered about crying. Many of them knelt while a Catholic priest read the burial service and pronounced absolution. All Thursday afternoon this went on. In this connection the following stories are told. Dr. George V. Schramm, a young medical graduate, said, "As I was passing down Market Street with a newfound friend, an automobile came rushing along with 2 soldiers in it. My doctor's badge protected me, but the soldiers invited my companion, a husky 6-footer, to get into the automobile. He said, 'I don't want to ride, and have plenty of business to attend to.' Once more they invited him, and he refused. One of the soldiers pointed a gun at him and said, 'We need such men as you to save women and children and to help fight the fire.' The man was on his way to find his sister, but he yielded to the inevitable. He worked all day with the soldiers, and when released to get lunch he felt that he could conscientiously desert to go and find his own loved ones. Half a block down the street the soldiers were stopping all pedestrians without the official pass which showed that they were on relief business, and putting them to work heaving bricks off the pavement. 2 dapper men with canes, the only clean people I saw, were caught at the corner by a sergeant, who showed great joy as he said, 'I give you time to get off those kid gloves, and then hustle, damn you, hustle.' The soldiers took delight in picking out the best-dressed men and keeping them at the brick piles for long terms. I passed them in the shelter of a provision wagon, afraid that even my pass would not save me. 2 men are reported shot because they refused to turn in and help. Many of the dead, of course, will never be identified, though the names were taken of all who were known and descriptions written of the others. A story comes to us of one young girl who had followed for 2 days the body of her father, her only relative. It had been taken from a house on Mission Street to an undertaker's shop just after the quake. The fire drove her out with her charge, and it was placed in Mechanic's pavilion. That went, and the body rested for a day at the Presidio, waiting burial. With many others she wept on the border of the burned area, while the women cared for her. Victims taken from the ruins. On Friday, 11 postal clerks, all alive, were taken from the debris of the post office. All at first were thought to be dead, but it was found that, although they were buried under the stone and timber, everyone was alive. They had been for 3 days without food or water. 2 theatrical people were in a hotel in Santa Rosa when the shock came. The room was on the 4th floor. The roof collapsed. One of them was thrown from the bed, and both were caught by the descending timbers and pinned helplessly beneath the debris. They could speak to each other and could touch one another's hands, but the weight was so great that they could do nothing to liberate themselves. After 3 hours, rescuers came, cut a hole in the roof, and both were released uninjured. Even the docks were converted into hospitals in the stringent exigency of the occasion, about 100 patients being stretched on Folsom Street dock at one time. In the evenings, tugs conveyed them to Goat Island, where they were lodged in the hospital. The docks from Howard Street to Folsom Street had been saved, the fire at this point not being permitted to creep farther east than Main Street. Another series of fatalities occurred, caused by the stampeding of a herd of cattle at 6th and Folsom Streets. 300 of the panic-stricken animals ran amuck when they saw and felt the flames and charged wildly down the street, trampling underfoot all who were in the way. One man was gored through and through by a maddened bull. At least a dozen persons, it is said, were killed, though probably this is an overestimate. One observer tells us that the first sight I saw was a man with blood streaming from his wounds, carrying a dead woman in his arms. He placed the body on the floor of the court at the Palace Hotel, and then told me he was the janitor of a big building. The first he knew of the catastrophe, he found himself in the basement, his dead wife beside him. The building had simply split in two and thrown them down. In the camps of refuge the deaths came frequently. Physicians were everywhere in evidence, but, without medicine or instruments, were fearfully handicapped. Men staggered in from their Herculean efforts at the fire lines, only to fall gasping on the grass. There was nothing to be done. Injured lay groaning. Tender hands were willing, but of water there was none. "Water, water, for God's sakes get me some water," was the cry that struck into thousands of souls of San Francisco. The list of dead was not confined to San Francisco, but extended to many of the neighboring towns, especially to Santa Rosa, where 60 were reported dead and a large number missing, and to the insane asylum in its vicinity, from the ruins of which 100 or more of dead bodies were taken. The free use of rifles. A citizen tells us that, in the early part of the evening, and while the twilight lasts, there is a good deal of trafficking up and down the sidewalks. Having finished their dinners of government provisions, cooked on the street or in the parks, the people promenade for a half an hour or so. By 8:30 the town is closed tight. A rat scurrying in the street will bring a soldier's rifle to his shoulder. Anyone not wearing a uniform or a Red Cross badge is a suspicious character and may be shot unless he halts at command. Even the men in uniform do well to stop still, for it is hard to tell a uniform in the half-light thrown up by the burning town in the great shadows. Last night 2 of us ventured out on Van Ness Avenue a little late. There came up the noise of some kind of a shooting scrape far down the street. We hurried in that direction to see what was doing. An 18-year-old boy in a uniform barred the way, leveled his rifle, and said in a peremptory way, "Go home." We took a course down the block, where an older soldier, more communicative but equally peremptory, informed us that we were trifling with our lives, news or no news. "We've shot about 300 people for one thing or another," he said. "Now, dodge trouble. Get." That ended the expedition. The loss in wealth. If we pass now from the record of the loss of lives to that of the destruction of wealth, the estimates exceed by far any fire losses recorded in history. The truth is that when flames eat out the heart of a great city, devour its vast business establishments, storehouses, and warehouses, sweep through its centers of opulence, destroy its wharves with their accumulation of goods, spread ruin and havoc everywhere, it is impossible at first to estimate the loss. Only gradually, as time goes on, it is the true loss discovered, and never perhaps very accurately, since the owners and the records of riches often disappear with the wealth itself. In regard to San Francisco, the early estimate was that 3/4 of the city, valued at $500 million, was destroyed. But early estimates are apt to be exaggerated, and on Friday, 2 days after the disaster, we find this estimate reduced to $250 million. A few more days passed, and these figures shrunk still further, though it was still largely conjectural, the means of making a trustworthy estimate being very restricted. Later on the pendulum swung upward again, and 2 weeks after the fire the closest estimates that could be made fixed the property loss at close to $350 million, or double that of the Chicago fire. But as the actual loss in the latter case proved considerably below the early estimates, the same may prove to be the case with San Francisco. Special personal losses were in many cases great. Thus the Palace Hotel was built at a cost of $6 million, and the St. Francis, which originally cost $4 million, was being enlarged at great expense. Several of the great mansions on Nobb's Hill cost $1 million or more. The City Hall was built at a cost of $7 million. The new post office was injured to the extent of $500,000, while a large number of other buildings might be named whose value, with their contents, was measured in the millions. It was not until May 3rd that news came over the wires of another serious item of loss. The merchants had waited until then for their fireproof safes and vaults to cool off before attempting to open them. When this was at length done, the results proved disheartening. Out of 576 vaults and safes opened in the district east of Powell and north of Market Street, where the flames had raged with the greatest fury, it was found that fully 40% had not performed their duty. When opened, they were found to contain nothing but heaps of ashes. The valuable account books, papers, and in some cases large sums of money had vanished, the loss of the accounts being a severe calamity in a business sense. As all the banks were equipped with the best fireproof vaults, no fear was felt for the safety of their contents. Looters in Chinatown. Chinatown suffered severely. The merchants of that locality, possessing large stocks of valuable goods, many of which were looted by seemingly respectable sightseers after the ruins had cooled off, bronze, porcelain, and other valuable goods being taken from the ruins. One example consisted in a mass of gold and silver valued at $2,500, which had been melted by the fire in the store of Tai Sing, a Chinese merchant. This was found by the police on May 3rd in a place where it had been hidden by looters. But with all its losses, San Francisco does not despair. The spirit of its citizens is heroic, and there are some hopeful signs in the air. The insurances due are estimated to approximate $175 million, and there are other moneys likely to be spent on building during the coming year, making a total of over $200 million. Eastern capitalists also talk of investing $100 million of new capital in the rebuilding of the city, while the San Francisco authorities have a project of issuing $200 million of municipal bonds, the payment to be guaranteed by the United States government. Thus, 2 weeks after the earthquake, daylight was already showing strongly ahead, and hope was fast beginning to replace despair. Section 8 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 8. Wonderful Record of Thrilling Escapes. Shuddering under the memories of what seems more like a nightmare than actual reality to the survivors of this frightful calamity, they have tried to picture in words far from adequate the days of terror and the nights of horror that fell to the lot of the people of the Golden Gate City and their guests. They recount the roar of falling structures and the groans and pitiful cries of those pinned beneath the timbers of collapsing buildings. They speak of their climbing over dead bodies heaped in the streets, and of following tortuous ways to find the only avenue of escape, the ferry, where men and women fought like infuriated animals, bent on escape from a fiery furnace. These refugees tell of the great caravan composed of homeless persons in its wild flight to the hills for safety, and in that great procession women, harnessed to vehicles, trudging along and tugging at the shafts, hauling all that was left of their earthly belongings, and a little food that foresight told them would be necessary to stay the pangs of hunger in the hours of misery that must follow. We give below an especially accurate picture from the description of the well-known writer Jane Tingley, who, an eyewitness of it all, did so much to help the sufferers, and who, with all the unselfishness of true American womanhood, sacrificed her own comfort and needs for those of others. May God be merciful to the women and children in this land of desolation and despair, she wrote on April 21st. Men have done, are doing such deeds of sublime self-sacrifice, of magnificent heroism, that deserve to make the title of American manhood immortal in the pages of history. The rest lies with the Almighty. I spent all of last night and today in that horror city across the bay. I went from this unharmed city of plenty, blooming with abounding health, thronged with happy mothers and joyous children, and spent hours among the blackened ruins, and out on the wind-swept slopes of the sand-hills by the sea, and I heard the voice of Rachel weeping for her children in the wilderness and mourning because she found them not. I climbed to the top of Strawberry Hill, in Golden Gate Park, and saw a woman, half naked, almost starving, her hair disheveled and an unnatural luster in her eyes, her gaze fixed upon the waters in the distance, and her voice repeating over and over again, "Here I am, my pretties. Come here, come here." I took her by the hand and led her down to the grass of the foot of the hill. A man, her husband, received her from me and wept as he said, "She is calling our 3 little children. She thinks the sounds of the ocean waves are the voices of our lost darlings." Ever since they became separated from their children in that first terrific onrush of the multitude, when the fire swept along Mission Street, these two had been tramping over the hills and parks without food or rest, searching for their little ones. To all whom they have met they have addressed the same pitiful question, "Have you seen anything of our lost babies?" They will not know what has become of them until order has been brought out of chaos, until the registration headquarters of the military authorities has secured the names of all who are among the straggling wanderers around the camps of the homeless. Perhaps then it will be found that these children are in a trench among the corpses of the weaklings who have succumbed to the frightful rigors of the last 3 days. Last night a soldier seized me by the arm and cried, "If you are a woman with a woman's heart, go in there and do whatever you can." "In there" meant behind a barricade of brush, covered with a blanket that had been hastily thrown together to form a rude shelter. I went in and saw one of my own sex lying on the bare grass, naked, her clothing torn to shreds, scattered over the green beside her. She was moaning pitifully, and it needed no words to tell a woman what the matter was. I bade my man escort to find a doctor, or at least send more women at once. He ran off, and soon 2 sympathetic ladies hastened into the shelter. In an hour my escort returned with a young medical student. Under the best ministrations we could find, a new life was ushered into this hell, which, a few hours before, was the fairest among cities. "There have been many such cases," said the medical student. "Many of the mothers have died. Few of the babies have lived. I, personally, know of 9 babies that have been born in the park today. There must have been many others here, among the sand hills and at the Presidio. Think of it, you happy women who have become mothers in comfortable homes, attended with every care that loving hands can bestow. Think of the dreadful plight of these poor members of your sex. The very thought of it is enough to make the hearts of women burst with pity. Today I walked among the people crowded on the Panhandle. Opposite the Lion Street entrance, on the north side, I saw a young woman sitting tailor fashion in the roadway, which, in happier days, was the carriage boulevard. She held a dishpan and was looking at her reflection in the polished bottom, while another girl was arranging her hair. I recognized a young wife whose marriage to a prominent young lawyer 8 months ago was a gala event among that little handful of people who clung to the old-time fashionable district of Valencia Street, like the Phelan and Dent families, and refused to move from that aristocratic section when the new-made millionaires began to build their palaces on Nob Hill and Pacific Heights. I spoke to the young woman about the disadvantages of making her toilet under such untoward circumstances. "Ah, Julia dear, you must stay to luncheon," she said, extending her fingers just as though she stood in her own drawing-room. Misery drives some insane. I looked at the maid in astonishment, for I had never met the young society woman before. The maid shook her head and whispered when she got the chance, "My mistress is not in her right mind." "Where is her husband?" I asked. "He has gone to try and get some food," said the girl. "She imagines that she is in her own home, before her dressing table, and is having me do up her hair against some of her friends dropping in." "She must have suffered," I said, "to cause such a mental derangement." The girl's eyes filled with tears. She told me that her mistress had seen her brother killed by falling timbers while they were hurrying to a place of safety. A little farther on I saw 2 women concealed as best they might be behind a tuft of sand-brush, one lying face down on the ground, while the other vigorously massaged her bare back. I asked if I might help, and learned that the ministering angel was the unmarried daughter of one of the city's richest merchants, and that the girl whom she succored had been employed as a servant in her father's household. The girl's back had been injured by a fall, and her mistress's fair hands were trying to make her well again. Thus has this overwhelming common woe leveled all barriers of caste, and placed the suffering multitude on a basis of democracy. On a rock behind a manzanita bush near the edge of Stowe Lake, I saw a Chinaman making a pile of broken twigs in the early morning. The man felt inside his blouse and swore a gibbering, unintelligible, Asiatic oath as his hand came forth empty. Observing my escort, the Chinaman approached and said, "Bossy, allee same, catchy match?" My escort gave him the desired article, and the Chinaman made a fire of his pile of twigs. "Why are you making a fire, John?" I asked. "Bleakfast," he replied laconically. I asked him where his food might be, and he gave us a quick glance of suspicion as he said briefly, "No sabby." We stood watching him, evidently to his great distress, and finally he made bold to say, "You no stand lound, bossy. You go way." We left him, but after making the tour around the lake came back to the same place. There sat 4 people on the ground eating fried pork, potatoes, and Chinese cakes. In a young woman of the group I recognized one whom I had seen dancing at one of Mr. Greenway's Friday night cotillion balls in the Palace Hotel's Maple Room during the winter. They offered to share their meal with us, but we told them that we had just come from breakfast in Oakland. I told them about the strange conduct of their Chinaman, who was traveling back and forth from his fire to the table with the food as it became ready to serve. The father of the family laughed. Society folks compelled the camp. "Yes," he said, "that is Charlie's way. He has been with us many years, and when our home was destroyed he came out here with us in preference to seeking refuge among his countrymen in Chinatown. Yesterday we were without food, and Charlie disappeared. I thought he had deserted us, but toward dark he came back with a bamboo pole over his shoulder and a Chinese market gardener's basket suspended from either end. In one of the baskets he had a pile of blankets and a lot of canvas. In the other was an assortment of pork, flour, Chinese cakes, and vegetables, besides half a dozen chickens and a couple of bagfuls of rice. Charlie had been foraging in Chinatown for us before the fire reached that quarter. He made a tent and improvised beds for us, and he has had the food concealed somewhere in the vicinity, but where he will not tell us for fear that we will give some of it to others and reduce our own supply. Charlie boils rice for himself. He will not touch the other food. Without him we should have been starving. G. A. Raymond, who was in the Palace Hotel when the earthquake occurred, says, "I had $600 in gold under my pillow. I awoke as I was thrown out of bed. Attempting to walk, the floor shook so that I fell. I grabbed my clothing and rushed down into the office where dozens were already congregated. Suddenly the lights went out and everyone rushed for the door. Outside I witnessed a sight I never want to see again. It was dawn and light. I looked up. The air was filled with falling stones. People around me were crushed to death on all sides. All around the huge buildings were shaking and waving. Every moment there were reports like 100 cannon going off at one time. Then streams of fire would shoot out and other reports followed. I asked a man standing by me what had happened. Before he could answer, 1,000 bricks fell on him and he was killed. A woman threw her arms around my neck. I pushed her away and fled. All around me buildings were rocking and flames shooting. As I ran, people on all sides were crying, praying, and calling for help. I thought the end of the world had come. I met a Catholic priest, and he said, "We must get to the ferry." He knew the way, and we rushed down Market Street. Men, women, and children were crawling from the debris. Hundreds were rushing down the street, and every minute people were felled by falling debris. At places the streets had cracked and opened. Chasms extended in all directions. I saw a drove of cattle, wild with fright, rushing up Market Street. I crouched beside a swaying building. As they came nearer, they disappeared, seeming to drop into the earth. When the last had gone, I was nearer and found they had indeed been precipitated into the earth, a wide fissure having swallowed them. I worked my way around them and ran out to the ferry. I was crazy with fear and the horrible sights. How I reached the ferry I cannot say. It was bedlam, pandemonium, and hell rolled into one. There must have been 10,000 people trying to get on that boat. Men and women fought like wild cats to push their way aboard. Clothes were torn from the backs of men and women and children indiscriminately. Women fainted, and there was no water at hand with which to revive them. Men lost their reason at those awful moments. One big strong man beat his head against one of the iron pillars on the dock and cried out in a loud voice, "This fire must be put out! The city must be saved!" It was awful. Terrible scene at the ferry. When the gates were opened, the mad rush began. All were swept aboard in an irresistible tide. We were jammed on the deck like sardines in a box. No one cared. At last, the boat pulled out. Men and women were still jumping for it, only to fall into the water and probably drown. The members of the Metropolitan Opera Company of New York were in San Francisco at this time, and nearly all of these famous singers, known all over the world, suffered from the great disaster. All of the splendid scenery, stage fittings, costumes, and musical instruments were lost in the fire, which destroyed the Grand Opera House, where the season had just opened to splendid audiences. Many of the operatic stars have given very interesting accounts of their experiences. Signor Caruso, the famous tenor and one of the principals of the company, had one of the most thrilling experiences. He and Signor Rossi, a favorite basso, and his inseparable companion, had a suite on the 7th floor and were awakened by the terrific shaking of the building. The shock nearly threw Caruso out of bed. He said, "I threw open the window, and I think I let out the grandest notes I've ever hit in all my life. I do not know why I did this. I presume I was too excited to do anything else." Great singers escape. Looking out of the window, I saw buildings all around rocking like the devil had hold of them. I wondered what was going on. Then I heard Rossi come scampering into my room. "My God, it's an earthquake!" he yelled. "Get your things and run!" I grabbed what I could lay my hands on and raced like a madman for the office. On my way down, I shouted as loud as I could so the others would wake up. When I got to the office, I thought of my costumes and sent my valet, Martino, back after them. He packed things up and carried the trunks down on his back. I helped him take them to Union Square. It is said that 10 minutes later he was seated on his valise in the middle of the street. But to continue his story, I walked a few feet away to see how to get out, and when I came back 4 Chinamen were lugging my trunks away. I grabbed one of them by the ears, and the others jumped on me. I took out my revolver and pointed it at them. They spit at me. I was mad, but I hated to kill them, so I found a soldier, and he made them give up the trunks. Ah, that soldier was a fine fellow. He went up to the Chinamen and slapped them upon the face, once, twice, 3 times. They all howled like the devil and ran away. I put my revolver back into my pocket, and then I thanked the soldier. He said, "Don't mention it. Them Chinks would steal the money off a dead man's eyes." They say that Rossi, though almost in tears, was heard trying his voice at a corner near the Palace Hotel. Teddy's picture proves open sesame. I went to Lafayette Square and slept on the grass. When I tried to get into the square, the soldiers pushed me back. I pleaded with them, but they would not listen. I had under my arm a large photograph of Theodore Roosevelt, upon which it was written, "With kindest regards from Theodore Roosevelt." I showed them this, and one of them said, "If you are a friend of Teddy, come in and make yourself at home." I'd put my trunks in the cellar of the Hotel St. Francis, and thought they would be safe. The hotel caught fire, and my trunks were all burned up. To think I took so much trouble to save them. In spite of the news of all the woe and suffering which we hear, it is cheering to learn also of the many thousands of heroic deeds by brave men during the terrible scenes enacted through the 4 days passing since the eventful morning when the earth began to demolish splendid buildings of business and residence, and fire sprang up to complete the city's destruction. The mayor and his forces of police, the troops under command of General Funston, volunteer aides to all these, and the husbands of terrified wives, and the sons, brothers, and other relatives who toiled for many consecutive hours through smoke and falling walls, and an inferno of flames and explosions and traps of danger of all kinds, often without food or water, toiling as men never toiled before to save life and relieve distress of all kinds. All these were examples of heroism and devotion to duty seldom witnessed in any scenes of terror in all time. There are brave, unselfish men and heroic women yet in the world, and all of the best of human nature has been exhibited in large dimensions in the terrible disaster at San Francisco. Section 9 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 9. Disaster Spreads Over the Golden State. The first news that the world received of the earthquake came direct from San Francisco and was confined largely to descriptions of the disaster which had overwhelmed that city. It was so sudden, so appalling, so tragic in its nature, that for the time being it quite overshadowed the havoc and misery wrought in a number of other California towns of lesser note. As the truth, however, became gradually sifted out of the tangle of rumors, the horror, instead of being diminished, was vastly increased. It became evident that, instead of this being a local catastrophe, the full force of the seismic waves had traveled from Ukiah in the north to Monterey in the south, a distance of about 180 miles, and had made itself felt for a considerable distance from the Pacific westward, wrecking the larger buildings of every town in its path, rending and ruining as it went, and doing millions of dollars' worth of damage. The destruction of Santa Rosa. In Santa Rosa, 60 miles to the north of San Francisco, and one of the most beautiful towns of California, practically every building was destroyed or badly damaged. The brick and stone business blocks, together with the public buildings, were thrown down. The courthouse, Hall of Records, the Occidental and Santa Rosa hotels, the Athenaeum Theater, the new Masonic Temple, Odd Fellows Block, all the banks, everything went, and in all the city not one brick or stone building was left standing, except the California Northwestern Depot. In the residential portion of the city the foundations receded from under the houses, badly wrecking about 20 of the largest and damaging every one more or less, and here, as in San Francisco, flames followed the earthquake, breaking out in a dozen different places at once and completing the work of devastation. From the ruins of the fallen houses 58 bodies were taken out and interred during the first few days, and the total of dead and injured was close to 100. The money loss at this small city is estimated at $3 million. The destruction of Santa Rosa gave rise to general sorrow among the residents of the interior of the state. It was one of the show towns of California, and not only one of the most prosperous cities in the fine county of Sonoma, but one of the most picturesque in the state. Surrounding it there were miles of orchards, vineyards, and cornfields. The beautiful drives of the city were adorned with bowers of roses, which everywhere were seen growing about the homes of the people. In its vicinity are the famous gardens of Luther Burbank, the California Wizard, but these fortunately escaped injury. At San Jose, another very beautiful city of over 20,000 population, not a single brick or stone building of 2 stories or over was left standing. Among those wrecked were the Hall of Justice, just completed at a cost of $300,000, the new high school, the Presbyterian Church, and St. Patrick's Cathedral. Numbers of people were caught in the ruins and maimed or killed. The death list appears to have been small, but the property damage was not less than $5 million. The Agnew State Insane Asylum, in the vicinity of San Jose, was entirely destroyed, more than half the inmates being killed or injured. The Stanford University. The Leland Stanford Junior University at Palo Alto, about 30 miles south of San Francisco, felt the full force of the earthquake and was badly wrecked. Only 2 lives were lost as a result of the earthquake, one of a student, the other of a fireman, but 8 students were injured more or less seriously. The damage to the buildings is estimated by President Jordan to amount to about $4 million. The Memorial Church, with its 12 marble figures of the Apostles, each weighing 2 tons, was badly injured by the fall of its Gothic spire, which crashed through the roof and demolished much of the interior. The great entrance archway was split in twain and wrecked. So too were the library, the gymnasium, and the powerhouse. A number of other buildings in the outer quadrangle and some of the small workshops were seriously damaged. Encina Hall and the inner quadrangle were practically uninjured, and the bulk of the books, collections, and apparatus escaped damage. Sacramento, together with all the smaller cities and towns that dot the great Sacramento Valley for a distance of 50 miles south and 150 miles north of the capital, escaped without injury, not a single pane of glass being broken or a brick displaced in Sacramento, and no injury done in the other places, they lying eastward of the seat of serious earthquake activity. Los Angeles and Santa Barbara escaped with a slight trembling. Stockton, 103 miles north of San Francisco, felt a severe shock, and the Santa Fe Bridge over the San Joaquin River at this point settled several inches. The only place in Southern California that suffered was Brawley, a small town lying 120 miles south of Los Angeles, about 100 buildings in the town and the surrounding valley being injured, though none of them were destroyed. The earthquake at other cities. At Alameda, on the bay opposite San Francisco, a score of chimneys were shaken down and other injuries done. Railroad tracks were twisted, and over 600 feet of track of the Oakland Transit Company's railway sank 4 feet. The total damage done amounted to probably $200,000, but no lives were lost. Tomales, a place of 350 inhabitants, was left a pile of ruins. At Los Panos, several buildings were wrecked, causing damage to the extent of $75,000, but no lives were lost. At Loma Prieta, the earthquake caused a mine house to slip down the side of a mountain, 10 men being buried in the ruins. Fort Bragg, one of the principal lumbering towns in Mendocino County, was practically wiped out by fire following the earthquake, but out of a population of 5,000 only 1 was killed, though scores were injured. The town of Berkeley, across the bay from San Francisco, suffered considerable damage from twisted structures, fallen walls, and broken chimneys, the greatest injury being in the collapse of the town hall and the ruin of the deaf and dumb asylum. The University of California, situated here, was fortunate in escaping injury, it being reported that not a building was harmed in the slightest degree. Another public edifice of importance and interest in a different section of the state, the famous Lick Astronomical Observatory, was equally fortunate, no damage being done to the buildings or the instruments. At the State University. Salinas, a town down the coast near Monterey, suffered severely, the place being to a large extent destroyed, with an estimated loss of over $1 million. The Spreckels sugar factory and a score of other buildings were reported ruined and a number of lives lost. During the succeeding week, several other shocks of some strength were reported from this town. Thus, the ruinous work of the earthquake stretched over a broad tract of prosperous, peaceful, and happy country, embracing one of the best sections of California, laying waste not only the towns in its path, but doing much damage to ranch houses and country residences. Strange manifestations of nature were reported from the interior, where the ground was opened in many places like a plowed field. Great rents in the earth were reported, and for many miles north from Los Angeles miniature geysers are said to have spouted volcano-like streams of hot mud. Railroad tracks in some localities were badly injured, sinking or lifting, and being put out of service until repaired. In fact, the ruinous effects of the earthquake immensely exceeded those of any similar catastrophe ever before known in the United States, and when the destruction done by the succeeding conflagration in San Francisco is taken into account, the California earthquake of 1906 takes rank with the most destructive of those recorded in Section 10 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. Edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 10. All America and Canada to the Rescue. During the first 3 days after the terrible news had been flashed over the world, the relief fund from the nation had leaped beyond the $5 million mark. New York took the lead in the most generous giving that the world has ever seen. From every town and country village, the people hastened to the town halls, the newspaper offices, and wherever help was to be found most quickly, to add their savings and to sacrifice all but necessities for their stricken fellow countrymen. Never has there been such a practical illustration of brotherly love. A perfect shower of gold and food was poured out to the sufferers to give them immediate assistance and to help them to a new start in life. All relief records were broken within 2 days of the disaster, but still the purses of the rich and poor alike continued to add to the huge contributions. Though the relief records were broken, every succeeding dispatch from the West told too plainly the terrible fact that all records of necessity were also broken. Over the entire globe, Americans, wherever they were, hastened to cable or telegraph their bankers to add their share to the great work. A large fund was at once started in London, and with contributions from $2,000 to $12,000, the sum was soon raised to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Individual contributions of $100,000 were common. In addition to John D. Rockefeller's gift of this sum, his company, the Standard Oil, gave another $100,000. The Steel Corporation and Andrew Carnegie each gave $100,000. From London, William Waldorf Astor cabled his American representative, Charles A. Peabody, to place $100,000 at once at the disposal of Mayor Schmitz of San Francisco, which was done. The Dominion government of Canada made a special appropriation of $100,000, and the Canadian Bank of Commerce at Toronto gave $10,000. and two of the great steamship companies owned in Germany sent $25,000 each. Right-of-way for food trains. On nearly a dozen roads, 2 days before the fire was over, great trains of freight cars loaded with foodstuffs were hastening at express speed to San Francisco. They had the right-of-way on every line. E. H. Harriman, in addition to giving $200,000 for the Union Pacific, Southern Pacific, and other Harriman roads, issued orders that all relief trains bound for the desolated city should have precedence over all other business of the roads. Advices from many points indicated that at least 150 freight cars loaded with the necessaries so eagerly awaited in San Francisco were speeding there as fast as steam could drive them. In addition, several steamers from other Pacific Coast points, all food-laden, were rushing toward the stricken city. The rapidity with which the various relief funds in every city grew was almost magical. From corporations, firms, labor unions, religious societies, individuals, rich and poor, money flowed. Even the children in the schools gave their pennies. Every grade of society, every branch of trade and commerce seemed inspired by a spirit of emulation in giving. The United States government at once voted a contribution of $1 million, and government supplies were rushed from every post in the West. The $1 million government gift, which formed the nucleus of the relief fund, was doubled on Saturday by a resolution appropriating another, and a vote was taken on Monday to increase this sum to $1,500,000. Making a total government contribution of $2,500,000. This was largely expended in supplies of absolute necessaries, furnished from the stores of the War Department, and those first sent being 5 carloads of Army medical supplies from St. Louis. A cargo of evaporated cream was also sent to use in the care of little children, while the Red Cross Society shipped a carload of eggs from Chicago. Dr. Edward Devine, Special Red Cross agent in San Francisco, was appointed to distribute these supplies. Cargoes of supplies. Trainloads of other supplies were dispatched in all haste from various points in the West and East, carrying provisions of all kinds, tents, cots, clothing, bedding, and a great variety of other articles. A special train of 26 cars was dispatched from Portland, Oregon, on Thursday night, conveying 10 doctors, 20 trained nurses, and 800,000 pounds of provisions. Chicago sent meat, Minneapolis sent flour, and, in fact, every part of the country moved in the greatest haste for the relief of the stricken city. There was urgent need of haste. On Friday, while the flames were still making their way onward, General Funston telegraphed, "Famine seems inevitable." The people of the country took a more hopeful view of it, and by Saturday night the specter of famine was definitely driven from the field, and food for all the fugitives was within reach. The sympathy of the people awakes. On all sides the people were awake and doing. In all the great cities, agencies to receive contributions were opened, and many of the newspapers undertook the task of collecting and forwarding supplies. The smaller towns were equally alert in furnishing their quota to the good work, and from countryside and village contributions were forwarded until the fund accumulated to an unprecedented amount. Collections were made in factories, in stores, in offices, in the public schools. Cash boxes, or globes, stood in all frequented places and were rapidly filled with banknotes. Theatrical and musical entertainments were given for the benefit of the earthquake sufferers. Never had there been such an awakening. As an instance of the spirit displayed, one man came running into a banking house and threw a $1,000 bill on the counter. "For San Francisco," he said as he turned toward the door. "What name?" asked the teller. "Put it down to cash," he answered as he vanished. Rapidly the fund accumulated. A few days brought it up to the $5 million mark. Then it grew to $10 million. Within 10 days' time the relief fund was estimated at $18 million, and the good work was still going on. In less profusion, it is true, but still the spirit was alive. Foreign offers of aid. The general impulse was not confined to the United States. From all countries came offers of aid. Canada was promptly in the field, and the chief nations of Europe were quick to follow, while Japan made a generous offer, and in far Australia funds were started at the various cities for the sufferers. No doubt a large sum from foreign lands would have been available had not President Roosevelt declined to accept contributions from abroad, as not needed in view of America's abundant response. To the Hamburg line, which offered $25,000, the following letter was sent: "The President deeply appreciates your message of sympathy, and desires me to thank you heartily for the kind offer of outside aid. Although declining, the President earnestly wishes you to understand how much he appreciates your cordial and generous sympathy." All other offerings from abroad were in the same thankful spirit declined, even those from our immediate neighbors, Canada and Mexico. Some feeling was aroused by this, especially in the Relief Committee at San Francisco, which felt that the need of that city was so great and urgent that no offer of relief should have been declined. In response, the President explained that he only spoke for the government in his official capacity, and that San Francisco was in no sense debarred from accepting any contributions made directly to it. It may justly be said for the people of this country that their spontaneous generosity in the presence of a great calamity, either at home or abroad, is always magnificent. It never waits for solicitation. It does not delay even until the necessity is demonstrated, but it assumes that where there is great destruction of property and homes are swept away, there must be distress which calls for immediate relief. There is one ray of light in the gloom caused by the calamity at San Francisco. A truly splendid display of brotherly love and sympathy has been shown by the people of this country, and a similar display was ready to be shown by the people of the civilized world had it been felt that the occasion demanded it, and that the exigency surpassed the power of our people to meet it. Enterprise in San Francisco. In the face of an appalling and death-dealing disaster, rendering an entire community dependent for the bare necessities of life, and putting it in imminent danger of greater horrors, the nation has been stirred as it has rarely been before, and there have been awakened those deeper feelings of brotherhood which are referred to in the oft-quoted passage that "one touch of nature makes the whole world akin." The nature indicated in this instance is human nature in its highest manifestation. The sympathetic sentiment that stirs deeply in all our hearts and needs but the occasion to make itself warmly manifested. There is something incomparably splendid in the spectacle of an entire nation straining every nerve to send succor to the helpless and the suffering, and this spectacle has warmed the hearts of our people to the uttermost, and inspired them to make the most strenuous efforts to drive away the gaunt wolf of famine from the ruined homes of our far Pacific brethren. It may be said that San Francisco will be willing to accept this relief only so long as stern necessity demands it. At this writing, only 2 weeks have passed since the dread calamity, and already active steps are being taken to provide for themselves. As an example of their enterprise, it may be said that their newspapers hardly suspended at all, the Evening Post alone suspending publication for a time from being unable to acquire a plant in the vicinity of the city. When the conflagration made it apparent that all plants would be destroyed, the Bulletin put at work a force in its composing rooms. A handbill was set and some hundreds of copies run off on the proof press, giving the salient features of the day's news. The morning papers, the Call, Chronicle, and Examiner, retired to Oakland on the other side of the bay, and there, on Thursday morning, issued a joint paper from the office of the Oakland Tribune. On Friday morning they split forces again, the Examiner retaining use of the Tribune plant and the Call and Chronicle issuing from the office of the Oakland Herald. 2 days later the Call secured the service of the Oakland Enquirer plant. Meantime, on Friday, the Bulletin, after a suspension of 1 day, made arrangements for the use in the afternoon of the Oakland Herald equipment, and from these sources and under such circumstances the San Francisco papers have been issuing. Offices were hurriedly opened on Fillmore Street, which today is the main thoroughfare of San Francisco, and from these headquarters the news of the day as it is gathered is transmitted by means of automobiles and ferry service to the Oakland shore. There were also accepted such advertisements as had been offered. The number of these was, perhaps, the best visual sign of the resurrection of the new city. It was noted that in a 14-page paper printed within 2 weeks after the fire by the Examiner, there were over 9 pages of advertisements, and in a 16-page paper published by the Chronicle, at least 50% of its space was devoted to the same end. Many of the larger factories left unharmed were also quick to start work. At the Union Iron Works 2,300 men were promptly employed, and the management expected within a fortnight to have the full complement of its force, nearly 4,000 men, engaged. No damage was done to the 3 new warships being built at these works for the government, the cruisers California and Milwaukee and the battleship South Dakota. The steamer City of Puebla, which was sunk in the bay, has been raised and is being repaired. Workmen are also engaged fixing the steamship Columbia, which was turned on her side. The hulls of the new Hawaiian American Steamship Company's liners were pitched about 4 feet to the south, but were uninjured and only need to be replaced in position. As for the working people at large, those without funds for their own support, abundant employment will quickly be provided for them in the necessary work of clearing away the debris, thus opening the way to a resumption of business and reducing the number requiring relief. The ukase has already been issued that all able-bodied men needing aid must go to work or leave the city. This dictum of Chief of Police Dinan's will be strictly enforced. The relief work and distribution of food and clothing are attracting a certain element to the city which does not desire to labor, while some already here prefer to live on the generosity of others. Chief Dinan has determined that those who apply for relief and refuse work when it is offered them shall leave the city or be arrested for vagrancy. The police judges have suggested establishing a chain gang and putting all vagrants and petty offenders at work cleaning up the ruins. Perhaps never in the history of the city has there been so little crime in San Francisco. With the saloons closed, Chinatown, the Barbary Coast, and other haunts of criminals wiped out, and soldiers and Marines on almost every block in the residence districts, there have been few crimes of any kind. It is the opinion of the police that most of the criminal element has left the city. The saloons, in all probability, will remain closed for 2 months more. The problem of the Chinese. In conclusion of this chapter, it is advisable to refer to the situation of one of the elements of San Francisco's population, the people of Chinatown. One of the problems facing the relief committees on both sides of the bay is the sheltering of the Chinese. Many of them are destitute. It has long been a question in San Francisco what should be done with Chinatown, and moving the Chinese in the direction of Colma has been agitated. Now they are without homes and without prospects of procuring any. They can get no land. The limits of Oakland's Chinatown have already been extended, and the strictest police regulations are enforced to prevent further enlargement. On this side of the bay they are camping in open lots. Unless the government undertakes their relief, they are in grave danger. Those who have money cannot purchase property, as no one will sell to them. Few, however, even of the wealthiest merchants in Chinatown, saved anything of value, for their wealth was invested in the Oriental village which had sprung up in the heart of the area burned. Yet it is the desire of the municipality not to harass this portion of its foreign population, and the vexatious problem of placing the new Chinatown will probably be settled to the satisfaction of the Chinese colony. This colony diverts an important part of the trade of San Francisco to that city, and if its members are dealt with unjustly, there is danger of losing this trade. The question is one that must be left for the future to decide, but no doubt care will be taken that a new Chinatown, with the unsavory conditions of the old, shall not arise.
Section 11 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 11. San Francisco of the Past. The story of San Francisco's history and tragedy appeal with extraordinary force to the imagination of all civilized men. For several generations the city was looked upon as an Arabian Nights dream, a place where gold lay in the streets and joy and happiness were unlimited. Its settlement, or rather its real rise as a city, was as by magic. It was first a city of tents, of shanties, of shacks, lying on the rim of a great spacious bay. Ships of all sizes and rigs brought gold seekers and provisions from the east, all the way round Cape Horn, after voyages of weary months, and at San Francisco their crews deserted and hundreds of these crafts were left at their moorings to rot. Ashore was a riot of money, prodigious extravagance, mean, shabby appointments, sudden riches, great disappointment, revelry, improvidence, and suicide. The streets that now lay squares from the water were then at the water's edge, and bateaux brought cargoes ashore. Long wharves, one was for years called the Long Wharf, even after there were others built much longer, led out over the shallow water. These shallows were later filled and streets built upon them, and upon them rose warehouses, hotels, factories, lodging houses, and business places. The city grew rapidly in the direction away from the bay, but in its early days it was a city of no confidence in its own stability, and its buildings were accordingly unstable. A few minor earthquakes shook some of these down years ago, and established in the minds of the people a horror of earthquakes. Frame houses became the rule. In its ensuing life San Francisco developed the attributes of a city of gaiety tempered by business. The population, for the most part, affected light-hearted scorn of money, or rather of saving money. It made mirth of life, habituated itself to expect windfalls such as miners and prospectors dream of, developed a moderate amount of business, and enjoyed the day while there was sunlight, and the night when there was artificial light. The windfalls grew less frequent, mining became a costly and scientific process, and agriculture succeeded it. But, though it was only necessary to tickle the land with a hoe and pour water upon the tickled spot, to have it laugh with 2, 3, or even 4 harvests a year, agriculturalists continued scarce. The Chinese truck farms, some of which lay within the city's lines, supplied the small fruits and vegetables. Across the bay white men farmed, and grapes, fruits, vegetables, and flowers of prodigious variety and monstrous dimensions were grown. But Eastern men came to do the farming. The Californian who himself was an Argonaut, or whose father was an Argonaut, found no attractions in the steady labor of farming. There followed a period of depression, ascribed by many to the influx of the Chinese and their effect upon the labor market, though the armies of the unemployed were, as a rule, unwilling to do the work their celestial rivals engaged in, that of truck farming, fruit-raising, manual household labor, wood-cutting, and the like. A heavy weight settled on the city, business grew slack, the army of the unemployed, of ruined speculators and moneyless newcomers grew steadily greater, and for an era San Francisco saw its dark side. But this was not a long duration. There was fast developing a new and important business, resulting from the development of the real resources of the state, the fruits, particularly the citrus fruits that grew abundantly in the warm valley. Fortunes were made in oranges, lemons, limes, grapes, almonds, and pears. Raisins, whose size defied anything heretofore known, were made from the huge grapes that grew in the San Joaquin Valley. Sonoma sent its grapes to be made into wine. Capital flowed in from every side. Eastern men in search of health, others in search of wealth, came to the Golden State. No matter who came, where they came from, or where they were going, they spent a few days, or many, and some money, or much, in Frisco. The enterprise of the second edition pioneers quickly transformed the state and city. Agriculture brings new wealth. Luxury was startling. San Francisco's mercantile community equaled the best. The stores and shops were as beautiful as anywhere in the world, and proportionately as well patronized. Theaters, music halls, restaurants, hotel bars, and the like were ablaze, with lights at night and patronized by a gay throng. Sutro's Bath, near the Cliff House, was a species of entertainment unequaled anywhere. The Presidio, as the army post is still known, as in the Spanish nomenclature, gave its drills, regarded as free exhibitions for the people. Golden Gate Park was an endless daily picnic ground. The crowds in the streets of San Francisco were noticeably well-dressed and usually gay, without that fixed, drawn, saturnine look noticeable among the people of the East. It is doubtful whether, upon the whole, the earnings of the San Francisco man equaled those of his Eastern brother, but his holidays were frequent and his joys greater. The grind of life was not yet steady, men had not become mere machines. The climate of California is peculiar. It is hard to give an impression of it. In the first place, all the forces of nature work on laws of their own in that part of California. There is no thunder or lightning, there is no snow, except a flurry once in 5 or 6 years. There are perhaps half a dozen nights in the winter where the thermometer drops low enough so that there is a little film of ice on exposed water in the morning. Neither is there any hot weather. Yet most Easterners remaining in San Francisco for a few days remember that they were always chilly. A peculiar yet delightful climate. For the gate is a big funnel, drawing in the winds and the mists which cool off the great hot interior valley of San Joaquin and Sacramento. So the west wind blows steadily 10 months of the year, and almost all the mornings are foggy. This keeps the temperature steady at about 55 degrees, a little cool for the comfort of an unacclimated person, especially indoors. Californians, used to it, hardly ever think of making fires in their houses, except in the few exceptional days of the winter season, and then they rely mainly upon fireplaces. This is like the custom of the Venetians and the Florentines. But give an Easterner 6 months of it, and he, too, learns to exist without a chill and a steady temperature a little lower than that to which he is accustomed at home. After that one goes about with perfect indifference to the temperature. Summer and winter, San Francisco women wear light, tailor-made clothes, and men the same fall-weight suits all the year around. Except for the modern buildings, the fruit of the last 10 years, the town presented at first sight to the newcomer a disreputable appearance. Most of the buildings were low and of wood. In the middle periods of the 70s, when a great part of San Francisco was building, there was some atrocious architecture perpetrated. And that time, too, everyone put bow windows on his house, to catch all the morning sunlight that was coming through the fog, and those little houses, with bow windows and fancy work all down their fronts, were characteristic of the middle-class resident districts. Then the Italians, who tumbled over Telegraph Hill, had built as they listed, and with little regard for streets, and their houses hung crazily on a side hill which was little less than a precipice. For the most part the Chinese, though they occupied an abandoned business district, had remade the houses Chinese fashion, and the Mexicans and Spaniards had added to their houses those little balconies without which life is not life to a Spaniard. The streets are steep beyond conception. Where Vallejo Street ran up Russian Hill, it progressed for 4 blocks by regular steps like a flight of stairs. With these hills, with the strangeness of the architecture, and with a green-gray tinge over everything, the city fell always into vistas and pictures, a setting for the romance which hung over everything, which has always hung over life in San Francisco since the Padres came and gathered the Indians about Mission Dolores. And it was a city of romance and a gateway to adventure. It opened out on the mysterious Pacific, the untamed ocean, and most of China, Japan, the South Sea Islands, Lower California, the west coast of Central America, Australia that came to this country passed in through the Golden Gate. There was a sprinkling, too, of Alaska and Siberia. From his windows on Russian Hill one saw always something strange and suggestive creeping through the mists of the bay. It would be a South Sea Island brig bringing in copra to take out cottons and idols, a Chinese junk with fan-like sails back from an expedition after shark's livers, an old whaler which seemed to drip oil back from a year of cruising in the Arctic. Even the tramp windjammers were deep-chested craft, capable of rounding the Horn or of circumnavigating the globe, and they came in streaked and picturesque from their long voyaging. A mixture of races. In the orange-colored dawn, which always comes through the midst of that bay, the fishing fleet would crawl in under triangular lateen sails, for the fishermen of San Francisco Bay were all Neapolitans, who have brought their costumes and sail with lateen rigs shaped like the ear of a horse when the wind fills them, and stained an orange-brown. The smelting pot of the races, Stevenson called the region along the waterfront, for here the people of all these craft met, Italians, Greeks, Russians, Lascars, Kanakas, Alaska Indians, Black Gilbert Islanders, Spanish Americans, wanderers and sailors from all the world, who came in and out from among the queer craft to lose themselves in the disreputable shanties and saloons. The Barbary Coast was a venerable bit of Satan's realm. The place was made up of 3 solid blocks of dance halls for the delectation of the sailors of the world. Within those streets of peril the respectable never set foot. Behind the swinging doors of those saloons anything might be happening. Crime was as common here as drink, and much went on of which the law was blankly ignorant. Not far removed from this haunt of crime was the world-famous Chinatown, a district 6 blocks long and 2 wide, and housing, when at its fullest, some 30,000 Chinese. Old business houses at first, the new inmates added to them, rebuilt them, ran out their own balconies and entrances, and gave them that feeling of huddled irregularity which makes all Chinese-built dwellings fall naturally into pictures. Not only this, they burrowed to a depth equal to 3 stories under the ground, and through this ran passages in which the Chinese transacted their dark and devious affairs, as the smuggling of opium, the traffic in slave girls, and the settlement of their difficulties by murder, if they saw fit. The law was powerless to prevent or discover and convict the murderers. Chinatown is gone, the Barbary Coast is gone, the haunts of crime have been swept by the devouring flames, and if the citizens can prevent, they will never be restored. The old San Francisco is dead. The gayest, lightest-hearted, most pleasure-loving city of this continent, and in many ways the most interesting and romantic, is a horde of huddled refugees living among ruins. It may rebuild, it probably will, but those who have known that particular city by the Golden Gate and have caught its flavor of Arabian Nights feel that it can never be the same. When it rises out of its ashes, it will probably doubtless resemble other modern cities and have lost its old strange flavor. Section 12 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 12. Life in the Metropolis of the Pacific. Brought up in a bountiful country where no one really has to work very hard to live, nurtured on adventure, scion of a free and merry stock, the real, native Californian is a distinctive type, as far from the Easterner in psychology as the extreme Southerner is from the Yankee. He is easygoing, witty, hospitable, lovable, inclined to be unmoral rather than immoral in his personal habits, and above all easy to meet and to know. Above all, there is an art sense all through the populace which sets it off from any other part of the country. This sense is almost Latin in its strength, and the Californian owes it to the leaven of Latin blood. The Frisco restaurants. With such a people, life was always gay. If they did not show it on the streets, as do the people of Paris, it was because the winds made open café disagreeable at all seasons of the year. The gaiety went on indoors or out on the hundreds of estates that fringed the city. It was noted for its restaurants. Perhaps people who cared not how they spent their money could get the best they wished, but for $1 down to as low as 15 cents, the restaurants furnished the best fare to be had anywhere at the price. The country all about produced everything that a cook needs, and that in abundance. The bay was an almost untapped fish pond. The fruit farms came up to the very edge of the town, and the surrounding country produced in abundance fine meats, all cereals, and all vegetables. But the chefs who came from France in the early days and liked this land of plenty were the head and front of it. They passed their art to other Frenchmen or to the clever Chinese. Most of the French chefs at the biggest restaurants were born in Canton, China. Later, the Italians, learning of this country where good fruit is appreciated, came and brought their own style. Householders always dined out 1 or 2 nights of the week, and boarding houses were scarce, for the unattached preferred the restaurants. The eating was usually better than the surroundings. The famous poodle dog. Meals that were marveled were served in tumble-down little hotels. Most famous of all the restaurants was the Poodle Dog. There have been no less than 4 restaurants of this name, beginning with a frame shanty where, in the early days, a prince of French cooks used to exchange recipes for gold dust. Each succeeding restaurant of the name has moved farther downtown, and the recent Poodle Dog stands, or stood, on the edge of the Tenderloin in a modern 5-story building, and it typified a certain spirit that there was in San Francisco. On the ground floor was a public restaurant where there was served the best dollar dinner on earth. It ranked with the best, and the others were in San Francisco. Here, especially on Sunday nights, almost everybody went to vary the monotony of home cooking. Everyone who was anyone in the town could be seen there off and on. It was perfectly respectable. A man might take his wife and daughter there. On the second floor there were private dining rooms, and to dine there with one or more of the opposite sex was risque, but not especially terrible. But the third floor, and the fourth floor, and the fifth. The elevator man of the Poodle Dog, who had held the job for many years and never spoke unless spoken to, wore diamonds and was a heavy investor in real estate. There were others as famous in their ways. Zincodd's, where at one time everyone went after the theater, and Tate's, which has lately bitten into that trade. The Palace Grill, much like the grills of Eastern Hotel except for the price, and Delmonico's, which ran the Poodle Dog neck and neck in its own line, and many others, humbler, but great at the price. The Bohemian Club. To the visitor who came to see the city, and who put himself in the hands of one of its well-to-do citizens for the purpose, the few days that followed were apt to be a whirl of mirth and sightseeing, made up of breakfasts, luncheons, dinners, drives, little trips across the bay, dashes down the peninsula to the polo and country clubs, hours spent in Bohemia, trips around the world among all the races of the habitable globe, all of whom had their colonies in this most cosmopolitan of American cities. In club life the Bohemian stood first and foremost, the famous club whose meeting place, with all its art treasures, is now a heap of ashes, but which was formerly Frisco's head center of mirth. Founded by Henry George, the world-famous single tax advocate, when he was an impecunious scribbler on the San Francisco Post, it grew to be the choicest place of resort in the Pacific Metropolis. Within its walls, the possession of dollars was a bar rather than an open sesame, the master key to its circles being the knack of telling a good story or the possession of a quick and telling wit. Fun-making was the rule there, and the only way to escape being made its victim was the power to deliver a ready and witty retort. In this home of good fellowship all the artists, actors, wits, literati, fiddlers, pianists, and bon vivants were members. Here an impoverished painter could square his grill and buffet account by giving the club a dab to hang on its walls. Here in the days of old the sheriff used to camp regularly once a month until the members rustled up the money to re-levin the furniture. But those days of poverty passed away, and in later years the club came to know prosperity beyond the dreams of the good fellows who founded it. The wickedest and gayest. The Bohemian is gone, but the spirit that founded and made it still exists, and we may look to see it rise, like the phoenix, from its ashes. San Francisco was often called the wickedest city in America. It was hardly that, it was simply the gayest. It was not the home of purity, neither is any other city. What other cities do behind closed doors, San Francisco did not hesitate to do in the open. In eastern cities, the police have driven vice into tenements, lodging houses, and apartments. San Francisco did not do that. She had certain quarters where, according to unwritten law, vice was allowed to abide, and she did not try to hide the fact that it could be found there. She was not secretly immoral, she was frankly unmoral. She did not believe in driving her vice from the open where it could be recognized and controlled, prevented from doing any more harm than it was possible to stop, into districts of the city where good people dwell and purity would feel its contaminated influence. There were regions in which the respectable never set foot, haunts of acknowledged vice, which for virtue to enter would be to lose caste. As for its gaiety, San Francisco was proud of the reputation of being the Paris of America. Its women were beautiful, and they knew it. They liked to adorn their beauty with fine clothes and peacock among the streets on matinee days. If you asked a San Francisco girl why she wore such expensive clothes, she would say, frankly, "Because I like to have men admire me," and she would see no harm in saying it. There was very little sham about the San Francisco women. Their men understood them and worshipped them. They bore themselves with the freedom that was theirs by right of their heritage of open-air living, the bohemian atmosphere they breathed, the unconventional character of their surroundings. Their figures were strong and well-molded, their faces bloomed with health like the roses in their gardens. They drew the wine of laughter from their balmy California air. Sorrow and trouble sat lightly on their shoulders. There was no end of enjoyments. After theater they would go to Zincodd's, Tate's, the Palace, or some other of the many places of resort for a snack to eat and a spell under the music which was to be heard everywhere. Another part of the gay life of the city was for a private dance to keep going all night in a fashionable residence, and at daylight, instead of everybody going to bed, to jump into automobiles or carriages and take the trolley cars and whiz off to the beach for a dip in the cold salt water at Sutros baths, and then, with ravenous appetites, sit down on the Cliff House balcony to an open-air breakfast while watching the ships sail in and out at the Golden Gate and hearing the seals barking on the rocks. After that, home and to rest. An all-night town. The city never went to sleep altogether. It was an all-night town. Few of the restaurants ever closed. None of the saloons did. Always, during the whole 24 hours of the day, there was something doing in the Tenderloin. No hour of the night was ever free of revelry. It was marvelous how they kept it up. The average San Francisco could stay awake all night at a card game, take a cold wash and a good breakfast in the morning, and go straight downtown to business and feel none the worse for it. It was a gay town, a captivating, piquant, audacious, but not especially wicked city. A Frenchy, a risque city it might justly have been called, but it was not wicked in the sense that sordid vice, vulgar crime, and wretched squalor constitute wickedness. It was a lovable place that everyone longed to get back to, once having been there. A woman, leaving it for years, watched it from the ferry boat and, weeping, said, "San Francisco, oh, my San Francisco, I am leaving thee. Will those who left it after the fire ever get back to their old city again? We have already expressed our doubt of this. The old San Francisco is probably gone, never to return. The new San Francisco will be a cleaner, saner, and safer city, destitute of its rookeries, its tenements, and its Chinatown. It will be a greater and more sightly city than that of the past, but to those who knew and loved the old San Francisco the captivating, the maddest, gayest, liveliest, and most rollicking in the country, there must have been something impressibly sad to its old inhabitants in the reflection that the new city of the Golden Gate can never be quite the same as the haven of their earlier affections. Section 13 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 13. Plans to rebuild San Francisco. Almost as soon as the terrible conflagration had been checked and gotten under control by the heroic efforts of soldiers and firemen, a little group of the leading citizens of the desolated city had met in the office of Mayor Eugene E. Schmidt and had begun to plan the restoration of their municipality. It was an admirable courage, bred in the stock of those men who in 1849 left comfortable homes in the East to seek their fortune in the Golden State, that inspired the loyal leaders of the present-day citizen to provide with far-seeing eyes for the rebuilding of their homes and business houses with more orderly precision after the fire than had been possible during the hustle of the early days in the new city. The old San Francisco was no more, and never could be recalled save as a memory. The local color, atmosphere, that which might be termed the feeling of the old city, vanished with the clustered houses, as rich in tradition as the ancient missions in whose cloisters worshipped the Spanish padre before the gringo came. Heartrending as it was to the citizens who loved their homes and haunts to see them disappear into smoke, there was an attraction about the city of the Golden Gate which endeared it to all Americans. One of San Francisco's charms was in its defiance of precedent. There were hills to be conquered, and San Francisco's expanding traffic hurled itself at the face of them. It went up and up with no thought of finding a way around. So it happened that on some of the streets the steepness was too great for horses. In the center there are cable roads, and on either side of the rails grass grows through the cobbles. The earlier structures on the level were put together in haste. For the most part they remained essentially unchanged till they fell with a crash. True, they had become stained by time, unkept, dwarfed by new neighbors, but no one desired to efface them. Away from the business section, houses appeared on the various hills, perched precariously near the brink, houses reached by long flights and grown over with roses. The bathing fogs touched them with gray. Moss grew on their roofs. In the little, lofty yards calla lilies bloomed with a profusion of weeds. The natural beauty of the site, the quaintness of the commercial and social development of which it became the center, attracted the poet and the artist. It incited them to paint the attractions and to sing the praises of their chosen home. But the loyal sons of those brave pioneers who founded the Metropolis were not in the least daunted by the problem of raising from its ruins the whole vast number of dwellings and business houses. The leaders of the people, the men who had been identified with San Francisco since its early days, and whose great fortunes were almost swept away by the cataclysm, lent courage to all the wearied thousands by firm statements of their optimism. James D. Pellon, former mayor of the city and one of its richest capitalists, immediately announced his intention of rebuilding his properties at Market and O'Farrell Streets in the heart of the ruined business district. William H. Crocker, one of the heaviest losers, a nephew of Charles Crocker, who founded the Central Pacific Railroad with Collis P. Huntington, Leland Stanford, and others, stated emphatically that he would put his shoulder to the wheel. On receiving the first news of the disaster, and before he knew what his losses would amount to, he said, "Mark my words, San Francisco will arise from these ashes a greater and more beautiful city than ever. I don't take any stock in the belief of some people that investors and residents will be panicky and afraid to build up again. This calamity, terrible as it is, will mean nothing less than the new and greater San Francisco. It is preposterous to suggest the abandonment of the city. It is the natural metropolis of the Pacific coast. God made it so." D.O. Mills, the Spreckels family, everybody I know have determined to rebuild and to invest more than ever before. Burnham, the great Chicago architect, has been at work for a year or more on plans to beautify San Francisco. Terrible as this destruction has been, it serves to clear the way for the carrying out of these plans. Why, even now we are figuring on rebuilding. More than that, I am confident that, except for what the fire has absolutely laid waste, it will be found that the buildings are less injured than was supposed. Plastering, ornamental work, glass, and more or less loose material has been shaken down, but the framework, I am sure, will be found intact in many big buildings. D. Ogden Mills, of New York, who owned enormous properties in the stricken city, was equally confident. "We will go ahead," said he, "and build the city, and build it so that earthquakes will not shake it down, and so fire will not destroy it, and we will have a water system which will enable us to draw water from the sea for fire extinguishing service and other municipal purposes. We will thus have less to fear from the destruction of the land mains. The whole point with all of us who own property down there is that we have to build. To let it die idle, piled with its ruins, would mean the throwing away of money, and I am sure that none of us intends to do that. The city will go up like Baltimore did, and Galveston, and Charleston, and Chicago, and there will be no lack of capital. California spirit and California enterprise, which are always associated with the state of California, will rise superior to this calamity." George Crocker, elder brother of William H. Crocker, Archer M. Huntington, son of Collis P. Huntington, Mrs. Herman Ulrich's, Mrs. W. K. Vanderbilt, Jr., members of the wealthy Spreckels family, and others all expressed, before the great conflagration had ceased burning, the confident expectation that the city would rise, phoenix-like, from its ashes, and become more beautiful and prosperous than it had ever been in the past. So complete was the calamity that the government of the United States lent a hand in the earliest work of restoration. On April 20th, 2 days after the earthquake, Congress took immediate steps to repair or replace all the public buildings damaged or destroyed in San Francisco. The willingness of Congress to assist those in need of work by immediately beginning the reconstruction of the federal buildings was indicated when Senator Scott, chairman of the Committee on Public Buildings and Grounds, introduced a resolution calling upon the Secretary of the Treasury for full information as to the exact condition of the various government buildings in San Francisco, and instructing him to submit an estimate showing the aggregate sum needed to repair or rebuild them. The resolution suggested that steel frames be used in any new buildings. This resolution was adopted. It was soon learned that the new post office, the mint, and the old customs house were practically undamaged. The branch of the United States Mint on 5th Street and the new post office at 7th and Mission Streets were striking examples of the superiority of workmanship put into federal buildings. The old Mint building, surrounded by a wide space of pavement, was absolutely unharmed. The Mint made preparations to resume business at once. The post office building also was virtually undamaged by fire. The earthquake shock did some damage to the different entrances to the building, but the walls were left standing in good condition. President Roosevelt also sent a message to Congress asking that $300,000 be at once appropriated to finish the Mare Island Navy Yard in order that employment might be given to the many workmen who were in extreme need of money for the necessities of life. It was a most fortunate circumstance that the property records in the Hall of Records were unharmed either by earthquake or fire. Endless disputes and litigation over the questions of ownerships would undoubtedly have otherwise impeded the work of those sincerely anxious to repair their shattered fortunes, and opened the way for the unscrupulous to take unfair advantage of the general chaos. But the temper of the people was such that only the boldest would have dared use trickery for his own ends. Every man stood at the side of his neighbor, working for himself and for the good of all. Before the embers were cool, the owners of some of the damaged skyscrapers gave commands to proceed instantly with their reconstruction. The Spreckles Building, the Hayward Building, the St. Francis Hotel, the Merchants' Exchange, and structures that permitted it were ordered rushed into shape as quickly as possible. And already contracts had been drawn up for other steel frame buildings to be erected with all speed. Many substantial businessmen and property owners of San Francisco were in consultation with the architects within a few days. While the work of clearing away the debris went forward, a corps of draftsmen were busily occupied preparing plans for the new buildings to adorn the city. Mayor Schmidt telegraphed to the mayors of all leading cities, inquiring how many architects or architectural draftsmen could be induced to leave for San Francisco at once, and hundreds of young men immediately responded to the call. Experts of the several great contracting companies hurried to the scene and were ready to deposit material and labor on the ground for the work of restoration. Daniel H. Burnham, a leading architect of Chicago, who had previously drawn plans for beautifying the city, was summoned to superintend the work. All the horses, mules, and wagons attainable were immediately pressed into service to remove the debris and clear the streets so that traffic could be resumed. Within a week after the first earthquake shock, trolley cars were running in the principal streets. Telephone communication had been reestablished in the most needed quarters, electric lights were available, and business had begun again on a limited scale. Yet, in spite of the indomitable courage of the citizens and efficient labor of the public officers and the utility companies, an enormous amount of work remained. Virtually every bank in San Francisco had to be rebuilt. Only the Market Street National Bank was left nearly undamaged. An official list of the condition of school buildings throughout the city showed that 29 school buildings were destroyed and that 44 were partially, at least, spared. Many of the latter were so damaged that they had to be either pulled down or thoroughly repaired, and arrangements were made to resume the short-term and tents erected in parts where thousands of the homeless had already found temporary shelter. With these two vital classes of public institutions prepared to care for the demands about to be made on them, confidence was not lacking in other parts. Most of the foundries and factories near the waterfront and south of Market Street immediately called in all their employees and began to clear away the wreckage and make ready for continuing business. Great credit is due to the newspapers, nearly all of which continued their daily issues without interruption, although their buildings, with offices and printing plants, were entirely destroyed by the flames which followed the earthquake. Those whose premises were early threatened with destruction betook themselves to Oakland, 7 miles distant across the bay, and published their sheets from the establishments of the Oakland papers. A thorough inspection shows that comparatively little damage was done in the vicinity of the cliff. The cliff house, which was at first reported to have been hurled into the sea, not only stood, but the damage sustained by it from the earthquake was slight. The famous Sutro baths, located near the cliff house, with hundreds of thousands of square feet of glass roofing, also were practically unharmed. Only a few of the windows in the Sutro baths and the cliff house were broken, and the lofty chimney of the pumping plant of the former establishment was cracked only a trifle. When the situation was finally summed up, however, nearly 3/4 of the city had to be rebuilt or remodeled, and the cost of doing this was enough to appall the strongest hearts. Financially, the prospect was encouraging. Not a bank lost the contents of its fireproof vaults and remained practically unharmed, so far as credit was concerned. For a number of days it was impossible to open any strong boxes on account of the great heat which the thick walls retained, and this naturally caused some embarrassment and lack of ready money. Nearly all of them, however, had strong connections in eastern cities and large balances to their credit in other banks of America and Europe. They were also favored by the fact that the United States Mint and the sub-treasury held between them some $245 million in ready money. The Secretary of Treasury immediately deposited $10 million to the credit of the local banks, and financiers of the great business centers of the country added to public confidence by prompt statements that they would facilitate the reconstruction of the city by a liberal advancement of funds. One prominent Eastern capitalist expressed the general conviction in the following words: "No great city, unless it dried up entirely from lack of commercial lifeblood, was ever annihilated by such a disaster as that of San Francisco. Pompeii and Herculaneum were not great cities in the first place, and in the second they were completely covered, smothered as it were, with the ashes and molten lava of the adjoining volcano, and nearly all of their inhabitants perished. If it be admitted that 3/4 of the superstructures, so to speak, of San Francisco, estimated according to the valuation, is destroyed, we have yet the fact remaining that the lives of only 1/400th of its population have been lost. San Francisco was not merely land and buildings erected upon it, but it was people, and one of the most active, most hopeful, most vivacious human communities on the face of the earth. You cannot long discourage such a community unless you wipe out 3/4 of its members. Will San Francisco rise again? Most certainly it will. Galveston and Baltimore, not to mention Charleston, Boston, and Chicago, showed the spirit of material resurrection in American communities sore smitten by calamity. After Galveston had been made a desert of sand and debris, there were predictions that it would never rise again. What was the outcome? A finer Galveston than before, and finer than many years of slow improvement in the natural course would have made it. Baltimore is busier commercially than it was before the Great Fire. San Francisco is exceedingly fortunate in the fact that its moneyed institutions remain strong, with abundant supplies of funds. It is true that many of them undoubtedly hold large numbers of real estate mortgages as securities for loans, and that much of the property thus represented is now in ashes. but with care and an accommodating spirit, practically all of those mortgages can be so nursed that they will be made absolutely good. The bank will be found to be only too eager to afford new loans which will enable realty owners to rebuild. You will see San Francisco rise a more splendid city than ever, and better prepared to resist further earthquake shocks. Because it has had this dreadful visitation is no reason for apprehension that another like it will come within the life of the present generation, or 2 or 3 after. The destruction of Lisbon in the middle of the 18th century and its subsequent immunity from seismic damage is a reassuring example. The municipality was in excellent financial condition to meet and rise above the extraordinary needs of the situation. It had a bonded debt of only $4,245,100, while its realty valuation was $402,127,261, and its personality $122,258,406. The question of issuing further amounts of bonds was therefore one of the first measures considered by Mayor Schmidt and his co-workers, and an appeal was made to the federal government to guarantee the proposed loans, so that the most urgent work which lay in the city's province could be undertaken at once and without an excessive burden of interest. The vast insurance loss was divided among 107 companies, and though only a little more than half the damage was covered by policies, the total swelled towards the colossal sum of $150 million. Several of the large companies were seriously crippled by the disaster, and some were forced into liquidation. To the great relief of the entire country, nevertheless, the financial situation was not
Section 14 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 14. The Earthquake Wave Felt Round the Earth. The outbreak of earth forces at San Francisco did not stand alone. There were others elsewhere at nearly the same time, the whole seeming to indicate a general disturbance in the interior of the earth's crust. Some scientists, indeed, declared that no possible connection could exist between the eruption of Mount Vesuvius and the earthquake at San Francisco, but others were inclined to view certain facts in regard to recent seismic and volcanic activity as, to say the least, suggestive. As to the actual cause of the California earthquake, the wisest confession we can make is that of ignorance, there being almost as little known as to the origin, period, and coming of earthquakes as when Pliny wrote 1800 years ago. The Roman observer knew that the tremor passed like a wave through the surface of the earth. He knew that it had a given direction, and he knew that certain regions were rife with seismic disturbance. More he could not say, and when this is said, all has been said that is known today. Setting aside these general considerations, let us return to the question of the disaster at San Francisco on that fatal morning of April 18th. The shock did not come unexpectedly. A month previous, there had been a severe earthquake in the island of Formosa, and many lives were lost there, while an enormous amount of damage was done. Only a few days before the event in San Francisco, there was another earthquake in the same island. Still greater havoc was caused by it than by the earthquake in March, but fewer lives were lost, the reason being that the people were warned in time. Early in April, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius reached its height and devastated the country around the volcano, covering an enormous territory with ashes, and caused the loss of hundreds of lives. On Tuesday night, April 17th, word was received from Piatigorsk, Circassia, that there had been 2 severe earthquake shocks the previous day in northern Caucasia. The same night, a telegram from Madrid said that the newspapers there reported that the long-dormant volcano on Palma, the largest of the Canary Islands, was showing signs of eruption, columns of smoke issuing from the crater. Widespread earth tremors. While scientists as a rule doubt that there was any connection between these volcanic phenomena and the earthquake at San Francisco, yet reports from the Mount Weather Observation Station in Virginia, a few miles from Washington, showed that the eruptions of Vesuvius acted on the magnetic instruments by electromagnetic waves in such a way as to disturb the electrical potentials at that place. Be this as it may, there is one remarkable circumstance in regard to all this activity. All the places mentioned, Formosa, southern Italy, Caucasia, and the Canary Islands, lie within a belt bounded by lines a little north of the 40th parallel and a little south of the 30th parallel. San Francisco is just south of the 40th parallel, while Naples is just north of it. The latitude of Calabria, where the terrible earthquakes occurred in 1905, is the same as that of the territory affected by the recent earthquake in the United States. This may or may not have some bearing on the question. Whatever be thought of all this, one thing is certain. The earthquake which laid San Francisco in ruins was felt the world over, wherever there were instruments in position to detect and record it. The seismograph in the Government Observatory at Washington showed that the first wave, on April 18th, came at 8:19, equivalent to 5:19 at San Francisco. That at 8:25 there was a stronger wave motion, and that from 8:32 to 8:35 the recording pen was carried off the paper. The vibrations did not entirely cease until 12:35 p.m., during this period there having been nearly half an inch of to and fro motion in the surface of the earth. Records of foreign observations. From far away New Zealand, on the same day, the government seismograph at the capital, Wellington, recorded seismic waves that apparently passed round the earth 5 times at intervals of about 4 hours each. Across the Atlantic, at Heidelberg, in Germany, the records show vibrations lasting 1 hour. At Sarajevo, in Bosnia, there was a sharp shock at 11 a.m., undulating from west to east. At Funkirchen, in Hungary, at Laibach, in Austria, in the Isle of Wight, off the coast of England, and all through Italy, from north to south, the shocks were felt. At Hancock, Michigan, a shock was felt on April 19th, a mile below the surface, in the Quincy mine, of such severity that 1 man was killed and 4 injured by a fall of rock loosened by the trembling of the earth. There is no evidence, however, that this had any connection with the California disaster, the dates not coinciding. Turning to the Far East, across the Pacific, seismographs in the Imperial University of Tokyo showed that the earthquake was felt there 11 minutes later than in San Francisco, and similar instruments in Manila detected the arrival of the seismic waves 20 minutes after the San Francisco shock. In this there was a slight difference in time compared with Tokyo, but considering the distance, near enough to prove that the disturbances came from the same source. Not until the day following was any noticeable disturbance felt in Honolulu, but on April 19th shocks were plainly felt for 6 minutes, and the water in the harbor rose rapidly. Panic seemed imminent just before the shocks subsided. While earthquakes are by no means infrequent in these islands, This was more severe than any recorded in recent years, causing buildings to sway to and fro and partly demolishing some of frail construction. If, as the majority of men qualified to discuss earthquakes seem to think, the San Francisco earthquake had no connection with volcanic action, but was caused by what is technically known as a fault in the formation of the crust of the earth, it seems easy enough to account for these wave motions traveling round the earth. How widely this may really have made itself felt, it is not possible to say. Several of the great earthquakes in Japan have been recorded in the seismographs of the observatories on every continent and in Australia, showing that in severe disturbances of this kind the whole surface strata quiver, alike under the oceans and over the continents and islands. At the time of a shock, of course, half of the world is in darkness and asleep. This is taken to account for the fact that so far only a few observatories have reported catching the San Francisco vibrations. The instruments invented for the recording of the motions of the Earth's crust are looked upon by scientists as the most delicate of all machines. So highly sensitive are they, indeed, that the very slightest vibratory motion is recorded perfectly. Even the tread of feet cannot escape this instrument, if sufficient to cause a vibration. There are 3 classes of instruments for the automatic recording of earth tremors, each with its own particular function. First is the seismoscope, which will merely detect and record the fact that there has been such a tremor. Some of these are so equipped as to indicate the time of the disturbance. Second is the seismometer, the function of which is to measure the maximum force of the shock, either with or without an indication of its direction. The third instrument is the seismograph, which is so arranged that it will accurately record the number, succession, direction, amplitude, and period of successive oscillations. This last instrument is by far the most delicate of the 3. In the construction of this earthquake recording machine, the maker must so suspend a heavy body that when its normal position is disturbed in the most infinitesimal degree, no reactionary force will be developed tending to restore it to its original position. The inventor has never been found who could accomplish this suspension of a body to perfection. The seismograph of today, however, has reached a stage of
Section 15 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 15. Vesuvius devastates the region of Naples. We have in other chapters described the terrible work of Mount Vesuvius in the past, from the far-off era of the destruction of Pompeii down to the end of the last century. There comes before us now another frightful eruption, one of the greatest in its history, that of 1906. For 30 years before this outbreak, the mighty volcano had been comparatively quiet, rarely ceasing, indeed, to smoke and fume, but giving little indication of the vast forces buried in its heart. It showed some sympathy with Montpellier in 1902, and continued restless after that time, but it was not until the middle of February 1906 that it became threatening, lava beginning to overflow from the crater and make its lurid way down the mountain side. It was in the middle of the first week of April that these indications rose to the danger point. The flow of lava suddenly swelling from a rivulet to a river, pouring in a gleaming flood over the crater's rim, and meeting the other streams that came streaming down the volcano's rugged flank. While this went on, the mountain remained comparatively quiet, there being no explosions, though a huge cloud of volcanic ash and cinders rose high in the air until it hung over the crater in the shape of an enormous pine tree, while from it a shower of dust and sand, soon to become terrible, began to descend upon the surrounding fields and towns. Dangerous as is Vesuvius at any time, the people of the vicinity dare its perils for the allurement of its fertile soil. A ring of populous villages encircles it, flourishing vineyards and olive groves extend on all sides, and the hand of industry does not hesitate to attack its threatening flanks. The intervals between its death-dealing throes are so long that the peasants are always ready to dare destruction for the hope of winning the means of life from its soil. The rivers of lava. All this locality was now a field of terror and death. Down on the vineyards and villages poured the smoldering ashes in an ever-increasing rain. Toward them slowly and threateningly crawled the fiery serpents of the lava streams, and from their homes fled thousands of the terror-stricken people, frantic with horror and dismay. A number of populous villages were threatened by the lurid lava streams, the most endangered being Bosco Trecase, with its 10,000 inhabitants. Toward this devoted town poured steadily the irresistible flow of molten rock. The soldiers who had been hurried to the front sought to divert its flow by digging a wide ditch across its course and throwing up a high bank of earth, but they worked in vain. The demon of destruction was not to be robbed of its prey. The liquid stream advanced like a colossal serpent of fire, turning its head like a crawling snake to the right and to the left, but keeping steadily on toward the fated town. The ditch was filled, the bank gave way, the first house was reached and burst into flames. The creeping stream of fire pushed on to the next houses in its way. Only then did the despairing people desert their homes and flee for their lives, carrying with them the little they could snatch of their treasured possessions. F. Marion Crawford, the novelist, who was present at this scene, thus describes the flight of the terrified people. I saw men, women, and children, and infants whose mothers carried them at the breast or in their aprons, fleeing in an endless procession. Dogs, too, and cats were on the carts, and sometimes even chickens, tied together by the legs, and piles of mattresses and pillows and shapeless bundles of clothes. All were white with dust. Under the lurid glare I saw one old woman lying on her back across a cart, ghastly white, and, if not dead already of fear and heat and suffocation, certainly almost gone. We ourselves could hardly breathe. It was on Saturday, the 7th, that Bosco Trecase became the prey of the river of molten rock. During that night and the following day the crisis of the eruption came. The observatory on the mountainside was occupied by Professor Matteucci, his assistant, Professor Perret of New York, and 2 domestics, all others having been sent away. Their description of the scene in which they found themselves is vividly picturesque. At midnight, the situation in the observatory was terrible. The forces of the earthquake were let loose, and the ground rocked so that it was almost impossible to stand. The roaring of the main crater was deafening, while the volcano poured forth its contents like a fountain, and the electric display was terrifying, constant claps of thunder following the lurid flashes of lightning, which gave the sky a blood-red hue. Shortly after 3 o'clock in the morning, the explosive energy of the mighty mass culminated. The whole cone burst open with a tremendous earthquake shock. From the heart of the recently silent mountain came a deafening roar, and red-hot rocks, like the balls from nature's mighty artillery, were hurled a half-mile into the air, while a dense mass of ashes and sand were flung to 3 or 4 times this height. All the next day the terrible detonation kept up, and a hail of bullet-like stones poured downward from the skies. Rarely has a more terrible Sunday been seen. It was as if the demons of earth and air were let loose and were seeking to destroy man and his puny works. The crisis of the eruption. This frightful explosion of the 8th of April was the worst of the dreadful display of volcanic forces, but the work kept up with diminishing intensity much of the following week. The ashes and cinders continued to pour down in suffocating showers, covering the ground to a depth of 4 or 5 feet in the vicinity of the volcano, and to a considerable depth at Naples, 10 miles away. The sun disappeared behind the thick cloud that filled the air, and the scene resembled that described by Pliny more than 1800 years before. Of Bosco Trecase, nothing was left but the large stone church and a few houses. Another river of lava reached the outskirts of Torre del Greco, and a third stopped at the cemetery of Torre Annunziata. Those towns escaped, but thousands of acres of fertile cultivated land, with farmhouses and stock, were destroyed. The peninsular railway up the mountain was ruined and the large hotel burned. One writer tells the following tale of what he saw on that fatal Saturday and Sunday. On the road I met hundreds of families in flight, carrying their few miserable possessions. The spectacle of collapsing carts and fainting women was frequently seen. When one reached the lava stream, a stupefying spectacle presented itself. From a point on the mountain between the towns, I saw 4 rivers of molten fire, one of which, 200 feet wide and over 40 deep, was moving slowly and majestically onward, devouring vineyards and olive groves. I witnessed the destruction of a farmhouse enveloped on 3 sides by lava. Immediately overhead the great crater was belching incandescent rock and scoria for an incredible distance. The whole scene was wreathed with flames, and a perpetual roar was heard. Ever and anon the cone of the volcano was encircled with vivid electric phenomena, amid which a downpour of liquid fire on all sides of the crater was revealed in magnificent awfulness. In the evening there was a frightful shock of earthquake, which was repeated at 2 o'clock on Sunday morning. Simultaneously the lava streams redoubled their onrush, and men, women, and children fled precipitately toward the sea. The lava had invaded the road behind them. A reign of terror. The great loss of life was due to the vast fall of ashes, which crushed in hundreds of roofs and buried the occupants within the ruins of their homes. In all the neighboring towns, buildings were destroyed in great numbers. An early estimate being that fully 5,000 houses had been partly crushed or utterly destroyed. On the Ottajano side of the mountain, where the ashes fell in greatest profusion, all the houses of the villages were destroyed, and Ottajano itself was left a wreck, several hundred dead bodies being taken from its ruins. In Naples, the ashfall was so incessant that those who could afford it wore automobile coats, caps, and goggles, while the people generally sought to save their eyes and faces by the aid of paper masks and umbrellas. The drivers of trolley cars were obliged to wear masks of some transparent material under the visors of their caps. Disasters at San Giuseppe and Naples. There were 2 special disasters attended by serious loss of life. On the 9th, while a congregation of 200 or more were attending Mass in the church at San Giuseppe, the roof crushed in from the weight of ashes upon it and fell upon the worshippers below, few or none of whom escaped unhurt. 54 dead bodies were taken from the ruins and a large number were severely injured. The mayor of the town was dismissed from his office for leaving his post of duty in the face of danger. The second disaster, one of the same character, took place in Naples. This was on Tuesday, April 10th. Just previous to it the people had been marching in religious processions through the streets, to render thanks for the apparent cessation of the activity of Vesuvius. Motley but picturesque processions were these, headed by boys carrying candles, which burned simply in the full sunshine, and bearing aloft images of the Madonna or saints, clad in gorgeous robes of cheap blue or yellow satin. Their joy was suddenly changed to grief by tidings of a frightful disaster. The roof of the Monte Oliveto market, fronting on the Toledo, the main thoroughfare, had suddenly crushed in, burying more than 200 people beneath its heavy fall. The market had been crowded with buyers and their children, and it was the busiest hours of the day in the great roofed courtyard, covering a space 600 feet square, when, with scarcely a tremor of warning, there came a frightful crash, and a dense cloud of dust covered the scene, from out of which came heart-rending screams of agony. The volcanic ash which, unnoticed, had gathered thickly on the roof, had broken it by its weight. The news set the people frantic with grief and indignation. They insisted that the authorities knew that the roof was unsafe and had neglected their duty. Cursing and screaming in their intense excitement, they surrounded the market, endeavoring with frantic haste to remove the heavy beams, from beneath which came the appealing cries for help, many of the rescuers sobbing aloud as they worked. It required a large force of police and soldiers to keep them back and permit the firemen and other trained workers to carry on more systematically the work of relief. 12 persons proved to have been killed, 2 fatally injured, 24 seriously hurt, and over 100 badly bruised and cut. Among these were many children, whose parents had sent them to do the marketing without a dream of danger, and the grief of the parents was intense. The Duke of Aosta, prefect of Naples, directed the work of rescue, while his wife assisted in the care of the injured. As the Duchess bent in the hospital to give a cooling drink to a badly bruised little girl, she felt a kiss upon her hand. Looking down, she saw a woman kneeling at her feet, who gratefully said, "Your Excellency, she is all I have. I am a widow. May God reward you." While this scene of horror was taking place in Naples, the fate of the town and villages grouped around the foot of the volcano seemed as hopeless as ever. Early on the 10th, the showers of ashes and streams of lava diminished and almost ceased, but later the same day they began again, and the terrified inhabitants feared that a catastrophe like that which buried Pompeii and Herculaneum was about to visit them. The lava which reached the cemetery of Torre Annunziata turned in the direction of Pompeii, as if to freshly entomb that exhumed city of the past. A violent storm of sulphurous rain fell on San Giuseppe, Vesuviana, and Sariano, and on all sides the fall of sand and ashes came on again in full strength. Even with the sun shining high in the heavens, the light was a dim yellow, in the midst of which the few persons who still haunted the stricken towns moved about in the awful stillness of desolation like gray ghosts, their clothing, hair, and beards covered with ashes. The eruption resumed. A typical case was that of Torre del Greco. Though for 30 hours the place had been deserted, a few ghostly figures could be seen at intervals when the vivid flashes of lightning illuminated the gloom-covered scene, wandering desolately about, hungry and thirsty, their throats parched by smoke and dust, yet unable to tear themselves away from the ruins of their late comfortable homes. So deep was the ashfall that railway or tramway travel to the inner circle of towns was impossible, and the great depth of fallen dust choked the roads so as to render travel by carriage or on foot very difficult. A party of officials made a tour of inspection by automobile, visiting a number of the town, but were prevented by the state of the roads from reaching others. Ottagiano was thus cut off from travel, and a heavy fall of ashes followed the officials in their retreat. At Bosco Trecase, the lava had gathered into a lake, already growing solid on top, but a mass of liquid rock beneath. The lava carried vast masses of burnt stone and sulfur on its surface, like dross on melted lead, and nothing was visible toward Bosco Trecase but endless acres of dark scoria, broken here and there by the greenish curling smoke of sulfur. At one point, a great cone pine tree, torn up by its roots and turned to black charcoal, stuck out of the mass at a sharp angle. The air was almost unbearable, the heat intense. and few could long bear the dangers and discomfort of the situation. Scenes of horror. The greatest depth of ashes encountered was in the vicinity of Ottajano. Here large areas were buried to a depth of several feet. Soldiers had been sent there with military carts, carrying provisions and surgical appliances, with orders to lend their aid in the work of relief. They found it almost impossible to make their way through the deep fine dust, and the tales of horror and heroism they had to tell resembled those that must of old have been borne to Rome by the fleeing inhabitants of Pompeii. Efforts were made to remove the children and old persons in the carts, but when these had gone a few hundred feet it was found that, although there were 4 horses harnessed to each vehicle, they could not pull their loads through the ashes. This caused a panic among the children, who expected to be buried in the incessant fall from the volcano, and they fled in all directions in the darkness and blinding rain. Searching parties went after them, but in spite of continuous shouting and calling, no trace was found of the little ones, and numbers of the children were undoubtedly smothered by the ashes and sand. Many of the inhabitants had been buried in the ruins of their houses, and the scenes when the victims were unearthed were often piteous and terrible. The positions of the bodies showed that the victims had died while in a state of great terror, the faces being convulsed with fear. 3 bodies were found in a confessional of one of the fallen churches. One body was that of an old woman who was sitting with her right arm raised as though to ward off the advancing danger. The second was that of a child about 8 years old. It was found dead in a position which would indicate that the child had fallen with a little dog close to it, and had died with one arm raised across its face, to protect itself and the pet from the crumbling ruins. The third body, that of a woman, was reduced to an unrecognizable mass. These 3 victims were reverently laid side by side, while a procession of friends and relatives offered up prayers beside them. One soldier rode his horse through the ashes reaching up to its flanks, calling out, "Who wants help?" He was rewarded by hearing a woman's voice reply in weak tones, and, springing from his horse, he floundered through the ashes to the ruined walls of a house from which the voice seemed to come. As he made his way through the soft, treacherous layer of scoria which surrounded the destroyed habitation, and with difficulty worked his way toward the building, the soldiers shouted words of encouragement and, climbing over a heap of ruins and braving a toppling wall, entered the building. In the cellar he found the bodies of 3 children. Near them was a woman, barely alive, who by almost superhuman efforts for hours had succeeded in freeing herself from a mass of debris which had fallen upon her. The soldier picked up the woman in his arms and carried her to a place of safety. It was found that both legs were broken, and that she had been badly crushed about the body. Some extraordinary escapes from death took place. A man and his 4 children were rescued after having been lost in the ash-covered wilderness for 56 hours. They were terribly exhausted, and were reduced almost to skeletons. Robert Underwood Johnson, one of the editors of the Century magazine, who happened to be in Rome at the time of the eruption, made one of a party who ventured as near the scene of destruction as they could safely approach. From his graphic story of his experiences, we copy some of the most interesting details. An American observer. We caught a train for Torre Annunziata, 3 miles this side of Pompeii, and 2 miles from the southern end of the wedge of lava which destroyed Bosco Trecase. We had a magnificent view of the eruption, 8 miles away. Rising at an angle of 50 degrees, the vast mass of tumult roundness was beautifully accentuated by the full moon, shifting momentarily into new forms and drifting south in low black clouds of ashes and cinders reaching Capri. At Torre del Greco, we ran under this terrifying pall, apparently 100 feet above, the solidity of which was soon revealed in the moonlight. The torches of the railway guards added to the effect, but greatly relieved the sulphurous darkness. We reached Torre Annunziata at 3 a.m. There was little suggestion of a disaster as we trudged through the sleeping town to the lava, 2 miles away. The brilliant moon gave us a superb view of the volcano, a gray-brown mass rising, expanding and curling in, with a profile like a monstrous cyclopean face. But nothing in mythology gives a suggestion of the fascination of this awful force, presenting the sublime beauty above, but in its descent, filled with the mysterious malignance of God's underworld. We reached the lava at a picturesque cypress-planted cemetery on the northern boundary of Torre Annunziata. It was as if the dead had effectually cried out to arrest the crushing river of flames which piteously engulfed the statue of St. Anne, with which the people of Bosco Reale tried to stay it, as at Catania the veil of St. Agatha is said to have stayed a similar stream from Mount Etna. We climbed on the lava. It was cool above, but still alive with fire below. We could see dimly the extent of the destruction beyond the barrier of brown which had enclosed the streets, torn down houses, invaded the vineyards and broken Cook's railways. A better idea of the surroundings was obtained at dawn from the railway. We saw north what was left of Bosco Trecase, a great square stone church and a few houses inland in a sea of dull brown lava. North and east rose 1,000 patches of blue smoke, like swamp miasma. All was dull and desolate slag, with nowhere the familiar serpentine forms of the old lava streams. In terrible contrast with the volcanic evidences were strong cypresses and blooming camellias in a neighboring cemetery. We ate a hasty luncheon before sunrise, when the great beauty of the scene was revealed. The column now seemed higher and more massive, rising to 3 times the height of Vesuvius. Each portion had a concentric motion and new aspects. The south edges floating toward the sea showed exquisite carved surfaces, due to the upper moving current. It was like the decoration of the side of a great sarcophagus. As a yellow dust hangs over Naples and hides the volcano, I count myself fortunate to have seen all day from leeward this spectacle of changing, undiminishing beauty. The wedge of cultivated land ruined east of the volcano extended at least 10 miles, with a width of 20 or 30 miles. Fancy a rich and thickly populated country of vineyards, lying under 3 to 6 inches of ashes and cinders of the color of chocolate with milk, while above, to the west, the volcano in full activity is distributing to the outer edges of the circle the same fate, and you will get an idea of the desolate impression of the scene, a tragedy colossal and heartrending. Like that of Calabria, it enlists the sympathy of the civilized world. It takes time for such a calamity to be realized. 2 miles below San Giuseppe, we struck cinders which the soldiers were shoveling, making a narrow road for the refugees. Our wagon driver begged off from completing his contract to take us to San Giuseppe. We had not the heart to insist, so the rest of the journey to the railway at Palma, 8 miles, was made laboriously on foot for 3 hours through sliding cinders. In many places temporary shelters had been built by the roadside, like children's playhouses. Here women were huddled with their bedding, awaiting the coming of supplies which the army had begun to distribute. The men were largely occupied with shoveling cinders from the stronger roofs and floors into heaps 3 to 6 feet deep along the roadside. Many 2-wheeled carts loaded with salvage, drawn by donkeys or pushed by peasants, were making their way along, the women with bundles on their heads or carrying poultry. In the square of San Giuseppe was an encampment of soldiers, with low tents. Near a destroyed church, in coarse yellow linen shrouds, were the bodies of 33 of the persons who there lost their lives. The peasants were sad but uncomplaining. In fact, for so excitable a people, they were wonderfully calm. As evidence of the thrift and self-respect of these, we were not once asked for alms during the afternoon. The king at the front. The Italian government did all it could at the moment to alleviate the horrors of the situation, sending money to be expended in relief work and dispatching high officials of the government to give aid and encouragement by their presence. The king, Victor Emmanuel, and Queen Helene reached the scene of destruction as early as possible and lent their personal assistance to the work of rescue. Obliged to leave his automobile, which could not move over the cinder-choked road, the king went forward with difficulty on horseback, the animal floundering through 4 feet of ashes, stumbling into holes, and half blinded by the fall of dust and cinders. "How did you escape?" he asked a priest whom he met in his journey. "I put myself in safety," was the reply. "What do you mean?" asked the king. "Realizing the danger, I left Nola." "What?" cried the king with a flush of anger. "You, a minister of God, were not here to share the danger of your people and administer the last sacraments? You did very wrong and forgot your duty." Reaching Ottajano, the king did what he could to expedite the work of rescue at that central point of disaster, more than 100 dead bodies being taken from the ruins in his presence. He stood with set pale face, watching the removal of the victims and directing the movement of the workers. During his visit at the front, he inspected the temporary camp hospitals, in which the soldiers were caring for the injured and suffering, speaking to the poor victims, giving them what comfort he could, and asking what he could do to relieve their distress. Every request or desire was received with sympathy, and orders given to have it fulfilled. A pitiful scene took place when the king bent over a poor man, whose right leg had been amputated, and asked what he could do to comfort and aid him in his affliction. "Send me my son, who is serving as a soldier," said the maimed peasant. The king, visibly affected, clasped the old man's hand and exclaimed, "My poor fellow, I can do much, but to grant your request would mean breaking the laws, which I must be the first to respect. I would give anything I have were it possible by so doing to send your son to you, but I cannot do so." While the king was thus engaged at the scenes of desolation, Queen Helene visited the charitable institutions at Naples and inspected the places where the refugees were housed, doing what she could do to improve conditions and add to the comfort of the sufferers. The Princess of Schleswig-Holstein, who was in Naples, made an automobile visit to the afflicted towns, but the motor broke down, and she was forced to return on foot, walking a distance of 12 miles through the ashes and displaying a power of endurance that surprised the natives. The Canopy of Dust. By Friday, April 13th, the eruption was practically at an end. Vesuvius had spent itself in the enormous convulsion of the 7th and 8th and the subsequent minor explosions and had returned to its normal state, ceasing to give any signs of life, except the cloud of smoke which still rose from its crater and spread like a thick curtain over and around the mountain. Looked at from Naples, there was none of the familiar aspects of the volcano, with its output of smoke and ashes by day and fiery gleam by night. Now it lay buried in darkness and obscurity, clothed in a dense pall of smoke. At Rome there was sunshine, but 20 miles south hung a misty veil, and 25 miles above Naples a zone of semi-obscurity began, blotting out the sun, whose light trickled through a sickly glare. Everything was whitened with powdery dust. Pretty white villas were dabbed and dripping with mud, and people were busy shoveling the ashes from their roofs. The crowd at the stations resembled millers, their clothes flour-covered. The Campagna presented the appearance of a Dakota prairie after a blizzard of snow, though everything was gray instead of white. The ashes lay in drifts knee-deep. As the volcano was approached, semi-night replaced the day, the gloom being so deep that the telegraph poles 20 feet away could not be seen. Breathing was difficult, and the smoke made the eyes water. At Naples, however, A favorable wind had cleared the air of smoke, the sun shone brightly, and the versatile people were happy once more. The goggles and eye screens had disappeared, but the streets were anything but comfortable, for 6,000 men were at work clearing the ashes from the roofs and main streets, and piling them in the middle of the narrow streets, making the passage of vehicles very difficult and the sidewalks far from comfortable for foot passengers. But while brightness and joy reigned at Naples, there were gruesome scenes within the volcanic zone. At Bosco Trecase, soldiers carried on the work of exhumation, being able to work only an hour at a time on account of the advanced stage of decomposition of the bodies. Many of these were shapeless, unrecognizable masses of flesh and bones, while others were little disfigured. To lessen the danger of an epidemic, the bodies were buried as quickly as possible in quicklime. On Sunday, the 15th, the searchers at Ottajano were surprised at finding 2 aged women still alive, after 6 days entombed in the ruins. They were among those who had been buried by the falling walls a week before. The rafters of the house had protected them, and a few morsels of food in their pockets aided to keep them alive. At some points there, the ashes were 10 feet deep. At San Giuseppe, bodies of women were found in whose hands were coins and jewels, and one woman held a jeweled rosary. This recalls the results of exploration at Herculaneum and Pompeii, where were similar instances of death overtaking the victims of the volcano while fleeing with their jewels in their hands. It is interesting to learn that 2 men stood heroically to their post of duty during the whole scene of the explosion. Professor Matteucci, director of the Royal Observatory, and his American assistant, Professor Frank A. Perret, of New York. Though the building occupied by them was exposed to the full force of the rain of stones from the burning mountain, they remained undauntedly at their post through that week of terror. On the 14th, some of that venturesome fraternity, the newspaper correspondents, reached their eyrie on the highest habitable point on Vesuvius, and heard the story of their experiences. The heroes of the observatory. Professors Matteucci and Perret and their 2 servants had been cut off from the outside world and bombarded by the volcano, their rations consisting of bread, cheese, and dried onions, until on Friday a hardy guide was induced to push through to them with some provisions. During the eruption, the professor had kept at his instruments, taking observations day and night and making calculations in the midst of the inferno. Roughly dressed, he looked like a western cowboy after a hard ride in a dust storm. The portico where he stood was knee-deep in ashes, and from the observatory terrace, narrow paths had been cut through the ashes, but as far as the eye could reach, an ocean of ashes and twisted rivers were alone visible, with Vesuvius rising grimly in the midst. The great monster was enveloped in a cloak of white, as if buried under a snowstorm, its surface being here and there slit with gulches in which lava ran. At the bottom of one of those gulches lay the wrecked remnants of the peninsular railway, a portion of its twisted cable protruding through the ashes. As the correspondents ascended the mountain, they were surprised by the apparition of natives, men wrinkled with age, who emerged from dugouts just below the observatory and offered them milk and eggs, just as if they were ordinary visitors to the volcano. As they descended, they heard the sound of a mandolin from one of these dugouts. Evidently Vesuvius had no terrors for these case-hardened veterans. We have already told the story gleaned by the correspondence from the daring scientists. Matteucci completed his record of boldness on Friday, the 13th, by climbing to a point far above the observatory, at the imminent risk of his life, to observe the conditions then existing. From what he says, he believed the end of the disturbance near, though he did not venture to predict. As for the ashes, which a light wind was then blowing in a direction away from Naples, he said, "The ill wind is now blowing good to other places, for ashes are the best fertilizer it is possible to use. It is merely a question just now of having too much of a good thing." This is a fact so far as the volcanic ash is concerned. An examination of the ashes a few days ago shows that they will prove an active and valuable fertilizer. The fertile slopes of Vesuvius have ever been an allurement to the vine grower, 4 crops a year being a temptation no possible danger could drive from him. And as soon as the mountain grows surely peaceful after this eruption, we shall find its farmers risking again the chance of its uncertain temper. But this is not the case with the land covered with lava and cinders. Time for their disintegration is necessary before they can be brought under cultivation, and this is a matter of years. After the great eruption of 1871-72, the land covered with cinders did not bear crops for 7 years, and there is no reason that they will do so sooner on the present occasion. So for years to come, much of the volcanic soil must remain a barren and desert void. Section 16 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 16. The Great Lisbon and Calabrian Earthquakes. To our account of the great earth convulsions of San Francisco, it is in place to append a description of some similar events of older date. It is due to the same causes, whatever these causes may be, the imprisoned forces within the earth acting over great distances during the earthquake, while they are concentrated within some limited space when the volcano begins its work. The earthquake is the most terrible to mankind of all the natural agencies of destruction. While the volcano usually has a greater permanent effect upon surface conditions, it is, as a rule, much less destructive to human life, the earthquake often shaking down cities and burying all their inhabitants in one common grave. Violent earthquakes are also of far more frequent occurrence than destructive volcanic eruptions, many hundreds of them having taken place during the historic period. While the earthquake is only indirectly connected with the subject of our work, it seems desirable to make some mention of it here, at least so far as relates to those terrible convulsions whose destructiveness have given them special prominence in the history of great disasters. Ancient notable examples are those which threw down the famous Colossus of Rhodes and the Pharos of Alexandria. The city of Antioch was a terrible sufferer from this affliction, it having been devastated some time before the Christian era, while in the year 859 more than 15,000 of its houses were destroyed. Of countries subject to earthquakes, Japan has been a special sufferer. In some cases mountains and islands being elevated in association with shocks, in others, great tracts of land being swallowed up by the sea. The number of deaths in some of these instances was enormous. Numerous thrilling examples of the destructive work of the earthquake at various periods are on record. Of these we have given elsewhere a tabular list of the more important, and shall confine ourselves to a few striking examples of its destructive action. In the record of great earthquakes, one of the most famous is that which in 1755 visited the city of Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and left that populous place in ruin and dire distress. It may be well to recall the details of this dire event to the memories of our readers. The Great Lisbon Earthquake. On the night of the 31st of October, 1755, the citizens of the fair city of Lisbon lay down to sleep, in merciful ignorance of what was awaiting them on the morrow. The morning of the 1st of November dawned, and gave no sign of approaching calamity. The sun rose in its brightness, The warmth was genial, the breezes gentle, the sky serene. It was All Saints' Day, a high festival of the Church of Rome. The sacred edifices were thronged with eager crowds, and the ceremonies were in full progress, when the assembled throngs were suddenly startled from their devotions. From the ground beneath came fearful sounds that drowned the peal of the organ and the voices of the choirs. These underground thunders having rolled away, an awful silence ensued. The panic-stricken multitudes were paralyzed with terror. Immediately after, the ground began to heave with a long gentle swell, producing giddiness and faintness among the people. Tall piles swayed to and fro, like willows in the wind. Shrieks of horror rose from the terrified assembly. Again the earth heaved, and this time with a longer and higher wave. Down came the ponderous arches, the stately columns, the massive walls, the lofty spires, tumbling upon the heads of priests and people. The graven images, the deified wafers, they who had knelt in adoration before them, the worshipped and the worshippers alike, were in a moment buried under one indistinguishable mass of horrible ruins. Only a few, who were near the doors, escaped to tell the tale. It fared no better with those who remained in their dwellings. The terrible earth wave overthrew the large number of the private houses in the city, burying their inhabitants under the crumbling walls. Those who were in the streets more generally escaped, though some there too were killed by falling walls. The sudden overthrow of so many buildings raised vast volumes of fine dust, which filled the atmosphere and obscured the sun, producing a dense gloom. The air was full of doleful sounds, the groans of agony from the wounded and the dying, screams of despair from the horrified survivors, wails of lamentation from the suddenly bereaved, dismal howling of dogs, and terrified cries of other animals. In 2 or 3 minutes the clouds of dust fell to the ground, and disclosed the scene of desolation which a few seconds had wrought. The ruin, though general, was not universal. A considerable number of houses were left standing, fortunately tenantless, for a third great earth wave traversed the city, and most of the buildings which had withstood the previous shocks, already severely shaken, were entirely overthrown. Water adds to the destruction. The last disaster filled the surviving citizens with the impulse of flight. The more fortunate of them ran in the direction of the open country, and succeeded in saving their lives, but a great multitude rushed down to the harbor, thinking to escape by sea. Here, however, they were met by a new and unexpected peril. The tide, after first retreating for a little, came rolling in with an immense wave, about 50 feet in height, carrying with it ships, barges, and boats, and dashing them in dire confusion upon the crowded shore. Overwhelmed by this huge wave, great numbers were, on its retreat, swept into the seething waters and drowned. A vast throng took refuge on a fine new marble quay, but recently completed, which had cost much labor and expense. This the sea wave had spared, sweeping harmless by. But alas, it was only for a moment. The vast structure itself, with the whole of its living burden, sank instantaneously into an awful chasm which opened underneath. The mole and all who were on it, the boats and barges moored to its sides, all of them filled with people, were in a moment engulfed. Not a single corpse, not a shred of raiment, not a plank nor a splinter floated to the surface, and 100 fathoms of water covered the spot. To the first great sea wave several others succeeded, and the bay continued for a long time in a state of tumultuous agitation. About 2 hours after the first overthrow of the buildings, a new element of destruction came into play. The fires in the ruined houses kindled the timbers, and a mighty conflagration, urged by a violent wind, soon raged among the ruins, consuming everything combustible, and completing the wreck of the city. This fire, which lasted 4 days, was not altogether a misfortune. It consumed the thousands of corpses which would otherwise have tainted the air, adding pestilence to the other misfortunes of the survivors. Yet they were threatened with an enemy not less appalling, for famine stared them in the face. Almost everything edible within the precincts of the city had been consumed. A set of wretches, moreover, who had escaped from the ruins of the prisons, prowled among the rubbish of the houses in search of plunder, so that whatever remained in the shape of provisions fell into their hands and was speedily devoured. They also broke into the houses that remained standing, and rifled them of their contents. It is said that many of those who had been only injured by the ruins, and might have escaped by being extricated, were ruthlessly murdered by those merciless villains. The total loss of life by this terrible catastrophe is estimated at 60,000 persons, of whom about 40,000 perished at once, and the remainder died afterwards of the injuries and privations they sustained. 1,200 were buried in the ruins of the General Hospital, 800 in those of the civil prison, and several thousands in those of the convents. The loss of property amounted to many millions sterling. Widespread destruction. Although the earth wave traversed the whole city, the shock was felt more severely in some quarters than in others. All the older part of the town, called the Moorish Quarter, was entirely overthrown, and of the newer part, about 70 of the principal streets were ruined. Some buildings that withstood the shocks were destroyed by fire. The cathedral, 18 parish churches, almost all the convents, the halls of the Inquisition, the royal residence, and several other fine palaces of the nobility and mansions of the wealthy, the custom houses, the warehouses filled with merchandise, the public granaries filled with corn, and large timber yards, with their stores of lumber, were either overthrown or burned. The king and court were not in Lisbon at the time of this great disaster, but were living in the neighborhood at the castle of Belem, which escaped injury. The royal family, however, were so alarmed by the shocks that they passed the following night in carriages out of doors. None of the officers of state were with them at the time. On the following morning the king hastened to the ruined city, to see what could be done toward restoring order, aiding the wounded, and providing food for the hungry. The royal family and the members of the court exerted themselves to the uttermost, the ladies devoting themselves to the preparation of lint and bandages, and to nursing the wounded, the sick, and the dying, of whom the numbers were overwhelming. Among the sufferers were men of quality and once opulent citizens, who had been reduced in a moment to absolute penury. The kitchens of the royal palace, which fortunately remained standing, were used for the purpose of preparing food for the starving multitudes. It is said that during the first 2 or 3 days a pound of bread was worth an ounce of gold. One of the first measures of the government was to buy up all the corn that could be obtained in the neighborhood of Lisbon, and to sell it again at a moderate price to those who could afford to buy it, distributing it gratis to those who had nothing to pay. For about a month afterward, earthquake shocks continued, some of them severe. It was several months before any of the citizens could summon courage to begin rebuilding the city. But by degrees their confidence returned. The earth had relapsed into repose, and they set about the task of rebuilding with so much energy, that in 10 years, Lisbon again became one of the most beautiful capitals of Europe. Characteristics of the Lisbon earthquake. The most distinguishing peculiarities of this earthquake were the swallowing up of the mole, and the vast extent of the earth's surface over which the shocks were felt. Several of the highest mountains in Portugal were violently shaken and rent at their summits, huge masses falling from them into the neighboring valleys. These great fractures gave rise to immense volumes of dust, which at a distance were mistaken for smoke by those who beheld them. Flames were also said to have been observed, but if there were any such, they were probably electrical flashes produced by the sudden rupture of the rocks. The portion of the earth's surface convulsed by this earthquake is estimated by Humboldt to have been 4 times greater than the whole extent of Europe. The shocks were felt not only over the Spanish peninsula, but in Morocco and Algeria they were nearly as violent. At a place about 24 miles from the city of Morocco, there is said to have occurred a catastrophe much resembling what took place at the Lisbon mole. A great fissure opened in the earth, and an entire village, with all its inhabitants, upwards of 8,000 in number, were precipitated into the gulf, which immediately closed over its prey. Earthquakes in Calabria. Of the numerous other examples of destructive earthquakes which might be chosen from Old World annals, it will not be amiss to append a brief account of those which took place in Calabria, Italy, in 1783. These, while less widespread in their influence, were much longer in duration than the Lisbon cataclysm, since they continued, at intervals, from the 5th of February until the end of the year. The shocks were felt all over Sicily and as far north as Naples, but the area of severe convulsion was comparatively limited, not exceeding 500 square miles. The center of disturbance seems to have been under the town of Oppido, in the farther Calabria, and it extended in every direction from that spot, to a distance of about 22 miles, with such violence as to overthrow every city, town, and village lying within that circle. This ruin was accomplished by the first shock on the 5th of February. The second, of equal violence, on the 28th of March, was less destructive, only because little or nothing had been left for it to overthrow. At Oppido, the motion was in the nature of a vertical upheaval of the ground, which was accompanied by the opening of numerous large chasms, into some of which many houses were engulfed, the chasms closing over them again almost immediately. The town itself was situated on the summit of a hill, flanked by 5 steep and difficult slopes. It was so completely overthrown by the first shock that scarcely a fragment of wall was left standing. The hill itself was not thrown down, but a fort which commanded the approach to the place was hurled into the gorge below. It was on the flats immediately surrounding the site of the town and on the rising grounds beyond them that the great fissures and chasms were opened. On the slope of one of the hills opposite the town there appeared a vast chasm, in which a large quantity of soil covered with vines and olive trees was engulfed. This chasm remained open after the shock, and was somewhat in the form of an amphitheater, 500 feet long and 200 feet in depth. Most calamitous of the landslips. The most calamitous of the landslips occurred on the sea coast of the Straits of Messina, near the celebrated rock of Scylla, where huge masses fell from the tall cliffs, overwhelming many villas and gardens. At Gian Greco, a continuous line of precipitous rocks, nearly a mile in length, tumbled down. The aged prince of Scylla, after the first great shock on the 5th of February, persuaded many of his vassals to quit the dangerous shore, and take refuge in the fishing boats, he himself showing the example. That same night, however, while many of the people were asleep in the boats, and others on a flat plain a little above the sea level, another powerful shock threw down from the neighboring Mount Jaci a great mass, which fell with a dreadful crash, partly into the sea, and partly upon the plain beneath. Immediately the sea rose to a height of 20 feet above the level ground on which the people were stationed, and rolling over it, swept away the whole multitude. This immense wave then retired, but returned with still greater violence, bringing with it the bodies of the men and animals it had previously swept away, dashing to pieces the whole of the boats, drowning all that were in them, and wafting the fragments far inland. The prince, with 1,430 of his people, perished by this disaster. It was on the northeast shore of Sicily, however, that the greatest amount of damage was done. The first severe shock, on the 5th of February, overthrew nearly the whole of the beautiful city of Messina, with great loss of life. The shore for a considerable distance along the coast was rent, and the ground along the port, which was before quite level, became afterwards inclined towards the sea, the depth of the water having, at the same time, increased in several parts, through the displacement of portions of the bottom. The quay also subsided about 14 inches below the level of the sea, and the houses near it were much rent. But it was in the city itself that the most terrible desolation was wrought, a complication of disasters having followed the shock, more especially a fierce conflagration, whose intensity was augmented by the large stores of oil kept in the place. Immense destruction. According to official reports made soon after the events, the destruction caused by the earthquakes of the 5th of February and the 28th of March throughout the two Calabrias was immense. About 320 towns and villages were entirely reduced to ruins, and about 50 others seriously damaged. The loss of life was appalling, 40,000 having perished by the earthquakes, and 20,000 more having subsequently died from privation and exposure, or from epidemic diseases bred by the stagnant pools and the decaying carcasses of men and animals. The greater number were buried amid the ruins of the houses, while others perished in the fires that were kindled in most of the towns, particularly in Oppido, where the flames were fed by great magazines of oil. Not a few, especially among the peasantry dwelling in the country, were suddenly engulfed in fissures. Many who were only half buried in the ruins, and who might have been saved had there been help at hand, were left to die a lingering death from cold and hunger. 4 Augustine monks at Terra Nuova perished thus miserably. Having taken refuge in a vaulted sacristy, they were entombed in it alive by the masses of rubbish, and lingered for 4 days, during which their cries for help could be heard, till death put an end to their sufferings. Of still more thrilling interest was the case of the Marchioness Spastara. Having fainted at the moment of the first great shock, she was lifted by her husband, who, bearing her in his arms, hurried with her to the harbor. Here, on recovering her senses, she observed that her infant boy had been left behind. Taking advantage of a moment when her husband was too much occupied to notice her, she darted off and, running back to the house, which was still standing, she snatched her babe from its cradle. Rushing with him in her arms toward the staircase, she found the stair had fallen, cutting off all further progress in that direction. She fled from room to room, pursued by the falling materials, and at length reached a balcony as her last refuge. Holding up her infant, she implored the few passers-by for help, but they all, intent on securing their own safety, turned a deaf ear to her cries. Meanwhile the mansion had caught fire, and before long the balcony, with the devoted lady still grasping Section 17 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 17. The Charleston and Other Earthquakes of the United States. The twin continents of America have rivaled the record of the Old World in their experience of earthquakes since their discovery in 1492. The first of these made note of was in Venezuela in 1530, but they have been numerous and often disastrous since. Among them was the great shock at Lima in 1746, by which 18,000 were killed, and those at Guatemala in 1773 with 33,000, and at Riobamba in 1797 with 41,000 victims. It will, however, doubtless prove of more interest to our readers if we pass over these ruinous disasters and confine ourselves to the less destructive earthquakes which have taken place within our own country. The United States, a large section of North America as it occupies, is fortunate in being a great measure destitute of volcanic phenomena, while destructive volcanoes have been very rare in its history. This, it is true, does not apply to the United States as it is, but as it was. It has annexed the volcano and the earthquake, with its new extensions of territory. Alaska has its volcanoes, and the Philippines are subject to both forms of convulsion, and in Hawaii we possess the most spectacular volcano of the earth, while the earthquake is its common attendant. But in the older United States, the volcano contents itself with an occasional puff of smoke, and the eruptive phenomena are confined to the minor form of the geyser. We are by no means so free from the earthquake. Slight movements of the earth's surface are much more common than many of us imagine, and in the history of our land there have been a number of earth shocks of considerable violence. Prior to that of San Francisco, the most destructive to life and property was that of Charleston in 1886, though the 1812 convulsion in the Mississippi Valley might have proved a much greater calamity but for the fact that civilized man had not then largely invaded its center of action. As regards the number of earth movements in this country, we are told that in New England alone 231 were recorded in 250 years, while doubtless many slighter ones were left unrecorded. Taking the whole United States, there were 364 recorded in the 12 years between 1872 and 1883, and in 1885, 59 were recorded, more than two-thirds of them being on the Pacific slope. Most of these, however, were very slight, some of them barely perceptible. Confining ourselves to those of the past important in their effects, we shall first speak of the shocks which took place in New England in 1755, in the year and month of the great earthquake at Lisbon. On the 18th of November of that year, while the shocks at Lisbon still continued, New England was violently shaken, loud underground explosive noises accompanying the shocks. In the harbors along the Atlantic coast, there was much agitation of the waters, and many dead fish were thrown up on the shores. The shock, indeed, was felt far from the coast, by the crew of a ship more than 200 miles out at sea from Cape Ann, Massachusetts. This event, however, was of minor importance, being much inferior to that of 1812, in which year California and the Mississippi Valley alike were affected by violent movements of the earth's crust. The California convulsions took place in the spring and summer of that year, extending from the beginning of May until September. Throughout May, the southern portion of that region was violently agitated, the shocks being so frequent and severe that people abandoned their houses and slept on the open ground. The most destructive shocks came in September, when 2 mission houses were destroyed and many of their inmates killed. At Santa Barbara, a tidal wave invaded the coast and flowed some distance into the interior. It may be said here that California has proved more subject to severe shocks than any other section of our country. In 1865, sharp tremors shook the whole region about the Bay of San Francisco, many buildings being thrown down. Hardly any of brick or stone escaped, though few lives were lost. In 1872, a disturbance was felt farther west, the whole range of the Sierra Nevada mountains being violently shaken, and the earth tremblings extending into the state of Nevada. The center of activity was along the crest of the range, and immense quantities of rock were thrown down from the mountain pinnacles. A tremendous fissure opened along the eastern base of the mountain range for 40 miles. the land to the west of the opening rising, and that to the east sinking several feet. One small settlement, that of Lone Pine in Owens Valley, on the east base of the mountains, was completely demolished, from 20 to 30 lives being lost. Luckily, the region affected had very few inhabitants, or the calamity might have been great. The earthquakes of 1812 in the Mississippi Valley began in December 1811 and continued at intervals until 1813. As a rule, they were more distinguished by frequency than violence, though on several occasions they were severe and had marked effects. They extended through the valleys of the Mississippi, Arkansas, and Ohio, and their long continuance was remarkable in view of the territory affected being far from any volcanic region. The surface of the valley of the Mississippi was a good deal altered by these convulsions, several new lakes being formed, while others were drained. Several new islands were also raised in the river, and during one of the shocks, the ground a little below New Madrid was for a short time lifted so high as to stop the current of the Mississippi and cause it to flow backward. The ground on which this town is built, and the bank of the river for 15 miles above it, subsided permanently about 8 feet, and the cemetery of the town fell into the river. In the neighboring forest the trees were thrown into inclined positions in every direction, and many of their trunks and branches were broken. It is affirmed that in some places the ground swelled into great waves, which burst at their summits and poured forth jets of water, along with sand and pieces of coal, which were tossed as high as the tops of the trees. On the subsidence of these waves there were left several hundreds of hollow depressions, from 10 to 30 yards in diameter, and about 20 feet in depth, which remained visible for many years afterward. Some of the shocks were vertical and others horizontal, the latter being the most mischievous. These earthquakes resulted in the general subsidence of a large tract of country, between 70 and 80 miles in length from north to south, and about 30 miles in breadth from east to west. Lakes now mark many of the localities affected by the earthquake movements. It was only to the fact that this country was then very thinly settled that a great loss of life was avoided. New Madrid, Missouri was a central point of this earthquake, the shocks there being repeated with great frequency for several months. The disturbance of the earth, however, was not confined to the United States, but affected nearly half of the Western Hemisphere, ending in the upheaval of Sabrina in the Azores, already described, the destruction of Caracas, Venezuela, with many thousands of its inhabitants, and the eruption of La Sulfure volcano of San Vincent Island were incidents of this convulsion. Dr. J. W. Foster tells us that on the night of the disaster at Caracas, the earthquake grew intense at New Madrid, fissures being opened 600 feet long by 20 broad, from which water and sand were flung to the height of 40 feet. The most destructive of earthquakes in our former history was that which visited Charleston, South Carolina, in 1886. The injury caused by it being largely due to the fact that it passed through a populous city. As it occurred after many of the people had retired, the confusion and terror due to it were greatly augmented, people fleeing in panic, fear from the tumbling and cracking houses to seek refuge in the widest streets and open spaces. South Carolina had been affected by the widespread earthquakes of 1812. These in some cases altered the level of the land, as is related in Lyell's Principles of Geology. But the effect then was much less than in 1886. Several slight tremors occurred in the early summer of that year, but did not excite much attention. More distinct shocks were felt on August 27th and 28th, but the climax was deferred till the evening of August 31st. The atmosphere that afternoon had been unusually sultry and quiet. The breeze from the ocean, which generally accompanies the rising tide, was almost entirely absent, and the setting sun caused a little glow in the sky. As the hour of 9:50 was reached, we are told, there was suddenly heard a rushing, roaring sound, compared by some to a train of cars at no great distance, by others to a clatter produced by 2 or more omnibuses moving at a rapid rate over a paved street, by others again to an escape of steam from a boiler. It was followed immediately by a thumping and beating of the earth beneath the houses, which rocked and swayed to and fro. Furniture was violently moved and dashed to the floor. Pictures were swung from the walls, and in some cases turned with their backs to the front, and every movable thing was thrown into extraordinary convulsions. The greatest intensity of the shock is considered to have been during the first half, and it probably was then, during the period of its greatest sway, that so many chimneys were broken off at the junction of the roof. The duration of this severe shock is thought to have been about 35 to 40 seconds. The impression produced on many was that it could be subdivided into 3 distinct movements, while others were of the opinion that it was one continuous movement or succession of waves, with the greatest intensity, as already stated, during the first half of its duration. 27 persons were killed outright, and more than that number died soon after of their hurts or from exposure. Many others were less seriously injured. Among the buildings, the havoc, though much less disastrous than has been recorded in some other earthquakes in either hemisphere, was very great. There was not a building in the city which had escaped serious injury. The extent of the damage varied greatly, ranging from total demolition down to the loss of chimney tops and the dislodgement of more or less plastering. The number of buildings which were completely demolished and leveled to the ground was not great, but there were several hundreds which lost a large portion of their walls. There were very many also which remained standing, but so badly shattered that public safety required that they should be pulled down altogether. There was not, so far as at present is known, a brick or stone building which was not more or less cracked, and in most of them the cracks were a permanent disfigurement and a source of danger and inconvenience. In some places the railway track was curiously distorted. It was often displaced laterally, and sometimes alternately depressed and elevated. Occasionally several lateral flexures of double curvature and of great amount were exhibited. Many hundred yards of track had been shoved bodily to the southeastward. The ground was fissured at some places in the city to a depth of many feet, and numerous craterlets were formed, from which sand was ejected in considerable quantities. These are not uncommon phenomena, and were due, no doubt, to the squirting of water out of saturated sandy layers not far below the surface, these being squeezed between 2 less pervious beds in the passage of the earthquake wave. The ejected material in the Charleston earthquake was ordinary sand, such as might exist in many districts which had been quite undisturbed by any concussions of the earth. Captain Dutton made a careful study of the observations collected by himself and others concerning this earthquake, and came to the conclusion that the Charleston wave traveled with unusual speed, for its mean velocity was about 17,000 feet per second. The focus of the disturbance was also ascertained. Apparently it was a double one, the 2 centers being about 13 miles apart, and the line joining them running nearly the same distance to the west of Charleston. The proximate depth of the principal focus is given as 12 miles, with a possible error of less than 2 miles, that of the minor one as roughly 8 miles. The Charleston earthquake was felt as a tremor of more or less force through a wide area, embracing 900,000 square miles, and affecting nearly the whole country east of the Mississippi. It is said that the yield of the Pennsylvania natural gas wells decreased, and that a geyser in the Yellowstone Valley burst into action after 4 years of rest. The movement of the earth wave was in general north and south, deflected to east and west, and the snake-like fashion in which rails on the railroad were bent indicated both a vertical and a lateral force. This earthquake has been attributed to various causes, but geological experts think It was due to a slip in the crust along the Appalachian mountain chain. There is a line of weakness along the eastern slope of this chain, characterized by fissures and faults, and it was thought that a strain had been gradually brought to bear upon this through the removal of earth from the land by rains and rivers and its deposition in thick strata on the sea bottom. It is supposed that this variation in weight in time caused a yielding of the strata and a slip seaward of the great coastal plain. Professor Mendenhall, however, thinks it was due to a readjustment Section 18 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 18. The Volcano and the Earthquake, Earth's Demons of Destruction. To most of us, dwellers upon the face of the earth, this terrestrial sphere is quite a comfortable place of residence. The forces of nature everywhere and at all times surround us, forces capable, if loosened from their bonds, of bringing death and destruction to man and the work of his hands. But usually they are mild and beneficent in their action, not agents of destruction and lords of elemental misrule. The air, without whose presence we could not survive a minute, is usually a pleasant companion, now resting about us in soft calm, now passing by in mild breezes. The alternation of summer and winter is to us generally an agreeable relief from the monotony of a uniform climate. The variation from sunlight to cloud, from dry weather to rainfall, is equally viewed as a pleasant escape from the weariness of too great fixity of natural conditions. The change from day to night, from hours of activity to hours of slumber, are other agreeable variations in the events of our daily life. In short, a great pendulum seems to be swinging above us, held in nature's kindly hand, and adapting its movement to our best good and highest enjoyment. But has nature, if we are justified in personifying the laws and forces of the universe, has Mother Nature really our pleasure and benefit in mind? Or does she merely suffer us to enjoy life like so many summer insects, until she is in the mood to sweep us like leaves from her path? It must seem the latter to many of the inhabitants of the earth, especially to the dwellers in certain ill-conditioned regions. For all the beneficent powers above named may at a moment's notice change to destructive ones. The wind is a demon in chains. The wind, for instance, is a demon in chains. At times it breaks its fetters and rushes on in mad fury, rending and destroying, and sweeping such trifles as cities and those who dwell therein to common ruin. Sunshine and rain are subject to wild caprices. The sun may pour down burning rays for weeks and months together, scorching the fertile fields, drying up the life-giving streams, bringing famine and misery to the lands of plenty and comfort, almost making the blood to boil in our veins. Its antithesis, the rainstorm, is at times a still more terrible visitant. From the dense clouds pour frightful floods, rushing down the lofty hills, sweeping over fertile plains, overflowing broad river valleys, and, wherever they go, leaving terror and death in their path. We may say the same of the alternation of the seasons. Summer, while looked forward to with joyous anticipation, may bring us only suffering by its too ardent grasp, and winter, often welcomed with like pleasurable anticipations, may prove a period of terror from cold and destitution. Such is the make-up of the world in which we live, such the vagaries of the forces which surround us. But those enumerated are not the whole. Can we say, with a stamp of the foot upon the solid earth, Here at least I have something I can trust. Let the winds blow and the rains descend. Let the summer scorch and the winter chill. The good earth still stands firm beneath me, and of it at least I am sure. Who says so speaks hastily and heedlessly, for the earth can show itself as unstable as the air, and our solid footing become as insecure as the deck of a ship laboring in a storm at sea. The powers of the atmosphere, great as they are, and mighty for destruction as they may become, are at times surpassed by those which abide within the earth, deep laid in the so-called everlasting rocks, slumbering often through generations, but at any time likely to awaken in wrath, to lift the earth into quaking billows like those of the sea, or pour forth torrents of liquid fire that flow in glowing and burning rivers over leagues of ruined land. Such is the earth with which we have to deal, such the ruthless powers of nature that spread around us and lurk beneath us, such the terrible forces which only bide their time to break forth and sweep too confident man from the earth's smiling surface. The subterranean powers. The subterranean powers here spoken of, those we have denominated earth's demons of destruction, are the volcano and the earthquake, the great mouldering forces of the earth, tearing down to rebuild, rending to reconstitute, and in this elemental work often bringing ruin to man's boasted fanes and palaces. No one who has ever seen a volcano or burning mountain casting forth steam, huge red-hot stones, smoke, cinders, and lava, can possibly forget the grandeur of the spectacle. At night it is doubly terrible, when the darkness shows the red-hot lava rolling in glowing streams down the mountain's side. At times, indeed, the volcano is quiet, and only a little smoke curls from its top. Even this may cease, and the once burning summit may be covered over with trees and grasses, like any other hill. But deep down in the earth the gases and pent-up steam are ever preparing to force their way upward through the mountain, and to carry with them dissolved rocks, and the stones which block their passage. Sometimes, while all is calm and beautiful on the mountains, suddenly deep-sounding noises are heard, the ground shakes, and a vast torrent tears its way through the bowels of the volcano, and is flung hundreds of feet high in the air, and, falling again to the earth, destroys every living thing for miles around. It is the same with the earthquake as with the volcano. The surface of the earth is never quite still. Tremors are constantly passing onward which can be distinguished by delicate instruments, but only rarely are these of sufficient force to become noticeable, except by instrumental means. At intervals, however, the power beneath the surface raises the ground in long billow-like motions, before which, when of violent character, no edifice or human habitation can for a moment stand. The earth is frequently rent asunder, great fissures and cavities being formed. The course of rivers is changed, and the waters are swallowed up by fissures rent in the surface, while ruin impends in 1,000 forms. The cities become death pits, and the cultivated fields are buried beneath floods of liquid mud. Fortunately, these convulsions, alike of the earthquake and volcano, are comparative rarities and are confined to limited regions of the earth's surface. What do we know of those deep-lying powers, those vast buried forces dwelling in uneasy isolation beneath our feet? With all our science we are but a step beyond the ancients, to whom these were the Titans, great rebel giants whom Jupiter overthrew and bound under the burning mountains, and whose throes of agony shook the earth in quaking convulsions. To us the volcanic crater is the mouth from which comes the fiery breath of demon powers which dwell far down in the earth's crust. The Titans themselves were dwarfs beside these mighty agents of destruction, whose domain extends for thousands of miles beneath the earth's surface, and which in their convulsions shake whole continents at once. Such was the case in 1812, when the eruption of Mont Soufriere on St. Vincent, as told in a latter chapter, formed merely the closing event in a series of earthquakes which made themselves felt under thousands of miles of land. Ancient awe of volcanoes. In olden times, volcanoes were regarded with superstitious awe, and it would have been considered highly impious to make any investigation of their actions. We are told by Virgil that Mount Etna marks the spot where the gods in their anger buried Enceladus, one of the rebellious giants. To our myth-making ancestors, one of the volcanoes of the Mediterranean, set on a small island of the Lipari group, was the workshop of Vulcan, the god of fire, within whose depths he forged the thunderbolts of the gods. From below came sounds as of a mighty hammer on a vast anvil. Through the mountain vent came the black smoke and lurid glow from the fires of Vulcan's forge. This old myth is in many respects more consonant with the facts of nature than myths usually are. In agreement with the theory of its internal forces, the mountain in question was given the name Volcano. Today it is scarcely known at all, but its name clings to all the fire-breathing mountains of the earth. As before said, at the present day we are little in advance of the ancients in actual knowledge of what is going on so far beneath our feet. We speak of forces where they spoke of fettered giants, but can only form theories where they form myths. Is the earth's center made up of liquid fire? Does its rock crust resemble the thick ice crust on the Arctic seas, or is the earth, as later scientists believe, solid to the core? Is it heated so fiercely, miles below our feet, that at every release of pressure the solid rock bursts into molten lava? Is the steam from the contact of underground rivers and deep-lying fires the origin of the terrible rending powers of the volcano's depths? Truly we can answer none of these questions with assurance, and can only guess and conjecture from the few facts open to us what lies concealed far beneath. Rarity of ancient accounts. In the history of earthquakes, nothing is more remarkable than the extreme fewness of those recorded before the beginning of the Christian era, in comparison with those that have been registered since that time. It is to be borne in mind, however, that before the birth of Christ, only a small portion of the globe was inhabited by those likely to make a record of natural events. The vast apparent increase in the number of earthquakes in recent times is owing to a greater knowledge of the earth's surface and to the spread of civilization over lands once inhabited by savages. The same is to be said of volcanic eruptions, which also have apparently increased greatly since the beginning of the Christian era. There may possibly have been a natural increase in these phenomena, but this is hardly probable, the change being more likely due to the increase in the number of observers. The structure of a volcano is very different from that of other mountains, really consisting of layers of lava and volcanic ashes, alternating with each other and all sloping away from the center. These elevations, in fact, are formed in a different manner from ordinary mountains. The latter have been uplifted by the influence of pressure in the interior of the earth, but the volcano is an immediate result of the explosive force of which we have spoken, the mountain being gradually built up by the lava and other materials which it has flung up from below. In this way, mountains of immense height and remarkable regularity have been formed. Mount Orizaba, near the city of Mexico, for instance, is a remarkably regular cone, undoubtedly formed in this way, and the same may be said of Mount Mayon, on the island of Luzon. In many cases the irregularity of the volcano is due to the subsequent action of its forces, which may blow the mountain itself to pieces. In the case of Krakatoa, in the East Indies, for instance, the whole mountain was rent into fragments, which were flung as dust miles high into the air. The main point we wish to indicate is that volcanoes are never formed by ordinary elevating forces, and that they differ in this way from all other mountains. On the contrary, they have been piled up like rubbish heaps, resembling the small mountains of coal dust near the mouths of anthracite mines. It is to the burning heat of the earth's crust and the influence of pressure, and more largely to the influx of water to the molten rocks, which lie miles below the surface, that these convulsions of nature are due. Water, on reaching these overheated strata, explodes into volumes of steam, and if there is no free vent to the surface, It is apt to rend the very mountain asunder in its efforts to escape. Such is supposed to have been the case in the eruption of Krakatoa, and was probably the case also in the recent case of Mount Pelée. General description of eruptions. If we should seek to give a general description of volcanic eruptions, it would be in some such words as follows. An eruption is usually preceded by earthquakes which affect the whole surrounding country, and associated with which are underground explosions that seem like the sound of distant artillery. The mountain quivers with internal convulsions, due to the efforts of its confined forces to find an opening. The drying up of wells and disappearance of springs are apt to take place, the water sinking downward through cracks newly made in the rocks. Finally, the fierce, unchained energy rends an opening through the crater, and an eruption begins. It comes usually with a terrible burst that shakes the mountain to its foundation, explosions following rapidly and with increasing violence, while steam issues and mounts upward in a lofty column. The steam and escaping gases in their fierce outbreaks hurl up into the air great quantities of solid rock torn from the sides of the opening. The huge blocks, meeting each other in their rise and fall, are gradually broken and ground into minute fragments, forming dust or so-called ashes, often of extreme fineness, and in such quantities as frequently to blot out the light of the sun. There is another way in which a great deal of volcanic dust is made. The lava is full of steam, which in its expansion tears the molten rock into atoms, often converting it into the finest dust. The eruption of Mount Skapter in Iceland in 1783 sent up such volumes of dust that the atmosphere was loaded with it for months, and it was carried to the northern part of Scotland, 600 miles away, in such quantities as to destroy crops. During the eruption of Tomboro in the East Indies in 1815, so great was the quantity of dust thrown up that it caused darkness at midday in Java, 300 miles away, and covered the ground to a depth of several inches. Floating pumice formed a layer on the ocean surface 2.5 feet in thickness, through which vessels had difficulty in forcing their way. The steam which rises in large volumes into the air may become suddenly condensed with the chill of the upper atmosphere and fall as rain, torrents of which often follow an eruption. The rain, falling through the clouds of volcanic dust, brings it to the earth as liquid mud, which pours in thick streams down the sides of the mountain. The torrents of flowing mud are sometimes on such a great scale that large towns, as in the instance of the great city of Herculaneum, may be completely buried beneath them. Over this city the mud accumulated to the depth of over 70 feet. In addition to these phenomena, molten lava often flows from the lip of the crater, occasionally in vast quantities. In the Icelandic eruption of 1783, the lava streams were so great in quantity as to fill river gorges 600 feet deep and 200 feet wide, and to extend over an open plain to a distance of 12 to 15 miles, forming lakes of lava 100 feet deep. The volcanoes of Hawaii often send forth streams of lava which cover an area of over 100 square miles to a great depth. Great overflows of lava. In the course of ages, lava outflows of this kind have built up in Hawaii a volcanic mountain estimated to contain enough material to cover the whole of the United States with a layer of rock 50 feet deep. These great outflows of lava are not confined to mountains, but take place now and then from openings in the ground, or from long cracks in surface rocks. Occasionally great eruptions have taken place beneath the ocean's surface, throwing up material in sufficient quantity to form new islands. The formation of mud is not confined to the method given, but great quantities of this plastic material flow at times from volcanic craters. In the year 1691, Imbaburu, one of the peaks of the Andes, sent out floods of mud, which contained dead fish in such abundance that their decay caused a fever in the vicinity. The volcanoes of Java have often buried large tracts of fertile country under volcanic mud. An observation of volcanoes shows us that they have three well-marked phases of action. The first of these is a state of permanent eruption, as in the case of the volcano of Stromboli in the Mediterranean. This state is not a dangerous one, since the steam, escaping continually, acts as a safety valve. The second stage is one of milder activity with an occasional somewhat violent eruption. This is apt to be dangerous, though not often very greatly so. The safety valve is partly out of order. The third phase is one in which long periods of repose, sometimes lasting for centuries, are followed by eruptions of intense energy. These are often of extreme violence and cause widespread destruction. In this case, the safety valve has failed to work and the boiler bursts. Often rest for long terms of years. Such are the general features of action in the vast powers which dwell deep beneath the surface, harmless in most parts of the earth, frightfully perilous in others. Yet even here they often rest for long terms of years in seeming apathy, until men gather above their lurking places in multitudes, heedless or ignorant of the sleeping demons that bide their time below. Their time is sure to come, after years, perhaps after centuries. Suddenly the solid earth begins to tremble and quake. Roars as of one of the buried giants of old strike all men with dread. Then, with a fierce convulsion, a mountain is rent in twain, and vast torrents of steam, burning rock, and blinding dust are hurled far upward into the air, to fall again and bury cities, perhaps, with
Section 19 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hawaii in April 2010. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 19. Theories of Volcanic and Earthquake Action. Though the first formation of a volcano, Italian Vulcano, from Vulcan, the Roman god of fire, has seldom been witnessed, it would seem that it is marked by earthquake movements, followed by the opening of a rent or fissure, but with no such tilting up of the rocks as was once supposed to take place. From this fissure large volumes of steam issue, accompanied by hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, hydrochloric acid, and sulfur dioxide. The hydrogen, apparently derived from the dissociation of water at a high temperature, flashes explosively into union with atmospheric oxygen, and, having exerted its explosive force, the steam condenses into cloud, heavy masses of which overhang the volcano, pouring down copious rains. This naturally disturbs the electrical condition of the atmosphere, so that thunder and lightning are frequent accompaniments of an eruption. The hydrochloric acid probably points to the agency of seawater. Besides the gases just mentioned, sulphuretted hydrogen, ammonia, and common salt occur, but mainly as secondary products formed by the union of the vapors issuing from the volcano, and commonly found also in the vapors rising from cooling lava streams or dormant volcanic districts. It is important to notice that the vapors issue from the volcano spasmodically, explosions succeeding each other with great rapidity and noise. All substances thrown out by the volcano, whether gaseous, liquid, or solid, are conveniently united under the term ejectamenta, Latin, things thrown out, and all of them are in an intensely heated, if not an incandescent state. Most of the gases are incombustible, but the hydrogen and those containing sulfur burn with a true flame, perhaps rendered more visible by the presence of solid particles. Much of the so-called flame, however, in popular descriptions of eruptions, is an error of observation due to the red-hot solid particles and the reflection of the glowing orifice on the overhanging clouds. Enormous force displayed. Solid bodies are thrown into the air with enormous force and to proportionally great heights, those not projected vertically falling in consequence at considerable distances from the volcano. A block weighing 200 tons is said to have been thrown 9 miles by Cotopaxi, masses of rock weighing as much as 20 tons to have been ejected by Mount Ararat in 1840, and stones to have been hurled to a distance of 36 miles in other cases. The solid matter thrown out by volcanoes consists of lapilli, scoriae, dust, and bombs. Though on the first formation of the volcano, masses of non-volcanic rock may be torn from the chimney or pipe of the mountain, only slightly fused externally owing to the bad conducting power of most rocks and hurled to a distance, and though at the beginning of a subsequent eruption the solid plug of rock which has cooled at the bottom of the crater, or, in fact, any part of the volcano, may be similarly blown up, the bulk of the solid particles of which the volcano itself is composed is derived from the lake of lava or molten rock which seethes at the orifice. Solid pieces rent from this fused mass and cast up by the explosive force of the steam with which the lava is saturated are known as lapilli. Cooling rapidly so as to be glassy in texture externally, these often have time to become perfectly crystalline within. Gases and steam escaping from other similar masses may leave them hollow when they are termed bombs, or may pit their surfaces with irregular bubble cavities, when they are called scoriae or scoriaceous. Such masses whirling through the air in a plastic state often become more or less oblately spheroidal in form, but, as often, the explosive form of their contained vapors shatters them into fragments, producing quantities of the finest volcanic dust or sand. This fine dust darkens the clouds overhanging the mountain, mixes with the condensed steam to fall as a black mud rain or lava di acqua, Italian water lava, or is carried up to enormous heights and then slowly diffused by upper currents of the atmosphere. In the eruption of Vesuvius of Anno Domini 79, the air was dark as midnight for 12 or 15 miles round. The city of Pompeii was buried beneath a deposit of dry scoriae, or ashes and dust, and Herculaneum beneath a layer of the mud-like lava di acqua, which, on drying, sets into a compact rock. Rocks formed from these fragmentary volcanic materials are known as tuff. Volcanic cones have similar curvatures. It is entirely of these cindery fragments, heaped up with marvelous rapidity round the orifice, that the volcano itself is first formed. It may, as in the case of Jorullo in Mexico in 1759, form a cone several hundred feet high in less than a day. Such a cone may have a slope as steep as 30 or 40 degrees, its incline in all cases depending simply on the angle of repose of its materials, the inclination, that is, at which they stop rolling. The great volcanoes of the Andes, which are formed mainly of ash, are very steep. Owing to a general similarity in their materials, volcanic cones in all parts of the world have very similar curvatures, but all the volcanic mountains in which lava streams have broken through the cone, secondary cones have arisen, or portions have been blown up, are more irregular in outline and more gradual in inclination. In size, volcanoes vary from mere mounds a few yards in diameter, such as the salses or mud volcanoes near the Caspian, to Etna, 10,800 feet high, with a base 30 miles in diameter, Cotopaxi in the Andes, 18,887 feet high, or Mauna Loa in the Sandwich Isles, 13,700 feet high, with a base 70 miles in diameter, and 2 craters, one of which, Kilauea, the largest active crater on our Earth, is 7 miles in circuit. Larger extinct craters occur in Japan, but all our terrestrial volcanic mountains are dwarfed by those observed on the surface of the Moon, which, owing to its smaller size, has cooled more rapidly than our Earth. It is, of course, the explosive force from below which keeps the crater clear as a cup-shaped hollow, truncating the cone, and all stones falling into it would be only thrown out again. It may at the close of an eruption cool down so completely that a lake can form within, such as Lake Averno, near Naples, or it may long remain a seething sea of lava, such as Kilauea, or the lava may find one or more outlets from it, either by welling over its rim, which it will then generally break down, as in many of the small extinct volcanoes, puys, of Auvergne, or more usually by bursting through the sides of the cone. Lava varies very much in liquidity. It is not generally until the volcano has exhausted its first explosive force that lava begins to issue. Several streams may issue in different directions. Their dimensions are sometimes enormous. Lava varies very much in liquidity and in the rate at which it flows. This much depends, however, upon the slope it has to traverse. A lava stream at Vesuvius ran 3 miles in 4 minutes, but took 3 hours to flow the next 3 miles, while a stream from Mauna Loa ran 18 miles in 2 hours. Glowing at first as a white-hot liquid, the lava soon cools at the surface to red and then to black. Cinder-like scoriaceous masses form on its surface and in front of the slowly advancing mass. Clouds of steam and other vapor rise from it, and little cones are thrown up from its surface. But many years may elapse before the mass is cooled through. Thus, while the surface is glassy, the interior becomes crystalline. As to what are the causes of the great convulsions of nature known as the volcano and the earthquake, we know very little. Various theories have been advanced, but nothing by any means sure has been discovered, and considerable difference of opinion exists. In truth, we know so little concerning the conditions existing in the earth's interior that any views concerning the forces at work there must necessarily be largely conjectural. Sir Robert S. Ball says in this connection, quote, "Let us take, for instance, that primary question in terrestrial physics as to whether the interior of the earth is liquid or solid. If we were to judge merely from the temperatures reasonably believed to exist at a depth of some 20 miles, and if we might overlook the question of pressure, we should certainly say that the earth's interior must be in a fluid state. It seems at least certain that the temperatures to be found at depths of 20 miles, and still more at greater depths, must be so high that the most refractory solids, whether metals or minerals, would at once yield if we could subject them to such temperatures in our laboratories. But none of our laboratory experiments can tell us whether, under the pressure of thousands of tons on the square inch, the application of any heat whatever would be adequate to transform solids into liquids. It may, indeed, be reasonably doubted whether the terms solid and liquid are applicable, in the sense in which we understand them, to the materials forming in the interior of the earth. A principle already well known in the arts is that many, if not all, solids may be made to flow like liquids if only adequate pressure be applied. The making of lead tubes is a well-known practical illustration of this principle, for these tubes are formed simply by forcing solid lead by the hydraulic press through a mold which imparts the desired shape. If then a solid can be made to behave like a liquid, even with such pressures as are within our control, how are we to suppose that the solids would behave with such pressures as those to which they are subjected in the interior of the earth? The fact is that the terms solid and liquid, at least as we understand them, appear to have no physical meaning with regard to bodies subjected to these stupendous pressures, and this must be carefully borne in mind when we are discussing the nature of the interior of the earth." End quote. The volcano, a safety valve. Whatever be the state of affairs in the depth of the earth's crust, we may look upon the volcano as a sort of safety valve, opening a passage for the pent-up forces to the surface, and thus relieving the earth from the terrible effects of the earthquake, through which these imprisoned powers so often make themselves felt. Without a volcanic vent, there might be no safety for man on the earth's unquiet face. Professor J.C. Russell of Michigan University presents the following views concerning the status and action of volcanoes. Quote, "When reduced to its simplest terms, a volcano may be defined as a tube or conduit in the earth's crust, through which the molten rock is forced to the surface. The conduit penetrates the cool and rigid rocks forming the superficial portion of the earth and reaches its highly heated interior. The length of volcanic conduits can only be conjectured, but, judging from the approximately known rate of increase of heat with depth, on an average 1 degree Fahrenheit for each 60 feet, and the temperature at which volcanic rocks melt, from 2,300 to 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit when not under pressure, they must seemingly have a depth of at least 20 miles. There are other factors to be considered, but in general terms it is safe to assume that the conduits of volcanoes are irregular openings, many miles in depth, which furnish passageways for molten rock, lava, from the highly heated subcrust portion of the earth to its surface. Eruptions of quiet type. During eruptions of the quiet type, the lava comes to the surface in a highly liquid condition, that is, it is thoroughly fused and flows with almost the freedom of water. It spreads widely, even on a near-level plain, and may form a comparatively thin sheet, several hundred square miles in area, as has been observed in Iceland and Hawaii. On the Snake River Plains in southern Idaho, there are sheets of once molten rock which were poured out in the manner just stated, some 400 square miles in area and not over 75 feet in average thickness. When an eruption of highly liquid lava occurs in a mountainous region, the molten rock may cascade down deep slopes and flow through narrow valleys for 50 miles or more before becoming chilled sufficiently to arrest its progress. Instances are abundant where quiet eruptions have occurred in the midst of a plain and built up lava cones or low mounds with immensely expanded bases. Illustrations are furnished in southern Idaho, in which the cones formed are only 300 or 400 feet high, but have a breadth at the base of 8 or 10 miles. In the class of eruption illustrated by these examples, there is an absence of fragmental material, such as explosive volcanoes hurl into the air, and the person may stand within a few yards of a rushing stream of molten rock, or examine closely the opening from which it is being poured out, without danger or serious inconvenience. The quiet volcanic eruptions are attended by the escape of steam or gases from the molten rock, but the lava being in a highly liquid state, the steam and gases dissolved in it escape quietly and without explosions. If, however, the molten rock is less completely fluid or in a viscous condition, the vapors and gases contained in it find difficulty in escaping and may be retained until, becoming concentrated in large volume, they break their way to the surface, producing violent explosions. Volcanoes in which the lava extruded is viscous and the escape of steam and gases is retarded until the pent-up energy bursts all bounds are of the explosive type. One characteristic example is Vesuvius. When steam escapes from the summit of a volcanic conduit, which, in plain terms, is a tall vessel filled with intensely hot and more or less viscous liquid, masses of the liquid rock are blown into the air and on falling build up a rim or crater about the place of discharge. Commonly the lava in the summit portion of a conduit becomes chilled and perhaps hardened, and when a steam explosion occurs, this crust is shattered and the fragments hurled into the air and contributed to the building of the walls of the enclosing crater. The solid rock blown out by volcanoes consists usually of highly vesicular material which hardened on the surface of the column of lava within a conduit and was shattered by explosions beneath it. These fragments vary in size from dust particles up to masses several feet in diameter, and during violent eruptions are hurled miles high. The larger fragments commonly fall near their place of origin and usually furnish the principal part of the material of which craters are built, but the gravel-like kernels, lapilli, may be carried laterally several miles if a wind is blowing, while the dust is frequently showered down on thousands of square miles of land and sea. The solid and usually angular fragments manufactured in this manner vary in temperature and may still be red hot on falling. Volcanoes of the explosive type not uncommonly discharge streams of lava which may flow many miles. In certain instances, these outwellings of liquid rock occur after severe earthquakes and violent explosions, and may have all the characteristics of quiet eruptions. There is thus no fundamental difference between the two types into which it is convenient to divide volcanoes. Mountains blow their heads off. In extreme examples of explosive volcanoes, the summit portion of a crater, perhaps several miles in circumference and several thousand feet high, is blown away. Such an occurrence is recorded in the case of the volcano Coseguina, Nicaragua, in 1835, or an entire mountain may disappear, being reduced to lapilli and dust and blown into the air, as in the case of Krakatoa in the Straits of Sunda in 1883. The essential feature of a volcano, as stated above, is a tube or conduit leading from the highly heated subcrust portion of the earth to the crater, and through which molten rock is forced upward to the surface. The most marked variations in the process depend on the quantity of molten rock extruded and on the freedom of escape of the steam and gases contained in the lava. The cause of the rise of the molten rock in a volcano is still a matter for discussion. Certain geologists contend that steam is the sole motive power, while others consider that the lava is forced to the surface owing to pressure on the reservoir from which it comes. The view perhaps most favorably entertained at present, in reference to the general nature of volcanic eruptions, is that the rigid outer portion of the earth becomes fractured, owing principally to movements resulting from the shrinking of the cooling inner mass, and that the intensely hot material reached by the fissures, previously solid owing to pressure, becomes liquid when pressure is relieved, and is forced to the surface. As the molten material rises, it invades the water-charged rocks near the surface and acquires steam or the gases resulting from the decomposition of water, and a new force is added which produces the most conspicuous and at times the most terrible phenomena accompanying eruptions." End quote. The active agency of water is strongly maintained by many geologists, and certainly gains support from the vast clouds of steam given off by volcanoes in eruption, and the steady and quiet emission of steam from many in a state of rest. The quantities of water in the liquid state, to which is due the frequent enormous outflows of mud, leads to the same conclusion. Many scientists, indeed, while admitting the agency of water, look upon this as the aqueous material originally pent up within the rocks. For instance, Professor Shaler, Dean of the Lawrence Scientific School, says, quote, "Volcanic outbreaks are merely the explosion of steam under high pressure, steam which is bound in rocks buried underneath the surface of the earth, and there subjected to such tremendous heat that when the conditions are right, its pent-up energy breaks forth, and it shatters its stone prison walls into dust." The process by which the water becomes buried in this manner is a long one. Some contend that it leaks down from the surface of the earth through fissures in the outer crust, but this theory is not generally accepted. The common belief is that water enters the rocks during the crystallization period, and that these rocks, through the natural action of rivers and streams, become deposited in the bottom of the ocean. Here they lie for many ages, becoming buried deeper and deeper under masses of like sediment, which are constantly being washed down upon them from above. This process is called the blanketing process. Each additional layer of sediment, while not raising the level of the sea bottom, buries the first layers just so much the deeper, and adds to their temperature just as does the laying of extra blankets on a bed. When the first layer has reached a depth of a few thousand feet, the rocks which contain the water of crystallization are subjected to a terrific heat. This heat generates steam, which is held in a state of frightful tension in its rocky prison. Wrinklings in the outer crust of the earth's surface occur, caused by the constant shrinking of the earth itself, and by the contraction of the outer surface as it settles on the plastic centers underneath. Fissures are caused by these foldings, and as these fissures reach down into the earth, the pressure is removed from the rocks, and the compressed steam in them, being released, explodes with tremendous force." End quote. This view is, very probably, applicable to many cases, and the exceedingly fine dust which so often rises from volcanoes has, doubtless, for one of its causes the sudden and explosive conversion of water into steam in the interior of ejected lava, thus rending it into innumerable fragments. But that this is the sole mode of action of water in volcanic eruptions is very questionable. It certainly does not agree with the immense volumes at times thrown out, while explosions of such extreme intensity as that of Krakatoa very strongly lead to the conclusion that a great mass of water has made its way through newly opened fissures to the level of molten rock, and exploded into steam with a suddenness which gave it the rending force of dynamite or the other powerful chemical explosives. As the earthquake is so intimately associated with the volcano, the causes of the latter are in great measure the causes of the former, and the forces at work frequently produce a more or less violent quaking of the earth's surface before they succeed in opening a channel of escape through the mountain's heart. One agency of great potency, and one whose work never ceases, has doubtless much to do with earthquake action. In the description of this, we cannot do better than to quote from The Earth's Beginning of Sir Robert S. Ball. Cause of earthquakes. Quote, "As to the immediate cause of earthquakes, there is no doubt considerable difference of opinion. But I think it will not be doubted that an earthquake is one of the consequences, though perhaps a remote one, of the gradual loss of internal heat from the earth. As this terrestrial heat is gradually declining, it follows from the law that we have already so often had occasion to use that the bulk of the earth must be shrinking. No doubt the diminution in the earth's diameter due to the loss of heat must be exceedingly small, even in a long period of time. The cause, however, is continually in operation, and accordingly, the crust of the earth has from time to time to be accommodated to the fact that the whole globe is lessening. The circumference of our earth at the equator must be gradually declining. A certain length in that circumference is lost each year. We may admit that loss to be a quantity far too small to be measured by any observations as yet obtainable, but, nevertheless, it is productive of phenomena so important that it cannot be overlooked. It follows from these considerations that the rocks which form the earth's crust over the surface of the continents and the islands, or beneath the bed of the ocean, must have a lessening acreage year by year. These rocks must therefore submit to compression, either continuously or from time to time, and the necessary yielding of the rocks will in general take place in those regions where the materials of the earth's crust happen to have comparatively small powers of resistance. The acts of compression will often, and perhaps generally, not proceed with uniformity, but rather with small successive shifts, and even though the displacements of the rocks in these shifts be actually very small, yet the pressures to which the rocks are subjected are so vast that a very small shift may correspond to a very great terrestrial disturbance. Suppose, for instance, that there is a slight shift in the rocks on each side of a crack or fault at a depth of 10 miles. It must be remembered that the pressure 10 miles down would be about 35 tons to the square inch. Even a slight displacement of one extensive surface over another, the sides being pressed together with a force of 35 tons on the square inch, would be an operation necessarily accompanied by violence greatly exceeding that which we might expect from so small a displacement, if the forces concerned had been of more ordinary magnitude. On account of this great multiplication of the intensity of the phenomenon, merely a small rearrangement of the rocks in the crust of the earth, in pursuance of the necessary work of accommodating its volume to the perpetual shrinkage, might produce an excessively violent shock extending far and wide. The effect of such a shock would be propagated in the form of waves through the globe, just as a violent blow given at one end of a bar of iron by a hammer is propagated through the bar in the form of waves. When the effect of this internal adjustment reaches the earth's surface, it will sometimes be great enough to be perceptible in the shaking it gives that surface. The shaking may be so violent that buildings may not be able to withstand it. Such is the phenomenon of an earthquake. When the earth is shaken by one of those occasional adjustments of the crust which I have described, the wave that spreads like a pulsation from the center of agitation extends all over our globe and is transmitted right through it. At the surface lying immediately over the center of disturbance, there will be a violent shock. In the surrounding country, and often over great distances, the earthquake may also be powerful enough to produce destructive effects. The convulsion may also be manifested over a far larger area of country in a way which makes the shock to be felt, though the damage wrought may not be appreciable. But beyond a limited distance from the center of the agitation, the earthquake will produce no destructive effects upon buildings, and will not even cause vibrations that would be appreciable to ordinary observation. The radius of disturbance. In each locality in which earthquakes are chronic, it would seem as if there must be a particularly weak spot in the earth some miles below the surface. A shrinkage of the earth in the course of the incessant adjustment between the interior and the exterior will take place by occasional little jumps at this particular center. The fact that there is this weak spot at which small adjustments are possible may provide, as it were, a safety valve for other places in the same part of the world. Instead of a general shrinking, the materials would be sufficiently elastic and flexible to allow the shrinking for a very large area to be done at this particular locality. In this way, we may explain the fact that immense tracts on the earth are practically free from earthquakes of a serious character, while in the less fortunate regions the earthquakes are more or less perennial. Now, suppose an earthquake takes place in Japan. It originates a series of vibrations through our globe. We must here distinguish between the rocks, I might almost say the comparatively pliant rocks, which form the Earth's crust, and those which form the intensely rigid core of the interior of our globe. The vibrations which carry the tidings of the earthquake spread through the rocks on the surface, from the center of the disturbance, in gradually enlarging circles. We may liken the spread of these vibrations to the ripples in a pool of water which diverge from the spot where a raindrop has fallen. The vibrations transmitted by the rocks on the surface or on the floor of the ocean will carry the message all over the earth. As these rocks are flexible, at all events by comparison with the earth's interior, the vibrations will be correspondingly large and will travel with vigor over land and under sea. In due time they reach, say, the Isle of Wight, where they set the pencil of the seismometer at work. But there are different ways round the earth from Japan to the Isle of Wight, the most direct route being across Asia and Europe, the other route across the Pacific, America, and the Atlantic. The vibrations will travel by both routes, and the former is the shorter of the two. End quote. Transmissions of vibrations. Some brief repetition may not here be amiss as to the products of volcanic action, of which so much has been said in the preceding pages, especially as many of the terms are to some extent technical in character. The most abundant of these substances is steam or water gas, which, as we have seen, issues in prodigious quantities during every eruption. But with the steam a great number of other volatile materials frequently make their appearance. Though we have named a number of these at the beginning of this chapter, it will not be out of order to repeat them here. The chief among these are the acid gases known as hydrochloric acid, sulfurous acid, sulphuretted hydrogen, carbonic acid, and boracic acid. And with these acid gases there issue hydrogen, nitrogen, ammonia, the volatile metals arsenic, antimony, and mercury, and some other substances. These volatile substances react upon one another, and many new compounds are thus formed. By the action of sulfurous acid and sulphuretted hydrogen on each other, the sulfur so common in volcanic districts is separated and deposited. The hydrochloric acid acts very energetically on the rocks around the vents, uniting with the iron in them to form the yellow ferric chloride, which often coats the rocks round the vent, and is usually mistaken by casual observers for sulfur. Some of the substances emitted by volcanic vents, such as hydrogen and sulphuretted hydrogen, are inflammable, and when they issue at a high temperature, these gases burst into flame the moment that they come into contact with the air. Hence, when volcanic fissures are watched at night, faint lambent flames are frequently seen playing over them, and sometimes these flames are brilliantly colored through the presence of small quantities of certain metallic oxides. Such volcanic flames, however, are scarcely ever strongly luminous, and the red, glowing light which is observed over volcanic mountains in eruption is due to quite another cause. What is usually taken for flame during a volcanic eruption is simply, as we have before stated, the glowing light of the surface of a mass of red-hot lava reflected from the cloud of vapor and dust in the air, as much as the lights of a city are reflected from the water vapor of the atmosphere during a night of fog. Besides the volatile substances which issue from volcanic vents, mingling with the atmosphere or condensing upon their sides, there are many solid materials ejected, and these may accumulate around the orifices until they build up mountains of vast dimensions, like Etna, Tenerife, and Chimborazo. Some of these solid materials are evidently fragments of the rock masses, through which the volcanic fissure has been rent. These fragments have been carried upwards by the force of the steam blast and scattered over the sides of the volcano. But the principal portion of the solid materials ejected from volcanic orifices consists of matter which has been extruded from sources far beneath the surface, in highly heated and fluid or semi-fluid condition. It is to these materials that the name of lavas is properly applied. Lavas present a general resemblance to the slags and clinkers which are formed in our furnaces and brick kilns, and consist, like them, of various stony substances which have been more or less perfectly fused. When we come to study the chemical composition and the microscopical structure of lavas, however, we shall find that there are many respects in which they differ entirely from these artificial products, they consisting chiefly of feldspar, or of this substance in association with augite or hornblende. In texture they may be stony, glassy, resin-like, vesicular or cellular, and light in weight, as in the case of pumice or scoria. Floating pumice. The steam and other gases rising through liquid lava are apt to produce bubbles, yielding a surface froth or foam. This froth varies greatly in character according to the nature of the material from which it is formed. In the majority of cases, the lavas consist of a mass of crystals floating in a liquid magma, and the distension of such a mass by the escape of steam from its midst gives rise to the formation of the rough cindery-looking material to which the name of scoria is applied. But when the lava contains no ready-formed crystal, but consists entirely of a glassy substance in a more or less perfect state of fusion, the liberation of steam gives rise to the formation of the beautiful material known as pumice. Pumice consists of a mass of minute glass bubbles. These bubbles do not usually, however, retain their globular form, but are elongated in one direction through the movement of the mass while it is still in a plastic state. The quantity of this substance ejected is often enormous. We have seen to what a vast extent it was thrown out from the crater of Krakatoa. During the year 1878, masses of floating pumice were reported as existing in the vicinity of the Solomon Isles and covering the surface of the sea to such extent that it took ships 3 days to force their way through them. Sometimes this substance accumulates in such quantities along coasts that it is difficult to determine the position of the shore within a mile or two, as we may land and walk about on the great floating raft of pumice. Recent deep-sea soundings, carried on in the Challenger and other vessels, have shown that the bottom of the deepest portion of the ocean, far away from the land, is covered with volcanic materials which have been carried through the air or have floated on the surface of the ocean. Fragments of scoria or pumice may be thrown hundreds or thousands of feet into the atmosphere, those that fall into the crater and are flung up again being gradually reduced in size by friction. Thus, it is related by Mr. Paulet Scrope, who watched a Vesuvian eruption of 1822, which lasted for nearly a month, that during the earlier stages of the outburst, fragments of enormous size were thrown out of the crater, but by constant re-ejection these were gradually reduced in size, till at last only the most impalpable dust issued from the vent. This dust filled the atmosphere, producing in the city of Naples a darkness that might be felt. So excessively finely divided was it, that it penetrated into all drawers, boxes, and the most closely fastened receptacles, filling them completely. The fragmentary materials ejected from volcanoes are often given the name of cinders or ashes. These, however, are terms of convenience only, and do not properly describe the volcanic material. Sometimes the passages of steam through a mass of molten glass produces large quantities of a material resembling spun glass. Small particles of this glass are carried into the air and leave behind them thin, glassy filaments like a tail. At the volcano of Kilauea in Hawaii, this substance, as previously stated, is abundantly produced and is known as Pele's hair, Pele being the name of the goddess of the mountain. Birds' nests are sometimes found composed of this beautiful material. In recent years, an artificial substance similar to this Pele's hair has been extensively manufactured by passing jets of steam through the molten slag of iron furnaces. It resembles cotton wool, but is made up of fine threads of glass, and is employed for the packing of boilers and other purposes. The lava itself, as left in huge deposits upon the surface, assumes various forms, some crystalline, others glassy. The latter is usually found in the condition known as obsidian, ordinarily black in color and containing few or no crystals. It is brittle and splits into sharp-edged or pointed fragments, which were used by primitive peoples for arrowheads, knives, and other cutting implements. The ancient Mexicans used bits of it for shaving purposes, it having an edge of razor-like sharpness. They also used it as the cutting part of their weapons of war.
Section 20 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Robert Parker of Story City, Iowa. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Norris. Chapter 20. Active volcanoes of the earth. It is not by any means an easy task to frame an estimate of the number of volcanoes in the world. Volcanoes vary greatly in their dimensions, from vast mountain masses rising to a height of nearly 25,000 feet above sea level to mere molehills. They likewise exhibit every possible stage of development and decay. While some are in a state of chronic active eruption, others are reduced to the condition of solfataras, or vents emitting acid vapors, and others again have fallen into a more or less complete state of ruin through the action of denuding forces. The number of active volcanoes, even if we confine our attention to the larger volcanoes, which merit the name of mountains, and such of those as we have reason to believe to be in a still active condition, our difficulties will be diminished, but not by any means removed. Volcanoes may sink into a dormant condition that at times endures for hundreds or even thousands of years, and then burst forth into a state of renewed activity. And it is quite impossible, in many cases, to distinguish between the conditions of dormancy and extinction. We shall, however, probably be within the limits of truth in stating that the number of great habitual volcanic vents upon the globe, which we have reason to believe are still in active condition, is somewhere between 300 and 350. Most of these are marked by more or less considerable mountains, composed of the materials ejected from them. But if we include mountains which exhibit the external conical form, crater-like hollows, and other features of volcanoes, yet concerning the activity of which we have no record or tradition, the number will fall little, if anything, short of 1,000. The mountains composed of volcanic materials, but which have lost through denudation the external form of volcanoes, are still more numerous, and the smaller temporary openings, which are usually subordinate to the habitual vents that have been active during the periods covered by history and tradition, must be numbered by thousands. There are still feebler manifestations of the volcanic forces, such as steam jets, geysers, thermal and mineral waters, spouting saline and muddy springs, and mud volcanoes that may be millions. It is not improbable that these less powerful manifestations of the volcanic forces to a great extent make up in number what they want in individual energy, and the relief which they afford to the imprisoned activities within the earth's crust may be almost equal to that which results from the occasional outbursts at the great habitual volcanic vents. In taking a general survey of the volcanic phenomena of the globe, no facts come out more strikingly than that of the very unequal distribution both of the great volcanoes and of the minor exhibitions of subterranean energy. Thus, on the whole of the continent of Europe, there is but one habitual volcanic vent, that of Vesuvius, and this is situated upon the shores of the Mediterranean. In the islands of that sea, however, there are no less than 6 volcanoes, namely Stromboli and Volcano in the Lipari Islands, Etna in Sicily, Graham's Isle, a submarine volcano off the Sicilian coast, and Santorin and Nisyros in the Aegean Sea. The African continent is at present known to contain about 10 active volcanoes, 4 on the west coast and 6 on the east coast, while about 10 other active volcanoes occur on islands close to the African coasts. On the continent of Asia, more than 20 active volcanoes are known or believed to exist, but no less than 12 of these are situated in the peninsula of Kamchatka. No volcanoes are known to exist in the Australian continent. The American continent contains a greater number of volcanoes than the continents of the Old World. There are 20 in North America, 25 in Central America, and 37 in South America. Thus, taken together, there are about 117 volcanoes situated on the great continental lands of the globe, while nearly twice as many occur upon the islands scattered over the various oceans. Asiatic volcanoes. Upon examining further into the distribution of the continental volcanoes, another very interesting fact presents itself. The volcanoes are in almost every instance situated either close to the coasts of the continent or at no great distance from them. There are, indeed, only two exceptions to this rule. In the great and almost wholly unexplored tableland lying between Siberia and Tibet, 4 volcanoes are said to exist, and in the Chinese province of Manchuria, several others. More reliable information is, however, needed concerning those volcanoes. It is a remarkable circumstance that all oceanic islands, which are not coral reefs, are composed of volcanic rocks. And many of these oceanic islands, as well as others lying near the shores of the continents, contain active volcanoes. Through the midst of the Atlantic Ocean runs a ridge, which, by the soundings of the various exploring vessels sent out in recent years, has been shown to divide the ocean longitudinally into 2 basins. Upon this great ridge and the spurs proceeding from it rise numerous mountain masses which constitute the well-known Asiatic islands and groups of islands. All of these are of volcanic origin, and among them are numerous active volcanoes. The island of Jan Mayen contains an active volcano, and Iceland contains 13, and not improbably more. The Azores have 6 active volcanoes, the Canaries 3, while about 8 volcanoes lie off the west coast of Africa. In the West Indies there are 6 active volcanoes, and 3 submarine volcanoes have been recorded within the limits of the Atlantic Ocean. Altogether, no less than 40 active volcanoes are situated upon the great submarine ridges which traverse the Atlantic longitudinally. But along the same line, the number of extinct volcanoes is far greater, and there are not wanting proofs that the volcanoes which are still active are approaching the condition of extinction. The volcanoes of the Pacific. If the great medial chain of the Atlantic presents us with an example of a chain of volcanic mountains verging on extinction, we have in the line of islands separating the Pacific and Indian Oceans an example of a similar range of volcanic vents which are in a condition of the greatest activity. In the peninsula of Kamchatka, there are 12 active volcanoes. In the Aleutian Islands, 31. And in the peninsula of Alaska, 3. The chain of the Kuriles contains at least 10 active volcanoes. The Japanese islands and the islands to the south of Japan, 25. The great group of islands lying to the southeast of the Asiatic continent is at the present time the grandest focus of volcanic activity upon the globe. No less than 50 active volcanoes occur here. Farther south, the same chain is probably continued by the 4 active volcanoes of New Guinea, 1 or more submarine volcanoes, and several vents in New Britain, the Solomon Isles, and the New Hebrides. The 3 active volcanoes of New Zealand, and possibly by Mount Erebus and Mount Terror in the Antarctic region. Altogether, no less than 150 active volcanoes exist in the chain of islands which stretch from Bering's Straits down to the Antarctic Circle. And if we include the volcanoes on Indian and Pacific islands, which appear to be situated on lines branching from this particular band, we shall not be wrong in the assertion that this great system of volcanic mountains includes at least 1/2 of the habitually active vents of the globe. In addition to the active vents, there are here several hundred very perfect volcanic cones, many of which appear to have recently become extinct, though some of them may be merely dormant, biding their time. A third series of volcanoes starts from the neighborhood of Bering Straits and stretches along the whole western coast of the American continent. This is much less continuous, but nevertheless very important, and contains with its branches nearly 100 active volcanoes. On the north, this great band is almost united with the one we've already described by the chain of the Aleutian and Alaskan volcanoes. In British Columbia, about the parallel of 60 degrees north, there exist a number of volcanic mountains, one of which, Mount St. Elias, is believed to be 18,000 feet in height. Farther south, in the territory of the United States, a number of grand volcanic mountains exist, some of which are probably still active, for geysers and other manifestations of volcanic activity abound. From the southern extremity of the peninsula of California, an almost continuous chain of volcanoes stretches through Mexico and Guatemala. And from this part of the volcanic band a branch is given off, which passes through the West Indies, and contains the volcanoes which have so recently given evidence of their vital activity. In South America, the line is continued by the active volcanoes of Ecuador, Bolivia, and Chile. But at many intermediate points in the chain of the Andes, extinct volcanoes occur, which to a great extent fill up the gaps in the series. A small offshoot to the westward passes through the Galapagos Islands. The great band of volcanoes which stretches through the American continent is second only in importance and in the activity of its vents to the band which divides the Pacific from the Indian Ocean. The third volcanic band of the globe is that, already spoken of, which traverses the Atlantic Ocean from north to south. This series of volcanic mountains is much more broken and interrupted than the other two, and a greater proportion of its vents are extinct. It attained its condition of maximum activity during the distant period of the Miocene, and now appears to be passing into a state of gradual extinction. Beginning in the north, with the volcanic rocks of Greenland and Bear Island, we pass southwards by way of Jan Mayen, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands, to the Hebrides and the north of Ireland. Thence, by way of the Azores, the Canaries, and the Cape de Verde Islands, with some active vents, we pass to the ruined volcanoes of St. Paul, Fernando de Noronha, Ascension, St. Helena, Trinidad, and Tristan da Cunha. From this great Atlantic band, two branches proceed to the eastward, one through Central Europe, where all the vents are now extinct, and the other through the Mediterranean to Asia Minor, the great majority of the volcanoes along the latter line now being extinct, though a few are still active. The volcanoes on the eastern coast of Africa may be regarded as situated on another branch from this Atlantic volcanic band. The number of active volcanoes on this Atlantic band and its branches, exclusive of those in the West Indies, does not exceed 50. Tian Shan and Hawaiian volcanoes. From what has been said, it will be seen that the volcanoes of the globe not only usually assume a linear arrangement, but nearly the whole of them can be shown to be thrown up along three well-marked bands, and the branches proceeding from them. The first and most important of these bands is nearly 10,000 miles in length, and with its branches contains more than 150 active volcanoes. The second is 8,000 miles in length and includes about 100 active volcanoes. The third is much more broken and interrupted, extends to a length of nearly 1,000 miles, and contains about 50 active vents. The volcanoes of the eastern coast of Africa, with Mauritius, Bourbon, Rodriguez, and the vents along the line of the Red Sea, may be regarded as forming a fourth and subordinate band. Thus we see that the surface of the globe is covered by a network of volcanic bands, all of which traverse it in sinuous lines with a general north and south direction, giving off branches which often run for hundreds of miles, and sometimes appear to form a connection between the great bands. To this rule of the linear arrangement of the volcanic vents of the globe, and their accumulation along certain well-marked bands, there are two very striking exceptions, which we must now proceed to notice. In the very center of the continent formed by Europe and Asia, the largest unbroken land mass of the globe, there rises from the great central plateau the remarkable volcanoes of the Tian Shan range. The existence of these volcanoes, of which only obscure traditional accounts have reached Europe before the year 1858, appears to be completely established by the researches of recent Russian and Swedish travelers. 3 volcanic vents appear to exist in this region, and other volcanic phenomena have been stated to occur in the great plateau of Central Asia. But the existence of the latter appears to rest on very doubtful evidence. The only accounts of which we have of the eruptions of these Tian Shan volcanoes are contained in Chinese histories and treatises on geography. The second exceptionally situated volcanic group is that of the Hawaiian Islands. While the Tian Shan volcanoes rise in the center of the largest unbroken land mass and stand on the edge of the loftiest and greatest plateau in the world, the volcanoes of the Hawaiian Islands rise in the northern center of the largest ocean and from almost the greatest depths in that ocean. All around the Hawaiian Islands, the sea has a depth of from 2,000 to 3,000 fathoms, and the island group culminates in several volcanic cones, which rise to the height of nearly 14,000 feet above the sea level. The volcanoes of the Hawaiian Islands are unsurpassed in height and bulk by those of any other part of the globe. With the exception of the two isolated groups of the Tian Shan and the Hawaiian Islands, nearly all the active volcanoes of the globe are situated near the limits which separate the great land and water masses of the globe. That is to say, they occur either on the parts of continents not far removed from their coastlines, or on islands in the ocean not very far distant from the shores. The fact of the general proximity of volcanoes to the sea is one which has frequently been pointed out by geographers, and may now be regarded as being thoroughly established. Volcanoes parallel to mountain chains. Many of the grandest mountain chains have bands of volcanoes lying parallel to them. This is strikingly exhibited by the great mountain masses which lie on the western side of the American continent. The Rocky Mountains and the Andes consist of folded and crumbled masses of altered strata, which, by the action of denuding forces, have been carved into series of ridges and summits. At many points, however, along the sides of these great chains, we find that fissures have been opened and lines of volcanoes formed, from which enormous quantities of lava have flowed and covered great tracts of country. This is especially marked in the Snake River plain of Idaho in the western United States. In this and the adjoining regions of Oregon and Washington, an enormous tract of country has been overflowed lava in a great geological period, the surface covered being estimated to have a larger area than France and Great Britain combined. The Snake River cuts through it in a series of picturesque gorges and rapids, enabling us to estimate its thickness, which is considered to average 4,000 feet. Looked at from any point on its surface, one of these lava plains appears as a vast level surface, like that of a lake bottom. This uniformity has been produced either by the lava rolling over a plain or lake bottom, or by the complete effacement of an original undulating contour of the ground under hundreds or thousands of feet of lava in successive sheets. The lava, rolling up to the base of the mountains, has followed the sinuosities of their margin, as the waters of a lake follow its promontories and bays. Similar conditions exist along the Sierra Nevada range of California, and to some extent placer mining has gone on under immense beds of lava by a process of tunneling beneath the volcanic rock. In some localities, the volcanoes are of such height and dimensions as to overlook and dwarf the mountain ranges by the side of which they lie. Some of the volcanoes, lying parallel to the great American axis, appear to be quite extinct, while others are in full activity. In the eastern continent we find still more striking examples of parallelism between great mountain chains and the lands along which volcanic activity is exhibited. Volcanoes, active or extinct, following the line of the great east and west chains which extend through southern Europe and Asia. There are some other volcanic bands which exhibit a similar parallelism with mountain chains. But, on the other hand, there are volcanoes between which and the nearest mountain axis no such connection can be traced. Areas of upheaval and subsidence. There is one other fact concerning the mode of distribution of volcanoes upon the surface of the globe, to which we must allude. By a study of the evidences of coral reefs, raised beaches, submerged forests, and other phenomena of a similar kind, it can be shown that certain wide areas of the land and of the ocean floor are at the present time in a state of subsidence, while other equally large areas are being upheaved. And the observations of the geologist prove that similar upward and downward movements of portions of the Earth's crust have been going on through all geological time. Now, as Mr. Darwin has so well shown in his work on coral reefs, if we trace upon a map the areas of the Earth's surface which are undergoing upheaval and subsidence respectively, we shall find that nearly all the active volcanoes of the globe are situated upon rising areas, and that volcanic phenomena are conspicuously absent from those parts of the Earth's crust which can be proved at the present day to be undergoing depression. The remarkable linear arrangement of volcanic vents has a significance that is well worthy of fuller consideration. There are facts known which point to the cause of this state of affairs. It is not uncommon for small cones of scoriae to be seen following lines on the flanks or at the base of a great volcanic mountain. These are undoubtedly lines of fissure caused by the subterranean forces. In fact, such fissures have been seen opening on the sides of Mount Etna, in whose bottom could be seen the glowing lava. Along these fissures, in a few days, scoriae cones appeared, on one occasion no less than 36 in number. It is believed by geologists that the linear systems of volcanoes are ranged along similar lines of fissure in the Earth's crust. Enormous breaks, extending for thousands of miles, and the result of internal energies acting through vast periods of time. Along these immense fissures in the Earth's rock crust, there appear, in place of small scoriae cones, great volcanoes, built up through the ages by a series of powerful eruptions, and only ceasing to spout fire themselves when the portion of the great crack upon which they lie is closed. The greatest of these fissures is that along the vast, sinuous band of volcanoes extending from near the Arctic Circle at Bering Straits to the Antarctic Circle at South Victoria Land, not far from half round the earth. It doubtless marks the line of mighty forces which have been active for millions of years. End of chapter 20.
Section 21 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, edited by Charles Morris. Chapter 21. The Famous Vesuvius and the Destruction of Pompeii. The famous volcano of southern Italy named Vesuvius, which is now so constantly in eruption, was described by the ancients as a cone-shaped mountain with a flat top, on which was a deep circular valley filled with vines and grass, and surrounded by high precipices. A large population lived on the sides of the mountain, which was covered with beautiful woods, and there were fine flourishing cities at its foot. So little was the terrible nature of the valley on the top understood that in A.D. 72, Spartacus, a rebellious Roman gladiator, encamped there with some thousands of fighting men, and the Roman soldiers were let down the precipices in order to surprise and capture them. There had been earthquakes around the mountain, and one of the cities had been nearly destroyed, but no one was prepared for what occurred 7 years after the defeat of Spartacus. Suddenly, in the year 79 A.D., a terrific rush of smoke, steam, and fire belched from the mountain's summit. One side of the valley in which Spartacus had encamped was blown off, and its rocks, with vast quantities of ashes, burning stones, and sand, were ejected far into the sky. They then spread out like a vast pall, and fell far and wide. For 8 days and nights this went on, and the enormous quantity of steam sent up, together with the deluge of rain that fell, produced torrents on the mountain side, which, carrying onward the fallen ashes, overwhelmed everything in their way. Sulphurous vapors filled the air, and violent tremblings of the earth were constant. A city 6 miles off was speedily rendered uninhabitable, and was destroyed by the falling stones. But 2 others, Herculaneum and Pompeii, which already had suffered from the downpour of ashes, were gradually filled with a flood of water, sand, and ashes, which came down the side of the volcano, and covering them entirely. Buried cities excavated. The difference in ease of excavation is due to the following circumstance. Herculaneum, being several miles nearer the crater, was buried in a far more consistent substance, seemingly composed of volcanic ashes cemented by mud. Pompeii, on the contrary, was buried only in ashes and loose stones. The casts of the statues found in Herculaneum show the plastic character of the material that fell there, which time has hardened to rock-like consistency. These statues represented Hercules and Cleopatra, and the theater proved to be that of the long-lost city of Herculaneum. The site of Pompeii was not discovered until 40 years afterward, but work there proved far easier than at Herculaneum, and more progress was made in bringing it back to the light of day. The less solid covering of Pompeii has greatly facilitated the work of excavation, and a great part of the city has been laid bare. Many of its public buildings and private residences are now visible, and some whole streets have been cleared, while a multitude of interesting relics have been found. Among those are casts of many of the inhabitants, obtained by pouring liquid plaster into the ash molds that remained of them. We see them today in the attitude and with the expression of agony and horror with which death met them more than 18 centuries ago. In succeeding eruptions much lava was poured out, and in A.D. 472 ashes were cast over a great part of Europe, so much that fear was caused at Constantinople. The buried cities were more and more covered up, and it was not until about A.D. 1700 that, as stated above, the city of Herculaneum was discovered, the peasants of the vicinity being in the habit of extracting marble from its ruins. They had also in the course of years found many statues. In consequence, an excavation was ordered by Charles III, the earliest result being the discovery of the theatre, with the statues above named. The work of excavation, however, has not progressed far in this city, and on account of its extreme difficulty, though various excellent specimens of artwork have been discovered, including the finest examples of mural painting extant from antiquity. The library was also discovered, 1,803 papyri being found, though these had been charred to cinder and were very difficult to unroll and decipher. Over 300 of them have been read. Pliny's celebrated description. Pliny the Younger, to whom we are indebted for the only contemporary account of the great eruption under consideration, was at the time of its occurrence resident with his mother at Misenum, where the Roman fleet lay, under the command of his uncle, the great author of the Historia Naturalis. His account, contained in 2 letters to Tacitus, is not so much a narrative of the eruption as a record of his uncle's singular death, yet it is of great interest as yielding the impressions of an observer. The translation which follows is adopted from the very free version of Melmoth, except in 1 or 2 places, where it differs much from the ordinary text. The letters are given entire, though some parts are rather specimens of style than good examples of description. Your request that I should send an account of my uncle's death, in order to transmit a more exact relation of it to posterity, deserves my acknowledgments. For if this accident shall be celebrated by your pen, the glory of it, I am assured, will be rendered forever illustrious. And, notwithstanding he perished by a misfortune which, as it involved at the same time a most beautiful country in ruins, and destroyed so many populous cities, seems to promise him an everlasting remembrance. Notwithstanding he has himself composed many and lasting works, yet I am persuaded the mention of him in your immortal works will greatly contribute to eternize his name. Happy I esteem those to be, whom Providence has distinguished with the abilities either of doing such actions as are worthy of being related, or of relating them in a manner worthy of being read. But doubly happy are they who are blessed with both these talents, in the number of which my uncle, as his own writings in your history will prove, may justly be ranked. It is with extreme willingness, therefore, that I execute your commands, and should, indeed, have claimed the task if you had not enjoined it. He was at that time with the fleet under his command at Misenum. On the 24th of August, about 1 in the afternoon, my mother desired him to observe a cloud which appeared of a very unusual size and shape. He had just returned from taking the benefit of the sun, and, after bathing himself in cold water and taking a slight repast, had retired to his study. He immediately arose and went out upon an eminence, from whence he might more distinctly view this very uncommon appearance. It was not at that distance discernible from what mountain the cloud issued, but it was found afterward to ascend from Mount Vesuvius. I cannot give a more exact description of its figure than by comparing it to that of a pine tree, for it shot up to a great height in the form of a trunk, which extended itself at the top into a sort of branches, occasioned, I imagined, either by a sudden gust of air that impelled it, the force of which decreased as it advanced upwards, or the cloud itself being pressed back again by its own weight, and expanding in this manner. It appeared sometimes bright and sometimes dark and spotted, as it was more or less impregnated with earth and cinders. This extraordinary phenomenon excited my uncle's philosophical curiosity to take a nearer view of it. He ordered a light vessel to be got ready, and gave me the liberty, if I thought proper, to attend him. I rather chose to continue my studies, for, as it happened, he had given me an employment of that kind. As he was passing out of the house he received dispatches. The marines at Etna, terrified at the imminent peril, for the place lay beneath the mountain, and there was no retreat but by ships, entreated his aid in this extremity. He accordingly changed his first design, and what he began with a philosophical, he pursued with a heroical turn of mind. The voyage to Stabiae. He ordered the galleys to put to sea, and went himself on board with an intention of assisting not only Etna but many other places, for the population is thick on that beautiful coast. When hastening to the place from whence others fled with the utmost terror, he steered a direct course to the point of danger, and with so much calmness and presence of mind as to be able to make and dictate his observations upon the motion and figure of that dreadful scene. He was now so nigh the mountain that the cinders, which grew thicker and hotter the nearer he approached, fell into the ships, together with pumice stones and black pieces of burning rock. They were in danger of not only being left aground by the sudden retreat of the sea, but also from the vast fragments which rolled down from the mountain and obstructed all the shore. Here he stopped to consider whether he should return back again, to which the pilot advised him. "Fortune," said he, "favors the brave. Carry me to Pomponianus." Pomponianus was then at Stabiae, separated by a gulf, which the sea, after several insensible windings, forms upon the shore. He, Pomponianus, had already sent his baggage on board, for though he was not at that time in actual danger, yet being within view of it, and indeed extremely near, if it should in the least increase, he was determined to put to sea as soon as the wind should change. It was favorable, however, for carrying my uncle to Pomponianus, whom he found in the greatest consternation. He embraced him with tenderness, encouraging and exhorting him to keep up his spirits, and the more to dissipate his fears he ordered, with an air of unconcern, the baths to be got ready, when, after having bathed, he sat down to supper with great cheerfulness, or at least, what is equally heroic, with all the appearance of it. In the meantime the eruption from Mount Vesuvius flamed out in several places with much violence, which the darkness of the night contributed to render still more visible and dreadful. But my uncle, in order to soothe the apprehensions of his friend, assured him it was only the burning of the villages which the country people had abandoned to the flames. After this he retired to rest, and it was most certain he was so little discomposed as to fall into a deep sleep, for, being pretty fat, and breathing hard, those who attended without actually heard him snore. The court which led to his apartment being now almost filled with stones and ashes, if he had continued there any longer it would have been impossible for him to have made his way out. It was thought proper, therefore, to awaken him. He got up and went to Pomponianus and the rest of his company, who were not unconcerned enough to think of going to bed. They consulted together whether it would be most prudent to trust to the houses, which now shook from side to side with frequent and violent concussions, or to fly to the open fields, where the calcined stone and cinders, though light indeed, yet fell in large showers and threatened destruction. In this distress they resolved for the fields as the less dangerous situation of the two, a resolution which, while the rest of the company were hurried into it by their fears, my uncle embraced upon cool and deliberate consideration. Death of Pliny the Elder. They went out, then, having pillows tied upon their heads with napkins, and this was their whole defense against the storm of stones that fell around them. It was now day everywhere else, but there a deeper darkness prevailed than in the most obscure night, which, however, was in some degree dissipated by torches and other lights of various kinds. They thought proper to go down further upon the shore, to observe if they might safely put out to sea, but they found that the waves still ran extremely high and boisterous. There my uncle, having drunk a draught or two of cold water, threw himself down upon a cloth which was spread for him, when immediately the flames and a strong smell of sulphur, which was the forerunner of them, dispersed the rest of the company, and obliged him to rise. He raised himself up with the assistance of two of his servants, and instantly fell down dead, suffocated, as I conjecture, by some gross and noxious vapor, having always had weak lungs, and being frequently subject to a difficulty of breathing. As soon as it was light again, which was not till the third day after this melancholy accident, his body was found entire, and without any marks of violence upon it, exactly in the same posture as that in which he fell, and looking more like a man asleep than dead. During all this time my mother and I were at Misenum, but this has no connection with your history, and your inquiry went no farther than concerning my uncle's death. With that, therefore, I will put an end to my letter. Suffer me only to add that I have faithfully related to you what I was either an eyewitness of myself, or received immediately after the accident happened, and before there was any time to vary the truth. You will choose out of this narrative such circumstances as shall be most suitable to your purpose, for there is a great difference between what is proper for a letter and a history, between writing to a friend and writing to the public. Farewell. In this account, which was drawn up some years after the event, from the recollections of a student 18 years old, we recognize the continual earthquakes, the agitated sea with its uplifted bed, the flames and vapors of an ordinary eruption, probably attended by lava as well as ashes, but it seems likely that the author's memory, or rather the information communicated to him regarding the closing scene of Pliny's life, was defective. Flames and sulphurous vapors could hardly be actually present at Stabiae, 10 miles from the center of the eruption. That lava flowed at all from Vesuvius on this occasion has been usually denied, chiefly because at Pompeii and Herculaneum the causes of destruction were different. Ashes overwhelmed the former, mud concreted over the latter. We observe, indeed, phenomena on the shore near Torre del Greco, which seems to require the belief that currents of lava had been solidified there at some period before the construction of certain walls and floors and other works of Roman date. In the Oxford Museum, among the specimens of lava to which the dates are assigned, is one referred to A.D. 79, but there is no mode of proving it to have belonged to the eruption of that date. Pliny's second letter. A second letter from Pliny to Tacitus was required to satisfy the curiosity of that historian, especially as regards the events which happened under the eyes of his friend. Here it is according to Melmoth. The letter which, in compliance with your request, I wrote to you concerning the death of my uncle, has raised, it seems, your curiosity to know what terrors and danger attended me while I continued at Misenum, for there, I think, the account in my former letter broke off. Though my shocked soul recoils, my tongue shall tell. My uncle having left us, I pursued the studies which prevented my going with him till it was time to bathe. after which I went to supper, and from thence to bed, where my sleep was greatly broken and disturbed. There had been, for many days before, some shocks of an earthquake, which the less surprised us as they are extremely frequent in Campania. But they were so particularly violent that night, that they not only shook everything about us, but seemed, indeed, to threaten total destruction. My mother flew to my chamber, where she found me rising in order to awaken her. We went out into a small court belonging to the house, which separated the sea from the buildings. As I was at that time but 18 years of age, I know not whether I should call my behavior, in this dangerous juncture, courage or rashness, but I took up Livy, and amused myself with turning over that author, and even making extracts from him, as if all about me had been in full security. While we were in this posture, a friend of my uncle's, who was just come from Spain to pay him a visit, joined us, and observing me sitting with my mother with a book in my hand, greatly condemned her calmness, at the same time that he reproved me for my careless security. Nevertheless, I still went on with my author. Though it was now morning, the light was exceedingly faint and languid. The buildings all around us tottered, and, though we stood upon open ground, yet as the place was narrow and confined, there was no remaining there without certain and great danger. We therefore resolved to quit the town. The people followed us in the utmost consternation, and, as to a mind distracted with terror every suggestion seems more prudent than its own, pressed in great crowds about us in our way out. Being got to a convenient distance from the houses, we stood still, in the midst of a most dangerous and dreadful scene. The chariots which we had ordered to be drawn out were so agitated backwards and forwards, though upon the most level ground, that we could not keep them steady, even by supporting them with large stones. The sea seemed to roll back upon itself, and to be driven from its bank by the convulsive motion of the earth. It is certain at least that the shore was considerably enlarged, and many sea animals were left upon it. On the other side a black and dreadful cloud, bursting with an igneous serpentine vapor, darted out a long train of fire, resembling flashes of lightning, but much larger. Fear versus composure. Upon this the Spanish friend whom I have mentioned addressed himself to my mother and me with great warmth and earnestness. "If your brother and your uncle," said he, "is safe, he certainly wishes you to be so too. But if he has perished, it was his desire, no doubt, that you might both survive him. Why, therefore, do you delay your escape a moment?" We could never think of our own safety, we said, while we were uncertain of his. Hereupon our friend left us, and withdrew with the utmost precipitation. Soon afterward the cloud seemed to descend, and cover the whole ocean, as it certainly did the island of Capri, and the promontory of Misenum. My mother strongly conjured me to make my escape at any rate, which, as I was young, I might easily do. As for herself, she said, her age and corpulency rendered all attempts of that sort impossible. However, she would willingly meet death, if she could have the satisfaction of seeing that she was not the occasion of mine. But I absolutely refused to leave her, and taking her by the hand, I led her on. She complied with great reluctance, and not without many reproaches to herself for retarding my flight. The ashes now began to fall upon us, though in no great quantity. I turned my head and observed behind us a thick smoke, which came rolling after us like a torrent. I proposed, while we yet had any light, to turn out of the high road, lest she be pressed to death in the dark by the crowd that followed us. We had scarce stepped out of the path when darkness overspread us, not like that of a cloudy night, or when there is no moon, but of a room when it is all shut up and all the lights are extinct. Nothing then was to be heard but the shrieks of women, the screams of children, and the cries of men. some calling for their children, others for their parents, others for their husbands, and only distinguishing each other by their voices, one lamenting his own fate, another that of his family, some wishing to die from the very fear of dying, some lifting their hands to the gods, but the greater part imagining that the last and eternal night was to come, which was to destroy the gods and the world together. Among them were some who augmented the real terrors by imaginary ones, and made the frightened multitude believe that Misenum was actually in flames. At length a glimmering light appeared, which we imagined to be rather the forerunner of an approaching burst of flames, as in truth it was, than the return of day. However, the fire fell at a distance from us. Then again we were immersed in thick darkness, and a heavy shower of ashes rained upon us, which we were obliged every now and then to shake off, otherwise we should have been crushed and buried in the heap. I might boast that, during all this scene of horror, not a sigh or expression of fear escaped me, had not my support been founded in that miserable, though strong, consolation that all mankind were involved in the same calamity, and that I imagined I was perishing with the world itself. At last this dreadful darkness was dissipated by degrees, like a cloud of smoke. The real day returned, and soon the sun appeared, though very faintly, and as when an eclipse is coming on. Every object that presented itself to our eyes, which were extremely weakened, seemed changed, being covered over with white ashes, as with a deep snow. We returned to Misenum, where we refreshed ourselves as well as we could, and passed an anxious night between hope and fear, for the earthquake still continued, while several greatly excited people ran up and down, heightening their own and their friends' calamities by terrible predictions. However, my mother and I, notwithstanding the danger we had passed, and that which still threatened us, had no thoughts of leaving the place till we should receive some account of my uncle. And now you will read this narrative without any view of inserting it in your history, of which it is by no means worthy, and, indeed, you must impute it to your own request if it shall not even deserve the trouble of a letter. Farewell. Dion Cassius on the eruption. The story told by Pliny is the only one upon which we can rely. Dion Cassius, the historian, who wrote more than a century later, does not hesitate to use his imagination, telling us that Pompeii was buried under the shower of ashes while all the people were sitting in the theater. This statement has been effectively made use of by Bulwer in his Last Days of Pompeii. In this he pictures for us a gladiatorial combat in the arena, with thousands of deeply interested spectators occupying the surrounding seats. The novelist works his story up to a thrilling climax in which the volcano plays a leading part. This is all very well as a vivid piece of fiction, but it does not accord with fact, since Dion Cassius was undoubtedly incorrect in his statement. We know now from the evidence furnished by the excavations that none of the people were destroyed in the theaters, and indeed that there were very few who did not escape from both cities. It is very likely that many of them returned and dug down for the most valued treasures in their buried habitations. Dion Cassius may have obtained the material for his accounts from the traditions of the descendants of survivors, and if so, he shows how terrible must have been the impression made upon their minds. He assures us that during the eruption a multitude of men of superhuman nature appeared, sometimes on the mountain and sometimes in the environs, that stones and smoke were thrown out, the sun was hidden, and then the giants seemed to rise again, while the sounds of trumpets were heard. Lake Avernus. Not far from Vesuvius lay the famous Lake Avernus, whose name was a long popular synonym for the infernal regions. The lake is harmless today, but its reputation indicates that it was not always so. There is every reason to believe that it hides the outlet of an extinct volcano, and that long after the volcano ceased to be active it emitted gases as fatal to animal life as those suffocating vapors which annihilated all the cattle on the island of Lanzarote in the Canaries in the year 1730. Its name signifies birdless, indicating that its ascending vapors were fatal to all birds that attempted to fly above its surface. In the superstition of the Middle Ages, Vesuvius assumed the character which had before been given to Avernus, and was regarded as the mouth of hell. Cardinal Damiano, in a letter to Pope Nicholas II, written about the year 1060, tells the story of how a priest, who had left his mother ill at Beneventum, went on his homeward way to Naples past the crater of Vesuvius, and heard issuing therefrom the voice of his mother in great agony. He afterward found that her death coincided exactly with the time at which he had heard her voice. A trip to the summit of Vesuvius is one of the principal attractions for strangers who are visiting Naples. There is a fascination about that awful slayer of cities which few can resist, and no less attractive is the city of Pompeii, now largely laid bare after being buried for 18 centuries. We are indebted to Henry Haney for the following interesting description. Once seen, it will never be forgotten. It is full of suggestions. It kindles emotions that are worth the kindling, and brings on dreams that are worth the dreaming. Of the 3 places overwhelmed, Herculaneum, Pompeii, and Stabiae, the last scarcely repays excavation in one sense, and the first in another. But to watch the diggers at Pompeii is fascinating, even when there is no reasonable expectation of a find. Herculaneum was buried with lava, or rather with tufa, and it is so very hard that the expense of uncovering of only a small part of that city has been very great. How Pompeii impresses its visitors. Pompeii was smothered in ashes, however, and most of it is uncovered now. But while there is much that is fascinating, and all of it is instructive, there is nothing grand or awe-inspiring in the ruins of Pompeii. No visitor stands breathless as in the great hall of Karnak, or in the once dreadful Colosseum at Rome, or dreams with sensuous delight as before the Jasmine Court at Agra. The weirdness of the scene possesses us as a haunted chamber might. We have before us the narrow lanes, paved with tufa, in which Roman wagon wheels have worn deep ruts. We cross streets on stepping stones, which sandaled feet ages ago polished. We see the wine shops with empty jars, counters stained with liquor, stone mills where the wheat was ground, and the very ovens in which bread was baked more than 18 centuries ago. Welcome is offered us at one silent, broken doorway. At another we are warned to beware of the dog. The painted figures, some of them so artistic and rich in colors that pictures of them are disbelieved. The mosaic pavements, the empty fountains, the altars and household gods, the marble pillars and the small gardens are there just as the owners left them. Some of the walls are scribbled over by the small boys of Pompeii in strange characters which mock modern erudition. In places we read the advertisements of gladiatorial shows, never to come off, the names of candidates for legislative office who were never to sit. There is nothing like this elsewhere. The value of Pompeii to those classic students who would understand, not the speech only, but the life and the everyday habits of the ancient world, is too high for reckoning. Its inestimable evidence may be seen in the fact that any high school boy can draw the plan of a Roman house, while ripest scholars hesitate on the very threshold of a Greek dwelling. This is because no Hellenic Pompeii has yet been discovered, but thanks to the silent city close to the beautiful Bay of Naples, The Latin house is known from ostium to porticus, from the front door to the back garden wall. Streets and houses of Pompeii. The streets of Pompeii must have had a charm unapproached by those of any city now in existence. The stores, indeed, were wretched little dens. 2 or 3 of them commonly occupied the front of a house on either side of the entrance, the ostium. But when the door lay open, as was usually the case, a passer-by could look into the atrium, prettily decorated and hung with rich stuffs. The sunshine entered through an aperture in the roof, and shone on the waters of the impluvium, the mosaic floor, the altar of the household gods, and the flowers around the fountain. As the life of the Pompeians was all outdoors, their pretty homes stood open always. There was indeed a curtain betwixt the atrium and the peristyle, but it was drawn only when the master gave a banquet. Thus a wayfarer in the street could see, beyond the hall described and its busy servants, the white columns of the peristyle, with creepers trained about them, flowers all around, and jets of water playing through pipes which are still in place. In many cases the garden itself could be observed between the pillars of the further gallery, and rich paintings on the wall beyond that. But how far removed those little palaces of Pompeii were from our notion of well-being is scarcely to be understood by one who has not seen them. It is a question strange in all points of view where the family slept in the houses, nearly all of which had no second story. In the most graceful villas, the 3 to 5 sleeping chambers round the atrium and 4 round the peristyle were rather ornamental cupboards than aught else. One did not differ from another, and if these were devoted to the household, the slaves, male and female, must have slept on the floor outside. The master, his family, and his guest used these small dark rooms, which were apparently without such common luxuries as we expect in the humblest home. All their furniture could hardly have been more than a bed and a footstool, but it should be remembered that the public bath was a daily amusement. The kitchen of each villa certainly was not furnished with such ingenuity, expense, or thought as the stories of Roman gormandizing would have led us to expect. In the house of the aedile, so called from the fact that pansam aed is inscribed in red characters by the doorway, the cook seems to have been employed in frying eggs at the moment when increasing danger put him to flight. His range, 4 partitions of brick, was very, very small. A knife, a strainer, a pan lay by the fire just as they fell from the slave's hand. Value of the discovery of Pompeii. This description strongly presents to us the principal value of the discovery of Pompeii. Interesting as are the numerous works of art found in its habitations, and important as is their bearing upon some branches of the art of the ancient world, this cannot compare in interest with the flood of light which is here thrown on ancient life in all its details, enabling us to picture to ourselves the manners and habits of life of a cultivated and flourishing population at the beginning of the Christian era, to an extent which no amount of study of ancient history could yield. Looking upon the work of the volcano as essentially destructive, as we naturally do, we have here a valuable example of its power as a preservative agent. And it is certainly singular that it is to a volcano we owe much of what we know concerning the cities, dwellings, and domestic life of the people of the Roman Empire. It would be very fortunate for students of antiquity if similar disasters had happened to cities in other ancient civilized lands, however unfortunate it might have been to their inhabitants, but doubtless we are better off without knowledge gained from the ruins thus produced. End of chapter 21. Recording
Chapter 22 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Apfelstadt. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 22. Eruptions of Vesuvius, Etna, and Stromboli. Mount Vesuvius is of special interest as being the only active volcano on the continent of Europe, all others of that region being on the islands of the Mediterranean, and for the famous ancient eruption described in the last chapter. Before this, it had borne the reputation of being extinct, but since then it has frequently shown that its fires have not burned out, and has on several occasions given a vigorous display of its powers. During the 1500 years succeeding the destructive event described, eruptions were of occasional occurrence, though of no great magnitude. But throughout the long intervals when Vesuvius was at rest, it was noted that Etna and Ischia were more or less disturbed. The birth of Monte Nuovo. In 1538, a startling evidence was given that there was no decline of energy in the volcanic system of southern Italy. This was the sudden birth of the mountain still known as Monte Nuovo, or New Mountain, which was thrown up in the Campania near Avernus, on the spot formerly occupied by the Lucrine Lake. For about 2 years prior to this event, the district had been disturbed by earthquakes, which on September 27th and 28th, 1538, became almost continuous. The low shore was slightly elevated so that the sea retreated, leaving bare a strip of about 200 feet in width. The surface cracked, steam escaped, and at last, early on the morning of the 29th, a greater rent was made, from which were vomited furiously smoke, fire, stones, and mud composed of ashes, making at the time of its opening a noise like the loudest thunder. The ejected material in less than 12 hours built the hill which has lasted substantially in the same form to our day. It is a noteworthy fact that since the formation of Monte Nuovo there has been no volcanic disturbance in any part of the Neapolitan district except in Vesuvius, which for 5 centuries previous had remained largely at rest. Lava from Vesuvius. The first recognized appearance of lava in the eruptions of Vesuvius was in the violent eruptions of 1036. This was succeeded at intervals by 5 other outbreaks, none of them great energy. After 1500 the crater became completely quiet, the whole mountain in time being grown over with luxuriant vegetation, while by the next century the interior of the crater became green with shrubbery, indicating that no injurious gases were escaping. This was sleep, not death. In 1631 the awakening came in an eruption of terrible violence. Almost in a moment the green mantle of woodland and shrubbery was torn away, and death and destruction left where peace and safety had seemed assured. 7 streams of lava poured from the crater and swept rapidly down the mountainside, leaving ruin along their paths. Rosina, Granacello, and Torre del Greco, 3 villages that had grown up during the period of quiescence, were more or less overwhelmed by the molten lava. Great torrents of hot water also poured out, adding to the work of desolation. It was estimated that 18,000 of the inhabitants were killed. What made the horror all the greater was a frightful error of judgment, similar to that of the governor of Martinique at Saint-Pierre. The governor of Torre del Greco had refused to be warned in time, and prevented the people from making their escape until it was too late. Not until the lava had actually reached the walls was the order for departure given. Before the order could be acted upon, the molten streams burst through the walls into the crowded streets and overwhelmed the vast majority of the inhabitants. In this violent paroxysm the whole top of the mountain is said to have been swept away, the new crater which took the place of the old one being greatly lowered. From that date Vesuvius has never been at rest for any long interval, and eruptions of some degree of violence have been rarely more than a few years apart. Of its various later manifestations of energy, we select for description that of 1767, of which an interesting account by a careful observer is extant. Great Eruption of 1767. From the 10th of December, 1766, to March, 1767, Vesuvius was quiet. Then it began to throw up stones from time to time. In April the throws were more frequent, and at night the red glare grew stronger on the cloudy columns which hung over the crater. These repeated throws of cinder, ashes, and pumice stones so much increased the small cone of eruption which had been left in the center of the flat crateral space that its top became visible. On the 7th of August there issued a small stream of lava from a breach in the side of the small cone. The lava gradually filled the space between the cone and the crateral edge. On the 12th of September it overflowed the crater and ran down the mountain. Stones were ejected, which took 10 seconds in their fall, from which it may be computed that the height which the stones reached was 1,600 feet. Padre Torre, a great observer of Vesuvius, says they went up above 1,000 feet. The lava ceased on the 18th of October, but at 8 a.m. on the 19th it rushed out at a different place, after volleys of stones had been thrown to an immense height and the huge traditional pine tree of smoke reappeared. On this occasion that vast phantom extended its menacing shadow over Capri, at a distance of 28 miles from Vesuvius. The lava at first came out of a mouth about 100 yards below the crater, on the side toward Montesoma. While occupied in viewing this current event, the observer heard a violent noise within the mountain, saw it split open at a distance of a quarter of a mile, and saw from the new mouth a mountain of liquid fire shoot up many feet and then, like a torrent, roll toward him. The earth shook, stones fell thick around him, dense clouds of ashes darkened the air, loud thunders came from the mountain top, and he took to precipitate flight. The Padre's account is too lively and instructive for his own words to be omitted. Padre Torres' narrative. I was making my observations upon the lava, which had already, from the spot where it first broke out, reached the valley, when, on a sudden, about noon, I heard a violent noise within the mountain, and at a spot about a quarter of a mile off the place where I stood, the mountain split, and with much noise from this new mouth a fountain of liquid fire shot up many feet high, and then like a torrent rolled on directly towards us. The earth shook at the same time that a volley of stones fell thick upon us. In an instant, clouds of black smoke and ashes caused almost total darkness. The explosions from the top of the mountain were much louder than any thunder I ever heard, and the smell of the sulphur was very offensive. My guide, alarmed, took to his heels, and I must confess that I was not at my ease. I followed close, and we ran nearly 3 miles without stopping. As the earth continued to shake under our feet, I was apprehensive of the opening of a fresh mouth which might have cut off our retreat. I also feared that the violent explosions would detach some of the rocks off the Mount of Soma, under which we were obliged to pass. Besides, the pumice stones, falling upon us like hail, were of such a size as to cause a disagreeable sensation in the part upon which they fell. After having taken breath, as the earth trembled greatly, I thought it most prudent to leave the mountain and return to my villa, where I found my family in great alarm at the continual and violent explosions of the volcano, which shook our house to its very foundation, the doors and windows swinging upon their hinges. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 19th, another lava stream forced its way out of the same place from whence came the lava of last year, so that the conflagration was soon as great on this side of the mountain as on the other side which I had just left. I observed on my way to Naples, which was in less than 2 hours after I had left the mountain, that the lava had actually covered 3 miles of the very road through which we had retreated. This river of lava in the Etrio de Cavallo was 60 or 70 feet deep, and in some places nearly 2 miles broad. Besides the explosions, which were frequent, there was a continued subterranean and violent rumbling noise, which lasted 5 hours into the night, supposed to arise from contact of the lava with rainwater lodged in cavities within. The whole neighborhood was shaken violently. Portici and Naples were in extremity of alarm. The churches were filled, the streets were thronged with processions of saints, and various ceremonies were performed to quell the fury of the mountain. In the night of the 20th, the occasion being critical, the prisoners in the public jail attempted to escape, and the mob set fire to the gates of the residence of the Cardinal Archbishop because he refused to bring out the relics of St. Januarius. The 21st was a quieter day, but the whole violence of the eruption returned on the 22nd at 10 a.m., with the same thundering noise, but more violent and alarming. Ashes fell in abundance in the streets of Naples, covering the housetops and balconies an inch deep. Ships at sea, 20 leagues from Naples, were covered with them. In the midst of these horrors the mob grew tumultuous and impatient, obliged the cardinal to bring out the head of St. Januarius at the extremity of Naples towards Vesuvius, and it is well attested here that the eruption ceased the moment the saint came in sight of the mountain. It is true the noise ceased at about that time, after having lasted 5 hours, as it had done the preceding days. On the 23rd the lava still ran, but on the 24th it ceased, but the smoke continued. On the 25th there rose a vast column of black smoke, giving out much forked lightning with thunder, in a sky quite clear except for the smoke of the volcano. On the 26th smoke continued, but on the 27th the eruption came to an end. This eruption was also described by Sir William Hamilton, who continued to keep a close watch on the movements of the volcano for many years. The next outbreak of especial violence took place in 1779, when what seemed to the eye a column of fire ascended 2 miles high, while cinder fragments fell far and wide, destroying the hopes of harvest through a wide district. They fell in abundance 30 miles distant, and the dust of the explosion was carried 100 miles away. In 1793 the crater became active again, and in 1794, after a period of short tranquillity or comparative inaction, the mountain again became agitated, and one of the most formidable eruptions known in the history of Vesuvius began. It was in some respect unlike many others, being somewhat peculiar as to the place of its outburst, the temperature of the lava, and the course of the current. Breislak, an Italian geologist, observed the characteristic phenomena with the eye of science, and his account supplies many interesting facts. Breislak on the eruption of 1794. Breislak remarked certain changes in the character of the earth's motions during this 6 hours' eruption, which led him to some particular conjecture of the cause. At the beginning the trembling was continual and accompanied by a hollow noise, similar to that occasioned by a river falling into a subterranean cavern. The lava, at the time of its being disgorged, from the impetuous and uninterrupted manner in which it was ejected, causing it to strike violently against the walls of the vent, occasioned a continual oscillation of the mountain. Toward the middle of the night this vibratory motion ceased, and was succeeded by distant shocks. The fluid mass, diminished in quantity, now pressed less violently against the walls of the aperture, and no longer issued in a continual and gushing stream, but only at intervals, when the interior fermentation elevated the boiling matter above the mouth. About 4 a.m. the shocks began to be less numerous, and the intervals between them rendered their force and duration more perceptible. During this tremendous eruption at the base of the Vesuvian cone, and the fearful earthquakes which accompanied it, the summit was tranquil. The sky was serene, the stars were brilliant, and only over Vesuvius hung a thick, dark smoke cloud, lighted up in an auroral arch by the glare of the stream of fire more than 2 miles long and more than 1/4 of a mile broad. The sea was calm and reflected the red glare, while from the source of the lava came continual jets of uprushing, incandescent stones. Nearer to view, Torre del Greco was in flames, and clouds of black smoke, with falling houses, presented a dark and tragical foreground, heightened by the subterranean thunder of the mountain, and the groans and lamentations of 15,000 ruined men, women, and children. The heavy clouds of ash which were thrown out on this occasion gathered in the early morning into a mighty shadow over Naples and the neighborhood. The sun rose pale and obscure, and the long dim twilight reigned afterwards. Such were the phenomena on the western side of Vesuvius. They were matched by others on the eastern aspect, not visible at Naples, except by reflection of their light in the atmosphere. The lava on this side flowed eastward along a route often traversed by lava, by the broken crest of the Cognolo and the valley of Sorienta. The extreme length to which this current reached was not less than an Italian mile. The cubic content was estimated to be half that already assigned to the western currents. Taken together, they amounted to 20,744,445 cubic meters, or 2,804,440 cubic fathoms. The constitution of the lava being the same in each, both springing from one deep-seated reservoir of fluid rock. The eruption of lava ceased on the 16th, and then followed heavy discharges of ashes, violent shocks of earthquakes, thunder and lightning in the columns of vapors and ashes, and finally heavy rains lasting till the 3rd of July. The barometer during all the eruption was steady. Breislak made an approximate calculation of the quantity of ashes which fell on Vesuvius during the great eruption, and states the result as equal to what would cover a circular area 6 kilometers, about 3½ English miles, in radius, and 39 centimeters, about 15 inches, in depth. Strange effects. Among the notable things which attended this eruption, it is recorded that in Torre del Greco metallic and other substances exposed to the current were variously affected. Silver was melted, glass became porcelain, iron swelled to 4 times its volume and lost its texture. Brass was decomposed, and its constituent copper crystallized in cubic and octahedral forms, aggregated in beautiful branches. Zinc was sometimes turned to blende. During the eruption, the lip of the crater toward Bosco Trecese on the southeast fell in or was thrown off, and the height of that part was reduced 426 feet. On the 17th, the sea was found in a boiling state 100 yards off the new promontory made by the lava of Torre del Greco, and no boat could remain near it on account of melting of the pitch in her bottom. For nearly a month after the eruption, vast quantities of fine white ashes, mixed with volumes of steam, were thrown out from the crater. The clouds thus generated were condensed into heavy rain, and large tracts of the Vesuvian slopes were deluged with volcanic mud. It filled ravines such as Fosso Grande, and concreted and hardened there into pumiceous tufa, a very instructive phenomena. Immense injury was done to the rich territory of Soma, Ottagliano, and Bosco by heavy rains, which swept along cinders, broke up the roads and bridges, and overturned trees and houses for the space of 15 days. There were few years during the 19th century in which Vesuvius did not show symptoms of its internal fires, and at intervals it manifested much activity, though not equaling the terrible eruptions of its past history. The severest eruptions in that century were those of 1871 and 1876. In the first, a sudden emission of lava killed 20 spectators at the mouth of the crater, and only spent its fury after San Sebastian and Massa had been well nigh annihilated. Fragments of rock were thrown up to the height of 4,000 feet, and the explosions were so violent that the whole countryside fled, panic-stricken, to Naples. The activity of the volcano, accompanied by distinct shocks of earthquakes, lasted for a week. In 1876, for 3 weeks together, lava streamed down the side of Vesuvius, sweeping away the village of Cerolo and running nearly to the sea at Point Maddaloni. There were formed 10 small craters within the great one, but these were united by a later eruption in 1888, and pressure from beneath formed a vast cone where they had been. Hardihood of the people. It may seem strange that so dangerous a neighborhood should be inhabited, but so it is. Though Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae lie buried beneath the mud and ashes belched out of the mouth of Vesuvius, the villages of Portici and Ravenna, Torre del Greco, and Torre del Annunziata have taken their place, and a large population, cheerful and prosperous, flourishes around the disturbed mountain, and over the district of which it is the somewhat untrustworthy safety valve. It is thus that man, in his eagerness to cultivate all parts of the earth, dares the most frightful perils and ventures into the most threatening situations, seeking to snatch the means of life from the very jaws of death. The danger is soon forgotten, the need of cultivation of the ground is ever pressing, and no threats of peril seem capable of restraining the activity of man for many years. Though the proposition of abandoning the island of Martinique has been seriously considered, The chances are that before many years have passed, a cheerful and busy population will be at work again on the flanks of Mount Pelée. Mount Etna. On the eastern coast of the island of Sicily, and not far from the sea, rises in solitary grandeur Mount Etna, the largest and highest of European volcanoes. Its height above the level of the sea is a little over 10,870 feet, considerably above the limit of perpetual snow. It accordingly presents the striking phenomena of volcanic vapors ascending from a snow-clad summit. The base of the mountain is 87 miles in circumference and nearly circular, but there is a wide additional extent all around, overspread by its lava. The lower portions of the mountain are exceedingly fertile and richly adorned with cornfields, vineyards, olive groves, and orchards. Above this region are extensive forests, chiefly of oak, chestnut, and pine, with here and there clumps of cork trees and beech. In this forest region are grassy glades, which afford rich pasture to numerous flocks. Above the forest lies a volcanic desert, covered with black lava and slag. Out of this region, which is comparatively flat, rises the principal cone, about 1,100 feet high, having on its summit the crater, whence sulphurous vapors are continually evolved. The great height of Etna has exerted a remarkable influence on its general conformation, for the volcanic forces have rarely been of sufficient energy to throw the lava quite up to the crater at the summit. The consequence has been that numerous subsidiary craters and cones have been formed all around the flanks of the mountain, so that it has become rather a large cluster of volcanoes than a single volcanic cone. The eruptions of this mountain have been numerous, records of them extending back to several centuries before the Christian era, while unrecorded ones doubtless took place much further back. After the beginning of the Christian era, and more especially after the breaking forth of Vesuvius in 79 A.D., Etna enjoyed longer intervals of repose. Its eruptions since that time have nevertheless been numerous, more especially during the intervals when Vesuvius was inactive, there being a sort of alternation between the periods of great activity of the two mountains, although there are not a few instances of their having both been in action at the same time. Similarity in Etna's eruptions. There is a great similarity in the character of the eruptions of Etna. Earthquakes presage the outburst, loud explosions follow, rifts and bocche del fuoco open in the sides of the mountain. Smoke, sand, ashes, and scoriae are discharged. The action localizes itself in one or more craters, cinders are thrown up and accumulate around the crater and cone. Ultimately, lava rises and frequently breaks down one side of the cone where the resistance is least. Then the eruption is at an end. Smith says, "The symptoms which precede an eruption are generally irregular clouds of smoke, ferilli or volcanic lightnings, hollow intonations, and local earthquakes that often alarm the surrounding country as far as Messina, and have given the whole province the name of Val Demone, as being the abode of infernal spirits. These agitations increase until the vast cauldron becomes surcharged with the fused minerals, when, if the convulsion is not sufficiently powerful to force them from the great crater, which from its great altitude and the weight of the candent matter requires an uncommon effort, they explode through that part of the side which offers the least resistance with a grand and terrific effect, throwing red-hot stones and flakes of fire to an incredible height, and spreading ignited cinders and ashes in every direction." After the eruption of ashes, lava frequently flows, sometimes rising to the top of the cone of cinders, at others disrupting it on the least resisting side. When the lava has reached the base of the cone, it begins to flow down the mountain, and being in a very fluid state, it moves with great velocity. As it cools, the sides and surface begin to harden, its velocity decreases, and after several days it moves only a few yards an hour. The internal portions, however, part slowly with their heat, and months after the eruption clouds of steam arise from the black and externally cold lava beds after rain, which, having penetrated through the rocks, has found its way to the heated mass within. The eruption of 1669. The most memorable of the eruptions of Etna was that which elevated the double cone of Mont Rossi and destroyed a large part of the city of Catania. It happened in the year 1669, and was preceded by an earthquake, which overthrew the town of Nicolosi, situated 10 miles inland from Catania, and about 20 miles from the top of Etna. The eruption began with the sudden opening of an enormous fissure extending from a little way above Nicolosi to within about a mile of the top of the principal cone, its length being 12 miles, its average breadth 6 feet, its depth unknown. We have a more detailed account of this eruption than of any preceding one, as it was observed by men of science from various countries. The account from which we select is that of Alfonso Borelli, professor of mathematics at Catania. From the fissure above mentioned, he says, there came a bright light. 6 mouths opened in a line with it, and emitted vast columns of smoke, accompanied by loud bellowings which could be heard 40 miles off. Towards the close of the day, a crater opened about a mile below the others, which ejected red-hot stones to a considerable distance, and afterward sand and ashes which covered the country for a distance of 60 miles. The new crater soon vomited forth a torrent of lava, which presented a front of 2 miles. It encircled Montpellier, and afterwards flowed towards Belpasso, a town of 8,000 inhabitants, which was speedily destroyed. 7 mouths of fire opened around the new crater, and in 3 days united with it, forming one large crater 800 feet in diameter. All this time the torrent of lava continued to descend. It destroyed the town of Mascalucia on the 23rd of March. On the same day the crater cast up great quantities of sand, ashes, and scoriae, and formed itself above the great double hill now called Monte Rossi, from the red color of the ashes, of which it is mainly composed. Villages and cities buried. On the 25th, very violent earthquakes occurred, and the cone above the great central crater was shaken down into the crater for the 5th time since the 1st century A.D. The original current of lava divided into 3 streams, one of which destroyed San Pietro, the second Camporotondo, and the third the lands about Mascalucia, and afterward the village of Mr. Bianco. 14 villages were altogether destroyed, and the lava flowed towards Catania. At Albanelli, 2 miles from the city, it undermined a hill covered with cornfields, and carried it forward a considerable distance. A vineyard was also seen to be floating on its fiery surface. When the lava reached the walls of Catania, it accumulated without progression until it rose to the top of the wall 60 feet in height, and it then fell over in a fiery cascade and overwhelmed a part of the city. Another portion of the same stream threw down 120 feet of the wall and flowed into the city. On the 23rd of April the lava reached the sea, which it entered as a stream 600 yards broad and 40 feet deep. The stream had moved at the rate of 13 miles in 20 days, but as it cooled it moved less quickly, and during the last 23 days of its course it advanced only 2 miles. On reaching the sea, the water, of course, began to boil violently, and clouds of steam arose, carrying with them particles of scoriae. Toward the end of April, the stream on the west side of Catania, which had appeared to be consolidated, again burst forth, and flowed into the garden of the Benedictine monastery of San Nicola, and then branched off into the city. Attempts were made to build walls to arrest its progress. An attempt of another kind was made by a gentleman of Catania, named Pappalardo, who took 50 men with him, having previously provided them with skins for protection from the intense heat, and with crowbars to effect an opening in the lava. They pierced the solid outer crust of solidified lava, and a rivulet of the molten interior immediately gushed out and flowed in the direction of Paterno, whereupon 500 men of that town, alarmed for its safety, took up arms and caused Pappalardo and his men to desist. The lava did not altogether stop for 4 months, and 2 years after it had ceased to flow it was found to be red hot beneath the surface. Even 8 years after the eruption, quantities of steam escaped from the lava after a shower of rain. The stones ejected. The stones which were ejected from the crater during this eruption were often of considerable magnitude, and Borelli calculated that the diameter of one which he saw was 50 feet. It was thrown a distance of a mile, and as it fell, penetrated the earth to a depth of 23 feet. The volume of lava admitted during the eruption amounted to many millions of cubic feet. Ferrara considers that the length of the stream was at least 15 miles, but its average width was between 2 and 3 miles, so that it covered at least 40 square miles of surface. Among the towns overflowed by this great eruption was Montpellier. 35 years afterwards, in 1704, an excavation was made on the site of the original church of this place, and at the depth of 35 feet the workmen came upon the gate, which was adorned with 3 statues. From under an arch which had been formed by the lava, one of these statues, with a bell and some coins, were extracted in good preservation. This fact is remarkable, for in a subsequent eruption, which happened in 1766, a hill about 50 feet in height, being surrounded on either side by 2 streams of lava, was in a quarter of an hour swept along by the current. The latter event may be explained by supposing that the hill in question was cavernous in its structure, and that the lava, penetrating into the cavities, forced asunder their walls, and also detached the superincumbent mass from its support. It is not by its streams of fire alone that Etna ravages the valleys and plains at its base. It sometimes also deluges them with great floods of water. On the 2nd of March, 1755, 2 streams of lava issuing from the highest crater were at once precipitated on an enormous mass of very deep snow, which then closed the summit. These fiery currents ran through the snow to a distance of 3 miles, melting it as they flowed. The consequence was that a tremendous torrent of water rushed down the sides of the mountain, carrying with it vast quantities of sand, volcanic cinders, and blocks of lava, with which it overspread the flanks of the mountain and the plains beneath, which it devastated in its course. The volume of water was estimated at 16 million cubic feet, it forming a channel 2 miles broad and in some places 34 feet deep, and flowing at the rate of 2/3 of a mile in a minute. All the winter snow on the mountain could not have yielded such a flood, and Lyell considered that it melted older layers of ice which had been preserved under a covering of volcanic dust. Etna in 1819. Another great eruption took place in 1819, which presented some peculiarities. Near the point whence the highest stream of lava issued in 1811, there were opened 3 large mouths, which, with loud explosions, threw up hot cinders and sand, illuminated by a strong glare from beneath. Shortly afterwards there was opened a little lower down another mouth, from which a similar eruption took place, and still farther down there soon appeared a 5th, whence there flowed a torrent of lava which rapidly spread itself over the Val de Beauvais. During the first 48 hours it flowed nearly 4 miles, when it received a great accession. The 3 original mouths became united into one large crater, from which, as well as from the other 2 mouths below, there poured forth a vastly augmented torrent of lava, which rushed with great impetuosity down the same valley. During its progress over this gentle slope it acquired the usual crust of hardened slag. It directed its course towards that point at which Val de Beauvais opens into the narrow ravine beneath it, there being between the two a deep and almost perpendicular precipice. Arrived at this point, the lava torrent leaped over the precipice in a vast cascade, and with a thundering noise, arising chiefly from the crashing and breaking up of the solid crust, which was in great measure pounded to atoms by the fall, it throwing up such vast clouds of dust as to waken an alarm that a fresh eruption had begun at this place, which was within a wooded region. A very violent eruption, which lasted more than 9 months, commenced on the 21st of August, 1852. It was first witnessed by a party of English tourists who were ascending the mountain from Nicolosi in order to see the sunrise from the summit. As they approached the Casa Inglesi, the crater commenced to give forth ashes and flames of fire. In a narrow defile they were met by a violent hurricane which overthrew both the mules and their riders, and urged them towards the precipices of Val de Beauvais. They sheltered themselves beneath some masses of lava, when suddenly an earthquake shook the mountain, and their mules in terror fled away. As day approached they returned on foot to Nicolosi, fortunately without having sustained injury. In the course of the night many bocche de fuoco, small lava vents, opened in that part of the Val de Beauvais called Bazzo de Trefilieto. A great fissure opened at the base of Giancola Grande, and a crater was thrown up, from which for 17 days showers of sand and scoriae were ejected. Effect of the eruption. During the next day a quantity of lava flowed down the Val di Bove, branching off so that one stream advanced to the foot of Monte Finocchio and the other to Monte Colonna. Afterwards it flowed towards Zaffarana and devastated a large tract of wooded region. 4 days later a second crater was formed near the first, from which lava was emitted, together with sand and scoriae, which caused cones to arise around the craters. The lava moved slowly, and towards the end of August it came to a stand only a quarter-mile from Zaffarana. On the 2nd of September, Giammaro ascended Monte Finocchio in the Val di Bove in order to witness the outburst. He states that the hill was violently agitated like a ship at sea. The surface of the Val di Bove appeared like a molten lake. Scoriae were thrown up from the crater to a great height, and loud explosions were heard at frequent intervals. The eruption continued to increase in violence. On October 6, 2 new mouths opened in the Val di Bove, emitting lava which flowed towards the valley of Calana and fell over the Salto della Giumenta, a precipice nearly 200 feet deep. The noise which it produced was like that of a clash of metallic masses. The eruption continued with abated violence during the early months of 1853, and it did not finally cease till May 27th. The entire mass of lava ejected is estimated to have been equal to an area 6 miles long by 2 miles broad, with an average depth of about 12 feet. This eruption was one of the grandest of all known eruptions of Etna. During its outflow, more than 2 billion cubic feet of molten lava was spread over a space of 3 square miles. There have been several eruptions since its date, but none of marked prominence, though the mountain is rarely quiescent for any lengthened period. The Lipari volcanoes. Southeastward of Ischia, between Calabria and Sicily, the Lipari Islands arrest attention for the volcanic phenomena they present. On one of these is Mount Volcano, or Volcano, from which all this class of mountains is named. At present the best known of the Lipari volcanoes is Stromboli, which consists of a single mountain having a very obtuse conical form. It has on one side of it several small craters, of which only one is at present in a state of activity. The total height of the mountain is about 2,000 feet, and the principal crater is situated about 2/3 of the height. Stromboli is one of the most active volcanoes in the world. It is mentioned as being in a state of activity by several writers before the Christian era, and the commencement of its operations extends into the past beyond the limits of tradition. Since history began, its action has never wholly ceased, although it may have varied in intensity from time to time. It has been observed that the violence of its eruptive force has a certain dependence on the weather, being most intense when the barometer is lowest. From the position of the crater it is possible to ascend the mountain and look down upon it from above. Even when viewed in this manner, it presents a very striking appearance. While there is an uninterrupted continuance of small explosions, there is a frequent succession of more violent eruptions, at intervals varying in length from 7 to 15 minutes. Hoffman at Stromboli. Several eminent observers have approached quite close to the crater and examined it narrowly. One of these was M. Hoffman, who visited it in 1828. This eminent geologist, while having his legs held by his companions, stretched his head over the precipice, and, looking right down into the mouth of one of the vents of the crater immediately under him, watched the play of liquid lava within it. Its surface resembled molten silver, and was constantly rising and falling at regular intervals. A bubble of white vapor rose and escaped, with a decrepitating noise, at each ascent of the lava, tossing up red-hot fragments of scoria which continued dancing up and down with a sort of rhythmic play upon the surface. At intervals of 15 minutes or so there was a pause in these movements. Then followed a loud report, while the ground trembled, and there rose to the surface of the lava an immense bubble of vapor. This, bursting with a crackling noise, threw out to a height of about 1,200 feet large quantities of red-hot stones and scoriae, which, describing parabolic curves, fell in a fiery shower all around. After another brief repose, the more moderate action was resumed as before. Lipari, a neighboring volcano, was formerly more active than Stromboli, though for centuries past it has been in a state of complete quiescence. The island of Volcano lies south of Lipari. Its crater was active before the Christian era, and it still emits sulphurous and other vapors. At present its main office is to serve as a sulphur mine. Thus the peak which gives title to all fire-breathing mountains has become a servant to man. So are the mighty fallen. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 23 of The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hawaii in May 2010. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 23. Skapter, Jokull, and Hecla, the great Icelandic volcanoes. The far northern island of Iceland, on the verge of the frozen Arctic realm, is one of the most volcanic countries in the world, whether we regard the number of volcanoes concentrated in so small a space, or the extraordinary violence of their eruptions. Of volcanic mountains, there are no less than 20 which have been active during historical times, Skapter in the north and Hecla in the south being much the best known. In all, 23 eruptions are on record. Iceland's volcanoes rival Mount Etna in height and magnitude. Their action has been more continuous and intense, and the range of volcanic products is far greater than in Sicily. The latter island, indeed, is not 1/10 of volcanic origin, while the whole of Iceland is due to the work of subterranean forces. It is entirely made up of volcanic rocks, and has seemingly been built up during the ages from the depth of the seas. It is reported, indeed, that a new island, the work of volcanic forces, appeared opposite Mount Hecla in 1563, but this statement is open to doubt. Volcanoes in Iceland. The eruptions of the volcanoes in Iceland have been amongst the most terrible of those carefully recorded. The cold climate of the island and the height of the mountains produce vast quantities of snow and ice, which cover the volcanoes and fill up the cracks and valleys in their sides. When, therefore, an eruption commences, the intense heat of the boiling lava and of the steam which rushes forth from the crater makes the whole mountain hot, and vast masses of ice, great fields of snow, and deluges of water roll down the hillsides into the plains. The lava pours from the top and from cracks in the side of the mountain, or is ejected hundreds of feet, to fall amongst the ice and snow, and the great masses of red-hot stone cast forth, accompanied by cinders and fine ashes, splash into the roaring torrent, which tears up rocks in its course and devastates the surrounding country for miles. Dreadful floods. An eruption of Kilauea in 1860 was accompanied by dreadful floods. It began with a number of earthquakes, which shook the surrounding country. Then a dark columnar cloud of vapor was seen to rise by day from the mountain, and by night balls of fire, volcanic bombs, and red-hot cinders to the height of 24,000 feet, nearly 5 miles, which were seen at a distance of 180 miles. Deluges of water rushed from the heights, bearing along whole fields of ice and rocky fragments of every size, some vomited from the volcano, but in great part torn from the flanks of the mountain itself and carried to the sea, there to add considerably to the coastline after devastating the intervening country. The fountain of volcanic bombs consisted of masses of lava containing gases which exploded and produced a loud sound, which was said to have been heard at a distance of 100 miles. The The size of the bombs and the height to which they must have reached were very great. But the most remarkable of the historical eruptions in Iceland were those of Skapter Jokull in 1783 and of Hecla in 1845. Of these, an extended description is worthy of being given. Of these two memorable eruptions, that of Skapter Jokull began on the 11th of June, 1783. It was preceded by a long series of earthquakes, which had become exceedingly violent immediately before the eruption. On the 8th, volcanic vapors were emitted from the summit of the mountain, and on the 11th, immense torrents of lava began to be poured forth from numerous mouths. These torrents united to form a large stream, which, flowing down into the river Skapter, not only dried it up, but completely filled the vast gorge through which the river had held its course. This gorge, 200 feet in breadth, and from 400 to 600 feet in depth, the lava filled so entirely as to overflow to a considerable extent the fields on either side. On issuing from this ravine, the lava flowed into a deep lake which lay in the course of the river. Here it was arrested for a while, but it ultimately filled the bed of the lake altogether, either drying up its waters or chasing them before it into the lower part of the river's course. Still forced onward by the accumulation of molten lava from behind, the stream resumed its advance, till it reached some ancient volcanic rocks which were full of caverns. Into these it entered, and where it could not eat its way by melting the old rock, it forced a passage by shivering the solid mass and throwing its broken fragments into the air to a height of 150 feet. A torrent of lava. On the 18th of June there opened above the first mouth a second of large dimensions, whence poured another immense torrent of lava, which flowed with great rapidity over the solidified surface of the first stream, and ultimately combined with it to form a more formidable main current. When this fresh stream reached the fiery lake, which had filled the lower portion of the valley of the Skapter, a portion of it was forced up the channel of that river towards the foot of the hill whence it takes its rise. After pursuing its course for several days, the main body of this stream reached the edge of a great waterfall called Skaptarfoss, which plunged into a deep abyss. Displacing the water, the lava here leaped over the precipice and formed the great cataract of fire. After this, it filled the channel of the river, though extending itself in breadth far beyond it, and followed it until it reached the sea. Enormous quantity of lava. The 3rd of August brought fresh accessions to the flood of lava still pouring from the mountain. There being no room in the channel, now filled by the former lurid stream, which had pursued a northwesterly course, the fresh lava was forced to take a new direction towards the southeast, where it entered the bed of another river with a barbaric name. Here it pursued a course similar to that which flowed through the channel of the Skapter, filling up the deep gorges, and then spreading itself out into great fiery lakes over the plains. The eruptions of lava from the mountain continued, with some short intervals, for 2 years, and so enormous was the quantity poured forth during this period, that according to a careful estimate which has been made, the whole together would form a mass equal to that of Mont Blanc. Of the two streams, the greater was 50, the less 40 miles in length. The Skapter branch attained on the plains a breadth varying from 12 to 15 miles, that of the other was only about half as much. Each of the currents had an average depth of 100 feet, but in the deep gorges it was no less than 600 feet. Even as late as 1794, vapors continued to rise from these great streams, and the water contained in the numerous fissures formed in their crust was hot. The devastation directly wrought by the lava currents themselves was not the whole of the evils they brought upon unfortunate Iceland and its inhabitants. Partly owing to the sudden melting of the snows and glaciers of the mountain, partly owing to the stoppage of the river courses, immense floods of water deluged the country in the neighborhood, destroying many villages and a large amount of agricultural and other property. 20 villages were overwhelmed by the lava currents, while the ashes thrown out during the eruption covered the whole island and the surface of the sea for miles around its shores. On several occasions the ashes were drifted by the winds over considerable parts of the European continent, obscuring the sun and giving the sky a grey and gloomy aspect. In certain respects they reproduced the phenomena of the explosion of Mount Krakatoa, which, singularly, occurred just a century later, in 1883. The strange red sunset phenomena of the latter were reproduced by this Icelandic event of the 18th century. Out of the 50,000 persons who then inhabited Iceland, 9,336 perished, together with 11,460 head of cattle, 190,480 sheep, and 28,000 horses. This dreadful destruction of life was caused partly by the direct action of the lava currents, partly by the noxious vapors they emitted, partly by the floods of water, partly by the destruction of the herbage by the falling ashes, and lastly, in consequence of the desertion of the coasts by the fish, which formed a large portion of the food of the people. Eruption of Mount Hecla. After this frightful eruption, no serious volcanic disturbance took place in Iceland until 1845, when Mount Hecla again became disastrously alive. Mount Hecla has been the most frequent in its eruptions of any of the Icelandic volcanoes. Previous to 1845, there had been 22 recorded eruptions of this mountain, since the discovery of Iceland in the 9th century, while from all the other volcanoes in the island there had been only 20 during the same period. Hecla has more than once remained in activity for 6 years at a time, a circumstance that has rendered it the best known of the volcanoes of this region. Later outbreaks. After enjoying a long rest of 79 years, this volcano burst again into violent activity in the beginning of September 1845. The first inkling of this eruption was conveyed to the British Islands by a fall of volcanic ashes in the Orkneys, which occurred on the night of September 2nd during a violent storm. This palpable hint was soon confirmed by direct intelligence from Copenhagen. On the 1st of September a severe earthquake, followed the same night by fearful subterranean noises, alarmed the inhabitants and gave warning of what was to come. About noon the next day, with a dreadful crash, there opened in the sides of the volcano 2 new mouths, whence 2 great streams of glowing lava poured forth. They fortunately flowed down the northern and northwestern sides of the mountain, where the low grounds are mere barren heaths, affording a scanty pasture for a few sheep. These were driven before the fiery stream, but several of them were burnt before they could escape. The whole mountain was enveloped in clouds of volcanic ashes and vapors. The rivers near the lava currents became so hot as to kill the fish, and to be impassable even on horseback. About a fortnight later there was a fresh eruption, of greater violence, which lasted 22 hours, and was accompanied by detonations so loud as to be heard over the whole island. 2 new craters were formed, one on the southern, the other on the eastern slope of the cone. The lava issuing from these craters flowed to a distance of more than 22 miles. At about 2 miles from its source, the fiery stream was a mile wide and from 40 to 50 feet deep. It destroyed a large extent of fine pasture and many cattle. Nearly a month later, on the 15th of October, a fresh flood of lava burst from the southern crater, and soon heaped up a mass at the foot of the mountain from 40 to 60 feet in height, 3 great columns of vapor, dust, and ashes rising at the same time from the 3 new craters of the volcano. The mountain continued in a state of greater or less activity during most of the next year, and even as late as the month of October 1846, after a brief pause, it began again with renewed vehemence. The volumes of dust, ashes, and vapor, thrown up from the craters and brightly illuminated by the glowing lava beneath, assumed the appearance of flames and ascended to an immense height. Electric phenomena. Among the stones tossed out of the craters was one large mass of pumice weighing nearly half a ton, which was carried to a distance of between 4 and 5 miles. The rivers were flooded by the melting of ice and snow which had accumulated on the mountain. The greatest mischief wrought by these successive eruptions was the destruction of the pasturages, which were for the most part covered with volcanic ashes. Even where left exposed, the herbage acquired a poisonous taint which proved fatal to the cattle, inducing among them a peculiar murrain. Fortunately, owing to the nature of the district through which the lava passed, there was on this occasion no loss of human life. The Icelandic volcanoes are remarkable for the electric phenomena which they produce in the atmosphere. Violent thunderstorms, with showers of rain and hail, are frequent accompaniments of volcanic eruptions everywhere, but owing to the coldness and dryness of the air into which the vapors from the Icelandic volcanoes ascend, their condensation is so sudden and violent that great quantities of electricity are developed. Thunderstorms accompanied by the most vivid lightnings are the result. Humboldt mentions in his Cosmos that, during an eruption of Kollugia, one of the southern Icelandic volcanoes, the lightning from the cloud of volcanic vapor killed 11 horses and 2 men. Cosmos 1, 223. Great displays of the aurora borealis usually accompany the volcanic eruptions of this island, doubtless resulting from the quantity of electricity imparted to the higher atmosphere by the condensation of the ascending vapors. On the 18th of August, 1783, while the great eruption of Skapter Jokull was in progress, an immense fireball passed over England and the European continent as far as Rome. This ball, which was estimated to have had a diameter exceeding half a mile, is supposed to have been of electrical origin.
Section 24 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. Chapter 24, Volcanoes of the Philippines and Other Pacific Islands. We cannot do better than open this chapter with an account of the work of volcanoes in the mountain-girdled East Indian island of Java. This large and fertile tropical island has a large native population, and many European settlers are employed in cultivating spices, coffee, and woods. The island is rather more than 600 miles long, and it is not 150 miles broad in any part, and this narrow shape is produced by a chain of volcanoes which runs along it. There is scarcely any other region in the world where volcanoes are so numerous, even in the East, where the volcano is a very common product of nature. Some of the volcanoes of Java are constantly in eruption, while others are inactive. One of their number, Galunggung, was previous to 1822 covered from top to bottom with a dense forest. Around it were populous villages. The mountain was high, there was a slight hollow on its top, a basin-like valley carpeted with the softest sward, Brooks rippled down the hillside through the forests, and, joining their silvery streams, flowed on through beautiful valleys into the distant sea. In the month of July 1822 there were signs of an approaching disturbance. This tranquil peacefulness was at an end, one of the rivers became muddy, and its waters grew hot. In October, without any warning, a most terrific eruption occurred. A loud explosion was heard, the earth shook, and immense columns of hot water, boiling mud mixed with burning brimstone, ashes, and stones, were hurled upwards from the mountain top like a waterspout, and with such wonderful force that large quantities fell at a distance of 40 miles. Every valley near the mountain became filled with burning torrents. The rivers, swollen with hot water and mud, overflowed their banks, and swept away the escaping villagers, and the bodies of cattle, wild beasts, and birds were carried down the flooded stream. Eruption of Galung Gung. A space of 24 miles between the mountain and a river 40 miles distant was covered to such a depth with blue mud that people were buried in their houses, and not a trace of the numerous villages and plantations was visible. The boiling mud and cinders were cast forth with such violence from the crater that while many distant villages were utterly destroyed and buried, others much nearer the volcano were scarcely injured. All this was done in 5 short hours. 4 days afterward, a second eruption occurred more violent than the first, and hot water and mud were cast forth with masses of slag, like the rock called basalt, some of which fell 7 miles off. A violent earthquake shook the whole district, and the top of the mountain fell in, and so did one of its sides, leaving a gaping chasm. Hills appeared where there had been level land before, and the rivers changed their courses, drowning in one night 2,000 people. At some distance from the mountain a river runs through a large town, and the first intimation the inhabitants had of all this horrible destruction was the news that the bodies of men and the carcasses of stags, rhinoceroses, tigers, and other animals were rushing along to the sea. No less than 114 villages were destroyed, and above 4,000 persons were killed by this terrible catastrophe. 50 years before this eruption, Mount Papandayang, one of the highest burning mountains of Java, was constantly throwing out steam and smoke, but, as no harm was done, the natives continued to live on its sides. Suddenly this enormous mountain fell in and left a gap 15 miles long and 6 broad. 40 villages were destroyed, some being carried down and others overwhelmed by mud and burning lava. No less than 2,957 people perished, with vast numbers of cattle. Moreover, most of the coffee plantations in the neighboring districts were destroyed. Even more terrible was the eruption of Mount Salek, another of the volcanoes of Java. The burning of the mountain was seen 100 miles away, while the thunders of its convulsions and the tremblings of the earth reached the same distance. 7 hills, at whose base ran a river, crowded with dead buffaloes, deer, apes, tigers, and crocodiles, slipped down and became a level plain. River courses were changed, forests were burnt up, and the whole face of the country was completely altered. Later volcanic eruptions in Java include that of 1843, when Mount Guntur flung out sand and ashes estimated at the vast total of 30 million tons, and those of 1849 and 1872, when Mount Merapi, a very active volcano, covered a great extent of country with stone and ashes and ruined the coffee plantations of the neighboring districts. We have said nothing concerning the most terrible explosion of all, that of the volcanic island off Krakatoa, off the Javan coast. This event was so phenomenal as to deserve a chapter of its own, for which we reserve it. The United States, as one result of its recent acquisition of island dominions, has added largely to its wealth in volcanic mountains. The famous Hawaiian craters, far the greatest in the world, now belong to our national estate, and the Philippine Islands contain various others of less importance, yet some of which have proved very destructive. A description of those of the island of Luzon, which are the most active in the archipelago, is here subjoined. The Luzon Volcanoes. Volcanoes have played an important part in the formation of the Philippine Islands and have left traces of their former activity in all directions. Most of them, however, have long been dead and silent, only a few of the once numerous group being now active. Of these there are 3 of importance in the southern region of Luzon: Taal, Bulusan, and Mayon, or Albay. The last named of these is the largest and most active of the existing volcanoes. In form it is of marvelous grace and beauty, forming a perfect cone about 50 miles in circuit at base and rising to a height of 8,900 feet. It is one of the most prominent landmarks to navigators in the island. From its crater streams upward a constant smoke, accompanied at times by flame, while from its depths issue subterranean sounds often heard at a distance of many leagues. The whole surrounding country is marked by evidences of old eruptions. This mountain, in 1767, sent up a cone of flame of 40 feet in diameter at base for 10 days, and for 2 months a wide stream of lava poured from its crater. A month later there gushed forth great floods of water which filled the rivers to overflow, doing widespread damage to the neighboring plantations. But its greatest and most destructive eruption took place in 1812, the year of the great eruption of the St. Vincent volcano. On this fatal occasion several towns were destroyed and no less than 12,000 people lost their lives. The debris flung forth from the crater were so abundant that deposits deep enough to bury the tallest trees were formed near the mountain. In 1867, another disastrous explosion took place, and still another in 1888. A disaster different in kind and cause occurred in 1876, when a terrible tropical storm burst upon the mountain. The floods of rain swept from its sides the loose volcanic material, and brought to destruction to the neighboring country, more than 6,000 houses being ruined by the rushing flood. Bulusan and Taal. Bulusan, a volcano on the southern extremity of the island, resembles Vesuvius in shape. For many years it remained dormant, but in 1852 smoke began to issue from its crater. In some respects the most interesting of these 3 volcanoes is that of Taal, which lies almost due south of Manila and about 45 miles distant on a small island in the middle of a large lake known as Bombom, or Bongbong. A remarkable feature of this volcanic mountain is that it is probably the lowest in the world, its height being only 850 feet above sea level. There are doubtful traditions that Lake Bombom, 100 square miles in extent, was formed by a terrible eruption in 1700, by which a lofty mountain 8,000 or 9,000 feet high was destroyed. The vast deposits of porous tufa in the surrounding country are certainly evidences of former greater eruptions from Mount Taal. The crater of this volcano is an immense cup-shaped depression, a mile or more in diameter and about 800 feet deep. When recently visited by Professor Worcester during his travels in these islands, he found it to contain 3 boiling lakelets of strangely colored water, one being of a dirty brown hue, the second intensely yellow in tint, and the third of a brilliant emerald green. The mountain still steams and fumes as if too actively at work below to be at rest above. In past times it has shown the forces at play in its depths by breaking at times into frightful activity. Of the various explosions on record, the 3 most violent were those of 1716, 1749, and 1754. In the last named year, the earth for miles round quaked with the convulsive throes of the deeply disturbed mountain, and vast quantities of volcanic dust were hurled high into the air, sufficient to make it dark at midday for many leagues around. The roofs of distant Manila were covered with volcanic dust and ashes. Molten lava also poured from the crater and flowed into the lake, which boiled with the intense heat, while great showers of stones and ashes fell into its waters. Volcanoes in the southern islands. Extinct volcanoes are numerous in Luzon, and there are smoking cones in the north, and also in the Babuyanes Islands, still farther north. Volcanoes also exist in several of the other islands. On Negros is the active peak of Malaspina, and on Camiguin, an island about 90 miles to the southeast, a new volcano broke out in 1876. The large island of Mindanao has 3 volcanoes, of which Cotabato was in eruption in 1856 and is still active at intervals. Apo, the largest of the 3, estimated to be 10,312 feet high, has 3 summits, within which lies the great crater, now extinct and filled with water. In evidence of former volcanic activity, there are abundant deposits of sulfur on the island of Leyte, the hot springs in various localities, and the earthquakes which occasionally bring death and destruction. Of the many of these on record, the most destructive was in 1863, when 400 people were killed and 2,000 injured, while many buildings were wrecked. Another in 1880 wrought great destruction in Manila and elsewhere, though without the loss of life. An earthquake in Mindanao in 1875 opened a passage to the sea, and a vast plain emerged. These convulsions of the earth affect the form and elevation of buildings, which are rarely more than 2 stories high and lightly built, while translucent seashells replace glass in their windows. While Java is the most prolific in volcanoes of the islands of the Malayan archipelago, other islands of the group possess active cones, including Sumatra, Bali, Amboina, Banda, and others. In Sanguir, an island north of Celebes, is a volcanic mountain from which there was a destructive eruption in 1856. The country was devastated with lava, stones, and volcanic ashes, ruining a wide district and killing nearly 3,000 of the inhabitants. Mount Madrian, in one of the Spice Islands, was rent in twain by a fierce eruption in 1646, and since then has remained 2 distinct mountains. It became active again in 1862 after 2 centuries of repose, and caused great loss of life and property. Sorea, a small island of the same group, forming but a single volcanic mountain, had an eruption in 1693, the cone crumbling gradually till a vast crater was formed, filled with liquid lava and occupying nearly half the island. This lake of fire increased in size by the same process till in the end it took possession of the island and forced all the inhabitants to flee to more hospitable shores. The Great Eruption of Tomboro. But of the East Indian islands, Sumbawa, lying east of Java, contains the most formidable volcano, one indeed scarcely without a rival in the world. This one is named Tomboro. Of its various eruptions, the most furious on record was that of 1815. This, as we are told by Sir Stamford Raffles, far exceeded in force and duration any of the known outbreaks of Etna or Vesuvius. The ground trembled, and the echoes of its roar were heard through an area of 1,000 miles around the volcano, and to a distance of 300 miles its effects were astounding. In Java, 300 miles away, ashes filled the air so thickly that the solar rays could not penetrate them and fell to the depth of several inches. The detonations were so similar to the reports of artillery as to be mistaken for them. The Rajah of Sang'ir, who was an eyewitness of the eruption, thus described it to Sir Stamford. Quote, "About 7 p.m. on the 10th of April, 3 distinct columns of flame burst forth near the top of the Tomboro mountain, all of them apparently within the verge of the crater, and after ascending separately to a very great height, their tops united in the air in a troubled, confused manner. In a short time the whole mountain next Sang'ir appeared like a body of liquid fire, extending itself in every direction. The fire and columns of flame continued to rage with unabated fury until the darkness caused by the quantity of falling matter obscured them. At about 8 p.m. Stones at this time fell very thick at Sang'ir, some of them as large as 2 fists, but generally not larger than walnuts. Between 9 and 10 p.m. ashes began to fall, and soon after a violent whirlwind ensued, which blew down nearly every house in the village of Sang'ir, carrying the roofs and light parts away with it. In the port of Sang'ir, adjoining Tomboro, its effects were much more violent, tearing up by the roots the largest trees and carrying them into the air, together with men, horses, cattle, and whatever else came within its influence. This will account for the immense number of floating trees seen at sea. The sea rose nearly 12 feet higher than it had ever been known to do before, and completely spoiled the only spots of rice land in Sang'ir, sweeping away houses and everything within its reach. The whirlwind lasted about an hour. No explosions were heard till the whirlwind had ceased at about 11 p.m. From midnight till the evening of the 11th they continued without intermission. After that time their violence moderated and they were heard only at intervals, but the explosions did not cease entirely until the 15th of July. Of all the villages of Tomboro, Tempo, containing about 40 inhabitants, is the only one remaining. In Pecate no vestige of a house is left. 26 of the people, who were at Sumbawa at the time, are the whole of the population who have escaped. From the most particular inquiries I have been able to make, there were certainly no fewer than 12,000 individuals in Tomboro and Pecate at the time of the eruption, of whom only 5 or 6 survive. The trees and herbage of every description along the whole of the north and west sides of the peninsula have been completely destroyed, with the exception of those on a high point of land near the spot where the village of Tomboro stood. End quote. Tomboro village was not only invaded by the sea on this occasion, but its site permanently subsided, so that there is now 18 feet of water where there was formerly dry land. The volcanoes of Japan. The Japanese archipelago, as stated in an earlier chapter, is abundantly supplied with volcanoes, a number of them being active. Of these, the best known to travelers is Asamayama, a mountain 8,500 feet high, of which there are several recorded eruptions. The first of these was in 1650, after which the volcano remained feebly active till 1783, when it broke out in a very severe eruption. In 1870 there was another of some severity, accompanied by violent shocks of earthquake felt at Yokohama. The crater is very deep, with irregular rocky walls of a sulphurous character. Far the most famous of all the Japanese mountains, however, is that named Fuji-san, but commonly termed in English Fujiyama or Fusiyama. It is in the vicinity of the capital and is the most prominent object in the landscape for many miles around. The apex is shaped somewhat like an 8-petaled lotus flower and offers to view from different directions from 3 to 5 peaks. Though now apparently extinct, it was formerly an active volcano and is credited in history with several very disastrous eruptions. The last of these was in 1707, at which time the whole summit burst into flames. Rocks were split and shattered by the heat, and stones fell to the depth of several inches in Yedo, now Tokyo, 60 miles away. At present there are in its crater, which has a depth of 700 or 800 feet, neither sulphurous exhalations nor steam. According to Japanese tradition, this great peak was upheaved in a single night from the bottom of the sea more than 2,100 years ago. Nothing can be more majestic than this volcano, extinct though it be, rising in an immense cone from the plain to the height of over 12,000 feet, truncated at the top and with its peak almost always snow-covered. Its ascent is not difficult to an expert climber and has frequently been made. From its summit is unfolded a panorama beyond the power of words to describe and probably the most remarkable on the globe. Mountains, valleys, lakes, forests, and the villages of 13 counties may be seen. As we gaze upon its beautifully shaped and lofty mass, visible even from Yokohama and 100 miles at sea, one does not wonder that it should be regarded as a holy mountain, and that it should form a conspicuous object in every Japanese work of art. It is to the natives of Japan as Mont Blanc is to Europeans, the, quote, monarch of mountains, end quote. In summer, pilgrimages are made around the base of the summit elevation, and there are on the upward path a number of Buddhist temples and shrines made of blocks of stone for devotion, shelter, and the storage of food for pilgrims. Hakone Lake is 3,000 feet above the sea and probably lies in the crater of an extinct volcano. Its waters are very deep, it is several miles long and wide, and is surrounded by high hills which abound in fine scenery, solfataras, and mineral springs. Hot springs near Hakone Lake. At this place the mountain seems to be smoldering, as sulfur fumes and steam issue at many points, and the ground is covered with a friable white alkaline substance. In many a hollow the water bubbles with clouds of vapor and sulphuretted hydrogen. Here the soil is hot and evidently underlaid by active fires. It's not safe to go very near, as the crust is thin and crumbling. The water running down the hills has a refreshing sound and a tempting clearness, but the thirsty tongue at once detects it to be a very strong solution of alum. The whole aspect of the place is infernal, and naturally suggests the name given its principal geyser, O-Gigoko, Big Hell. Fujiyama is almost a perfect cone with, as above said, a truncated top, in which is the crater. It is, however, less steep than Mayon. Its upper part is comparatively steep even to 35 degrees, but below this portion the inclination gradually lessens, till its elegant outlines are lost in the plain from which it rises. The curves of the sides depend partly on the nature, size, and shape of the ejected material, the fine uniform pieces remaining on comparatively steep slopes, while the larger and rounder ones roll farther down, resting on the inclination that afterward becomes curved from the subsidence of the central mass. The most recent, and one of the most destructive, of volcanic eruptions recorded in Japan was that of Bandai-san, or Baldai-san. For ages this mountain had been peaceful, and there was scarcely an indication of its volcanic character, or of the terrific forces which lay dormant within its heart. On its flanks lay some small deposits of scoriae, indications of far past eruptions, and there were some hot springs at its base, while steam arose from a fissure. Yet there was nothing to warn people of the vicinity that deadly peril lay under their feet. Bandai-san's work of terror. This sense of security was fatally dissipated on a day in July 1888, when the mountain suddenly broke into eruption and flung 1,600 million cubic yards of its summit material so high into the air that many of the falling fragments in their fall struck the ground with such velocity as to be buried far out of sight. The steam and dust were driven to a height of 13,000 feet, where they spread into a canopy of much greater elevation, causing pitchy darkness beneath. There were from 15 to 20 violent explosions, and a great landslide devastated about 30 square miles and buried many villages in the Nagase Valley. Mr. Norman, a traveler who visited the spot shortly afterward, thus describes the scene of ruin. After a journey through the forests which clothed the slopes of the volcanic mountain and prevented any distant view, the travelers at last found themselves, quote, standing upon the ragged edge of what was left of the mountain of Bandai-san, after 2/3 of it, including of course the summit, had been literally blown away and spread over the face of the country. The original cone of the mountain, he continues, had been truncated at an acute angle to its axis. From our very feet a precipitous mud slope falls away for half a mile or more till it reaches the level. At our right, still below us, rises a mud wall a mile long, as also sloping down to the level, and behind it is evidently the crater, but before us, for 5 miles in a straight line, and on each side nearly as far, is a sea of congealed mud, broken up into ripples and waves of great billows, and bearing upon its bosom 1,000 huge boulders weighing hundreds of tons apiece." End quote. On reaching the crater, he found it to resemble a gigantic cauldron, fully a mile in width, and enclosed with precipitous walls of indurated mud. From several orifices volumes of steam rose into the air, and when the vapor cleared away for a moment, glimpses of a mass of boiling mud were obtained. Before the eruption of the mountain top had terminated in 3 peaks. Of these, the highest had an elevation of about 5,800 feet. The peak destroyed was the middle one, which was rather smaller than the other 2. Quote, "The explosion was caused by steam. There was neither fire nor lava of any kind. It was, in fact, nothing more or less than a gigantic boiler explosion. The whole top and one side of Sho Bandai-san had been blown into the air in a lateral direction, and the earth of the mountain was converted by the escaping steam at the moment of the explosion into boiling mud, part of which was projected into the air to fall at a long distance, and then take the form of an overflowing river which rushed with vast rapidity and covered the country to a depth of from 20 to 150 feet. 30 square miles of country were thus devastated." End quote. In the devastated lowlands and buried villages below and on the slopes of the mountain, many lives were lost. From the survivors, Mr. Norman gathered some information, enabling him to describe the main features of the catastrophe. We append a brief outline of his narrative. Mr. Norman's narrative. Quote, "At a few minutes past 8 o'clock in the morning, a frightful noise was heard by the inhabitants of a village 10 miles distant from the crater. Some of them instinctively took to flight, but before they could run much more than 100 yards, the light of day was suddenly changed into a darkness more intense than that of midnight. A shower of blinding hot ashes and sand poured down upon them. The ground was shaken with earthquakes, and explosion followed explosion, the last being the most violent of all. Many fugitives, as well as people in the houses, were overwhelmed by the deluge of mud. None of the fugitives when overtaken by death, being more than 200 yards from the village." End quote. From the statements made by those fortunate enough to escape with their lives, and from a personal examination of the ground, Mr. Norman inferred that the mud must have been flung fully 6 miles into the air, and then have poured in a torrent along the ground for 4 miles further. All this was done in less than 5 minutes, so that, quote, "millions of tons of boiling mud were hurled over the country at the rate of 2 miles a minute." End quote. The velocity of the mud torrent may perhaps be overestimated, but in its awful suddenness this catastrophe was evidently one with few equals. The cone destroyed may have been largely composed of rather fine ashes and scoriae, which was almost instantaneously converted into mud by the condensing steam and the boiling water ejected. The quantity of water thus discharged must have been enormous. Of the remaining volcanic regions of the Pacific, the New Zealand islands present some of the most striking examples of activity. All the central parts, indeed, of the northern island of the group are of a highly volcanic character. There is here a mountain named Tongariro, on whose snow-clad summit is a deep crater from which volcanic vapors are seen to issue, and which exhibits other indications of having been in a state of greater activity at not a very remote period of time. There is also, at no great distance from this mountain, a region containing numerous funnel-shaped chasms emitting hot water or steam or sulphurous vapors or boiling mud. The earthquakes in New Zealand had probably their origin in this volcanic focus. The New Zealand volcanoes. Tongariro has a height of about 6,500 feet, while Egmont, 8,270 feet in height, is a perfect cone with a perpetual cap of snow. There are many other volcanic mountains, and also great numbers of mud volcanoes, hot springs, and geysers. It is for the latter that the island is best known to geologists. Their waters are at or near the boiling point and contain silica in abundance. At a place called Roto Mahana, in the vicinity of Mount Tarawera, there was formerly a lake of about 120 acres in area, which was in its way one of the most remarkable bodies of water upon the earth. Formerly, we say, for this lake no longer exists, it having been destroyed by the very forces to which it owed its fame. Its waters were maintained nearly at the boiling point by the continual accession of boiling water from numerous springs. The most abundant of these sources was situated at the height of about 100 feet above the level of the lake. It kept continually filled an oval basin about 250 feet in circumference, the margins of which were fringed all around with beautiful, pure white stalactites formed by deposits of silica, with which the hot water was strongly impregnated. At various stages below the principal spring were several others that contributed to feed the lake at the bottom, in the center of which was a small island. Minute bubbles continually escaped from the surface of the water with a hissing sound, and the sand all round the lake was at a very high temperature. If a stick were thrust into it, very hot vapors would ascend from the hole. Not far from this lake were several small basins filled with tepid water, which was very clear and of a blue color. The conditions here were of a kind with those to which are due the great geysers of Iceland and the Yellowstone Park, but different in the fact that instead of being intermittent and throwing up jets at intervals, the springs allowed the water to flow from them in a continuous stream. The pink and white terraces. The silicious incrustations left by the overflow from the large pool had made a series of terraces 2 to 6 feet high with the appearance of being hewn from white or pink marble, each of the basins containing a similar azure water. These terraces covered an area of about 3 acres and looked like a series of cataracts changed into stone, each edge being fringed with a festoon of delicate stalactites. The water contained about 85% of silica, with 1 or 2% of iron, alumina, and a little alkali. There were no more beautiful products of nature upon the earth than those, quote, pink and white terraces, end quote, as they were called. The hot springs of the Yellowstone have produced formations resembling them, but not their equal in fairy-like charm. One series of these terraced pools and cascades was of the purest white tint, the other of the most delicate pink, the waters topping over the edge of the pool and falling in a miniature cascade to the one next below, thus keeping the edges built up by a continual renewal of the siliceous incrustation. But all their beauty could not save them from utter and irremediable destruction by the forces below the earth's surface. On June 9, 1886, a great volcanic disturbance began in the Auckland Lake region with a tremendous earthquake followed during the night by many others. At 7 the next morning, a lead-covered cloud of pumice sand advancing from the south burst and discharged showers of fine dust. The range of Mount Tarawera seemed to be in full volcanic activity, including some craters supposed to be extinct, and embracing an area of 120 miles by 20. The showers of dust were so thick as to turn day into night for nearly 2 days. Some lives were lost and several villages destroyed, these being covered 10 feet deep with ashes, dust, and clayey mud. The volcanic phenomena were of the most violent character, and the whole island appears to have been more or less convulsed. Mount Tarawera is said to be 500 feet higher than before the eruption. Glowing masses were thrown up into the air, and tongues of fiery hue, gases, or illuminated vapors 500 feet wide towered up 1,000 feet high. The mountain was 2,700 feet in height. Tarawera in eruption. This eruption presented a spectacle of rarely equaled grandeur. To travelers and strangers, the greatest resultant loss will be the destruction of those world-famous curiosities, the white and pink terraces, in the vicinity of Lake Roto Mahana and the region of the famous geysers. The natives have a superstition that the eruption of the extinct Tarawera was caused by the profanation of foreign footsteps. It was to them a sacred place, and its crater a repository for their dead. The first earthquake occurred in this region. One side of the mountain fell in, and then the eruption began. The basin of the lake was broken up and disappeared, but again reappeared as a boiling mud cauldron. Craters burst out in various places, and the beautiful terraces were no more. After the first day, the violence gradually diminished, and in a week had ceased. Very possibly another lake will be formed, and in time other terraces, but it is hardly within the range of probability that the beauty of the lost terraces will ever be paralleled. In this eruption, as usual, we find the earthquake preceding the volcanic outburst. New Zealand, like the Philippines, Java, and the Japanese islands, is situated over a great earth fissure, or line of weakness. Subsidence or dislocation from tensile strain of the crust took place, and the influx of water to new regions of heated strata may have developed the explosive force. The earthquake and the volcano work together here, as they frequently do, unfortunately in this case destroying one of the most beautiful scenes on the surface of the globe. The Antarctic volcanoes. Much further south, on the frozen shore of Victoria Land in the Antarctic regions, Sir James Ross in 1841, sailing his discovery ships the Erebus and Terror, discovered 2 great volcanic mountains which he named after those 2 vessels. Mount Erebus is continually covered from top to bottom with snow and glaciers. The mountain is about 12,000 feet high, and although the snow reaches to the very edge of the crater, there rise continually from the summit immense volumes of volcanic fumes illuminated by the glare of the glowing lava beneath them. The vapors ascend Section 25 of the San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire by Charles Morris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lane Stranahan. The San Francisco Calamity by Earthquake and Fire, Chapter 25, The Wonderful Hawaiian Craters and Kilauea's Lake of Fire. In the central region of the North Pacific Ocean lies the archipelago formerly known as the Sandwich Islands, now collectively designated as Hawaii. The people of the United States should be specially interested in this island group, for it has become one of our possessions, an outlying territory of our growing republic, and in making it part of our national domain, we have not alone extended our dominion far over the seas, but have added to the many marvels of nature within our land one of the chief wonders of the world, the stupendous Hawaiian volcanoes, before whose grandeur many of more ancient fame sink into insignificance. The island of Hawaii. The island of Hawaii, the principal island of the group, we may safely say contains the most enormous volcano of the earth. Indeed, the whole island, which is 4,000 square miles in extent, may be regarded as of volcanic origin. It contains 4 volcanic mountains, Kohola, Hualalia, Mauna Kea, and Mauna Loa. The 2 last named are the chief, the former being 13,800 feet, the latter 13,600 feet above sea level. Although their height is so vast, the ascent to their summit is so gradual that their circumference at the base is enormous. The bulk of each of them is reckoned to be equal to 2.5 times that of Etna. Some of the streams of lava which have emanated from them are 26 miles in length by 2 miles in breadth. On the adjoining island of Maui is a still larger volcano, the mighty Haleakala, long since extinct, but memorable as possessing the most stupendous crater on the face of the earth. The mountain itself is over 10,000 feet high and forms a great dome-like mass of 90 miles circumference at base. The crater on its summit has a length of 7.5 and a width of 2.25 miles, with a total area of about 16 square miles. The only approach in dimensions to this enormous opening exists in the still living crater of Kilauea on the flank of Mauna Loa. A volcanic island group. The peaks named are the most apparent remnants of a world-rending volcanic activity in the remote past, by whose force this whole Hawaiian island group was lifted up from the depths of the ocean, here descending some 3.5 miles below the surface level. The coral reefs which abound around the islands are of comparatively recent formation and rest upon a substratum of lava probably ages older, which forms the base of the archipelago. The islands are volcanic peaks and ridges that have been pushed up above the surrounding areas by the profound action of the interior forces of the earth. It must not be supposed that this action was a violent perpendicular thrust upward over a very limited locality, for the mountains continue to slope at about the same angle under the sea, and for great distances at every side, so that the islands are really the crests of an extensive elevation, estimated to cover an area of about 2,000 miles in one direction by about 150 or 200 miles in the other. The process was probably a gradual one of upbuilding by means of which the sea receded as the land steadily rose. Some idea of the mighty forces that have been at work beneath the sea and above it can be gained by considering the enormous mass of material now above the sea level. Thus, the bulk of the island of Hawaii, the largest of the group, has been estimated by the Hawaiian Surveyor General as containing 3,600 cubic miles of lava rock above sea level. Taking the area of England at 50,000 square miles, this massive volcanic matter would cover that entire country to a depth of 274 feet. We must remember, however, that what is above sea level is only a small fraction of the total amount, since it sweeps down below the waves hundreds of miles on every side. The crater of Haleakala. One of the lava openings on these islands, the extinct one of Haleakala, as stated, with its 27 miles circumference, is far the most stupendous. It is easy of access, the mountainsides leading to it presenting a gentle slope, while the walls of the crater, in places perpendicular, in others are so sloping that man and horse can descend them. The pit varies from 1,500 to 2,000 feet in depth, its bottom being very irregular from the old lava flows and the many cinder cones, those still looking as fresh as though their fires had just gone out. Some of these cones are over 500 feet high. There is a tradition among the natives that the vast lava streams which in the past flowed from the crater to the sea continue to do so in the period of their remote ancestors. They still indeed appear as if recent, though there are today no signs of volcanic activity anywhere on this island. In fact, the only volcano now active in the Hawaiian Islands is Mauna Loa, in the southern section of the island of Hawaii. A striking feature of this is that it has two distinct and widely disconnected craters, one in its summit, the other on its flank, at a much lower level. The latter is the vast crater of Kilauea, the largest active crater known on the face of the globe. Miss Bird in the crater of Kilauea. We cannot offer a better description of the aspect of this lava abyss than to give Miss Bird's eloquent description of her adventurous descent into it. Quote, "The abyss, which is really at a height of 4,000 feet on the flank of Mauna Loa, has the appearance of a pit on a rolling plain. But such a pit! It is quite 9 miles in circumference, and at its lowest area, which not long ago fell about 300 feet, just as the ice on a pond falls when the water below is withdrawn, covers 6 square miles. The depth of the crater varies from 800 to 1,000 feet, according as the molten sea below is at flood or ebb. Signs of volcanic activity are present more or less throughout its whole depth, and for some distance along its margin, in the form of steam cracks, jets of sulphurous vapor, blowing cones, accumulating deposits of acicular crystals of sulfur, etc., and the pit itself is constantly rent and shaken by earthquakes. Great eruptions occur with circumstances of indescribable terror and dignity. But Kilauea does not limit its activity to these outbursts, but has exhibited its marvelous phenomena through all known time in a lake or lakes on the southern part of the crater 3 miles from this side. This lake, the Hale Mau Mau, or House of Everlasting Fire, of the Hawaiian mythology, the abode of the dreaded goddess Pele, is approachable with safety except during an eruption. The spectacle, however, varies almost daily, and at times the level of the lava in the pit within a pit is so low and the suffocating gases are evolved in such enormous quantities that travelers are unable to see anything. At the time of our visit there had been no news from it for a week, and as nothing was to be seen but a very faint bluish vapor hanging round its margin, the prospect was not encouraging. After more than an hour of very difficult climbing, we reached the lowest level of the crater, pretty nearly a mile across, presenting from above the appearance of a sea at rest, but on crossing it we found it to be an expanse of waves and convolutions of ashy-colored lava with huge cracks filled up with black iridescent rolls of lava only a few weeks old. Parts of it are very rough and ridgy, jammed together like field ice, or compacted by rolls of lava which may have swelled up from beneath, but the largest part of the area presents the appearance of huge coiled hawsers, the ropey formation of the lava rendering the illusion almost perfect. These are riven by deep cracks which emit hot sulphurous vapors. As we ascended, the flow became hotter under our feet, as well as more porous and glistening. It was so hot that a shower of rain hissed as it fell upon it. The crust became increasingly insecure and necessitated our walking in single file with the guide in front to test the security of the footing. I fell through several times, and always into holes full of sulphurous steam so malignantly acid that my strong dogskin gloves were burned through as I raised myself on my hands. We had followed the lava flow for 30 miles up to the crater's brink, and now we had toiled over recent lava for 3 hours, and by all calculations were close to the pit, yet there was no smoke or sign of fire, and I felt sure that the volcano had died out for once, for my special disappointment. Suddenly, just above and in front of us, gory drops were tossed in the air, and springing forwards we stood on the brink of Hale Mau Mau, which was about 35 feet below us. I think we all screamed. I know we all wept, but we were speechless, for a new glory and terror had been added to the earth. It is the most unutterable of wonderful things. The words of common speech are quite useless. It is unimaginable, indescribable, a sight to remember forever, a sight which at once took possession of every faculty of sense and soul, removing one altogether out of the range of ordinary life. Here was the real bottomless pit, the fire which is not quenched, the place of hell, the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, the everlasting burnings, the fiery sea whose waves are never weary. Perhaps those scripture phrases were suggested by the sight of some volcano in eruption. There were groanings, rumblings, and detonations, rushings, hissings, splashings, and the crashing sound of breakers on the coast. But it was the surging of fiery waves upon a fiery shore. But what can I write? Such words as jets, fountains, waves, spray, convey some idea of order and regularity, but here there are none. The inner lake, while we stood there, formed a sort of crater within itself. The whole lava sea rose about 3 feet, a blowing cone about 8 feet high was formed. It was never the same 2 minutes together. And what we saw had no existence a month before, and probably will be changed in every essential feature a month from hence. The prominent object was fire in motion, but the surface of the double lake was continually skimming over for a second or two with cool crust of lustrous gray-white frost, like frost silver, broken by jagged cracks of a bright rose color. The movement was nearly always from the sides to the center, but the movement of the center itself appeared independent and always took a southerly direction. Before each outburst of agitation there was much hissing and throbbing with internal roaring as of imprisoned gases. Now it seemed furious, demoniacal, as if no power on earth could bind it. Then playful and sportive, then for a second languid, but only because it was accumulating fresh force. Sometimes the whole lake took the form of mighty waves, and its surging heavily against the partial barrier with a sound like the Pacific surf, lashed, tore, covered it, and threw itself over it in clots of living fire. It was all confusion, commotion, forces, terror, glory, majesty, mystery, and even beauty. And the color, eye hath not seen it. Molten metal hath not that crimson gleam, nor blood that living light. End quote. To this description we may add that of Mr. Ellis, a former missionary to these islands, and one of the number who have descended to the shores of Kilauea's abyss of fire. He says, after describing his difficult descent and progress over the lava-strewn pit, Mr. Ellis visits the lake of lava. Quote, immediately before us yawned an immense gulf in the form of a crescent about 2 miles in length from northeast to southwest, nearly a mile in width, and apparently 800 feet deep. The bottom was covered with lava, and the southwestern and northern parts of it were one vast flood of burning matter in a state of terrific ebullition, rolling to and fro its fiery surges and flaming billows. 51 conical islands of varied form and size, containing as many craters, rose either round the edge or from the surface of the burning lake. 22 constantly emitted columns of gray smoke or pyramids of brilliant flame, and several of these at the same time vomited from their ignited mouths streams of lava, which rolled in blazing torrents down their back, indented sides, into the boiling mass below. The existence of these conical craters led us to conclude that the boiling cauldron of lava before us did not form the focus of the volcano, that this mass of melted lava was comparatively shallow, and that in the basin in which it was contained was separated by a stratum of solid matter from the great volcanic abyss which constantly poured out its melted contents through these numerous craters into this upper reservoir. The sides of the gulf before us, although composed of different strata of ancient lava, were perpendicular for about 400 feet and rose from a wide horizontal ledge of solid black lava of irregular breadth, but extending completely round. Beneath this ledge, the sides sloped gradually towards the burning lake, which was, as nearly as we could judge, 300 or 400 feet lower. It was evident that the large crater had been recently filled with liquid lava up to this black ledge, and had by some subterraneous canal emptied itself into the sea or spread under the low land on the shore. The gray and in some places apparently calcined sides of the great crater before us, the fissures which intersected the surface of the plain on which we were standing, the long banks of sulfur on the opposite side of the abyss, the vigorous action of the numerous small craters on its borders, the dense columns of vapor and smoke that rose at the north and west end of the plain, together with the ridge of steep rocks by which it was surrounded, rising probably in some places 300 or 400 feet in the perpendicular height, presented an immense volcanic panorama, the effect of which was greatly augmented by the constant roaring of the vast furnaces below." End quote. Mauna Loa in eruption. Of the two great craters of Mauna Loa, the summit one has frequently in modern times overflowed its crest and poured its molten streams in glowing rivers over the land. This has rarely been the case with the lower and incessantly active crater of Kilauea, whose lava, when in excess, appears to escape by subterranean channels to the sea. We append descriptions of some of the more recent examples of Mauna Loa's eruptive energy. The lava from this crater does not alone flow over the crater's lip, but at some times makes its way through fissures far below, the immense pressure causing it to spout in great flashing fountains high into the air. In 1852, the fiery fountains reached a height of 500 feet. In some later eruptions, they have leaped 1,000 feet high. The lava is white-hot as it ascends, but it assumes a blood-red tint in its fall and strikes the ground with a frightful noise. The quantities of lava ejected in some of the recent eruptions have been enormous. The river-like flow of 1855 was remarkable for its extent, being from 2 to 8 miles wide with a depth of from 3 to 300 feet, and extending in a winding course for a distance of 60 miles. The apostle of Hawaiian volcanoes, the Reverend Titus Cohen, who ventured to the source of this flow while it was in supreme action, thus describes it. Quote, "We ascended our rugged pathway amidst stream and smoke and heat which almost blinded and scathed us. We came to open orifices down which we looked into the fiery river which rushed madly under our feet. These fiery vents were frequent, some of them measuring 10, 20, 50, or 100 feet in diameter. In one place we saw the river of lava uncovered for 30 rods and rushing down a declivity of from 10 to 25 degrees. The scene was awful, the momentum incredible, the fusion perfect, white heat, and the velocity 40 miles an hour. The banks on each side of the stream were red-hot, jagged, and overhanging. As we viewed it rushing out from under its ebon counterpane, and in the twinkling of an eye diving again into its fiery den, it seemed to say, 'Stand off, scan me not, I am God's messenger, a work to do, away.'" Later he wrote again, quote, "The great summit fountain is still playing with fearful energy, and the devouring stream rushes madly down toward us. It is now about 10 miles distant and heading directly for our bay. In a few days we may be called to announce this painful fact that our beauteous Hilo is no more, that our lovely, our inimitable landscape, our emerald bowers, our crescent strand, and our silver bay are blotted out. A fiery sword hangs over us. A flood of burning ruin approaches us. Devouring fires are near us. With sure and solemn progress the glowing fusion advances through the dark forest and the dense jungle in our rear, cutting down ancient trees of enormous growth and sweeping away all vegetable life. For months the great summit furnace on Mauna Loa has been in awful blast. Floods of burning destruction have swept wildly and widely over the top and down the sides of the mountain. The wrathful stream has overcome every obstacle, winding its fiery way from its high source to the bases of the everlasting hills, spreading in a molten sea over the plains, penetrating the ancient forests, driving the bellowing herds, the wild goats and the affrighted birds before its lurid glare, leaving nothing but ebon blackness and smoldering ruin in its track." End quote. His anticipation of the burial of Hilo under the mighty flow was happily not realized. It came to an abrupt halt while 7 miles distant, the checked stream standing in a threatening and rugged ridge, with rigid, beetling front. The eruptions of 1859 and 1865. In January 1859, Mauna Loa was again at its fire play, throwing up lava fountains from 800 to 1,000 feet in height. From this great fiery fountain the lava flowed down numerous streams, spreading over a width of 5 or 6 miles. One stream, probably formed by the junction of several smaller, attained a height of from 20 to 25 feet, and a breadth of about 1/8 of a mile. Great stones were thrown up along with the jet of lava, and the volume of seeming smoke, composed probably of fine volcanic dust, is said to have risen to the height of 10,000 feet. An eruption of still greater violence took place in 1865, characterized by similar phenomena, particularly the throwing up of jets of lava. This fiery fountain continued to play without intermission for 20 days and nights, varying only as respects the height to which the jet arose, which is said to have ranged between 100 and 1,000 feet, the mean diameter of the jet being about 100 feet. This eruption was accompanied by explosions so loud as to have been heard at a distance of 40 miles. A cone of about 300 feet in height and about a mile in circumference was accumulated round the orifice when the jet ascended. It was composed of solid matters ejected with the lava, and it continued to glow like a furnace, notwithstanding its exposure to the air. The current of lava on this occasion flowed to a distance of 35 miles, burning its way through the forests and filling the air with smoke and flames from the ignited timber. The glare from the glowing lava and the burning trees together was discernible by night at a distance of 200 miles from the island. The lava flow of 1880. A succeeding great lava flow was that which began on November 6, 1880. Mr. David Hitchcock, who was camping on Mauna Kea at the time of this outbreak, saw a spectacle that few human eyes have ever beheld. "We stood," writes he, "on the very edge of that flowing river of rock. Oh, what a sight it was! Not 20 feet from us was this immense bed of rock slowly moving forward with an irresistible force, bearing on its surface huge rocks and immense boulders of tons weight, as water would carry a toy boat. The whole front edge was one bright red mass of solid rock, incessantly breaking off from the towering mass and rolling down to the foot of it, to be again covered by another avalanche of white-hot rocks and sand. The whole mass at its front edge was from 12 to 30 feet in height. Along the entire line of its advance, it was one crash of rolling, sliding, tumbling, red-hot rock. We could hear no explosions while we were near the flow, only a tremendous roaring like 10,000 blast furnaces all at work at once." End quote. This was the most extensive flow of recent years, and its progress from the interior plain through the dense forests above Hilo and out onto the open levels close to the town was startling and menacing enough. Through the woods especially was a turbulent, seething mass that hurled down mammoth trees and licked up streams of water, and day and night kept an unintermitting cannonade of explosions. The steam and imprisoned gases would burst the congealing surface with loud detonations, so that it could be heard for many miles. It was not an infrequent thing for parties to camp out close to the flow overnight. Ordinarily, a lava flow moves sluggishly and congeals rapidly, so that what seems like a hardihood in the narrating is in reality calm judgment, for it's perfectly safe to be in the close vicinity of a lava stream and even to walk on its surface, as soon as one would be inclined to walk on cooling iron in a foundry. This notable flow finally ceased within half a mile of Hilo, where its black form is a perpetual reminder of a marvelous deliverance from destruction. Kilauea in 1840. Kilauea seems never in historic times to have filled and overflowed its vast crater. To do so would need an almost inconceivable volume of liquid rock material. But it approached this culmination in 1840 when it became, through its whole extent, a raging sea of fire. The boiling lava rose in the mighty mountain cup to a height of from 500 to 600 feet. Then it forced a passage through a subterranean cavity 27 miles long and reached the sea 40 miles distant in 2 days. The stream where it fell into the sea was half a mile wide, so the flow kept up for 3 weeks, heating the ocean 20 miles from land. An eyewitness of this extraordinary flow thus describes it. Quote, "When the torrent of fire precipitated itself into the ocean, the scene assumed the character of terrific and indescribable grandeur. The magnificence of destruction was never more perceptibly displayed than when these antagonistic elements met in deadly strife. The mightiest of the earth's magazines of fire poured forth its burning billows to meet the mightiest of oceans. For 20 miles it came, rolling, tumbling, swelling forward, an awful agent of death. Rocks melted like wax in its path. Forests crackled and blazed before its fervent heat. The works of man were to it but as a scroll in the flames. Imagine Niagara's stream above the brink of the falls, with its dashing, whirling, madly raging waters hurrying on to their plunge, instantaneously converted into fire. A gory-hued river of fused minerals, volumes of hissing steam arising, and some curling upward from 10,000 vents, which give utterance to as many deep-toned mutterings and sullen, confined clamorings, gases detonating and shrieking as they burst from their hot prison-house, the heavens lurid with flame, the atmosphere dark and oppressive, the horizon murky with vapors and gleaming with the reflected contest. Such was the scene as the fiery cataract, leaping a precipice of 50 feet, poured its flood upon the ocean. The old line of coast, a mass of compact, indurated lava, whitened, cracked, and fell. The waters recoiled and sent forth a tempest of spray. They foamed and dashed around over the melted rock. They boiled with the heat, and the roar of the conflicting agencies grew fiercer and louder. The reports of the exploding gases were distinctly heard 25 miles distant, and were likened to a whole broadside of heavy artillery. Streaks of the intensest light gleamed like lightning in all directions. The outskirts of the burning lava, as it fell, cooled by the shock, were shivered into millions of fragments and scattered by the strong wind in sparkling showers far into the country. For 3 successive weeks the volcano disgorged an uninterrupting, burning tide with scarcely any diminution into the ocean. On the other side, for 20 miles, the sea became heated with such rapidity that on the second day of the junction of the lava with the ocean, fishes came ashore dead in great numbers at a point 15 miles distant. 6 weeks later, at the base of the hills, the water continued scalding hot and sent forth steam at every wash of the waves. End quote. The sinking of Kilauea's fire lake. In 1866, the great crater of Kilauea presented a new and unlooked-for spectacle in the sinking and vanishing of its great lava lake. In March of that year, the fires of the ancient cauldron totally disappeared, and the surrounding lava rock sank to a depth of nearly 600 feet. Mr. Thrum, in a pamphlet on the suspended activity of Kilauea, says of it, quote, "Distant rumbling noises were heard, accompanied by a series of earthquakes, 43 in number. With the 4th shock, the brilliancy of the new lake disappeared, and towards 3 a.m., the fires in Halemaumau also disappeared, leaving the whole crater in darkness. With the dawn, the shocks and noises ceased, and revealed the changes which Kilauea had undergone in the night. All the high cliffs surrounding Halemaumau and New Lake, which had become a prominent feature in the crater, had vanished entirely, and the molten lava of both lakes had disappeared by some subterranean passage from the bottom of Halemaumau. There was no material change in the sunken portion of the crater except a continual falling in of rocks and debris from its banks, as the contraction from its former intense heat loosened their compactness and sent them hurling some 200 or 300 feet below, giving forth at times a boom as of distant thunder, followed by clouds of cinders and ashes, shooting up into the air 100 to 300 feet, proportionate doubtless to the size of the newly fallen mass. This remarkable recession of the liquid lava in Halemaumau was probably due to the opening of some deep subterranean passage through which the lake of lava made its way, unseen, to the ocean's depths. The Reverend Mr. Baker, probably the most adventuresome explorer of Hawaiian volcanoes, actually descended into that crumbling pit to a point within which he judged to be 50 feet of the bottom. But Halemaumau had only taken an intermission, for in 2 short months signs of returning life became frequent and unmistakable, and in June culminated in the sudden outbreak of a lake that has since then steadily increased in activity." End quote. The goddess Pele. We cannot close this chapter without some reference to the goddess Pele, to whom the Hawaiians long imputed the wonder work of their volcanic mountains. When there is unusual commotion in Kilauea, myriads of thread-like filaments float in the air and upon the cliffs, making deposits much resembling matted hair. A single filament over 15 inches long was picked up on a Hilo veranda, having sailed in the air a distance of 50 miles. This is the famous Pele's hair. being the glass-like product of volcanic fires. It resembles Prince Rupert's drops, and the tradition is that wherever the volcano becomes active, it is because Pele, the goddess of the crater, emerges from her fiery furnace and shakes her vitreous locks in anger. This fabled being, according to Emerson in a paper on the lesser Hawaiian gods, quote, could at times assume the appearance of a handsome young woman, as when Kamapaua'a, to his cost, was smitten with her charms when he first saw her with her sisters at Kilauea. Kamapaua'a was a gigantic hog who could appear, quote, could appear as a handsome young man, a hog, a fish, or a tree. At other times, the innate character of the Fury showed itself, and Pele appeared in her usual form as an ugly and hateful old hag with tattered and fire-burnt garments, scarcely concealing the filth and nakedness of her person. Her bloodshot eyes and fiendish countenance paralyzed the beholder, and her touch turned him to stone. She was a jealous and vindictive monster, delighting in cruelty, and at the slightest provocation overwhelming the unoffending victims of her rage in widespread ruin. End quote. The superstition regarding the goddess Pele was thought to have received a death blow in 1825, when Kapiolani, a Hawaiian princess and a Christian convert, ascended with numerous attendants to the crater of Kilauea, where she publicly defied the power and wrath of the goddess. No response came to her defiance, and she ascended in safety, and faith in Pele's power was widely shaken. Yet as late as 1887, the old superstition revived and claimed an exalted victim, for in that year the Princess Likelike, the youngest sister of the king, starved herself to death to appease the anger of the goddess Pele, supposed to be manifested in Mauna Loa's eruption of that year, and to be quieted only by the sacrifice of a victim of royal blood. Thus, slowly do the old superstitions die away. End of section 25.